Ancient desolate city, Ye clan. I strongly object. The declaration echoed through the grand hall of the Ye clan, its gravity causing an uneasy silence. At the center, Ye Xiao the clan leader glared at the young man before him. His brows were furrowed in disapproval. You will abandon your role as young clan leader? Preposterous, he thundered. The young man stood still, his expression calm yet troubled. Clan leader, I've lost my cultivation. Without it, I'm no longer worthy of leading the Ye clan. Ye Xiao's gaze softened, replaced by a rare glimmer of pride. You were 12 when you secured our first spiritual mine. Since then, you've brought us 27 more. We had only 9 at our peak. You tripled that. With no cultivation, you still did what others couldn't with power. You are the Ye clan's greatest contributor, Ye Guan. Removing you as heir would stain our name with dishonor. Ye Guan bowed slightly. I appreciate your faith in me, but a clan needs strength. Without my cultivation, I cannot carry this burden. Please, accept my resignation. Ye Xiao sighed, then smiled faintly. Then take your time. Regain your strength. The Ye clan will wait for you. Ye Guan said nothing. He turned to leave, his back straight, but his steps heavy. Uncertainty clouded Ye Xiao's eyes as he watched him go. Outside the hall, Ye Guan was soon greeted by 2 men. The one leading wore pristine white robes and bowed respectfully. Brother Ye Guan. Ye Guan forced a smile. Ye Qing. I sense you've reached peak 9th realm. Ye Qing nodded. I have. Without hesitation, Ye Guan said, then you should be the heir. Ye Qing blanched. Brother Ye Guan, please don't joke like that. I'm serious, Ye Guan replied solemnly. You and Ye Mian are both at the peak. You're more than qualified. But Ye Qing shook his head. There are peaks and valleys in life. You were once at the peak stronger than any of us, and I believe you'll soar again. Don't speak of heirs and titles right now. If word gets out, it'll only breed rumors of division in the clan. Ye Guan sighed and left. As he disappeared into the distance, the man beside Ye Qing whispered, but brother Ye Qing, you really are qualified. Ye Qing's tone turned cool. If I were to step over him now, how would the clan view me? How would the elders see me? He paused, his gaze distant. And do you really believe he won't rise again? But I heard Ye Mian and his grandfather are making their move. Then we wait, Ye Qing said flatly. If Ye Mian succeeds, we call him clan leader. If he fails, we celebrate. That afternoon, Ye Guan stood before the gates of the Nalan clan. He was here to cancel his engagement. Inside the Nalan hall, Nalan Jia his fiancée appeared before him. Clad in white, with an ancient book in hand, she radiated a serene and stunning beauty. He placed a scroll in front of her. I'm here to end our engagement, he said quietly. I know where I stand. This is the best path for both of us. She paused. Wait. From her sleeve, she produced a small box and handed it to him. Inside was a pill shimmering faintly with ethereal light. A mixed origin pill, she said softly. It might help. The old man beside her paled. Young lady, that pill was a gift from Tutor Fei. It's rare even in Guanxian Academy. Nalan Jia silenced him with a glare. Ye Guan stared at the box, overwhelmed. A spiritual grade pill worth more than 20,000 spiritual crystals. His monthly stipend? Only 100. Lady Nalan. She gently placed the engagement scroll back into his hands. If the pill doesn't work, I'll take you to Guanxian Academy myself. Ye Guan was speechless. As she turned and left, he stood motionless, the scroll trembling slightly in his grasp. Later that night, Ye Guan sat cross-legged in his room, a small black pagoda before him. As his hands formed a seal, spiritual energy converged only to vanish the moment it entered his body. After a moment, a voice echoed. Yes, said the little pagoda. Ye Guan's eyes lit up. That means I can recover my cultivation. The pagoda didn't answer directly. A sudden tremor overtook the room, and Ye Guan was sucked into the pagoda's world. He opened his eyes and found himself in space. A galaxy stretched endlessly before him. From its depths, a sword surged forward, scattering stars in its wake. Ye Guan's instinct screamed. I don't want to die, but it was too late. The sword pierced his glabella. Boom! His body collapsed. Before him, a woman emerged from the darkness. Her long hair swayed gently, her simple dress flowing like mist. Her eyes were cold, as if she gazed upon mortals like ants. I'm your guardian now. Do you have anything to say? No, Ye Guan managed to whisper. Crimson talismans began falling from the sky great daos, descending like fire. The woman walked calmly through them, her white robe turning red as the galaxy burned behind her. Ye Guan opened his eyes. He was by a vast sea. A sword lay beside him, engraved with a single character, Path. Are you awake? Came the voice of Little Pagoda. Ye Guan sat up. Master Pagoda. This is my world. 10 years here is 1 day outside. He stared in awe. This is, inside the pagoda. You are our final hope. Ye Guan froze at the words. Then he gasped his cultivation had returned. Do you want to become a swordsman? Asked Little Pagoda. Yes. Ye Guan exclaimed. That sword contains your cultivation technique. You must unlock it, piece by piece. Ye Guan lifted the sword reverently. Is it powerful? It is Path. With it, you transcend karma and fate. You can sever the impossible. Ye Guan blinked. That sounds too strong. You're underestimating it, Little Pagoda replied. It can destroy laws with a stroke. Ye Guan went silent. Ye Guan stared in awe at the sword in his hand, the Path sword. Little Pagoda's words about sword spirits and slicing through karma had flown over his head, but one thing was clear, he could become a swordsman. A real swordsman. In Nanzhou, sword cultivators were practically extinct, vanishing arts, forgotten legacies. With only whispers of techniques held by major sects or ancient clans, becoming a swordsman meant standing out in the entire continent. And Ye Guan had just stepped onto that path. "I'll teach you the royal sword art," announced Little Pagoda. Ye Guan nodded eagerly. "Yes, please." A stream of ancient knowledge poured into his mind. The sword is but forged iron until one links it to the heart. Let it rise with your will, dance with your spirit, and die when you command it. Unite your 5 senses, become one with the sword, and grow eternal in that cycle. Ye Guan began cultivating under Little Pagoda's guidance. His progress was astonishing. A month passed. Sitting atop a boulder by the endless sea, Ye Guan pointed a finger toward the heavens. "Rise." The path sword responded. Whoosh! It shot into the sky, piercing clouds, and parting the sky in a radiant beam. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, breath steady as the blade danced through the skies like lightning incarnate. The path sword returned to his side as he ran out of spiritual energy. "I did it, Master Pagoda." "Good. Now leave, I need time to recover," Little Pagoda said. "You're hurt." "Of course. I wouldn't need your spiritual nourishment otherwise. Get me rare spiritual crystals." Before Ye Guan could ask more, his vision blurred. He awoke in the courtyard of the Ye residence, path sword still in hand, cultivation intact. It hadn't been a dream. The sun's dull glow confirmed it. One day had passed. 10 years inside the pagoda were real. Ye Guan chuckled. He had not only recovered his cultivation, he had become a swordsman. But he quickly hid the path sword. If anyone discovered it, disaster would follow. Just then, a servant ran over. Tutor Song Ci from Guanxian Academy is here." Surprised, Ye Guan followed him. A grey-robed elder stood at the gate. "Young Lord Ye," Song Ci said with a sigh, "I bring bad news. Guanxian Academy has rescinded your admission." Ye Guan froze. Once the pride of ancient desolate city, Ye Guan had broken through the 9 realms before age 6, reached the Xiantian realm, and later the nascent divinity realm. At 16, he touched the truth realm. But a month ago, his cultivation vanished. Guanxian Academy valued strength. Without cultivation, Ye Guan had no place. He asked, "The term starts in a month, right?" "Yes. But we've already given your place to Li Chuan of the Li clan," Song Ci said bluntly. "We need power to win the decennial contest. You no longer qualify. Please return your token." Without another word, Ye Guan handed it over. As Song Ci left, whispers spread like wildfire. Ye Guan was abandoned by the academy. A Ye clan disciple rushed to inform the elders. Soon after, another servant approached Ye Guan. The Grand Elder has called a clan meeting at the Ancestor Shrine." Ye Guan smiled bitterly. "He wants to strip me of my title, doesn't he?" Inside the shrine, clan leader Ye Xiao slammed his palm on the table. Strip Ye Guan of his title? Absolutely not. Ye Guan entered, bowed, and sat down. The Grand Elder stood. "Ye Guan has done much," he began. 36 mines, impressive. But the heir must lead us, and he has no cultivation now. Another elder added, "Credit alone cannot sustain a clan. He should step down. Ye Mian should succeed him." Even the third elder, once a friend, supported the idea. The room fell silent. Ye Xiao stood. "Ye Guan, take off your robe." Ye Guan obeyed. 96 scars marked his torso. "He bled for us," Ye Xiao declared. "How dare you speak of replacing him like this?" The Grand Elder stood again. "Feelings have no place in leadership. He cannot lead our youth. The clan's future is at stake." The elders shifted, some pledged support to the Grand Elder. Others stayed neutral. Then came the final move. "Ye Mian, enter," Ye Kun ordered. A young man strode in and bowed. "I challenge Ye Guan," he said. "To a death match." Shock rippled through the room. Ye Guan smiled. "I accept. 10 days from now." "No," Ye Kun cut in. "Tomorrow." Ye Guan stared at him. "Very well. No, right now." Ye Kun roared. "Kill him, Mian. Kill him and become heir." Ye Guan looked at the Grand Elder. "We're family. You were adopted." Ye Kun snapped. "He's not your family. And you strike hard. Kindness is weakness."
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Ye Kun's words infuriated Ye Xiao. "Ye Kun, are you really not going to leave him a way out?" he asked. Ye Kun was expressionless. "Cultivators fight others and even defy the heavens, so why won't you allow my grandson to fight the heir?" "Of course, he's going to fight, and it's going to be today." Ye Xiao's expression turned ugly. Ye Kun looked at Ye Mian and said firmly, "Kill him." Ye Mian immediately charged toward Ye Guan and appeared in front of the latter in the proverbial blink of an eye. He then sent a punch toward Ye Guan's throat. It was a killing move filled with Xiantian energy. The elders were stupefied. It turned out that Ye Mian was a Xiantian realm cultivator. Meanwhile, Ye Guan extended his right hand and snatched Ye Mian's fist. Before anyone could react, Ye Guan twisted Ye Mian's fist. Crack! A grotesque crisp noise echoed, but Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He used the momentum of the punch to twirl around before burying his own fist into Yamian's stomach. Boom! Yamian flew backward. When he landed, Ye Guan stepped on his stomach. Everyone was stunned. Ye Guan didn't lose his cultivation? Grand Elder Ye Guan recovered from his trance and hurriedly spoke, Ye Guan. Ye Guan turned to face the Grand Elder and smiled. Yes. Ye Guan's voice was trembling as he said, we're family, so please have mercy. Ye Guan blinked and exclaimed, who's my family? I'm adopted. He then stomped on Yamian's throat. Crack! Yamian's eyes widened as blood burst out of his mouth. The Grand Elder charged toward Ye Guan like a madman. However, Ye Xiao stood in his way and threw a punch. Boom! There was a loud noise as Ye Guan flew backward. Ye Xiao stared coldly at the hysterical Grand Elder and said, they fought fairly. Ye Guan was furious, and he glared resentfully at Ye Guan. However, he decided not to say anything and turned around to leave. However, someone streaked across the shrine toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's expression abruptly changed as he immediately turned around, but before he could even react, a fist landed on his throat. Crack! A crisp noise echoed throughout the shrine. Ye Guan's eyes bulged before he collapsed to the floor. The elders at the scene froze, and they looked at Ye Guan in shock. Ye Guan glanced at Ye Guan's corpse and explained calmly, if I hadn't killed him, then he would have eventually plotted revenge against me and would have ultimately harmed the clan's harmony. The elders were silent. Ye Guan had gone a bit overboard, but none of them dared to go against him. After all, the winner had already been decided. Ye Xiao shattered the silence. Carry Ye Guan and Yamian's corpses out. Two people immediately obliged and took Ye Guan and Yamian's corpses away. Ye Xiao stared at Ye Guan with a complicated expression. Little Guan, your cultivation, he trailed off. Ye Guan smiled softly. Clan leader, I wasn't pretending. There was indeed something wrong with me, but the issue was finally resolved. Ye Xiao smiled. That's great. The elders also smiled upon hearing Ye Guan's explanation. However, the third elder and the sixth elder looked pallid. It couldn't be helped because they already knew that they were finished. All of a sudden, a guard appeared by the entrance. He bowed toward Ye Xiao and said, Clan leader, the clan leader of the Nalan clan has invited the heir to the Nalan residence. Ye Xiao frowned and asked, did they mention why? The guard shook his head and replied, no, they did not say anything. Ye Xiao looked at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled and said, I'll go. Seeing that, Ye Xiao spoke in a low voice. I'll go with you. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. I'll be fine, clan leader. Ye Xiao thought about it before saying, all right, but be careful. Ye Guan nodded. He glanced at the third elder and the sixth elder before walking out of the shrine. When Ye Guan finally left, the second elder sighed and said, Clan leader, your foresight saved us this time. If you weren't here, then little Guan could have fought and killed his way out of the Ye clan today. We would have lost an extraordinary talent and offended an extremely powerful enemy? Clan leader, you're indeed a wise leader. The other elders hurriedly nodded in agreement. Ye Xiao swept his gaze across everyone and shook his head. He values relationships, so if our Ye clan treats him well, then he will also treat us well. Ye Xiao sighed before continuing. The Grand Elder shouldn't have gone too far. After all, that lad had been bleeding and fighting for our clan for many years now, so the Grand Elder shouldn't have forced him into a corner. The second elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Grand Elder went too far. He deserved his death. The other elders nodded once more. Ye Xiao suddenly said, Third elder, sixth elder, the two of you are already 75 this year, right? The third elder and the sixth elder stared blankly at Ye Xiao. However, their faces quickly turned sour. 75? 75 was the retirement age in the Ye clan, but they were only 60 years old. The third elder and the sixth elder looked like they aged significantly upon hearing Ye Xiao's words. Ye Xiao looked at the two of them and said, Send Grand Elder and Yamian off. After all, they have contributed to our clan as well. Sigh. Ye Xiao turned around to leave. The elders finally sighed in relief. Fortunately, they didn't decide to take the Grand Elder's side. Otherwise, Ye Guan walked out of the ancestral shrine, and he turned around to find a hunchback. The hunchback told the Grand Elder about how Ye Guan was abandoned by the Guanxian Academy. As far as Ye Guan could remember, the hunchback was delighted to see him fall. The hunchback turned pallid upon seeing Ye Guan looking at him. He immediately kneeled and begged. He had to beg because he had just seen Ye Guan and Yamian's corpses being carried out of the shrine. Ye Guan wordlessly smiled before walking away. Not long after Ye Guan left, an old man in black stood in front of the hunchback. The old man in black didn't say anything, he only stared coldly at the hunchback. However, the hunchback's face turned ashen, and he soon collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was about to walk out of the main door, but he found Ye Qing standing by the main door. Ye Qing smiled upon seeing him. Congratulations, brother Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled as well before saying, if my memories are serving me correctly, then brother Ye Qing is already a Xiantian realm cultivator, am I right? Ye Qing nodded and replied, yes. Ye Guan nodded lightly and said, I have some knowledge about that realm, so if there's anything you want to know, then feel free to ask. Ye Qing hurriedly bowed. Thank you, brother Ye Guan. Ye Guan patted Ye Qing's shoulder. We're brothers, so you don't have to be polite. With that, Ye Guan finally walked out of the Ye clan. Ye Qing watched on as Ye Guan left and smiled. There was a hint of helplessness in his smile. To be in the same clan as someone so talented, it is the Ye clan's fortune but my misfortune. He then turned and left. When Ye Guan finally arrived at the Nalan residence, an old man came out to greet him. The old man bowed slightly toward Ye Guan and said, "Young master Ye, please." Ye Guan nodded and said, "Thank you, you're welcome," said the old man with a smile before bringing Ye Guan into the Nalan residence. As they walked down the residence, the maids couldn't help but look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was wearing a dark robe and was walking with proper posture. His features were sharp and defined. His demeanor was extraordinary as well as he walked at a leisurely pace. Ye Guan's score was very high in the looks department. The old man brought Ye Guan to a hall and said with a bow, "Young master Ye, please." "Okay." Ye Guan smiled and walked into the hall. Upon entering, he saw Nalan clan's clan leader, Nalan Ming, sitting in the hall. Nalan Ming looked to be about 40 years old with a slightly plump physique. Nalan Ming looked at Ye Guan and said, "Have a seat." Ye Guan nodded and obliged. Meanwhile, Nalan Ming was looking at Ye Guan as if he was pitiful. What a great man. Why did he have to lose his cultivation? Nalan Ming sighed inwardly before asking, "Little Guan, I'm sure you already know why I called you here, right?" Ye Guan nodded and replied, "It must be because of my engagement with Lady Jia." Nalan Ming looked at Ye Guan and said, "Why did you not reject her decision that day?" Ye Guan smiled and asked, "Why would I reject it?" Nalan Ming frowned slightly. At the sight, Ye Guan's smile deepened. "Lady Nalan Jia is beautiful. She's the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, and it is my honor to marry her." Nalan Jia was reading a book in a corner, and her lips curled up when she heard Ye Guan. She glanced briefly at Ye Guan before turning to look at her book once more. Nalan Ming stared deeply at Ye Guan. Moments later, he sighed. "Little Guan, pardon me for being blunt. There were 2 reasons why I didn't reject your engagement with her. The first reason is that your character is great. You're the young heir of the Ye clan, but you have no vices. The second reason is that you're very talented with a bright future ahead of you, and you also had a guaranteed spot in Guanshan Academy." But Nalan Ming trailed off before continuing. "Things have changed." Ye Guan nodded. "I am aware." A complicated look flitted across Nalan Ming's eyes. "Little Guan, I thought long and hard about it, but little Jia has become the direct disciple of Tutor Fei. She has a special physique with a bright future. However, you forgive me for being direct, but the difference between the 2 of you would inevitably grow bigger, and it would eventually cause you pain." Ye Guan smiled and said, "I completely understand. I guess uncle wants me to break off my engagement with little Jia." "I understand." "No," Nalan Ming exclaimed and shook his head. "That's not it." Ye Guan was astonished. Nalan Ming stared deeply at Ye Guan before saying, "I won't kick a man while he's down. I'm not that despicable. What I'm trying to say is that I hope you won't lose hope and give up. I want you to understand your current situation as well. Men must be powerful because you have to be powerful to fight for what you want." Ye Guan was silent. It would be an understatement to say that he was surprised by the turn of events. Nalan Ming added, "Little Guan, you're at your lowest point in life, and I won't put you down any further. However, you have to make a decision. Let me tell you the truth, little Jia and I are under a lot of pressure because Tutor Fei doesn't like how you're engaged to little Jia. Little Jia also has many suitors in Guanshan Academy. A few of them definitely have bad intentions, and I'm sure that their backing is strong as well." Nalan Ming paused. He looked straight into Ye Guan's eyes before continuing. "You have to deal with them by yourself." "Understood." Ye Guan nodded slightly. He then stood up and walked over to Nalan Jia. Nalan Ming remained silent. Nalan Jia smiled as Ye Guan arrived in front of her. Ye Guan smiled and asked, "Do you like me?" Nalan Jia shook her head. "I can't say for sure, but I don't hate you." Ye Guan smiled softly and asked, "Why did you agree to the engagement back then?" Nalan Jia looked at Ye Guan's face and replied, "Because you're handsome." Ye Guan smiled at the quick reply, "Our engagement is between the 2 of us. The 2 of us can break our engagement off at any time, but other people do not have that right." Nalan Jia blinked and said, "My tutor will visit you tomorrow. She has a bad temper, and she won't hesitate to use lethal force if provoked." Ye Guan replied calmly, "It's fine, I know how to read along the lines." He showed her the mixed origin pill and said solemnly, "I appreciate the pill. Regardless of what happens between the 2 of us in the future, I will never forget your kindness." Ye Guan turned around to leave. As he walked out of the hall, he bowed slightly to Nalan Ming and said, "Uncle, I'm off." With that, he turned around once more and finally left the Nalan residence. Nalan Ming looked at Ye Guan before walking over to Nalan Jia. "His composure is very rare among youngsters of his age," he said softly. Nalan Jia nodded and replied, "He's brave enough to look straight at me, and he has never looked at someone else but me." Nalan Ming looked at Nalan Jia. Nalan Jia smiled and added, "He's confident in himself as well." Men's confidence stems only from either of the 2 reasons, power and influence. "Father, where do you think his confidence is coming from?" Nalan Ming stiffened. Nalan Jia looked at the ancient book in her hands and smiled. "I'm starting to like him a bit," she said. Nalan Jia's smile deepened as she continued. "I like his confidence, I like his character, and I also like that he isn't pretentious at all. Of course, I also like his looks. He's so handsome." Nalan Ming stood rooted as he froze right there and then. Upon returning to the Ye clan, Ye Guan headed to the mountain behind the Ye residence. No outsiders would come to interrupt him here, so he would often come here to cultivate. Ye Guan stood near the summit of the mountain and closed his eyes. After a while, he pointed with his finger, and the path sword flew out. The sword soared into the sky and pierced the clouds. The path sword was like a butterfly flitting between flowers as it pierced and cut through layers of clouds under Ye Guan's control. Eventually, Ye Guan's face turned pallid. He flicked his finger, and the path sword returned to him. It consumes too much energy? The royal sword art was powerful, but it had the drawback of consuming too much energy to execute. The 9 realms involved cultivating the physical body, while becoming a Xiantian realm cultivator involved cultivating Xiantian energy. The next realm was the nascent divinity realm. In order to reach this realm, one had to give birth to a divine infant by using the Xiantian energy they had gathered while at the Xiantian realm. The divine infant was like a second Danshan that would almost double one's profound energy reservoir. The realm above the nascent divinity realm was the truth realm. A truth realm cultivator would have undergone a qualitative change in their profound energy. They could then release their profound energy out of their bodies, allowing them to infuse their profound energy into their techniques. Ye Guan was currently in the truth realm. The all-truth realm was beyond the truth realm. All-truth realm cultivators were capable of flight, and they were strong cultivators capable of harnessing the power of heaven and earth, harnessing lightning, fire, etc. In other words, all-truth realm cultivators were terrifying weapons of mass destruction. However, Ye Guan was confident that he could kill an all-truth realm cultivator. The divine path realm was the realm above the all-truth realm, but Ye Guan had the path sword, so he was confident that he could kill a divine path realm cultivator in an ambush. Ye Guan looked down at the path sword in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled up. However, he seemed to have thought of something and sighed. It's a pity, but I can't fly while wielding a sword. Says who? Little Pagoda's voice echoed all of a sudden. You can definitely travel while wielding a sword. Ye Guan froze in surprise. How? Little Pagoda said, stand on the sword and feel it. You have to become one with the sword. After a moment of silence, Ye Guan flicked his hand, and the path sword appeared in front of him. He jumped on it and closed his eyes. Seeing that, Little Pagoda said, imagine that you're a part of the sword, and then think of making it fly. Ye Guan interrupted Little Pagoda by soaring into the air. In the blink of an eye, Ye Guan pierced the clouds. At the sight, Little Pagoda muttered, he's much more talented than his predecessor. While soaring through the clouds, Ye Guan looked down at the tall mountain and the ancient desolate city that had grown smaller in his eyes. He was both nervous and excited. Sword travel? It had to be known that one had to reach the all-truth realm before one could soar through the skies. However, Ye Guan could already take flight using his sword. This is so cool. Ha ha ha. Ye Guan burst out into laughter while soaring through the clouds. He reckoned that he could stay up there for a day. Eventually, Ye Guan had to descend. He still wanted to fly, but he had run out of energy. Ye Guan excitedly looked at the path sword and said, Master Pagoda, can I ask you a question? Little Pagoda responded, ask away. Ye Guan's expression turned solemn as he asked, am I a young master of a grand clan? Little Pagoda asked, what makes you think that? Ye Guan smiled and explained, my sword is too strong, and I also have a sword art inheritance. In addition, 10 years here is only a day outside, so I'm guessing that I should be a young master of some extremely powerful clan that was left somewhere else to grow and develop on his own, am I right? Little Pagoda was silent for a while before it said, you're half right. Ye Guan frowned slightly. Half right. Little Pagoda explained, you are indeed a young master of a grand clan, but you're an illegitimate son. An illegitimate son? Ye Guan blinked. Is it the shameful kind? Little Pagoda's voice sounded serious as it exclaimed, yes. I brought you to this tiny place to hide? Now that you know your origin, you have to work hard and cultivate. Otherwise, what do you think will happen once the clan finds you? Ye Guan's expression turned grim. He could already imagine what kind of predicament would be waiting for him if he were discovered. All of a sudden, Ye Guan felt like the pressure on him had increased. Little Pagoda continued. You have to do your best. If you want to survive, then you have to be strong enough. Do you understand? Ye Guan nodded and exclaimed, I'll work extremely hard. Ye Guan was already familiar with the terrors of being powerless, and he didn't want to repeat that experience. Ye Guan said, Master Pagoda, can I train in the pagoda? Little Pagoda refused. No. Ye Guan was confused. Why not? Little Pagoda explained, this is a special realm and opening it requires a vast amount of spiritual energy. I'm also heavily injured, so I can't help you train here every day. Ye Guan asked hesitantly, what happened to the spiritual crystals that I gave you? Little Pagoda exclaimed, those spiritual crystals are too inferior, and they are basically useless to me. Ye Guan nodded and said, all right, I'll find a way to give you better spiritual crystals. Little Pagoda nodded. MMHM. An old man was walking over to Ye Guan. The old man bowed slightly upon arriving in front of Ye Guan and said, clan leader is looking for you. All right. Ye Guan nodded and headed down the mountain. Meanwhile, a mysterious voice filled the world of the pagoda. Little Pagoda, why didn't you tell him his true identity? Little Pagoda calmly replied, do you really want him to become like his father? Do you want him to call you non-stop? Can you even take it? Enough? I have had enough of that, the mysterious voice said almost immediately. Little Pagoda sighed and muttered, his character is great, and he has an extraordinary talent. Overall, he's a good sprout. We must nurture him properly, and we must not let him end up like his father. Why didn't you nurture his father properly back then? Asked the mysterious voice. Little Pagoda protested. His father was too strong to be nurtured. The mysterious voice was speechless. After a while, it spoke once more. Little Pagoda, I feel like you've matured a bit. Little Pagoda said softly, the universe will eventually burn down, and the great Dao will collapse one day, but I have already perished, and I am currently on my eternal rest. Won't anyone else mature as well if they were in my shoes? When Little Pagoda's words fell, it went silent for a moment before continuing. And no one can protect me anymore. Ye Clan, Administrative Hall. When Ye Guan arrived at the administrative hall, Ye Xiao and the elders were already waiting for him. Ye Guan looked around and saw at least 6 elders waiting for him. Ye Xiao said, have a seat. Ye Guan nodded and sat down. Ye Xiao looked at Ye Guan and said, we have received news that a secret realm has appeared in Nanshan Mountain. Apparently, extremely pure spiritual energy has been flowing out of the secret realm, and our scouts reported the possibility of purple spiritual crystal mines existing in the secret realm. Ye Guan froze upon hearing Ye Guan mention the possibility that the secret realm might contain purple spiritual crystal mines. It wasn't really strange that he was stupefied because spiritual crystals were usually used for trading in Nanzhou. Spiritual crystals were categorized into the following grades: low, mid, high, and pure. Spiritual crystals above pure grade were called purple spiritual crystals, and they were extremely valuable. They were so valuable that not even the entire Ye clan had a purple spiritual crystal. Ye Guan fell into deep contemplation. He had given Master Pagoda high-grade spiritual crystals, but those spiritual crystals were apparently too inferior to be of help to his injuries. Ye Guan couldn't help but think that perhaps purple spiritual crystals would be helpful to Master Pagoda. Naturally, purple spiritual crystals would also be helpful to Ye clan and himself. Therefore, it didn't take Ye Guan long to make a decision. Ye Xiao noticed the change in Ye Guan's expression and asked, you want to have a look? Ye Guan nodded and said, yes. Ye Xiao muttered, we have the same thoughts as you, but you have to understand that the secret realm that appeared in Nanshan Mountain is not an ordinary secret realm. It's more dangerous than the average secret realm. We have also received news that the Li clan and Nan clan have sent their own people to check it out. In addition, Yongzhou City, which is nearer to Nanshan Mountain than us, has most likely sent their own people as well, so. Ye Guan smiled. He knew what Ye Xiao wanted to say. Please be at ease, clan leader. I will be extremely careful, said Ye Guan. I know that you are both meticulous and cautious. Ye Xiao trailed off before continuing. However, many powers will be fighting for the secret realm. It'll be great if we manage to grab onto an opportunity in that secret realm. Anyway, do not be too greedy. You are more important than anything else to us. The second elder walked over, and he sounded serious as he said, Little Guan, you're great in every aspect aside from your kind heart. However, you must remember that you will be at a huge disadvantage if your heart were to remain soft in that secret realm. Ye Guan nodded slightly and replied, I understand. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao took out a black armor and handed it over to Ye Guan. This is yours, said Ye Xiao. The elders and Ye Guan froze upon seeing the black armor. It had to be known that spiritual treasures were categorized into the following grades in Nanzhou: profound, spiritual, treasure, law, Dao, immortal, and divine. The black armor that Ye Xiao had handed over to Ye Guan was the Ye clan's one and only spiritual grade spiritual artifact. Of course, it wasn't because the Ye clan was too stingy to purchase powerful spiritual artifacts. They were simply too poor to afford powerful spiritual artifacts. The spiritual grade spiritual artifact was the Ye clan's heirloom, and the clan leader was supposed to be the only one who could wear it. Spiritual artifacts were important for cultivators, and there would be times when external help from an spiritual artifact was required to break through obstacles. Ye Guan looked at the black armor and felt warm inside. However, he wanted to reject the offer. Unfortunately, Ye Xiao was a step ahead of him and shoved the spiritual artifact into his hands. There's no time to waste, and I'm giving it to you, so you should just take it. Okay. Ye Guan nodded hesitantly before accepting the black armor. With that being said, Ye Guan bowed and said to the elders, I'm off. Ye Guan finally turned around and left. An unknown emotion flashed across Ye Xiao's eyes as he watched Ye Guan's departing figure. No one knew what he was thinking. The second elder muttered, I finally understand why the previous clan leader chose you to be his successor. The grand elder's craving for power is insatiable, and he lacks foresight. He only knows how to chase temporary gain. As for me, I'm too calculative and scheming, but you're loyal, and you know to consider the clan's bigger picture. The second elder trailed off. He shook his head and admitted, we all pale in comparison to you. Ye Xiao looked at the second elder. What do you think of Little Guan? He is calm, meticulous, loyal, and strong. He's also decisive, brave, and smart, he replied, trailing off upon realizing something. He stared at Ye Xiao in disbelief and muttered, Clan leader, you. Ye Xiao muttered in response, we've become old. The Nanshan Mountain's chain of mountains extended for thousands of kilometers, earning it the moniker of the Nanshan Mountain Range. Since time immemorial, the Nanshan Mountain Range had always been filled with demonic beasts. However, the demonic beasts learned to live with humans thanks to the efforts of a particular swordsman 30 million years ago, who defeated the demon clan. Since then, the humans had lived in harmony with the demon clan. Of course, skirmishes had always been unavoidable between the two sides, but not a single major war had occurred between humans and demonic beasts for over 30 million years and counting. When Ye Guan finally arrived at Nanshan mountain range, he saw that the usually empty mountain range was filled with powerful cultivators. Naturally, the ancient desolate city wasn't the only city with cultivators. The ancient desolate city was on the leftmost region of Nanzhou, but there were hundreds of cities similar in scale to the ancient desolate city throughout the entire region. Naturally, most of them thrived in the spiritual crystal industry. Boom! The clouds suddenly split open as a huge and magnificent carriage emerged from the clouds. Crimson flames surrounded the horse, and it was several times larger than an ordinary horse. It would also leave fiery hoofprints in the sky every time it galloped. Ye Guan's pupils shrank at the sight. A flaming horse? The horse was a legendary flaming horse, and it was an all-truth realm demonic beast. Ye Guan's expression sank upon seeing the carriage. The individual in the carriage was obviously from a powerful clan. Fortunately, Ye Guan didn't have to wait long to see the individual in the carriage. The curtains of the magnificent carriage were pulled open, and the beautiful visage of a young woman appeared. The young woman's skin was as white as snow, and she was wearing a sky blue dress. The light in her eyes was as sharp as a knife as she looked around coldly and arrogantly. Her arrogant demeanor made everyone feel wary and intimidated. The curtains were opened further, and another beautiful face emerged. It was the beautiful visage of another young woman, who was stunning, to say the least. The young woman sported a white skirt that seemed as gentle and pleasant as snow. The ancient book she was holding made her appear elegant and classy. Ye Guan froze upon seeing the young woman, and it was all because the young woman was none other than Nalinjia. Ye Guan didn't expect to see his fiancée here. Nalinjia announced. The Nanshan mountain range will now be under the jurisdiction of the 3 biggest clans. Those who do not belong to the 3 biggest clans have 15 minutes to leave. Otherwise, they will be executed summarily. When Nalinjia's words fell, 3 banners that spanned over 100 meters were unfurled. The banners settled in the air above the Nanshan mountain range. The Nan clan, Si clan, and Zhang clan, these clans were the 3 biggest clans in Nanzhou. The cultivators were stupefied at the sight. They didn't expect that the secret realm would spur the 3 biggest families in Nanzhou into action. Ye Guan was stupefied as well. He also didn't expect that a secret realm in Nanshan Mountain would spur the top 3 clans into action. However, this also meant that there was something strange with the secret realm. Ye Guan turned to look at the Nanshan mountain range. The Ye clan had told him that the secret realm was far from ordinary, and the Ye clan was right. If it were an ordinary secret realm, it wouldn't have attracted the attention of the top 3 clans of Nanzhou. All of a sudden, 10 powerful auras came rushing from the horizon. Everyone looked up and saw 10 powerful cultivators soaring through the clouds before landing directly on the mountain range. Ye Guan's expression turned heavy as he stared at those 10 cultivators. Ye Guan presumed that the least powerful among them was an all-truth realm cultivator, and it was all because they could take flight. A hunchbacked elder at the helm was in the legendary Divine Path realm. A Divine Path realm cultivator? It was Ye Guan's first time making contact with such a powerful cultivator. He was both shocked and excited to meet such a strong cultivator. Ye Guan was a truth realm cultivator, but he reckoned that it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill an all-truth realm cultivator. He was excited to test his sword against an all-truth realm cultivator, but he wasn't dumb enough to do that without justification, not to mention directly challenging a Divine Path realm cultivator to a fight. In addition, if the other party discovered that he had a Sword Dao inheritance, then the top 3 clans of Nanzhou would no longer focus on the secret realm but on him. The top 3 clans had laid claim to the secret realm, so the nearby cultivators dispersed and left the Nanshan mountain range. Staying here was akin to seeking their own deaths. If an ordinary clan had laid claim to the secret realm, everyone wouldn't give up so easily, but the top 3 clans had laid claim to the secret realm. Apart from Guanxian Academy, the top 3 clans had eyes and ears everywhere. They were also extremely influential. Ye Guan glanced at the secret realm. To be honest, he felt a bit indignant to just give up an opportunity. However, he was well aware of his capabilities. He couldn't go against the top 3 clans. Therefore, he could only give up. With that in mind, Ye Guan decisively turned around to leave. It's okay to be ambitious, but I must be strong enough to fulfill it. Ye Guan suddenly felt something. He looked up and saw a grand carriage in front of him. The curtains were pulled open, and Nalinjia stuck her head out from within the carriage. She smiled at Ye Guan and said, "Come in." Ye Guan was astonished. He stood rooted and speechless. Nalinjia giggled and said, "What are you doing? Don't you want to take a look at the secret realm?" At that, Ye Guan recovered from his reverie. He chuckled and exclaimed, "Yes, I do want to take a look." Ye Guan jumped into the carriage and saw the young woman wearing a sky blue dress staring at him with great interest. Nalinjia sat next to the young woman with a smile. She looked at Ye Guan and said to the young woman, "Let me introduce him to you, he's my fiancé, Ye Guan." The young woman stared deeply at Ye Guan. She nodded lightly and acknowledged, "He's talented." Nalinjia grinned and said to Ye Guan, "She's Nan Qingyu, the oldest daughter of the Nan family." Ye Guan bowed slightly. "Lady Nan, it's an honor to meet you." Nan Qingyu laughed and said, "Have a seat." Ye Guan nodded and sat in front of the 2 ladies. He looked around and realized that the carriage's space was massive. There was a screen behind the 2 ladies, and behind the screen was a circular tub. Nan Qingyu suddenly asked, "Young Lord Ye, are you a truth realm cultivator?" Ye Guan nodded and replied, "Yes." Nan Qingyu nodded slightly, but she didn't say anything afterward. A 17-year-old Truth Realm cultivator was unheard of in ancient desolate city, and he could be considered a talented individual throughout Nanzhou. However, there was nothing special about him in the eyes of the top 3 clans. After all, the top 3 clans had made contact with countless geniuses from the world beyond Nanzhou throughout their many years of existence. Nan Qingyu stared alternatingly between Nailin and Ye Guan, but she didn't say anything. The carriage came to a halt. "We're here," exclaimed Nan Qingyu before walking out of the carriage. Ye Guan and Nailin walked out after her. Ye Guan looked around as he walked down the carriage, and he found that they were surrounded by more than 100 powerful cultivators. The least powerful cultivators among the group of cultivators here were Truth Realm cultivators. Ye Guan started to feel doubtful about what was going on. Just what was inside the secret realm that the top 3 clans would go this far? He looked into the distance and saw a huge abyss. The mountains around the abyss were in disarray, and purple gas kept on flowing out of the abyss. Ye Guan was stupefied upon seeing the purple gas. He couldn't help but think that rather than purple spiritual crystals, the secret realm might contain a spiritual vein instead. In Nanzhou, there were spiritual mines, spiritual veins, dragon veins, earth veins, sky veins, and celestial veins. Spiritual mines could only produce a few ordinary spiritual crystals. Spiritual veins were great sources of spiritual energy, and they would transform the ground above it into a cultivation ground. In addition, a newly discovered spiritual vein meant that its spiritual crystals were untouched, so those who were capable enough of monopolizing it would profit significantly from it. The purple gas from the abyss meant that there was at least one purple spiritual vein in it, and the thickness of the gas hinted that it was most likely a pure-grade purple crystal vein. Ye Guan finally realized why the top 3 clans decided to establish an alliance and mobilize together to take over this secret realm. Meanwhile, a young man approached the ladies. The young man was wearing a robe that looked as white as snow, and he was holding a fan. The young man was smiling as he walked over to the ladies. Nan Qingyu smiled slightly upon seeing the young man. "Young Lord Zhenglin. Lady Nan, I didn't expect you to be here so soon," Zhenglin remarked with a smile. He made a sidelong glance at Nailin and asked, "Who is this lady?" Nailin grinned and replied, "My name is Nailin." "Oh, Lady Nailin." Zhenglin was taken aback. "Lady Nailin, are you perhaps the owner of the Holy Spirit physique, which is one of the 3 great divine physiques?" Nailin chuckled, but she didn't say anything in response. "It's my honor to meet you," said Zhenglin with a wide smile. He finally turned to look at Ye Guan and asked, "Who is he?" Nailin replied, "He's my fiancé, Ye Guan." "Fiancé?" Zhenglin froze. He looked deeply at Ye Guan and muttered, "Ye Guan? Ye clan? Are you perhaps from the Ye clan of the north?" Ye Guan shook his head and replied, "I'm from the Ye clan of ancient desolate city." Ancient desolate city? Zhenglin blinked a few times. He then smiled without anything. As far as he could remember, ancient desolate city was just a tiny city. Meanwhile, another young woman appeared. She was wearing a long, green robe, and her wavy hair fell past her shoulders. She was holding a jade green flute, and the light in her eyes couldn't be more colder. However, Nan Qingyu smiled upon seeing the young woman. "Lady Siqing," she exclaimed. Siqing calmly said, "It seems like everyone is already here. Let us set out then." Nan Qingyu nodded in agreement. "Let's go." With that, they headed in the direction of the abyss. However, none of the powerful cultivators from the top 3 clans followed after them. On the way, Nan Qingyu, Siqing, and Zhenglin chatted and laughed with each other, causing Ye Guan and Nailin to feel left out. However, Nan Qingyu soon pulled Nailin into their conversation, leaving Ye Guan to stare at the scenery by himself. Ye Guan didn't really mind their attitude toward him. He was well aware that the people of this world would have their own social circle of various sizes, and he simply happened to be physically present in someone else's social circle. He didn't care if other people held no interest in him, and he felt no need to try hard and join a social circle that wouldn't welcome him. In addition, his goal was to explore the secret realm. All of a sudden, Little Pagoda's voice rang in his head. "I can feel a familiar aura." Ye Guan's brows furrowed. "A familiar aura? Master Pagoda, what do you mean?" After a few moments of silence, Little Pagoda replied, "No, it's nothing." Ye Guan shook his head and smiled to himself. Master Pagoda really knew how to appear enigmatic. Ye Guan ended up lagging behind the others. Nan Qingyu noticed that, and she boisterously laughed. "Little Jia, I don't think he's good enough. I don't think he's the one." Nailin stared deeply at Nan Qingyu. Nan Qingyu remained calm and explained, "The fact that he's from ancient desolate city isn't the issue here. The issue is that he's ordinary at best when compared to the cultivators outside Nanzhou. Furthermore, his family background is too inferior and has doomed him to mediocrity for the rest of his life. Don't get me wrong, I'm simply trying to say that the Ye clan of ancient desolate city couldn't possibly provide him with ample cultivation resources. One's family background matters a lot in our generation. Without a great family to pave the way for you, you'll eventually reach your limits, no matter how hard you try." Nailin was slightly taken aback as she asked, "Qingyu, do you really think that he's inferior compared to me?" Nan Qingyu looked back at Ye Guan, who was lagging behind. She chuckled and said, "I think he's not that bright, emotionally, I mean. If I were him, I would have put down my pride and made friends with us instead of being arrogant. Come to think of it, people like him are dime a dozen. There are many people like him who are arrogant enough to think that they aren't inferior to others. He has no idea that sucking up to us means that he'll have a decent future at the very least. Nan Qingyu shook her head and continued. I'm not saying this because I want him to suck up to me. I'm just trying to say that he had a great opportunity to climb up to the heavens, but he chose not to take it. Nalan Jia chuckled and said, if he had tried to suck up to you the moment he met you, then I would have had to admit that I had judged him wrongly. Nan Qingyu frowned. Nalan Jia turned around and jogged over to Ye Guan. She smiled and said, Qingyu is a schoolmate. We're acquaintances because she's tutor Yang's student. I invited you here because you're interested in the secret realm. I didn't expect that you will be humiliated. There was no way she would miss how Ye Guan was intentionally shunned. She was also well aware of her social circle tendencies, but it couldn't be helped the young masters and ladies of great and rich clans were extremely pragmatic. Ye Guan started. However, Nan Qingyu's shout interrupted him. A spiritual vein. Ye Guan and Nalan Jia simultaneously looked at Nan Qingyu. Nan Qingyu was holding a compass, and the compass needle was rotating rapidly. Zhang Lin's eyes next to her were burning with excitement. Si Qing looked shaken as well. Let's go down and take a look. Nan Qingyu exclaimed and immediately jumped into the abyss. Si Qing and Zhang Lin jumped after her. Nalan Jia looked at Ye Guan and asked, shall we go and take a look as well? Ye Guan nodded, and the two of them jumped into the abyss as well. Ye Guan wasn't sure how long they had been falling until their feet made contact with solid ground. Upon landing, Ye Guan saw a giant cave in the distance. There was a towering tree next to the cave, and the tree had numerous crimson fruits hanging from its branches. Nan Qingyu's eyes became filled with desire upon seeing the fruits. Those are fire spiritual fruits? Consume one of them, and you'll obtain 10 years worth of profound energy. Needless to say, the fire spiritual fruits were precious treasures, and one of them would be worth at least 100,000 ordinary grade spiritual crystals. Zhang Lin was excited as he stood next to Nan Qingyu. Si Qing was calm, her expression was as placid as usual. The three of them looked at each other. Nan Qingyu waved her sleeve, and a wave of energy burst out of her. The fire spiritual fruits fell from the tree, and a gust of wind brought the fruits over to them. Nan Qingyu split the fire spiritual fruits into 3 portions, and each of them got 12 fruits. Nan Qingyu walked over to Nalan Jia and opened her palm, offering 2 fire spiritual fruits to her. She smiled and said, Little Jia, take these. They'll be helpful to you as well. Thank you. Nalan Jia replied with a grin. She didn't stand on ceremony as she took the 2 fruits from Nan Qingyu. Zhang Lin walked over to Nalan Jia as well. He offered 2 fire spiritual fruits to her with a smile. Lady Nalan, these are my tokens of sincerity, please accept them. However, Nalan Jia shook her head and politely refused. No, thanks, but I appreciate the gesture. Zhang Lin stiffened and grimaced. Lady Nalan, are you afraid that young Lord Ye will misunderstand? He looked at Ye Guan and continued. I believe that young Lord Ye's mind isn't so narrow for him to be offended by a polite gesture. Of course, pardon me for being straightforward, but I don't really care about what young Lord Ye thinks. With that, he smiled confidently and offered the fruits to Nalan Jia once more. This time, he offered her 5 fire spiritual fruits rather than just 2. Zhang Lin was confident. He truly believed that Nalan Jia wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of 5 spiritual fruits. In his opinion, there was one surefire way to win over a woman's heart: money, and if that was not enough, then there was another way: more money. Nan Qingyu made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and smiled cheekily. Nalan Jia's brows furrowed. This was no longer a ploy targeting Ye Guan, they were trying to humiliate her as well. Before she could lash out, however, Ye Guan pulled on her arm with a smile and said, Little Jia, someone is kind enough to offer you some good stuff, so you should accept the gesture. We don't want the people here to think that I'm narrow-minded. Nalan Jia glanced at Ye Guan and immediately understood what Ye Guan was trying to tell her with that smile of his. She accepted Zhang Lin's offer and took the 5 fire spiritual fruits from him. However, Ye Guan immediately took the fire spiritual fruits from Nalan Jia's palm and boldly took a bite out of one of the fruits. He looked at Zhang Lin and grinned. This tastes really good. Zhang Lin's face turned ugly. Are you mad? Ye Guan blinked and taunted him. Come on, don't be mad. The angrier you are, the happier I will be. He took another bite, rendering everyone speechless. Ye Guan believed in respecting those who showed him respect while teaching a lesson to those who were daring enough to disrespect him. Nan Qingyu shook her head at what Ye Guan had done. Nan Qingyu was sure that Ye Guan felt good about what he had done, but his actions were just silly in Nan Qingyu's eyes. After all, Ye Guan had just offended Zhang Lin. Considering the difference between their statuses, Ye Guan's actions were equivalent to seeking death. Si Qing glanced at Ye Guan with clear surprise in her eyes, but her surprise quickly turned into suspicion. Ye Guan didn't strike her as someone foolish, so Si Qing reckoned that he was confident enough to handle Zhang Lin. However, Zhang Lin was from the Zhang clan, one of the top 3 clans in Nanzhou. Si Qing started to become suspicious of Ye Guan because he actually had the confidence to stand against a member of such a great clan. He's not simple, Si Qing was sure of it. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin wordlessly stared at Ye Guan. At that, Ye Guan laughed and asked, Young Lord Zhang isn't mad, right? Wait, are you mad? Zhang Lin chuckled. Young Lord Ye, the fire spiritual fruits are useful, but you won't benefit from them if you're dead. Young Lord Zhang, exclaimed Nalan Jia. She hurled the remaining fire spiritual fruits in her hand and cursed, get lost and die. Ye Guan's expression stiffened. Who could have known that she could be so aggressive? Zhang Lin's expression turned ugly as he stared at her in shock. He fearlessly stared at her and said, "Do you want to fight? We can fight to the death right now." Zhang Lin clenched his right hand into a fist while glaring at Nailanjia. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed as killing intent brewed within them. "Why are you guys fighting over such a small matter?" Nan Qingyu intervened. "The fruits aren't worth fighting over at all." Zhang Lin looked away and relaxed his right hand. He glared coldly at Ye Guan and sneered before turning around to leave. Nailanjia's tutor was Fei Banking, one of the 3 great tutors of Guanxian Academy, so Zhang Lin knew that he couldn't afford to have a falling out with her. He was from the Zhang clan, but he wasn't bold enough to step on tutor Fei's shoes. Ye Guan glanced thoughtfully at Zhang Lin, but he didn't say anything. Meanwhile, a conversation was happening in the tiny pagoda. "This brat is different from his father," said Little Pagoda. A mysterious voice replied, "What are you talking about?" Little Pagoda calmly said, "His father would have killed that little bastard." The mysterious voice asked, "Is that it?" Little Pagoda said, "No. His father would have summoned people to annihilate Nanzhou." The mysterious voice fell silent, obviously speechless by Little Pagoda's words. Little Pagoda sighed and lamented. "It's a pity, but we'll never be able to see anything like that again? Ha! Little Jia, don't be angry, okay," said Nan Qingyu with a smile. She made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan afterward. Nailanjia remained calm. She looked at Ye Guan and asked, "Are we going in?" Ye Guan smiled. "We're already here, so we should go in and take a look." "Are you sure about this?" asked Nailanjia. Ye Guan nodded and reassured her. "Yes, it'll be fine. It will be fine." Nailanjia smiled at Ye Guan's confidence. "Okay," she exclaimed. She had always admired Ye Guan's confidence, and she was starting to admire him even more. She had just discovered that in addition to being gentle and elegant, he was also smart and ferocious. The group started heading toward the cave. Si Qing walked next to Ye Guan and Nailanjia. She took out 2 fire spiritual fruits and offered them to the two. The two were stunned by her sudden generosity. Si Qing looked at them and said, "Let's be allies." "Lady Si Qing," Ye Guan hesitated. However, Si Qing shoved the fire spiritual fruits into their hands before walking away. The fruits were extremely precious, but to think that she would use them to try and form an alliance with them. What if he has a powerful master? Even if I suffer a loss, it won't be that big of a loss. Si Qing was convinced that Ye Guan had a backer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so daring. Nailanjia glanced at Ye Guan, seemingly asking for his approval. "Let's take them," Ye Guan said with a smile. He put the fruits away. He wanted to bring them home for the clan leader. Ye Guan was sure that the fruits would greatly help the clan leader's cultivation. Ye Guan had already noticed that Ye Xiao's lifespan was running out, and if the latter couldn't find a way to bolster his cultivation, then he would eventually die of natural causes. The cave got darker the deeper they walked into the cave. Nan Qingyu was at the helm of the group, and she took out a moonstone. The moonstone illuminated the surroundings, making it easier for them to navigate the cave. Ye Guan looked around before glancing sideways at Zhang Lin. He decided to keep his guard up. They walked for quite a while until Nan Qingyu came to a halt and crouched. She flicked her hand lightly, and a crystal the size of her thumb appeared in front of everyone. It was a purple spiritual crystal. Everyone was astonished to see the purple crystal. Nan Qingyu waved her sleeve, producing a light breeze. The ground in front of her levitated, and a large pile of purple spiritual crystals appeared. There had to be at least a few thousand purple spiritual crystals in the pile. Nan Qingyu, Zhang Lin, and Si Qing were thrilled, but Ye Guan remained calm. Something was telling him that there was something wrong. Their journey so far had been too smooth. Nan Qingyu collected the purple spiritual crystals. She divided them into 3 before distributing them to Zhang Lin and Si Qing. Overall, the 3 of them got 1,200 purple spiritual crystals. Nan Qingyu excitedly exclaimed, "There must be a purple spiritual vein here, and it's likely that there's more than one purple spiritual vein." Zhang Lin nodded. "Let's go and look for them." With that, Zhang Lin stood at the helm and walked further down the cave. Everyone followed him. Nan Qingyu, Si Qing, and Zhang Lin found more purple spiritual crystals the deeper they went into the cave. Ye Guan suddenly came to a halt. Something was wrong. He could feel danger lurking in the shadows. Ye Guan grabbed Nailanjia's arm to retreat. However, Little Pagoda interrupted him. "You should go ahead and take a look." Ye Guan froze and asked hesitantly, "Master Pagoda, is there danger in the cave?" Little Pagoda replied, "Nothing here poses a threat to you. Nothing here poses a threat to me." Ye Guan blinked. "Does that mean that the others will be in danger aside from me?" Little Pagoda replied curtly, "Just go and take a look for yourself." Ye Guan hesitated before nodding. He had some doubts, but he knew that Master Pagoda wouldn't put him in danger. Therefore, he decided to continue deeper into the cave with Nailanjia. Meanwhile, Nan Qingyu suddenly came to a halt. She crouched and started digging before eventually digging out a purple spiritual crystal the size of a child's fist. Nan Qingyu's eyes became dyed with desire the moment she saw the crystal. Zhang Lin standing next to her was even more excited than her. "Goodness, that's huge. I really think that there's a pure grade purple spiritual vein here." "A pure grade purple spiritual vein?" Si Qing's expression finally changed. The top 3 clans of Nanzhou only owned a single pure grade purple spiritual vein, but it had already helped them cultivate many talents. A cultivator would need money to become even stronger. Without money, talent was useless. Therefore, if they could get their hands on this spiritual vein, the 3 started coveting the spiritual vein in the cave. Needless to say, the clan who would end up owning the precious spiritual vein here would easily surpass the other 2 clans in the next decade. A pure-grade purple spiritual vein was enough to upset the power balance in Nanzhou, so it wasn't strange that the 3 wanted to get their hands on it. Nan Qingyu said, I know what you 2 are thinking, but don't worry, I have the same thoughts as you 2. However, shouldn't we remain united in the meantime? Zhang Lin nodded. Indeed. Si Qing nodded, but she didn't say anything. Nan Qingyu smiled and said, let's go. She collected the nearby purple spiritual crystals and distributed them before they continued down the cave. Nan Qingyu and Zhang Lin were giddy with excitement. Acquiring a pure-grade purple spiritual vein was equivalent to winning the lottery? Si Qing was outwardly calmer than the 2, but she was incredibly excited inside. They had found so many purple spiritual crystals, and there was also a chance that there was a purple-grade spiritual vein here. In other words, she would be rich. They continued moving deeper into the seemingly endless cave. The 3 had collected so many purple spiritual crystals that Zhang Lin couldn't stop smiling. In fact, his jaw was already starting to hurt from smiling. Half an hour later, Nan Yuqing stopped in her tracks once again. She crouched down and dug away. Her eyes narrowed, but they quickly widened. Her voice was trembling as she said, this is. The others looked over her shoulder and saw a spiritual crystal the size of a palm, but the shocking part was that the spiritual crystal was gold in color rather than purple. Zhang Lin's voice trembled as he exclaimed, a gold spiritual crystal. There has to be an earth vein here. An earth vein? The entire cave went silent. The appearance of an earth vein was unprecedented in Nanzhou, and even the powerful Guanxian Academy didn't possess an earth vein. Nan Qingyu and Zhang Lin trembled in excitement. The stoic Si Qing couldn't even hide her excitement anymore. All of a sudden, Zhang Lin glared at Ye Guan and Nailanjia. He didn't bother to hide the killing intent in his eyes. Nan Qingyu's eyebrows furrowed. You. Zhang Lin retorted fiercely, what do you think will happen once news of this earth vein spreads? Nan Qingyu stiffened. If news of the earth vein was leaked, the Guanxian Academy would definitely come here to take possession of the earth vein by any means necessary. Naturally, it wouldn't just be the Guanxian Academy, noble clans from outside Nanzhou would also send their people to claim the earth vein for themselves. With that thought in mind, Nan Qingyu stared coldly at Ye Guan and Nailanjia. The earth vein had to remain a secret. Zhang Lin flipped his palm, and a spear appeared in his hands. A dagger also appeared in Nan Qingyu's hand. Friends? Nan Qingyu had always been a pragmatic and practical woman, and she only befriended Nailanjia because of what she could offer her. Right now, Nan Qingyu stood to gain more by killing Nailanjia rather than being her friend. Si Qing hurriedly said, Qingyu, Zhang Lin, there's no need for this, Nan Qingyu interrupted Si Qing with a cold glare. Ye Guan held Nailanjia's hand and pulled her behind him. I want you to run away once the fighting begins. Nailanjia stood frozen as she stared blankly at Ye Guan. You two must die, shouted Zhang Lin while glaring at Ye Guan. Zhang Lin was about to take action when Ye Guan suddenly trembled while staring at something behind Zhang Lin. That's. Ye Guan stuttered in shock. Ye Guan's change in attitude made Zhang Lin turn his head to look behind him, but there was nothing behind him. Zhang Lin was infuriated upon being deceived, but when he turned to look at Ye Guan, it was already too late. Squelch! A sword pierced his forehead. Zhang Lin stared at Ye Guan in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground. He pointed at Ye Guan and stuttered, A swordsman? You're actually a swordsman. Squelch! A grotesque sound echoed as the sword pulled itself out of Zhang Lin's forehead before returning to Ye Guan's hands. Ye Guan turned to look at Nan Qingyu. Nan Qingyu's countenance turned pale. You're a swordsman. Ye Guan didn't bother wasting his breath on her as the path sword flew out of his hands once more. Nan Yuqing's eyes narrowed. A pair of silver arm guards appeared on her arms as she crossed them in front of her. Squelch! Unfortunately, the path sword shredded the silver arm guards as if they were made out of tofu. Without her spiritual artifact, the path sword soon pierced her throat. Nan Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she collapsed to the ground, deceased. Ye Guan opened his palm, and the path sword returned to his hand. He then turned to look at Si Qing. Si Qing was horrified by the quick turn of events, and she took multiple steps away from Ye Guan. Ye Guan wordlessly stared at her, but he was inwardly hesitating. Little Pagoda's voice echoed in his head. If you want to hide the fact that you possess a sword Dao inheritance, then you have to kill her. If someone were to discover your inheritance, the Ye clan would be in danger. It wouldn't be just you. Ye Guan's grip on the path sword tightened, but he didn't say anything. Little Pagoda urged. Have you already forgotten what the second elder told you? Kindness is a disadvantage. No, I can't kill her. Ye Guan shook his head and started walking toward Nan Qingyu and Zhang Lin's corpses. He took off their storage rings and approached Si Qing. He took out a portion of their purple spiritual crystals and gave them to her before saying, Lady Si Qing, let's split their stuff 3 ways. Si Qing stared warily at Ye Guan. Ye Guan chuckled. Swear on your soul that you will keep my sword cultivation a secret. What do you think? Can you do that for me? Si Qing went silent. However, she eventually raised her right palm and said, I swear on my soul that I will keep your sword cultivation a secret. Ye Guan nodded slightly before giving her one of the 2 storage rings. However, Si Qing only stared at him without saying a word. Little Pagoda asked, do you know the consequences of what you just did? Ye Guan shook his head and replied, it's true that kindness is a disadvantage, but humans must act with their conscience in mind. Aren't you afraid of the dangers that will come your way if she were to reveal that you're a swordsman? Asked Little Pagoda. Ye Guan nodded and said, of course, I'm afraid. I'm terrified. Hearing that, Little Pagoda seemed confused as it asked, since you decided to spare her life, do you have a backup plan on the off chance that she reveals your status as a swordsman? Ye Guan thought about it for quite a while before responding, if something big were to happen to me, then I'm sure that you'll help me carry some of the burdens. Why? Are you not going to help me, Master Pagoda? Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. Little Pagoda muttered, you deal with it by yourself? I can't help you. Ye Guan smiled and shook his head. He stared at Si Ching with a complicated expression. He could see that she was still wary of him. If he were to kill Si Ching, there was no way he would face any issues down the road, but his conscience didn't want him to kill Si Ching. Si Ching had never treated him or Nailanjia with any animosity. Moreover, she even gave them 2 fire spiritual fruits. If he were to kill her just because he was afraid of being exposed, then what kind of person would he become? He couldn't do something as despicable as that. A human being had to have a bottom line. Otherwise, how would they be any different from beasts? Little Pagoda went quiet. Ye Guan took out a storage ring and walked over to Nailanjia. Nailanjia wordlessly stared at him. Ye Guan extended the storage ring over to her, but she didn't take it from his hands. Ye Guan said, ask away. Nailanjia stared deeply at Ye Guan. You're a swordsman. Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. Nailanjia went silent. Eventually, she spoke and asked, did you happen upon something? Ye Guan nodded. Nailanjia looked incredulous as she said, so I'm the social climber all this while. Ye Guan shook his head and asked, why are you putting it that way? Nailanjia stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan said solemnly, can't a man and woman like each other without ulterior motives? Are status, background, and money really necessary for people to love each other? Nailanjia's mouth curled up as she asked, then, what do you like about me? Ye Guan's expression turned stern as he exclaimed, I like how you're really beautiful. Nailanjia's smile widened. Ye Guan also smiled before extending the storage ring over to Nailanjia once more. You deserve this ring, he said. Nailanjia finally accepted the storage ring. However, she seemed to have recalled something as she turned to look at the 2 corpses and asked, what do we do? Ye Guan fell silent. The deaths of 2 highly talented individuals from the top 3 clans couldn't be glossed over. Si Ching chimed in. I can say that we got attacked by demonic beasts, and they perished as a result of the attack. Ye Guan and Nailanjia looked at Si Ching. I'll be the witness, so there shouldn't be any reasons for their clans to target the 2 of you, but I'm sure they won't just gloss over the matter. I have the Si clan to count on, so I won't have any issues. Lady Jia also has tutor Fei backing her, but Si Ching trailed off and stared deeply at Ye Guan before saying, you will definitely be in trouble. Ye Guan was silent. He also knew that he would be in trouble. Since Ye Guan didn't speak, Si Ching continued. You have 2 choices. Firstly, you should ask your backer to help you. With their help, you shouldn't have any issues. You're a swordsman, so I refuse to believe that you don't have any backers. Ye Guan hurriedly asked, Master Pagoda, are you afraid of the clans in Nanzhou? Little Pagoda was quick to respond, yes, I'm afraid I'm really scared of them. Ye Guan's expression fell, and he said, aren't you extremely strong? Why are you afraid of them? Little Pagoda replied, it's all because I'm injured. Ye Guan sighed. He looked at Si Ching and asked, tell me about the second choice. Si Ching muttered, you should enroll in the Guanxian Academy. I'm sure they'll protect you once you become one of their students. The Guanxian Academy? Ye Guan was silent. Si Ching continued. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to enroll in the Guanxian Academy, but you can't be an ordinary student. You need a backer who is as strong as Tutor Fei because only people like them aren't afraid of the Nan or Zhang clan. Ye Guan nodded slightly. I see. Si Ching's expression turned complicated as she stared at Ye Guan. She could have never imagined that such a low-profile guy like him was actually a swordsman with a sword Dao inheritance. He was scary. She had truly misjudged the man? Ye Guan asked the ladies, shall we continue? The 2 ladies looked at Ye Guan. Ye Guan added, in addition to a pure-grade spiritual vein, there's also an earth vein here. In other words, we'll reap a ton of profit. The 2 ladies glanced at each other, and they could see each other's excitement from their gazes alone. Ye Guan smiled at the sight. Let's go. With that, they continued on their journey. They gathered quite a number of pure-grade purple spiritual crystals, and they also managed to gather a good amount of gold spiritual crystals. In other words, it was a bountiful harvest. All of a sudden, Ye Guan came to a halt and glanced at the 2 ladies next to him. Stand behind me, he said. The 2 ladies looked at Ye Guan. Ye Guan retrieved the path sword and stood at the helm before explaining, it's too quiet. I think there's something dangerous here. Nailanjia smiled at Ye Guan before obediently walking after him. Si Ching didn't say anything and hurriedly walked after Ye Guan. After about 15 minutes, Ye Guan stopped once more. He thrust his sword into the ground and tore it open. SSS. The ground was torn open, and Ye Guan saw a white river that he estimated to be about 30 meters long beneath them. They were visibly shaken at the sight, as it was a pure-grade spiritual vein. It looked like a tiny river at first glance, but it was a pure-grade spiritual vein that could spur the powerful figures of Guanxian Academy into action. Ye Guan asked, how do we split this? The 2 ladies glanced at each other before looking at Ye Guan. It's a bit difficult to split this vein between us. We'd be in trouble if we were to bring this out to sell, and if we were to trade this just between us, the amount of purple spiritual crystals we have on hand wouldn't be enough. Ye Guan trailed off and swept his gaze across the two ladies. Any suggestions? Si Ching fell into deep contemplation before saying, this spiritual vein will be a disaster for both of you. Your clans will surely become the targets of unscrupulous people who would want to take this vein for themselves. And that is why I'm going to make you an offer. In exchange for this spiritual vein, I will give you all of my purple and gold spiritual crystals, along with 3 Earth Rank Cultivation Manual. Earth Rank Cultivation Manuals? Ye Guan glanced at Nalinjia. It's up to you, said Nalinjia with a smile. She was Tutor Fei's direct disciple, so she was actually cultivating using an Earth Rank Cultivation Manual. Ye Guan fell into deep contemplation. The spiritual vein was much more valuable than 3 Earth Rank Cultivation Manual, but he couldn't just hand over this spiritual vein to the Ye clan. Si Ching was right. If he were to hand this spiritual vein over to the Ye clan, the clan would get wiped out the next day. Meanwhile, the 3 Earth Rank Cultivation Manual would be very useful to the Ye clan. Skills were divided into the following ranks: human, spiritual, king, earth, sky, saint, and god. Earth Rank Cultivation Manual were extremely precious, even in Guanxian Academy. If the Ye clan had an Earth Rank Cultivation Manual, then it would only be a matter of time before the overall strength of the Ye clan rose. In addition, Si Ching was also willing to give him all of her purple and gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan looked at Si Ching and said, Lady Si Ching, this spiritual vein is yours, but in exchange, I want you to give us the spiritual crystals that we might find later. Okay. Si Ching nodded. The clan will go crazy once I bring this pure grade spiritual vein back with me. Ye Guan stored the spiritual vein in a storage ring and handed it over to Si Ching. Si Ching took the storage ring and immediately handed over 3 black ancient scrolls, along with her purple and gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan gave half of the spiritual crystals to Nalinjia. The issue was resolved to everyone's satisfaction, so they merrily continued on their way deeper into the cave. They found more gold spiritual crystals along the way. Ye Guan realized that he had so many gold spiritual crystals in his possession that it seemed a bit unfair, so he handed 1,000 of them to Si Ching. Take these. It's for you. Si Ching looked at Ye Guan and declined. We agreed that the crystals will be yours. Ye Guan smiled and replied, I didn't expect that there would be so much more. Anyway, just take them. Take them as a symbol of our great affinity. Great affinity. Si Ching stared deeply at Ye Guan before accepting the crystals. Nalinjia started alternatingly between Si Ching and Ye Guan, but she didn't say anything in the end. They continued on their journey, and Ye Guan stopped once more after about 15 minutes of walking. He tore the ground open and saw a gold river that was longer than 30 meters. An earth vein? Ye Guan and the two ladies were stunned. There was indeed an earth vein here. However, their faces changed drastically when they heard footsteps approaching them. Ye Guan pulled Nalinjia behind him and raised his guard up. They stared in the direction where the footstep had come from and saw a demonic beast. The demonic beast looked like a dog covered in thick, shiny scales, and it had 2 horns. Its tail seemed to be its weapon because it looked like an extremely sharp spear, and the sight of it alone would cause anyone to break out into goosebumps. Their expressions grew solemn. The demonic beast swept its gaze across them. Boom! The demonic beast's gaze made them feel as if they had been struck by lightning, and they reeled from the shock as blood flowed out of their orifices. Ye Guan was horrified. AA King rank demonic beast. The demonic beast looked at him with disdain and said sarcastically, King, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm an imperial rank demonic beast. Ye Guan and the two ladies paled. Demonic beasts were similar to humans in the sense that demonic beasts also had their own 9 realms, but demonic beasts beyond that would be divided into the following ranks: spiritual, king, earth, sky, and imperial. The most powerful demonic beast in Nanzhou is just a king rank demonic beast, but this demonic beast is an imperial rank demonic beast? Is this for real? Ye Guan's mind went blank. Si Ching's face turned ashen as well because she knew that they were doomed. Ye Guan's voice trembled as he called out to the pagoda. Master Pagoda, didn't you say that nothing here poses a threat to me? Little Pagoda replied, that's right. Ye Guan cried out. An imperial rank demonic beast. How can you say that a demonic beast at that rank doesn't pose a threat to me? Hearing that, Little Pagoda muttered, oh, I see. Yes, dangerous indeed. Ye Guan was speechless. He turned cold and shivered all over. Master Pagoda isn't reliable at all. Nalinjia and Si Ching looked extremely pale. They could have never expected that they would stumble upon an imperial rank demonic beast here. Imperial rank demonic beasts truly existed, but everyone knew that the strongest beast in Nanzhou was just a king rank demonic beast. In other words, the appearance of an imperial rank demonic beast here was like seeing a dragon emerge from a tiny stream. It was such a curveball that no one could have expected it. The demonic beast glared at them coldly and roared, "How dare a bunch of ants disturb me from my sleep?" With that, it opened its mouth to swallow them. Ye Guan pulled Nalinjia behind him and took out the path sword. Standing still and waiting for my death simply isn't my style. Even if there was no chance of winning, Ye Guan would still try his best until the end. When Ye Guan took out the path sword, the demonic beast jumped up, looking as if it had seen a ghost in broad daylight. What? Damn it! Why do you have that sword? Damn it, why do you have that sword? The demonic beast trembled, and it moved toward Ye Guan under the group's fearful eyes. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. Yes, a misunderstanding. I had no idea that you're one of her people. Anyway, let me bow to you, exclaimed the demonic beast before its trembling figure fell to its knees with a soft plop. Ye Guan and the ladies were speechless. An imperial rank demonic beast is kneeling? They couldn't believe their eyes. Ye Guan looked at the path sword. After a moment of silence, he asked Master Pagoda, Master Pagoda, are you familiar with this demonic beast? It took Little Pagoda a while to reply, yes, I know this demonic beast. Ye Guan quickly took Little Pagoda out. The demonic beast was stunned when it saw the pagoda. That's, it muttered. Ye Guan stared deeply at the demonic beast and asked, do you know Master Pagoda? The demonic beast gulped before replying, are you talking about Little Pagoda? Little Pagoda calmly asked, you're an imperial beast, so how did you end up in such a pitiful state? No one else could hear Little Pagoda's voice aside from the imperial rank demonic beast, and its expression turned ugly upon hearing Little Pagoda's voice. It really is you, exclaimed the imperial rank demonic beast. Little Pagoda seemed full of emotions as it said, I didn't expect that we'll meet here. The imperial rank demonic beast replied, Little Pagoda, just what exactly happened? If I hadn't run away as fast as I could, I would have died back then. Little Pagoda went silent for a while before saying, it's a long story. The imperial rank demonic beast hesitated before looking at Ye Guan. Is he Ye Xiao's? Little Pagoda interrupted, hush. The imperial rank demonic beast's expression became complex, and its eyes were slightly warm as it looked at Ye Guan. Little Pagoda said, have you been hiding here all this while? The imperial rank demonic beast muttered, yes. Are you about to leave? Asked Little Pagoda. I'm going to the Guanxian universe because I sensed department head area's call, said the imperial rank demonic beast with a light nod. It then hesitated before saying, do you want to go there together? Little Pagoda replied, no, I can't. The imperial rank demonic beast was confused. Why not? Little Pagoda's voice turned solemn as it said, his identity is special, and he can't be allowed to go to the Guanxian universe for the moment. The imperial rank demonic beast looked at the path sword in Ye Guan's hands and asked, is he really her successor? Little Pagoda responded, yes. The imperial rank demonic beast went silent. Little Pagoda said, you should go. The imperial rank demonic beast hesitated before looking at Ye Guan. It smiled a little before opening its paws. A small box appeared in its paws, and it floated over to Ye Guan. Young lad, this is a demonic beast internal pill that I got after killing several demonic beasts in the past. Take it. Ye Guan was stunned, but he quickly recovered and said, thank you, senior. We'll meet again one day, said the imperial rank demonic beast before turning around and heading deeper into the cave. Soon, it turned into a ray of light that pierced the cave's ceiling to disappear into the clouds. The entire Nanzhou was stupefied at the sighting of an imperial rank demonic beast. The experts of Nanzhou were shocked as they looked in the direction of Nanshan Mountain. Meanwhile, Ye Guan hurriedly stored the earth vein away before looking toward Siqing. The appearance of an imperial rank demonic beast means that experts will soon arrive here. Experts from Bizhu and Zhongzhou are probably rushing over here as we speak. You have to be careful, said Siqing. She paused before continuing. I will attract their attention. Take Lady Jia with you and do your best to escape. We'll meet again one day. With that, Siqing took flight and rushed to the cave entrance. Ye Guan and Nailan Jia headed back to where they had come from. They moved as fast as they could, and they reached the cave entrance in the blink of an eye. The cultivators at the cave entrance were focused on Siqing, so Ye Guan and Nailan Jia managed to leave without attracting any attention. While Ye Guan and Nailan Jia were on their way back to ancient desolate city, they saw many cultivators with extremely powerful auras flying above them. There were many of them, but they only had one destination, the Nanshan Mountain range. Ye Guan's expression turned solemn. The appearance of an imperial rank demonic beast in a place as remote as the Nanshan Mountain range was strange, so many cultivators were in a hurry to investigate the place. Soon, Ye Guan and Nailan Jia arrived at ancient desolate city. Upon arriving at the city entrance, Ye Guan took out the small box that the imperial rank demonic beast gave him, and it turned out that the box contained 6 demonic internal beast pills, but one of the pills was imperial rank while the remaining pills were sky rank. Needless to say, the pills were extremely valuable. There's actually an imperial rank demonic internal beast pill here. Ye Guan's expression changed. If someone else were to find out, they would definitely go crazy. A few internal pills were enough to dramatically increase the strength of any demonic beasts. In other words, internal pills were like holy items to demonic beasts. Of course, internal pills also contained a huge amount of energy that humans could absorb. The value of these pills was no less than an earth vein. Nailan Jia's beautiful eyes filled with shock as she stared at the pills. Ye Guan handed over 3 sky-rank demonic internal beast pills to Nailan Jia. These are yours, he said. Nailan Jia was stunned. I have to go back to the Ye clan. Little Jia, see you next time, said Ye Guan. He then turned around to leave. However, Nailan Jia grabbed him. Ye Guan turned to look at her and saw that she was staring deeply at him. Are these pills really for me? These pills are sky-rank demonic internal beast pills, muttered Nailan Jia. Ye Guan froze, but he quickly recovered and asked, and what's wrong? Nailan Jia wordlessly stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled. He knew what she was trying to say, so he took out a pill. It was the mixed origin pill that Nailan Jia gave to him. Ye Guan stared deeply at Nalinjia before saying, no amount of sky-rank demonic internal beast pills will be as precious as this mixed origin pill. With that, Ye Guan finally left. Nalinjia watched him leave, and a smile soon appeared on her lips. It was such a beautiful smile that everything around her paled in comparison to it. Ye Guan immediately looked for Ye Xiao upon arriving at the Ye residence. There were only Ye Guan and Ye Xiao in the vast hall. Ye Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He had been too worried when he heard that an imperial rank beast had appeared at the Nanshan mountain range. An imperial rank beast is no joke, but to think that a demonic beast like that would appear here. After Ye Xiao's initial shock passed, he started worrying about Ye Guan. He finally sighed in relief after seeing that Ye Guan managed to return home safely. Ye Guan placed 2 Earth rank cultivation manuals in front of Ye Xiao and said, Clan leader, these 2 are Earth rank cultivation manuals. Please take a look and see which one of them is the most suitable for you. You can share them with the rest of the clan once you've memorized them. Ye Xiao was stunned. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Ye Xiao. This storage ring contains 1,000 gold spiritual crystals and 5,000 pure grade purple spiritual crystals. Please distribute it accordingly. With that, Ye Guan stood up and turned around to leave. Ye Xiao's voice was trembling as he exclaimed, Little Guan. Ye Guan came to a halt. Clan leader, please make sure to hide the cultivation manuals and the spiritual crystals from any outsider. Otherwise, our clan could get into trouble. With that being said, Ye Guan finally left. Ye Xiao was left by himself in the vast hall. He stared at the Earth rank cultivation manuals and the storage ring for a long time. Eventually, he came back to his senses and shook his head with a smile. That lad is really... Upon departing the hall, Ye Guan headed to Ye Qing's residence. It didn't take Ye Guan long to find Ye Qing. Ye Qing was stunned, but he soon recovered and greeted Ye Guan. Greetings, brother Ye Guan. Ye Guan handed over the remaining Earth rank cultivation manual to Ye Qing. This is yours, said Ye Guan. Ye Qing stared blankly at the scroll. He opened it, and his expression instantly changed. Brother Ye Guan, this manual. Ye Guan nodded and replied, train well. The Ye clan needs us both. With that, Ye Guan turned around and left. Meanwhile, Ye Qing went back to his room. He shook his head and smiled while staring at the Earth rank cultivation manual. Tutor. A voice echoed inside him. He's not an ordinary person, that's for sure, and he's bound to achieve great things. Ye Qing chuckled bitterly. The voice continued. Didn't you say that you want to lead the Ye clan to glory? Why don't you work with him? He obviously has the same ambition as you. Ye Qing didn't say anything. The voice said, I know that you do not like to fall behind anyone, but you should learn to acknowledge that there will always be someone stronger than you rather than being jealous. Don't make a mistake because of jealousy. Do you understand? Ye Qing's expression turned grim as he said solemnly, yes, I understand. Ye Guan soon arrived at the hill behind the Ye residence. He sat cross-legged on the summit and took out the tiny pagoda. Ye Guan stared at the tiny pagoda and asked, Master Pagoda, do you not have anything you want to say to me? However, Little Pagoda remained silent. Ye Guan frowned slightly. Little Pagoda finally spoke, but it berated him. You're in danger. Ye Guan stiffened upon hearing Little Pagoda's claim. Little Pagoda explained, did you really think that you're destined to reach great heights just because a demonic beast was nice to you? Ye Guan asked carefully, what do you mean? Little Pagoda sighed and replied, you're in serious danger, lad. That demonic beast treated you well, but it also means that there's a higher chance of exposure. Do you know the consequences if people found out about who you really are? What about my mother? Asked Ye Guan with a grim look. Little Pagoda went silent. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. Was she murdered? Little Pagoda hurriedly said, thankfully, she's still alive. However, she's trapped. Trapped? Ye Guan frowned, obviously confused. Little Pagoda continued with its tricks. Anyway, you have to keep cultivating. You have to become strong enough to face the trouble that will come knocking on your door the moment your cover is blown. You have to become incredibly strong, a lot stronger than an imperial rank demonic beast. Otherwise, you don't stand a chance against them. Ye Guan frowned and asked, what about my father? Does he not care at all? Little Pagoda replied, your father married into her clan, and he has no influence as a son-in-law. Ye Guan was speechless. Little Pagoda sighed and said, both you and the Ye clan are in a bad position. The Ye clan and you are doomed if they manage to find you. I don't know if you can even comprehend their strength, but let me give you an example. Remember that imperial rank demonic beast? In their eyes, an imperial rank demonic beast is just an ant. Ye Guan closed his eyes to digest Little Pagoda's words, and he felt like he was under immense pressure. The imperial rank demonic beast he had encountered could kill him quite easily, but to think that an imperial rank demonic beast was just an ant in their eyes. It seemed that there was always someone stronger and more powerful in this world. Ye Guan took a deep breath and spoke, Master Pagoda, can I go into the pagoda to train? Little Pagoda said, I can't open it right now. Ye Guan replied, I have purple and gold spiritual crystals. Little Pagoda declined. They're useless to me. You should use them for yourself. Ye Guan was stunned, and he couldn't help but ask, even purple and gold spiritual crystals are useless to you? Little Pagoda responded, yes. My injuries are too severe, and I also lost some of my abilities. Ye Guan asked, were they the ones who hurt you? Little Pagoda didn't deny it. Yes. Ye Guan muttered, you poor thing. Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Ye Guan sat cross-legged on the ground to try and make a breakthrough to the All-Truth realm. He realized something when he met Zheng Lin and Nan Qingyu. The members of the Grand Clan were unruly, and they were even more willful the stronger they were. They were arrogant as well, and they looked at those weaker than them as nothing but ants they could easily crush. But why? Just because. A justification was useless in front of absolute power. Ye Guan was convinced that his clan was probably more outrageous than the Grand Clans of Nanzhou. However, he really couldn't understand his father. How could a man be so subservient? Meanwhile, the mysterious voice spoke in the pagoda. Aren't you afraid that your joke will create trouble? Little Pagoda calmly responded. What can I do? Tell him the truth? Aren't you afraid that he'll end up like his father? If he destroys this world, do you really think that we can just head to the next one? Sigh, times have changed. That won't work anymore. The mysterious voice went silent. Little Pagoda said, he's a really capable lad, we can't let him stray from the path. The mysterious voice could only sigh in response. Meanwhile, Ye Guan emerged from his meditation and looked up. The clouds split, revealing the figure of a woman flying toward him. It didn't take her long to arrive in front of Ye Guan. The woman looked like she was in her 20s, and she was wearing a sky blue dress. Her hair draped over her shoulders, and her features were delicate. She was holding a fan in her right hand, and there was a wine gourd hanging by her waist. Overall, she was beautiful with a seemingly outspoken demeanor. She's beautiful? Ye Guan thought after seeing her for the first time. However, he raised his guard up after being unable to deduce the woman's strength. The woman was the strongest cultivator he had seen aside from the imperial rank demonic beast. The woman stared at Ye Guan and asked, Are you Ye Guan? Ye Guan nodded and asked, You are. The woman smiled. I am Fei Banking. I'm Little Jia's tutor. Ye Guan blinked and asked, Do you have business with me? Fei Banking stared at Ye Guan. I'll get straight to the point. I want you to call off your engagement with Little Jia. It's only a matter until Little Jia becomes a nascent divinity realm cultivator, and she'll quickly reach the truth realm because of her unique physique. After saying that, Fei Banking took a swig of the wine in the wine gourd. A trickle of wine dripped from the corner of her mouth, depicting a rather risque scene. Ye Guan remained silent. Fei Banking finally continued. Once she reaches the truth realm, she'll be the top student of our academy, and she'll represent us in the decennial martial contest of the Milky Way. She'll definitely meet many talented people there, and she'll earn a ton of resources. In other words, it's only a matter of time until she becomes even more outstanding than she is right now. Ye Guan continued to remain silent while staring at Fei Banking. Fei Banking took another swig of her wine before saying, I have always been pragmatic and frank, so let me tell you this, you and Little Jia belong to different worlds. You'd be in a world of hurt if you were to forcefully stay with her. Fei Banking stared deeply at Ye Guan. She's still very young, and I'm sure that she hasn't thought about her future. However, I'm sure that you'll eventually realize that the two of you aren't fated for each other. It'll become obvious once you can't keep up with her anymore. When the time comes, the inevitable separation will only be more painful and horrible. You're also going to have a hard time surviving with her by your side because she's also extremely beautiful in addition to her talent. Do you have any idea just how many young men are pursuing her? Her suitors are not only talented, but their clans are powerful as well. Ye Guan suddenly flipped his palm. Whoosh! A sword appeared in front of him, and he immediately gripped it before pointing the sword at Fei Banking. The ferocious aura of the sword enveloped Fei Banking. Fei Banking stared blankly at the sword in Ye Guan's hands. Her right hand was still holding her wine gourd, and the wine in her mouth started trickling down her chin, creating a rather beautiful and provocative sight. Moments later, Fei Banking loosened her grip on the wine gourd and smiled before saying, Young master Ye, please forget I said anything, and let me start all over again. With that, Fei Banking moved even closer to Ye Guan and reached out to hold the latter's right hand. Be my disciple, said Fei Banking. Her gaze toward Ye Guan turned fiery as she continued. I'll be the witness to your marriage with Little Jia. If someone is daring enough to object, I will crush their balls personally. Ye Guan didn't know what to say. Ye Guan and Fei Banking were so close to each other that Ye Guan could smell her fragrance. Ye Guan hurriedly took a few steps backward. Fei Banking's eyes flashed in astonishment, but the light in her eyes quickly turned into praise. Meanwhile, Ye Guan finally composed himself and said, Senior, I can be your disciple, but I have a request to ask of you, is it okay? Fei Banking smiled. We're on the same side, so you don't have to be so polite. Anyway, tell me your request. Ye Guan blinked in astonishment. Her mood swings are incredible. Ye Guan had two reasons why he had decided to reveal his identity as a swordsman. First of all, he wanted to become a student at Guanxian Academy. Cultivation was like climbing an increasingly steep ladder. The higher one was, the harder the climb would become. Therefore, Ye Guan had to get onto a bigger stage. Naturally, the stage was Guanxian Academy, the strongest powerhouse of Nanzhou. Ye Guan was sure that he would learn a lot from the academy and become a lot stronger as well. In other words, it would be like hitting two birds with one stone. In addition, Master Pagoda was currently recovering from his injuries, so it couldn't enter the realm within the pagoda as often as he liked. He also needed spiritual crystals that were good enough for Master Pagoda to absorb. Ye Guan was convinced that he would be able to find the spiritual crystals he needed for Master Pagoda at Guanxian Academy. Ye Guan was also poor right now, and he had no other valuables aside from the path sword. The second reason was the Ye clan. Ye Guan was sure that his journey to the Nanshan mountain range would cause further complications down the room. It wasn't really strange because only 3 of them made it out alive, even though 5 of them had entered the cave. It wouldn't take a genius to deduce that something out of the ordinary had happened within the cave. Moreover, Ye Guan was convinced that the Nan clan and the Zhang clan would definitely not let the matter rest. Si Qing had the Si clan, while Nalanjia had Fei Banking. What about him? Could he count on Master Pagoda? No, Master Pagoda wasn't reliable, so he would definitely be in danger. Little Pagoda remained silent. Therefore, Ye Guan had to find someone powerful to rely on so that he wouldn't end up dragging down the Ye clan. Fei Banking suited that role. Of course, Ye Guan had no better options at the moment, so he could only bet on her. Fei Banking boisterously laughed. Tell me, you don't have to be shy. With that, Ye Guan nodded and said, I got into a conflict with Nan Qingyu of the Nan clan and Zhang Lin of the Zhang clan at a cave in the Nanshan mountain range. Fei Banking stared deeply at Ye Guan. They were found dead. There was a moment of silence before Ye Guan confessed. I killed them. He had to be honest here. Fei Banking was definitely smart, so there was no reason for him to play games with someone like her unless he were stronger than her. In addition, Fei Banking should have already made her own deductions at this point. Ye Guan was right. Fei Banking's lips curled up slightly as she said, You're honest. There was a lull in the discussion as the two of them wordlessly stared at each other. All of a sudden, Ye Guan opened his palm and pointed it upward. The path sword shot into the sky and pierced the clouds. Ye Guan turned to look at Fei Banking. I'm a Truth Realm cultivator, but it shouldn't be an issue for me to deal with cultivators at the All-Truth Realm. I also think that I can kill a Divine Path Realm cultivator in the right conditions and, Ye Guan paused before continuing. I killed Nan Qingyu and Zhang Lin in just 1 move each. Ye Guan had to demonstrate his worth if he wanted Fei Banking to help him. Otherwise, would she even help him? Ye Guan didn't think so. After all, Fei Banking had already introduced herself as a pragmatic woman. Fei Banking smirked and pointed out. You're worried about dragging the Ye clan down, am I right? Ye Guan nodded. Fei Banking immediately declared. I will protect the Ye clan. Ye Guan could finally heave a sigh of relief. Thank you. Fei Banking stared deeply at Ye Guan before saying, I don't care how you became a swordsman, but since you'll become my disciple, there can't be any half measures in whatever you do you understand? Yes. Ye Guan nodded. However, he hesitated once more as he muttered, the Nan and Zhang clans. I'm sure they would find trouble with you because of your weak background, but you don't have that weakness anymore. You've found a strong backing, and do you want to know who is it? Fei Banking chuckled and pointed at herself. It's me. If they touch you, I will destroy their ancestor shrine in return. Ye Guan stiffened. However, Fei Banking continued in a calm and collected manner. I will go and check out the Nanshan mountain range. I want you to get ready in the meantime. 3 days later, I will bring you and little Jia to Guanxian Academy. With that, she flew away and disappeared into the clouds. Ye Guan's expression was grave as he stared at the clouds. Fei Banking was indeed a strong and enigmatic figure. Moments later, Ye Guan sat cross-legged. He took out the 2 storage rings and stared at them. A smile crept up his lips, but it wasn't strange that he was smiling. After all, he had acquired an earth vein in addition to 12,000 gold spiritual crystals. He had decided to give 5,000 of them to Xiao, so he still had 7,000 gold spiritual crystals. Aside from the gold spiritual crystals, Ye Guan also had 32,000 purple spiritual crystals. Ye Guan also obtained an Imperial rank demonic beast internal pill and 2 sky rank demonic beast internal pills. In other words, he had truly profited greatly from that cave excursion. Ye Guan sat down and ignited the purple spiritual crystals in front of him. The purple spiritual crystals burned, and a vast stream of pure spiritual energy rushed into Ye Guan as he cultivated by refining the energy. The Ye clan had no spiritual vein, so he had to rely on spiritual crystals to cultivate. Ye Guan was sure that it wouldn't be that difficult for him to reach the All-Truth realm when he had so many purple spiritual crystals. After burning 2,000 purple spiritual crystals, Ye Guan's aura abruptly changed. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Ye Guan. Ye Guan pushed his palms outward, and an energy that couldn't be seen by the naked eye coalesced into a sword in his hand. An All-Truth realm cultivator could shape air into any shape they desired. Ye Guan smiled at the sight. He had finally become an All-Truth realm cultivator, and his strength had increased by a notch once again. He could finally mold air into any shape, and Ye Guan reckoned that he could kill enemies within a 30-meter radius. Truth realm cultivators and below couldn't do the same. His royal sword art had also become much more powerful. The only disappointing part was that Ye Guan still couldn't advance to the next level of the royal sword art. Master Pagoda said that it was still too early for him to advance to the next level. Naturally, Ye Guan couldn't do anything about it. With that, Ye Guan decided to go down the hill. However, the clouds split open as an elderly man plummeted from the skies. Ye Guan's heart sank, and he quickly dispersed the path sword's aura. Eventually, the elderly man landed in front of Ye Guan. The elderly man was dressed in a long black robe and was holding a black walking stick. A golden symbol was emblazoned on his chest. Nan. The elderly man was from the Nan clan, and his aura was incredibly strong. Ye Guan reckoned that he was at least a divine path realm cultivator. It seemed that they were already moving. Ye Guan's expression darkened. He didn't expect that the Nan clan would come for him so soon. The elderly man stared deeply at Ye Guan. You must be Ye Guan. Ye Guan nodded and asked, Senior, you are? The elderly man replied indifferently, I'm from the Nan clan. Ye Guan stared at the elderly man and asked, what business do you have with me, Senior? The elderly man's sharp gaze pierced Ye Guan. 5 of you went down the cave, so how did King Yu and Zheng Lin die, even though the 3 of you survived? Ye Guan quickly explained, when we entered the cave, the 2 of them walked away while Lady Nailin and I were. How preposterous. The elderly man snapped. Si Qing has already told me everything, so don't you dare lie to me. Ye Guan stared deeply at the elderly man. As if I would believe you? If Si Qing had truly explained everything to you, you wouldn't have come here to interrogate me. The elderly man obviously wanted to drive a wedge between him and his allies, and he was planning on making Ye Guan testify against Nailin Jia and Si Qing. Ye Guan reached that conclusion because he would have done the same thing if he were in the elderly man's shoes. Ye Guan remained calm as he said, Senior, I was telling the truth. The elderly man glared at Ye Guan and muttered, I know that you're afraid of the Si clan and the Nailin clan. I understand, so if you tell me the truth, I will make sure that the Ye clan will remain safe. However, Ye Guan remained adamant about his claim. I wasn't lying, he exclaimed. The elderly man's eyes narrowed. He clenched his right hand, and his powerful aura bore down on Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan remained silent while crying out inwardly, Fei Banking, where are you? Please help me. The elderly man turned to look at the Ye clan in the distance and said, I will give you one last chance. I hope you will take it. Otherwise, the Ye clan will disappear off the face of this land. Ye Guan didn't say anything in response. He knew that the 3 of them would be the prime suspects behind Zheng Lin and Nan Qingyu's deaths. However, Ye Guan wasn't really worried about becoming a suspect. The important part was denying any involvement. The elderly man's eyes narrowed at Ye Guan's silence. So you're not going to cry until you've seen your coffin. The elderly man suddenly threw a punch at Ye Guan's chest. He moved incredibly fast, but unfortunately, Ye Guan was still faster than him. Whoosh! There was a beam of light as the path sword pierced the elderly man's chest. The elderly man stood rooted as he stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. Why you're a swordsman. Ye Guan's expression didn't change. I don't mind being suspected, but you should have never used violence against me. Make a move, and you will die. The elderly man's mouth fluttered, but Ye Guan pulled his sword out and performed a few sword moves. Squelch! The elderly man's head fell to the ground and rolled away as his headless corpse haphazardly spat blood in all directions. Ye Guan walked over to the elderly man's corpse and saw a communication device in the elderly man's right hand. Ye Guan heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't allow the elderly man to continue speaking just now. Otherwise, the communication device would have successfully sent out a message, and he would be in deep trouble by then. Ye Guan was once again reminded of how being decisive with his sword would ultimately benefit him. Ye Guan took the elderly man's storage ring and saw only 200 purple spiritual crystals inside. He shook his head in disappointment. What a poor bastard. He stored the purple spiritual crystals in his own storage ring and destroyed the elderly man's storage ring. Afterward, he found a suitable location to bury the elderly man's corpse. Once he was done, he turned around and finally went down the hill. Meanwhile, a few dozen powerful auras suddenly surrounded the Ye clan, causing everyone to panic. The doors of the Ye residence were pushed open, and a middle-aged man slowly walked into the Ye clan. The middle-aged man had an entourage of more than 20 cultivators behind him, and the weakest cultivator among them was a Truth Realm cultivator. Ye Xiao and a few other people hurriedly mobilized upon hearing the commotion. The middle-aged man looked around before shouting, Where's Ye Guan? Ye Xiao was surprised. However, he quickly composed himself and asked, You are? The middle-aged man interrupted Ye Xiao by immediately swinging his fists. It seemed that he didn't want to waste any time talking with anyone here. Ye Xiao's expression changed, and he raised his arms to defend himself. Boom! A hollow sound echoed, and Ye Xiao flew backward like a kite that had lost its strings. He collided against the wall and slumped against it as he spat mouthfuls of blood. Ye Xiao stared at the middle-aged man, and his voice quivered as he muttered, A divine path realm cultivator. The middle-aged man's eyes were ice-cold. He was about to say something, but his expression abruptly changed. He whipped around and saw a sword descending upon him at breakneck speeds. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Whoosh! The middle-aged man's right arm flew away, and the middle-aged man himself was sent tumbling to the ground from the impact. However, Ye Guan appeared in front of him once more before he could even stand up. Ye Guan decisively thrust his sword into the middle-aged man's throat. Squelch! A grotesque noise echoed, and the middle-aged man's eyes bulged as blood fell like a waterfall from his mouth. Close the doors, shouted Ye Guan. His voice reverberated throughout the Ye residence. The doors of the Ye residence were slammed shut. Ye Guan immediately took action as he zipped through the air and headed directly for the group of men. However, Ye Guan wasn't alone, there was someone else with him. Ye Qing was with him. The 2 young men rushed at the enemies while the rest of the Ye clan's elites followed behind them. Right now, they couldn't care less about the origin of these people. They were going to kill them first and think about it later. The Truth Realm cultivators were stunned. How can the Ye clan be this bold? However, the people of the Ye clan surrounded them, interrupting their thoughts. Ye Guan raised his arm and slashed. Chop! The Truth Realm cultivator at the helm of the group couldn't even react before he was beheaded. Of course, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He immediately pounced on the group of cultivators. Soon, the Ye residence became filled with screams and pitiful cries. Ye Guan was currently an all-truth realm cultivator, so it wasn't strange that he could dominate these truth realm cultivators. Additionally, he wasn't holding back, so heads quickly went flying once he started his slaughter. Ye Guan single-handedly killed 11 truth realm cultivators throughout the entire ordeal that lasted less than 15 minutes. Ye Qing managed to kill 7 truth realm cultivators by himself, while the remaining 2 truth realm cultivators were surrounded and killed by the Ye clan members and elites. The residence was drenched with enough blood to form a river. When the slaughter ended, Ye Guan slowly walked toward Ye Xiao. They exchanged looks before Ye Xiao asked, "Are they really from the Nan clan?" Ye Guan nodded and confirmed. "That's right." Ye Xiao and the rest of the Ye clan members turned pale. The Nan clan was one of the top 3 clans in Nanzhou. In other words, they were in huge trouble. However, Ye Guan remained calm as he said, "Clan leader, please recuperate and leave the rest to me." Ye Xiao was already panicking. Upon hearing Ye Guan's words, he turned to look at the latter and exclaimed, Go and escape to the Guanxian Academy. We're going to dissolve the Ye clan." Ye Guan shook his head and remarked, "I don't think that's a great idea." Ye Xiao snapped out of frustration. "As long as you and Ye Qing are alive, the Ye clan will live on." Ye Guan was about to respond, but a shadow descended and landed in the front yard of the Ye residence. The shadow turned out to be Fei Banking. Fei Banking stared at the pile of corpses. Her eyebrows furrowed as she turned to look at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you planning to wage war on the Nan clan?" Fei Banking was unhappy about all this. She wasn't afraid of the Nan clan, but the massacre that Ye Guan had just conducted meant that the 2 clans would definitely be in conflict. Ye Guan walked toward Fei Banking and declared, "I have reached the all-truth realm." Fei Banking wordlessly stared at him. Ye Guan took that as a sign to continue as he said, "Give me another month, and I will reach the Divine Path realm. Give me just 1 month. I'm a swordsman, so I'm invincible against anyone in the same realm. In addition, I think I can even stand my ground against someone 3 realms above me, not to mention being afraid of someone only 2 realms above me." Ye Guan stared into her eyes and said, "I will be invincible at the decennial martial contest in Guanxian Academy, and I'm sure that I will be able to do whatever I want by then." Fei Banking stared deeply at Ye Guan. After a while, she gave him a thumbs up and said, "All right, great." With that, she glanced at the pile of corpses in the yard before looking back at Ye Guan. "I killed them, do you understand?" said Fei Banking, rendering everyone speechless. "I understand." Ye Guan nodded and sighed in relief. At the moment, the Ye clan couldn't go against the Nan clan. Ye Guan simply had no other choice but to retaliate earlier because he knew that it would be impossible to resolve issues diplomatically once one side had already attacked. They could have asked for mercy or forgiveness, but those 2 options would only result in their humiliation. Therefore, Ye Guan decided to kill them all. The consequences? Of course, he thought about the consequences. It seemed that the worst outcome would be an all-out war against the Nan clan, but it was actually the best outcome. The Nan clan had visited the Ye clan to look for him, so they obviously wouldn't let the Ye clan go scot-free. It didn't matter whether Ye Guan was the one who had murdered Nan Qingyu and Zhang Lin. Ye Guan could only borrow the Guanxian Academy's prestige and power by then. Fei Banking examined Ye Guan from top to bottom, and the corners of her lips turned up. "Little brat, you truly surprised me." Ye Guan didn't reply. He was still wary of Fei Banking. After all, he had witnessed her absurd mood swings. However, Fei Banking was a pragmatic individual, so the best way to get through to her was to talk about the profits she could reap and what he could do for her in exchange. It was the only way for them to work together. Fei Banking turned around to look at Ye Qing. Ye Qing bowed slightly upon noticing Fei Banking's gaze. Fei Banking examined Ye Qing as well and said, "You're not bad. Would you like to join the Guanxian Academy?" Ye Qing hesitated for a moment before replying, "I appreciate your kind intentions, but no thanks." Fei Banking didn't push the matter any further. "It seems that you have had your own opportunities, I guess I won't take you away, then." With that, Fei Banking turned to look at Ye Guan once more and said, "Tomorrow, we'll depart for the academy. Of course, I know what you're worried about. Let's go, I'll bring you to go meet the Nan clan's grand elder." Ye Guan nodded in agreement. Ye Guan looked at Ye Qing and said, "Brother Qing, take good care of clan leader." Ye Qing nodded and replied, "Please go ahead, Brother Guan. Leave the clan to me." With that, Fei Banking grabbed Ye Guan's shoulder, and they disappeared into the horizon. Ye Qing stared into the horizon and muttered, "So he's a swordsman." A mysterious voice echoed in his head. He stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter. Ye Qing nodded slightly. It was great that Ye Guan was strong. A martial life was filled with all sorts of dangers, but there wasn't any rule about how one couldn't have brothers along the way to the summit. Wouldn't it be better for someone to have brothers willing to fight next to them? Ye Qing's train of thought was interrupted by Ye Xiao's shout, "Little Qing." Ye Qing hurriedly walked over to Ye Xiao. "Clan leader." Ye Xiao looked at Ye Qing and laughed bitterly. "So you have been hiding your true abilities as well," said Ye Xiao. Ye Qing nodded slightly. Ye Xiao hesitated before saying, "A family must be united." Ye Qing chuckled. "Clan leader, I know what you're trying to say. Brother Guan is stronger than I am, and I lost fair and square to him. If I were stronger than him, I believe he'd feel the same way." Ye Xiao smiled at Ye Qing's words. Ye Qing smiled as well and said, "Clan leader, let me treat your wounds." With that, Ye Qing helped Ye Xiao up, and they walked deeper into the manor. Ye Guan arrived with Fei Banking at the Nanshan Mountain Range. The Nanshan Mountain Range still had many strong cultivators, including cultivators from Bizhu and Zhongzhou. Obviously, they were here for the imperial rank demonic beast. It seemed that its mere presence was enough to attract the attention of these powerhouses from all three states. They arrived at a mountain peak, and Fei Banking brought Ye Guan deeper into the mountain. Ye Guan made sure to stick close to Fei Banking. He surreptitiously glanced at her and admired the long dark green dress she was wearing today. The embroidered plum blossoms on her dress gave her a coquettish but cold vibe, and the white jade belt around her slim waist accentuated her curves. He couldn't deny Fei Banking's beauty, but he was more curious about her age. Of course, he wasn't dumb enough to ask her that. After all, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. Fei Banking suddenly turned to look at Ye Guan. Enjoying the view. Ye Guan froze before nodding. Yes. Fei Banking wordlessly stared at him. Ye Guan hesitated before saying, Tutor Fei, why are you looking at me like that? I was indeed looking at you, but I didn't have any dirty thoughts. Fei Banking replied, I just realized that you're quite attractive. I'm sure many girls will be attracted to you once they find out that you're a swordsman. Ye Guan shook his head and said, I have a fiancé. Fei Banking shook her head and pointed out. It's not uncommon for a man to have a few wives and concubines in this day and age. Ye Guan remained silent. It would be better if he didn't say anything. Fei Banking also abandoned the topic. Fei Banking brought Ye Guan to a particularly crowded spot. They walked over to an elderly cultivator wearing a grey robe. The grey-robed elderly cultivator smiled upon seeing Fei Banking. Greetings, Tutor Fei, said the grey-robed elderly cultivator. Fei Banking went straight to the point and said, Nanku, I killed the people you sent over to the Ye clan. The nearby cultivators stiffened along with Nanku. Fei Banking stared at Nanku and said nonchalantly, this little brat became my disciple not too long ago, and he is now a student of Guanxian Academy. The Nan clan must never find trouble with him again, otherwise, I'll take it as the Nan clan challenging me. Nanku laughed nervously and hurriedly said, Tutor Fei, it's a misunderstanding? If I had known that he was your disciple, we wouldn't have done something like that. It was truly a misunderstanding. Fei Banking stared deeply at Nanku before declaring, kill one person from the Ye clan, and I will kill two from the Nan clan. With that, she took Ye Guan away with her and left. Nanku was all smiles as they left, and it seemed that he wasn't furious at all. Ye Guan glanced at him, but Nanku was still smiling without any trace of fury and hostility in his eyes. Ye Guan's face fell at the sight. Damn it! People who can endure any kind of humiliation are the most terrifying people to stand against. Those people would be all smiles on the surface, but they would have sinister intentions beneath the surface. Ye Guan knew that people like them would be extremely troublesome to deal with. Fei Banking suddenly said, stop looking at him. Ye Guan withdrew his gaze and said, Tutor, that old man is definitely a vile person. Fei Banking glanced at him and asked, and what? Do you really think that you're a good person? Ye Guan smiled sheepishly, but he didn't say anything in response. Fei Banking calmly added, if he had dared to show even an ounce of dissatisfaction, I would have killed him on the spot. Hearing that, Ye Guan asked hesitantly, aren't the top three clans just as powerful as the Guanxian Academy? Fei Banking explained, it's true that the top three clans of Nanzhou cannot be underestimated, but the Guanxian Academy here in Nanzhou is just a branch of the Guanxian Academy in this lower realm. We don't have a shortage of powerhouses above us, but what about them? They have none. Ye Guan's expression stiffened. Fei Banking added, in this world, you can't fight alone. If you want to live a long life, you need people who will back you up. Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, I understand, Tutor. Fei Banking brought Ye Guan to a middle-aged man. A white-robed young man was standing behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled upon seeing Fei Banking and said, Tutor Fei, it's been 20 years since we said goodbye to each other. How have you been? Ye Guan glanced sideways at Fei Banking. I guess she's a bit older than I think. Fei Banking said indifferently, Tutor Zhou, it has been so many years, but why is it that you haven't improved at all? Tutor Zhou laughed boisterously. He looked at Ye Guan next to Fei Banking and asked, is he your student? Fei Banking nodded. Tutor Zhou momentarily examined Ye Guan. Once he was done, he chuckled and remarked, he has an imposing aura but a calm demeanor. He's definitely a great talent. With that, the middle-aged man asked, what do you think about letting our disciples duke it out in a duel? The white-robed young man saluted Ye Guan and exclaimed, please teach me a thing or two. Ye Guan was about to say something, but Fei Banking spoke, forget it. He's not good at fighting. The one who's good at fighting decided to stay behind in ancient desolate city. Fei Banking glanced at the white-robed young man before leaving with Ye Guan in tow. Tutor Zhou stared deeply at Ye Guan's departing back. He turned to look at the white-robed young man and asked, what do you think of him? The white-robed young man shook his head. He was very calm, and I couldn't tell what kind of person he was. Tutor Zhou smiled. Do you know why I wanted him to fight you? The white-robed young man bowed slightly and replied, please tell me, Tutor Zhou. Tutor Fei enjoys fighting, but she intervened and stopped that young man from fighting you. The young man looked like he wasn't afraid of fighting you, but she still intervened, said Tutor Zhou. After a few moments of silence, he continued. There's only one explanation, she does not want to expose that young man's true power. The white-robed young man frowned. Tutor Zhou added, the decennial martial contest is nigh. The next time you see him, you must be extra careful, and you must never underestimate him. The white-robed young man bowed respectfully and replied, I understand. Meanwhile, Ye Guan turned to look at Fei Banking and asked, Tutor, did you stop because you want to hide my true power? Fei Banking nodded and explained, the white-robed young man you saw earlier was Han Jin, an outstanding talent from Bizhu's Guanxian Academy. I think he's already a Divine Path realm cultivator. Ye Guan was stunned. He looked young, but he was already at the Divine Path realm? Fei Banking stared at Ye Guan and added, however, he's not the most heaven-defying talent of Bizhu's Guanxian Academy. Ye Guan remained silent. Didn't you say that you'll be invincible at the decennial martial contest and that you'll be able to do whatever you want by then? Teased Fei Banking. Ye Guan was speechless, but he quickly recovered and said, I'm not afraid. Fei Banking laughed and praised him. That's it, I like that confidence. Ye Guan nodded, but he reminded himself that he had to work even harder. There would always be someone stronger than him. He was a swordsman, but being a swordsman didn't mean that he was invincible. He had to continue cultivating so that he would eventually surpass everyone else. Fei Banking said, we'll be at the academy by tomorrow. Troublesome people will surely come knocking on your door once you've enrolled in the academy. Ye Guan asked, is it because of Little Jia? Fei Banking made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan. She had to admit that Ye Guan had never failed to surprise her. It hadn't been that long since they met, but the little brat had surprised her again and again with his methods and wits. What a bright young man! Fei Banking dismissed those thoughts. Little Jia has the Holy Spirit physique, so her future is limitless. She's also naturally talented, and her beauty is unmatched. As I've said before, many suitors are chasing after her. Unfortunately, those people aren't just talented, but they also come from wealthy and powerful backgrounds. Ye Guan interrupted with a shout, but I have a powerful backer as well. He looked at Fei Banking and said, you're my backer, so I'm not afraid of anyone. Fei Banking boisterously laughed. Stop trying to suck up to me, there's no way that I'll fall for that pft. Ha ha ha. However, her smile couldn't be any wider. After parting ways with Fei Banking, Ye Guan returned to the Ye clan. The Ye clan's issue was resolved, so Ye Guan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He had to bid farewell to Ye Xiao before going to Guanxian Academy. Ye Guan and Ye Xiao sat on the garden steps. There were 2 bottles of wine in front of them. Ye Xiao muttered, are you leaving tomorrow? Ye Guan nodded. Ye Xiao smiled and said, I see, that's great. Ye Guan revealed a look of hesitation, but he still decided to ask, Clan leader, have you ever thought about declaring Sister Nan as the heir? Ye Nan was Ye Xiao's daughter, and she became a student at the Guanxian Academy a year ago. They were not related by blood, but Ye Guan's relationship with Ye Nan was great. One could even say that they were closer than most families. Ye Xiao nodded slightly. Of course, I thought about doing it. Ye Guan was confused. Then, why did you declare me the heir? Ye Xiao smiled softly. If you were just an ordinary individual, I would have never left the Ye clan in your hands. After all, my decision will affect our clan members, and I couldn't place the clan land in the hands of an ordinary individual. However, you're extremely talented with a great character. Ye Xiao's smile deepened as he added. I simply made the decision that would benefit the Ye clan in the long run. Ye Guan said hesitantly, but I'm just an adopted son of the Ye clan. Ye Xiao stared at Ye Guan and replied, in my heart, you're one of us. Ye Guan fell silent. Ye Xiao continued. Little lad, you have a bright future ahead of you. Right now, the Ye clan is probably just a burden to you, but Ye Guan interrupted. The Ye clan has never been a burden to me. The Ye clan is my home. Ye Xiao had to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan didn't look away from Ye Xiao's gaze as he declared, Clan leader, believe me, the Ye clan will become the strongest clan in the world one day. Ye Xiao's grinned and replied, I believe you. With that, Ye Guan took out a storage ring and handed it over to Ye Xiao. What is this? Ye Xiao asked, confused. Ye Guan calmly replied, it's a storage ring. There are quite a few gold spiritual crystals there, and therefore brother Ye Qing. He's talented, but cultivation requires resources, which requires money. The spiritual crystals in there will help him. Ye Xiao went silent, but he eventually nodded and accepted the storage ring. Afterward, he took the wine bottle and downed the entire thing. Ye Guan also lifted his own wine bottle and drank it in one go. The night passed just like that, and Ye Guan left the Ye clan upon daybreak. He chose to leave quietly because he had already bid goodbye to everyone last night. Ye Xiao walked out of the Ye manor, and he smiled as he stared at Ye Guan's departing figure before eventually turning around and leaving. Ye Qing also watched as Ye Guan left before turning around and walking toward the Ye clan's hall. Ye Xiao was in the hall, and he stared at Ye Qing standing in front of him. You're leaving as well? Asked Ye Xiao. Ye Qing nodded and replied, yes. Ye Xiao went silent. Eventually, he took out a storage ring and handed it over to Ye Qing. Last night, Little Guan asked me to give this to you, he said. Ye Qing hesitated before accepting the storage ring. Thank you, clan leader. Ye Xiao nodded and muttered, the Ye clan will forever be your home. Ye Qing bowed deeply and acknowledged. The Ye clan will forever be my home, clan leader. With that, he turned around and left. Ye Xiao stared longingly at Ye Qing's departing back. He was slightly reluctant to allow Ye Qing to leave, but he also felt comfortable with the idea. After all, Ye Guan and Ye Qing had their own lives to live. Ye Xiao couldn't let the tiny Ye clan hold them back. Ye Qing exited the Ye clan and looked down at the storage ring in his hand without saying anything. He smiled and continued walking into the distance. As he walked, Yeqing asked, "Tutor, where are we going?" The voice of an elderly man echoed in Yeqing's head. "We're going to the Zongtu Divine Continent. I can still remember the existence of 3 law imprints there." Yeqing nodded in response. "Okay." With that, he turned and disappeared into the crowd. Ye Guan saw Nailanjia and Fei Banking at the city gate. Nailanjia smiled upon seeing Ye Guan. Ye Guan walked over to Fei Banking and bowed. "Tutor Fei." Fei Banking nodded. "Let's go." With that, she soared into the skies with Ye Guan and Nailanjia in tow and made them stand on a cloud. She flipped open her palm, and a huge ship appeared all of a sudden. The ship looked to be over 30 meters in length. Fei Banking brought the two over to the cloud ship. Ye Guan looked down and saw that the entire ancient desolate city had become an extremely small dot. All of a sudden, Fei Banking said, "Little Guan, you have to keep hiding your identity as a swordsman." Ye Guan stared at Fei Banking. Fei Banking muttered and explained, "An imperial rank demonic beast appeared, and you suddenly have a sword Dao inheritance. It won't be that hard to connect the dots once your cover is blown. By then, things will become troublesome." Ye Guan nodded in agreement. "I understand. I'll try my best to remain low-key in the academy while making sure that I won't fall behind." Fei Banking stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, "I'm not worried about you causing trouble, I'm worried that people might approach you to cause trouble." Ye Guan calmly replied, "I'm a reasonable individual." "What if they're unreasonable?" asked Fei Banking. Ye Guan paused. He thought about it for a moment before saying, "Then, I'll kill them and let you handle the aftermath." Fei Banking wordlessly stared at him. Nailanjia smiled and shook her head. "My fiancé is indeed a great talent." "It seems that you are under the idea that I have no enemies," said Fei Banking before explaining. "Let me warn you in advance. The Guanxian Academy rules take precedence over anything in Guanxian Academy. Those daring enough to violate the rules will receive severe punishment from the law enforcement court. Naturally, even the Academy Master is no exception from the rules." Ye Guan nodded and said, "I'll memorize the rules of Guanxian Academy before doing anything else upon arriving at the academy." Fei Banking seemed unconvinced as she gazed at Ye Guan. Eventually, she shook her head. Honestly, she was worried. This guy looks calm and composed, but he's extremely vicious once he's forced to take action. Fei Banking's intuition was telling her that Ye Guan would be the impetus that would change the students of Guanxian Academy. Fei Banking's head started to ache at the thought. Meanwhile, Nailanjia asked, "Tutor, will the Nan clan and Zheng clan really leave us alone?" Fei Banking shook her head and replied, "Of course not. Why would they let you go when they lost 2 of their top talents? To make matters worse, they didn't manage to reap even an ounce of profit." Nailanjia's dark brows knitted. Will they scheme behind the scenes? The Zheng clan shouldn't be that much of an issue. The members of their younger generation haven't been performing well, and they're no longer as powerful as they were years ago. However, the Nan clan, Fei Banking trailed off before saying, "There's a very talented young man from the Nan clan, and he's a student at the academy as well. His name is Nan Xian, and he's Tutor Xiao's direct disciple." Nailanjia went silent. Nan Xian? Guanxian Academy had 3 main tutors, Fei Banking, Xiao Ji, and Song Ci. Song Ci had almost taken Ye Guan in as a disciple. However, a disciple was different from a direct disciple. A tutor could have many disciples, but they could only have one direct disciple. Nailanjia was Fei Banking's direct disciple. Fei Banking looked at Ye Guan and shook her head. "It seems that Guanxian Academy will become rowdy from now on." Ye Guan blurted out, "Tutor Fei, I won't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it." Fei Banking smiled gently. "Correct. Your mindset is right. Smack those who dare to take advantage of you. Just remember that if a member of the younger generation manages to beat you up, I will not avenge you. Don't worry, if someone dares to bully you because you're weaker than them, I will definitely stand up for you." Ye Guan nodded and muttered, "Okay." Fei Banking swept her gaze across the 2 of them and said, "I'll let you 2 have some alone time together." With that, she turned around and left. Ye Guan stared at the seemingly endless stretch of clouds and muttered, "It's a bigger stage." He couldn't wait to arrive at the Guanxian Academy. The academy was the strongest organization throughout Nanzhou, so there were definitely many talented people at the academy. Nailanjia glanced at Ye Guan and smiled before asking, "Why do I feel like something's going to happen because of you?" "It can't be helped. Something's definitely going to happen because my fiancé is just too beautiful." The corners of Nailanjia's mouth twitched as she asked, "There are many beautiful ladies in the academy, you know." Ye Guan smiled and replied, "What's that got to do with me? Those who like every beautiful lady they see are no different from beasts. I've read from an ancient book that men are inherently lustful. Is it true?" Ye Guan blinked at Nailanjia's question. "Can I not answer that?" Nailanjia looked at Ye Guan and laughed. "Sure." Ye Guan boisterously laughed. Nailanjia turned to look at the seemingly endless stretch of clouds. She gently tucked a few strands of her hair behind her ears before asking gently, "Will we really end up together?" Ye Guan was silent for a while before asking, "Do you hate being with me?" Nailanjia shook her head. Ye Guan smiled and replied, "I don't hate being with you, either." Nailanjia chuckled and exclaimed, "Let's leave it up to fate, then." A gust of frigid wind blew at them. Ye Guan immediately took off his robe and wrapped it around Nailanjia's shoulders. Nailanjia didn't say anything as she stared at the clouds. Ye Guan looked at the clouds as well and asked, "Little Jia, do you want to do something?" Nailanjia gave Ye Guan a sidelong glance. Ye Guan extended his right hand over to her. Nailanjia stared deeply at him before gently placing her hand on top of his hand. Ye Guan laughed and exclaimed, "Come out." Whoosh! The path sword emerged and hovered by his feet. Ye Guan gently guided Nailanjia to stand on the sword before standing on the sword himself. Without any warning, the path sword flew and left behind a ray of light in its wake. They flew on the path sword as it pierced the clouds and soared through the skies. Who didn't want to fly on a sword? Fei Banking wordlessly stared at the two of them. Sword travel? Fei Banking finally realized that she had underestimated her new disciple. Sword travel required not just a sword inheritance but an extremely powerful sword as well. Even the Guanxian Academy of Nanzhou had no sword that could allow a cultivator to take flight on them. A young man from the remote ancient desolate city actually has a sword Dao inheritance that contains instructions on how to perform sword travel? Fei Banking's mind became filled with many burning questions, but she shook her head moments later and turned around. She didn't want to look at them anymore. After a long while, Ye Guan returned to the cloud ship with Nailanjia. Nailanjia got so overwhelmed by the feeling of weightlessness that she felt as if she had turned into a feather. Ye Guan smiled and asked, "Did you like it?" Nailanjia smiled sweetly at Ye Guan and replied, "Yes, I liked it." Ye Guan looked up and stared at the galaxy up above. "It's a shame that I'm still not strong enough to escape the atmosphere and enter the galaxy. Fortunately, I think it's only a matter of time until I become strong enough to soar into the galaxy. When the time comes, I'll bring you with me to see the beautiful stars out there," said Ye Guan. Nailanjia looked at Ye Guan and asked, "It's a promise?" Ye Guan replied, "Of course." They stared at each other and smiled. Night finally arrived, and the sky was filled with stars. The cloud ship was surrounded by a silver barrier. Ye Guan sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship and closed his eyes. He was about to start cultivating, but he suddenly recalled something and decided to ask Little Pagoda, "Master Pagoda, are you familiar with Guanxian Academy?" Little Pagoda replied, "Of course." Ye Guan's interest was piqued. Then, "Are you familiar with the first Academy Master of Guanxian Academy? Are you familiar with the Sword Master?" It took Little Pagoda quite a while to reply, "Of course." Ye Guan stared at the night sky and muttered, "The Sword Master is apparently unrivaled and capable of suppressing everything under the heavens. My goal is to become as strong as the Sword Master, and I..." "Stop." Little Pagoda interrupted, "Why don't you choose someone else as your role model and goal?" Ye Guan frowned in confusion and asked, "Why?" Little Pagoda's voice turned serious as it replied, "Just choose someone else as your role model and goal. Do that, and I'll give you something good in return." Ye Guan was rendered speechless. "Choose someone else?" Ye Guan was confused. "Why?" Little Pagoda responded, "Choose someone else, and I'll teach you a powerful sword technique." Ye Guan immediately replied, "Okay." A ray of light shot into his glabella the moment he agreed. Buzz! A stream of information flooded Ye Guan's mind. Absolute strike. One sword to determine life and death. You'll live if I want you to live, you'll die if I want you to die. Damn! Ye Guan's blood boiled. His voice trembled as he asked, "Master Pagoda, how many levels does this sword technique have?" Little Pagoda replied, "It has no levels." Ye Guan frowned. He seemed confused as he asked, "No levels?" Little Pagoda replied, "Yes. It's a sword technique that heavily depends on the swordsman's ability. The swordsman must think that he's unparalleled, and he has to be sufficiently strong to determine life and death in a single strike." Ye Guan nodded slightly and exclaimed, "I can feel it. I think the creator of this sword technique was an extremely powerful individual. Am I right, Master Pagoda?" Little Pagoda replied, "The creator of that sword technique is the owner of the path sword." Ye Guan stiffened before asking, "What about that plain-skirt woman?" "You should call her sister," Little Pagoda muttered. Ye Guan frowned, seemingly confused. Little Pagoda explained, "Right now, only your plain-skirt sister knows that sword technique aside from you. The creator of Absolute Strike has become a cripple after something went wrong during his cultivation. Now, it is all up to you." Ye Guan readily agreed. "I will not disappoint you and the plain-skirt sister." With that, he recalled the details of the sword technique with glee. It's a sword technique. It is a lot more valuable than regular martial skills. Needless to say, Ye Guan treasured the sword technique. Time passed, and daybreak soon arrived. Nailanjia walked out of the cabins. She was wearing a light green dress, and it was probably because the weather was a bit colder than usual that she was wearing a thin, light jade-colored chiffon shawl. Her figure was stunning as usual, especially her slender waist and long legs. Nailanjia truly possessed an enviable figure. Nailanjia was holding a tray of snacks in her hands. She walked over to Ye Guan and smiled before asking, "Did you spend the entire night cultivating?" Ye Guan nodded while standing up. "Yes." Nailanjia nodded as well and said, "Try these snacks." Ye Guan didn't stand on ceremony and picked up a small biscuit to eat. While Ye Guan was munching on the snacks, Nailanjia spoke. "Tutor said that we're approaching the Guanxian Academy." A smile blossomed on Ye Guan's lips as he exclaimed, "Great! I really can't wait to get there." It wasn't strange that Ye Guan was excited to arrive at the Guanxian Academy. After all, the academy was like a holy land for cultivators. All of a sudden, the cloud ship slowed down dramatically. Fei Banking walked out of the cabins and grinned. "We're here." Ye Guan looked up and saw a seemingly endless stretch of mountains, but what truly caught his attention were the floating mountain peaks. There were numerous majestic palaces and pavilions above the mountain peaks. A colossal sword was floating in the middle and between these mountain peaks. The word colossal seemed to be an understatement because the sword's length was at least tens of kilometers, and it looked like it was acting as the proxy between heaven and earth, which made it look all the more intimidating. Ye Guan's offer Guanxian Academy was multiplied, and he suddenly felt inferior. Fei Banking walked next to Ye Guan and smiled. Is it that shocking? Ye Guan nodded and replied, yes. Fei Banking chuckled. This is nothing. I heard that the main academy at Guanxian Universe is even grander than this. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Fei Banking and asked, Tutor Fei, have you been to the main academy? Fei Banking shook her head and replied, I've never been there. Only those who are extremely talented can qualify to enroll at the Guanxian Universe's main academy. No one from Nanzhou, Bizhou, or Zhongzhou has qualified in the past thousands of years. Ye Guan went silent to speak to Little Pagoda. Master Pagoda, are you familiar with the Guanxian Universe's main academy? Little Pagoda replied, of course. Ye Guan asked, have you been there? Little Pagoda responded, of course, I've been there. Ye Guan sounded sincere as he said, Master Pagoda, I really envy you. Little Pagoda was rendered speechless. The cloud ship finally stopped. Ye Guan looked into the distance and saw 10 red-crowned cranes flying from the mountains. The cranes were huge, and one could see a flicker of lightning whenever they flapped their wings. Ye Guan asked, what are those? Fei Banking glanced at Ye Guan and replied, they're called lightning cranes, and the academy takes care of them. I think the weakest crane is at the spiritual rank. Ye Guan exclaimed, geez, that's impressive. Fei Banking smiled. There's more where that came from, so you should take your time and find them for yourself. With that, Fei Banking brought the two of them to one of the mountain peaks. The mountain peaks had only a few palaces, and it was quite desolate compared to the other mountain peaks. This is Mount Banking, and it belongs to me. I don't have any other students aside from the two of you, explained Fei Banking. She pointed at a palace on the right and said, lad, you can stay in that palace. There are some helpful books in that palace. Anyway, go ahead and take a look for yourself. Pay special attention to the book on the rules of Guanxian Academy. Stay here and familiarize yourself with the rules before doing anything else, and you'll thank me later. Ye Guan nodded and agreed. Okay. Fei Banking turned to look at Nalanjia and said, come with me. I'll help you cultivate. Nalanjia threw one last look at Ye Guan and said, see you later. Ye Guan smiled. Yeah, see you later. Fei Banking grabbed Nalanjia, and the two of them flew somewhere. Ye Guan turned around and examined the palace. It was several times bigger than the Ye Manor. Master Pagoda, have I been a frog in the well all this while? Yes, replied Little Pagoda. Ye Guan chuckled. He entered the palace and found that every room had fully stocked bookshelves. Ye Guan walked to one of the bookshelves and retrieved an old book. 2 hours later, Ye Guan's understanding of the Guanxian Academy and the entire world greatly increased. Apparently, he was currently in the lower realm, and the lower realm had 3 main continents: Nanzhou, Bizhou, and Zhongzhou. Every continent had its own Guanxian Academy branch. The realm above the lower realm was the upper realm. The old book didn't contain that much information about the upper realm. It only stated that the decennial martial contest would be held in the upper realm. It was worth mentioning that the lower realm had a very powerful and mysterious organization, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion and Guanxian Academy had a collaborative relationship. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion was the only organization with enough power to match the Guanxian Academies of the lower realm. The two organizations had a great relationship with each other, and there was even a rumor about how the first Academy Master of the Guanxian Academy had a special relationship with the founder of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. After reading the old book, Ye Guan decided to read the rules of the Guanxian Academy. Fei Banking was right, the rules took precedence over anything else in the Guanxian Academy. Aside from memorizing the rules of the Guanxian Academy, Ye Guan was also practicing the absolute strike sword technique under Little Pagoda's guidance. He was holding a book on the Guanxian Academy rules in one hand while holding the path sword in the other hand. Ye Guan cultivated until he was disturbed by loud noises the next morning. He frowned and walked out of his palace. Ye Guan saw a group of people in front of Nalanjia's palace, and there were quite a few young men and young women in the group. The door to Nalanjia's palace was filled with thousands of bright roses. The flowers were neatly arranged to form a heart, and a young man was standing in the middle of the heart while holding a bouquet of roses. The young man shouted in the direction of Nalanjia's palace, Lady Nalan, I know you have many suitors, but please give me a chance to court you. Give me by a chance. Give me by a chance. Give me by a chance, chanted the crowd of students. Ye Guan frowned slightly at the sight. Did they really come here to learn? Ye Guan shook his head. He didn't want to kick up a fuss, but they were an annoying sight to behold. One should study in an academy rather than get into relationships. Ye Guan walked out. There was no way that he would ignore the matter when someone was confessing to his fiancée right in front of him. The students were still chanting, but Nalanjia's palace remained silent. The young man holding a bouquet of flowers muttered, Lady Nalan. The young man was interrupted by Ye Guan, who suddenly appeared in front of him. The students froze as well. Who is he? Mu Bai stared at Ye Guan and asked, Who are you? Ye Guan responded, Ye Guan. Mu Bai's eyes narrowed as he said, I know you, you're Lady Nalan's fiancé. The students were stunned upon hearing Mu Bai's words. Fiancé? Their eyes landed on Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled and exclaimed, Correct, you got it right. To think that you would actually follow her here, Mu Bai trailed off. However, he eventually smiled before saying, anyway, I'm trying to court Lady Nalan. You have no objections, right? Of course, I don't really care even if you object. Pfft. Ha ha ha. The students laughed rather boisterously. However, Ye Guan remained calm as he said, you should be more polite. I'm a physique cultivator, and I have been cultivating my physique for 17 years. All Truth Realm cultivators are not capable of harming me. Oh, really? Pfft. Mu Bai laughed. You're a physique cultivator? Ha ha ha. Ye Guan pointed at his chest and said, don't believe me? Punch me in the chest and find out. Mu Bai stared deeply at Ye Guan before replying, you told me to do it, so don't mind if I do. Mu Bai immediately punched Ye Guan's chest. Bam! Ye Guan flew away and crashed to the ground. He gripped his chest with his right hand and spat a mouthful of blood. The students were stupefied, and Mu Bai was surprised as well. Are you kidding me? Didn't you say that you're a physique cultivator? Why did you fly away? I only used 30% of my strength. While Mu Bai was stewing in his own astonishment, Ye Guan suddenly shot to his feet and moved at lightning speed to slap Mu Bai across the face before the latter could even react. Pack! Mu Bai's eyes widened, and he spat blood. Unfortunately for Mu Bai, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. Ye Guan leaped into the air and stepped on Mu Bai's back before he could recover. Pack! Mu Bai's face crashed into the limestone ground. The students were terrified by the sudden turn of events. Fortunately, it seemed that Ye Guan wasn't planning on targeting them as he turned around to leave. Mu Bai looked up, and his face was drenched in his own blood. He glared at Ye Guan and growled. How dare you trick me, you bastard? I'll make you wish you were dead. You. Mu Bai couldn't finish his sentence because Ye Guan had turned around and kicked him in the throat. Crack! There was a grotesque noise as the sheer force behind Ye Guan's kick ripped Mu Bai's head off of his shoulders, sending it flying into the air. Blood spurted like a fountain from the headless stump of Mu Bai's corpse, staining the limestone ground. The students were horrified. They couldn't have imagined, even in their wildest dreams, that someone would actually murder someone else in Guanshan Academy. After all, murder was against the rules and was a serious crime in the academy. All of a sudden, dozens of incredibly powerful auras bore down on Ye Guan as powerful cultivators descended in front of Ye Guan. The expressions of the students changed upon seeing the cultivators. Discipline Committee? The students of Guanshan Academy were afraid of the Discipline Committee, so it wasn't strange that the group of students here was terrified upon seeing them. Elder Chu was standing at the helm of the Discipline Committee in front of Ye Guan, and Elder Chu was also known by his moniker Azura. Elder Chu glanced at the corpse and glared at Ye Guan. How dare you commit murder in the academy, he shouted. Ye Guan pointed at the blood at the corners of his lips and said, it was a justifiable self-defense. Everyone was rendered speechless. Elder Chu stared deeply at Ye Guan. Justifiable self-defense. Ye Guan nodded and explained, he punched me, damaging my internal organs, so I had no choice but to defend myself. Elder Chu's eyes narrowed. Are you trying to argue with me? Ye Guan remained calm as he said, I was just defending myself. How preposterous. Elder Chu was furious, and he reached out to slap Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan was faster. The moment Elder Chu raised his hand, Ye Guan moved and sent a knee toward Elder Chu's face. Elder Chu's expression changed, realizing that he had underestimated Ye Guan. However, it was too late, and he could only block the attack. Bam! There was a crisp noise, and Elder Chu staggered backward. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He dashed toward Elder Chu and lifted his right leg to perform a roundhouse kick. Elder Chu was startled, and he immediately raised his right hand to block the attack. Boom! Elder Chu was sent tumbling away. Ye Guan was about to make another move, but a furious shout interrupted him. Stop, what are you doing? Everyone turned to where the voice had come from and saw Fei Banking walking out from the doors of the main palace. Fei Banking? The expressions of the students changed dramatically, and they thought the same as they inwardly exclaimed. The female dictator has returned? Fei Banking walked over to Ye Guan. She glanced at Mu Bai's corpse and looked at Ye Guan. Didn't we have an agreement that you'll stay low-key? You murdered someone on your first day in the academy, and you even hit a discipline committee elder. Is this your definition of low-key? Ye Guan lowered his head. He wiped the blood on the corners of his lips and pointed at himself. He sounded aggrieved as he shouted, look, I got hit, too. I'm even bleeding profusely. Arg. Fei Banking cried out. She lost it and started stomping her feet. Everyone was rendered speechless by the unbelievable sight in front of them. Note, Azura referring to evil spirits/demons. Fei Banking truly broke down. When she was still young, she considered herself unrivaled at causing trouble, but the brat in front of her made her young self seem like the kindest person out there. Ye Guan was better at causing trouble than her. Tutor Fei. Elder Chu stood up and shouted angrily, he's your disciple. Fei Banking looked at him and replied indifferently, yes. Hearing that, Elder Chu exploded in fury. He pointed at Ye Guan and bellowed, he just murdered someone and even attacked an elder of the discipline committee? How do you think we should punish him? Fei Banking made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and asked, was it self-defense? Ye Guan nodded as if he were a chicken pecking rice and said, yes, it was justified self-defense. He hit me first, and everyone saw that. With that, Fei Banking turned to look at a female student and asked fiercely, did Mu Bai hit him first? The female student hesitated for a while before she eventually nodded. Yes, But Fei Banking didn't bother to hear the female student out as she turned to look at Elder Chu and said, Elder Chu, you heard it. Mu Bai started it, Ye Guan was only defending himself. Elder Chu glared at her and exclaimed, you're just trying to protect him. Fei Banking's brows furrowed as she said, who said I'm trying to protect him? Are you deaf? Mu Bai started it, and my disciple was only defending himself? It's justifiable self-defense. Elder Chu's face turned ashen. Let's say that it was self-defense, but he still went too far. He shouldn't have continued on engaging Mu Bai when the latter stopped attacking. Hearing that, Fei Banking made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan. Ye Guan momentarily hesitated before saying, he threatened that he would kill me, so I killed him first. It was a necessity. Fei Banking frowned and asked, a necessity defense? Is that in the rulebook? Ye Guan replied, no, I made it up. Fei Banking stared at him in astonishment. A necessity, my ass. Elder Chu roared, bastard, do you really think that I've never read the Guanxian Academy rules? The rulebook has no necessity defense. What you've done is murder. However, Ye Guan remained calm as he replied, it was self-defense. Elder Chu realized that Ye Guan was trying to avoid taking responsibility by taking advantage of the technicalities, and the realization made Elder Chu even more furious as he spat, where do you think we are, you bastard? Fei Banking approached Ye Guan and muttered, go easy on the taunting. All of a sudden, an old cultivator descended and landed on the peak. Elder Chu rushed to greet the old cultivator. Vice President. The cultivator was none other than the Vice President of the Discipline Committee, Lu Chen. Fei Banking's face fell. She knew that it would be difficult to sweep the matter under the rug now that Lu Chen was here. After all, Lu Chen wouldn't get fooled so easily. Ye Guan noticed Fei Banking's look of dismay, and he turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen walked over and glanced at Mu Bai's corpse. He chuckled and looked at Fei Banking. Tutor Fei. However, Ye Guan suddenly walked over to Lu Chen before Fei Banking could say anything. Ye Guan bowed slightly and said, Senior, can I talk to you for a moment? Lu Chen looked at Ye Guan and replied, what is it? Ye Guan gestured to the side. Lu Chen's brows furrowed slightly, but he still followed Ye Guan. Fei Banking frowned. What is that brat trying to do? Elder Chu was puzzled as well. Ye Guan and Lu Chen's backs were facing everyone. Ye Guan shoved a storage ring into Lu Chen's hand at an angle that was out of everyone's view. A bribe? Lu Chen froze. He frowned, and his eyes flashed with coldness. He was about to erupt in anger, but he froze once more upon realizing that the storage ring contained 1,000 gold spiritual crystals. Lu Chen was bewildered. The gold spiritual crystals in the storage ring were pure-grade gold spiritual crystals, and they were much better than the gold spiritual crystals that the Guanxian Academy was paying him for his salary. Ye Guan said, Senior, I was really just defending myself. He punched me first, and his punch was so strong that I felt like I was in mortal danger, so. Lu Chen put away the storage ring. I understand, he exclaimed with a chuckle. Ye Guan went silent. Rules would always be in favor of those with power, but those with money could bend the rules to their favor. In other words, if one had neither money nor power, then the rules wouldn't be beneficial to them at all, the rules would only restrict them. Lu Chen turned around and walked back to where everyone else was waiting. He declared, he has just told me about what happened. This young man had indeed acted in self-defense, and Mu Bai was simply asking to be killed. Elder Chu was visibly shaken as he muttered, Vice President. Lu Chen glared coldly at Elder Chu. How many times have I told you? You must investigate the cases thoroughly before coming to a conclusion. Old Chu, you're too reckless, and I advise you to change that mindset. Anyway, you're dismissed. With that, Lu Chen turned around to leave, and the members from the discipline committee followed closely behind him. Elder Chu stood rooted in astonishment. Fei Banking stared deeply at Ye Guan before walking up to him and saying, let's get out of here. With that, they turned around and started walking over to the main palace. The students and Elder Chu were still stewing in their own shock at the indescribable turn of events. A barely perceptible glint flashed in Elder Chu's eyes as he stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked back and stared at Elder Chu as well. You bribed him, exclaimed Fei Banking. They were already in the main palace, so the people outside couldn't hear them. Ye Guan wordlessly nodded. How much? Fei Banking asked. Ye Guan replied, 1,000 gold spiritual crystals. Fei Banking's eyes narrowed. You're really rich. Ye Guan didn't say anything. Moments later, Fei Banking continued. He deserved to die. However, Ye Guan shook his head and said, he deserves to die because he was a weakling, but what if I had been the weakling? What do you think would have happened to me? I was trying to talk to him properly, but he didn't take me seriously at all. His taunting got even harsher. I wasn't really planning on killing him, but he told me that he would make me wish that I was dead, so I reckoned that I had to kill him today. Otherwise, he would definitely think of ways to kill me tomorrow or in the near future. Our enmity could no longer be resolved, so I decided to just get rid of him today rather than later, added Ye Guan. Fei Banking stared deeply at Ye Guan, and she couldn't help but find the young man to be a bit frightening. It is kind of scary how much thought he had thought ahead before making a move. Fei Banking's expression was complex as she asked, do you have any idea just how many people are pursuing Little Jia? Are you going to kill them all? If I hadn't killed him, I'm sure that the students of the academy would have been convinced that I was a pushover, said Ye Guan. He sounded relatively calm as he added, people will think that you're a pushover if you insist on talking to them in a reasonable manner, and you'll definitely get bullied into a corner the moment they find out that you're weak. Unfortunately, it's human nature for people to be afraid of the strong and bully the weak. What I did was just a punch to deter the bullies. Fei Banking's gaze remained focused on Ye Guan as she asked, what if they remain undeterred? What if they keep on pursuing Little Jia? Ye Guan asked back, don't you think it's disrespectful to someone who is already engaged? Shouldn't such actions be condemned? What kind of a man would be fine to see someone else confessing to his wife? I said I'll do my best to be low-key, but I didn't say that I'll put up with everything. Fei Banking went silent. Ye Guan continued. I'll kill those who are daring enough to confess to her. Fei Banking was astonished. You're dangerous, she muttered. Ye Guan remained unperturbed as he asked, Tutor, do you think that what happened today was my fault? Fei Banking shook her head and explained, I didn't say that it was your fault, but your method is too extreme. You're inflexible and hot-headed, do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Ye Guan went silent for a few moments before asking, then, Tutor Fei, can you tell me what I can do to those daring enough to confess to Little Jia right in front of me? Fei Banking could only sigh and leave upon hearing that question. Ye Guan was silent as he stood in the large hall of the main palace by himself. Fei Banking left and soared into the skies, eventually arriving at a sea of clouds. Lu Chen was right in front of her, and he opened his palm, sending a storage ring floating over to her. Obviously, the storage ring had come from Ye Guan, and it contained 1,000 gold spiritual crystals. Lu Chen explained, I cherish talents, and I'll let this matter slide for your sake. Fei Banking nodded slightly and said, thank you. However, it seemed that Lu Chen wasn't done just yet as he said, he has a great personality and talent, so he shouldn't use petty tricks like bribery. It's your responsibility to guide him properly so that he won't go down the wrong path. Fei Banking sounded serious as she replied, he's from a remote place with a dog-eat-dog culture, so his mindset and methods are a bit extreme. Regardless, I'll do my best to guide him so that he will always keep walking on the right path. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Just be careful about overcorrecting him. A man should still be tough and bloodthirsty when the situation calls for it. Otherwise, his talent will go to waste. Mu Bai had indeed crossed, so he deserved to die. However, the people behind him will definitely not let the matter slide so easily, keep that in mind. Fei Banking remained calm despite Lu Chen's warning. Her expression didn't even change as she replied, if they touch even a strand of Little Guan's hair, I'll massacre them. Lu Chen chuckled hollowly and shook his head before saying, the two of you aren't blood-related, but his temper is exactly the same as yours when you were still young. With that, Lu Chen turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Fei Banking looked down at the storage ring and shook her head before turning around to leave as well. Ye Guan was sitting silently as he sat in the large hall of his palace. Master Pagoda, was I wrong? Asked Ye Guan. Little Pagoda replied, what do you think? Ye Guan closed his eyes. I stand by what I said. I won't offend anyone, but if anyone dares to offend me, I'll pay them back 100-fold. Just follow what your heart says, said Little Pagoda. My heart? Ye Guan exclaimed, Master Pagoda? I want to become stronger. Little Pagoda was confused. Why? Ye Guan exclaimed, I have to be even stronger if I want to protect myself and avoid being humiliated by anyone else. Little Pagoda went silent. Ye Guan also went silent and finally started cultivating. Meanwhile, a mysterious voice echoed in the pagoda. What an anxious brat. Little Pagoda's voice sounded gentle as it said, he was abandoned to his own devices, so it's not strange that he's anxious. The mysterious voice replied, his father received the same treatment back then, but to think that he would let his son experience the same predicament, even though he knows that it's a harrowing experience. Sigh, he even rejected his sister Destiny and Master's help just to get rid of his inner demons, but, Ye Guan quietly held the path sword. He had been practicing the absolute strike all this time. The absolute strike requires one to be strong enough with an unparalleled mindset. One must be arrogant enough to look down on his enemies. The question is, how am I supposed to acquire an unparalleled mindset? Ye Guan didn't know the answer. The only thing he knew was that his target had to die the moment his sword struck true. The sword was a weapon made to kill, so it had to take lives. Aside from cultivation, Ye Guan also took some time to understand the Guanxian Academy, and he found out that there were 3 students regarded as top geniuses by the academy. The first one was Fei Banking's direct disciple, Nailin Jia, tutor Xiao Ji's direct disciple, Nan Xian, and tutor Song Xi's direct disciple, Sun Xiong. They were the top students of the academy, and the other 2 were at the Divine Path realm aside from Nailin Jia. It was also worth noting that the position of Chief Student Representative of Guanxian Academy's Nanzhou branch was empty. The Chief Student Representative was above every other student. They were more powerful than the other students, and they would have many privileges under their sleeves. The Chief Student Representative could also mobilize a division of Guanxian Academy's army. Ye Guan was in deep contemplation as he sat cross-legged. Someone created a commotion by confessing to Nailin Jia the moment he arrived at the academy. Was that really a coincidence? Ye Guan didn't think so. Someone was definitely targeting him. Who? Ye Guan could only think of one faction, the Nan clan. After all, they were still holding a grudge against him. In other words, the mastermind had to be Nan Xian because he was from the Nan clan. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he muttered, so Mu Bai was just moving under the orders of someone else. The mastermind was trying to test me, so he could come up with a plan to deal with me. Nanshan. A cold glint flashed in Ye Guan's eyes. It wasn't good to judge others without definitive proof, but it was better to be cautious. Ye Guan asked, Master Pagoda, do you have any cultivation methods? I want to make a breakthrough to the Divine Path realm. Ye Guan wasn't short of resources, but he lacked cultivation methods. If he wanted to make a breakthrough into a higher realm, then he needed a cultivation method that would allow him to reach greater heights. Little Pagoda replied, I know a few, but they aren't suitable for you. No, actually, they're not suitable to be cultivated here. Ye Guan frowned slightly and asked, why? Little Pagoda explained, they're too powerful. The spiritual energy of this realm cannot accommodate the existence of even one of them. Ye Guan's expression stiffened. However, Little Pagoda reassured him, just focus on becoming even stronger in the meantime. Once you've arrived at the upper realm, I might teach you by then. Ye Guan went silent, but he quickly recovered and said, I guess I have no other choice but to look for a cultivation method by myself. Little Pagoda agreed. MMHM. With that, Ye Guan turned around and left. He had to find an excellent cultivation method, or he would have no choice but to use one of the basic earth rank cultivation methods that he had gotten from Si Ching. Ye Guan wanted a sky rank cultivation method because he would be able to gather more profound energy with a high ranked cultivation method, which would naturally increase his cultivation speed. Aside from that, Ye Guan had to seek out Yan'an. He was afraid that his enemy was despicable enough to target Yan'an just to deal with him. Meanwhile, a mysterious voice echoed in the pagoda. The mysterious voice sounded doubtful as it said, is the universe beholdment really not suitable for him? Little Pagoda answered, if he learns that now, it will bring a lot of trouble to him now. Furthermore, the spiritual energy here cannot put up with it. He will not be able to cultivate the first rank of that skill. He'll attract a calamity if he were to cultivate that. The spiritual energy of this realm is also not capable of withstanding that, and he's also not strong enough to cultivate even the first level of universe beholdment. When are you going to tell him that he has a family inheritance? Little Pagoda replied, there's no rush. A white-robed young man was sitting on the main seat of a palace on a certain mountain peak. The powerful aura he was emitting gave his identity away. He was none other than one of the top 3 geniuses of the Academy Nanshan. An old man approached the young man. The old man was none other than Elder Chu of the Discipline Committee. Nanshan's eyes opened, and he smiled as he said, Elder Chu. Elder Chu went straight to the point. He's an all-truth realm cultivator, but he's much stronger than typical cultivators in the same realm as him. He's also a crafty individual. He lured Mu Bai into making the first move, so he could plead self-defense afterward. Elder Chu's expression was ugly by the time he was done. The events that had transpired at Mount Banking truly made him feel humiliated. An imperial-ranked demonic beast was seen at the Nanshan mountain range, said Nanshan. Elder Chu frowned. He had no idea why Nanshan mentioned something unrelated to their current topic, so he decided to ask, I've heard of it, but why does it matter? Is it related to him somehow? Nanshan nodded and said, my sister, Nan Qingyu, went to the secret realm together with Si Ching, Zhang Lin, Nailin Jia, and Ye Guan, but my sister and the young lord of the Zhang clan ended up dying. Only Si Ching, Nailin Jia, and Ye Guan survived. The Si clan apparently obtained a spiritual vein from that expedition, and it was a pure-grade spiritual vein to boot. A pure-grade spiritual vein. Elder Chu's expression wavered slightly. Nanshan continued. Our scouts have also told me that in addition to spiritual veins, there had to have been an earth vein in the secret realm as well. An earth vein? Elder Chu's face lit up. Are you saying that the earth vein? Nanshan interrupted. Aside from the earth vein, there must have been other treasures like pure-grade purple spiritual crystals and gold spiritual crystals, and there had to have been grander treasures in that secret realm as well. Unfortunately, he's under tutor phase protection, so we cannot touch him, said Elder Chu in a deep voice. Nanshan smiled and asked, I've heard that Sun Xiong has always been interested in Lady Nailin. Is it true? Are you going to instigate Sun Xiong into making a move so that they'll destroy each other? Asked Elder Chu with narrowed eyes. Nanshan shook his head and explained, we don't have to do any of that, but a wildfire starts from a kindling, and we will be the kindling that'll give birth to the fire that Sun Xiong will cause himself. What do we have to do? Asked Elder Chu. Nanshan's smile deepened. It's very easy. We just have to spread a rumor about how Ye Guan and Lady Nailin are staying on the same mountain peak. Elder Chu frowned. That's all. Nanshan burst out into laughter and explained, it seems that Elder Chu still doesn't understand. A man won't turn a blind eye when faced with questionable news. We just have to spread a rumor about how they're staying on the same mountain peak, and the rumor will eventually get twisted until it becomes something along the lines of Lady Nailin and Ye Guan are living under the same roof. What do you think? Can Sun Xiong take that news? Elder Chu snickered and exclaimed, rumors can indeed kill. Nanshan nodded in agreement and said, make sure not to use any of our men when spreading that rumor. Elder Chu nodded. Understood. With that, Elder Chu turned around and left. Now left alone, Nanshan closed his eyes once again and muttered, sister, don't worry. Not only will I make him pay with his life, but I will also sacrifice the entire Ye clan to appease your soul. Ye Guan went out to find Fei Banking. Fei Banking looked at him and asked, you want a sky rank cultivation method? Ye Guan nodded, but Fei Banking shook her head. I can't help you. Ye Guan asked, seemingly confused. Why not? Fei Banking calmly replied, truth be told, the academy only has 3 sky rank cultivation methods, and they're in the inner pavilion. Unfortunately, only certain people can access the inner pavilion. Ye Guan stared at Fei Banking with clear hesitation in his expression, but he eventually decided to ask, may I know what cultivation method you're cultivating, tutor? Tutor Fei remained calm as she said, don't try and play tricks on me. Yes, I'm cultivating a sky rank cultivation method, but we are not allowed to pass our cultivation method on to our disciples. If a student requires cultivation manuals, then they have to buy them with academy points. Ye Guan frowned and asked, academy points? Fei Banking nodded and explained, there are 2 ways to obtain academy points. The first way is to complete missions for the academy. Those missions include tasks like arresting the criminals of the academy, etc. The second way is to achieve something great in the name of the academy. Unfortunately, these 2 ways aren't that great, and I reckon that you'll need a minimum of 10 years to obtain a decent amount of academy points through either of those 2. 10 years? Ye Guan immediately shook his head and said, there has to be another way. Yes, there is. Fei Banking gazed deeply at Ye Guan and said, stealing. Ye Guan was stupefied. After a moment of silence, he asked, how strong is the manager of the inner pavilion? Fei Banking smacked Ye Guan's head and glared. Are you really going to resort to stealing? She asked. Hehe. Ye Guan revealed a cheeky smile. However, Fei Banking snapped upon seeing that. Don't even try to mess around. Not even the academy chief can save you if you try to steal from the inner pavilion, not to mention me. Ye Guan was disheartened. Do I really have to settle for an earth rank cultivation method? Fei Banking saw his desolate look, so she said, I guess I'll have to bring you to that place. Let's go, follow me. Fei Banking led Ye Guan away, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at an ancient city called Xian City. Xian City was located at the base of the mountain where the Guanxian Academy was located, so it was a lively place. Ye Guan observed the people on the streets and asked curiously, tutor, where are we going? Fei Banking answered, we're going to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. Ye Guan pointed out, the biggest merchant organization in Nanzhou. Fei Banking nodded. However, they arrived at their destination before Ye Guan could continue asking questions. The moment they reached the doors of Immortal Treasures Pavilion, a grey-robed old man walked out to greet them. He smiled and asked, tutor Fei, what brings you here today? Fei Banking answered, I would like to buy a sky rank cultivation manual. The grey-robed old man was slightly surprised, but he quickly ushered the 2 of them inside the pavilion and said, let's head in and talk. Ye Guan also looked at Fei Banking in surprise. He didn't expect that tutor Fei would bring him here for a cultivation manual. The group soon arrived at a private room, and the grey-robed old man looked at Fei Banking before saying, tutor Fei, a sky rank cultivation manual will cost at least 50,000 gold spiritual crystals? That is the best price I can offer you. 50,000? Ye Guan's expression fell. He didn't even have 10,000 gold spiritual crystals, but a sky rank cultivation manual here was actually 50,000 gold spiritual crystals? This was Ye Guan's first time feeling incredibly poor. However, Fei Banking presented a storage ring to the grey-robed old man. Bring it here, she said. The grey-robed old man hurriedly put away the storage ring and said, give me a moment. With that, he turned around and left. Ye Guan stared at Fei Banking and said hesitantly, tutor, However, Fei Banking interrupted him. It's nothing. Ye Guan was unconvinced. Really? Fei Banking explained, I'm a tutor at the Guanxian Academy, so I can just embezzle some funds to earn that money back. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the grey-robed old man finally returned, and he handed over a black scroll to Fei Banking. Fei Banking simply glanced at the black scroll before giving it to Ye Guan. Let's go, she said. Ye Guan hesitated, but he still stood up and left with her. All of a sudden, he turned around sharply. A portrait of a woman caught his attention. The short-haired woman was wearing a short-sleeved robe and a cotton skirt. There was a small pouch hanging from her waist. The portrait seemed to have drawn Ye Guan in as he walked forward and touched it gently. The grey-robed old man and Fei Banking were staring at him. Ye Guan turned around and asked, Senior, who is she? The grey-robed old man smiled. She's the founder of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. What's her name? Asked Ye Guan. The grey-robed old man promptly replied, Qin Guan. Qin Guan? Ye Guan was in a daze as he stared at the portrait. Meanwhile, Little Pagoda's voice echoed throughout the tiny pagoda. It's a good thing that I still haven't given him the pouch. The mysterious voice asked, when are you going to do that? Little Pagoda replied, I wanted to give it to him at first, but I remembered his father. Anyway, let's wait a bit more. There's nothing wrong with letting him go through some hardships first. The old master even said boys need to be raised hard. The mysterious voice was rendered speechless. To clarify, cultivation manuals are the scrolls themselves, while the contents are the cultivation method. The grey-robed old man and Fei Banking were staring at Ye Guan in confusion. Fei Banking walked over to Ye Guan and pulled on his sleeve. What's wrong? She asked. Ye Guan composed himself and muttered, it's nothing. I don't know, but I just felt like I've seen her before. The idea that he had seen the founder of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was ridiculous, and even Ye Guan knew that as he shook his head and smiled before saying, let's go. With that, he turned around and walked out. Fei Banking made a sidelong glance at the portrait of a woman before walking out. While they were on their way back to Guanxian Academy, Ye Guan looked down at the skyrank cultivation manual in his hands and muttered, "Tutor." Fei Banking said calmly, "I told you it's nothing. It wasn't that expensive." However, Ye Guan was still worried. He hesitated, but he still flipped over his palm. A black box appeared on his palm, and he handed over the black box to Fei Banking. Fei Banking opened the box and saw a skyrank demonic beast internal pill. Fei Banking looked up at Ye Guan and asked, "What is this? Do you not want to be indebted to me?" Ye Guan hurriedly said, "It just doesn't feel good." Fei Banking shook her head and explained, "You're my disciple, so it is perfectly normal for me to provide you with cultivation manuals. And didn't you say that you'll represent the academy and become the champion of the decennial martial contest so that you won't owe me anything?" Ye Guan wanted to say something, but Fei Banking vanished before he could do so. Ye Guan felt helpless, and he could only return to the academy. Soon, Ye Guan arrived at the academy, and he was about to start cultivating when a young man stood in front of him. The young man was wearing a tight black robe, and he looked tall and sturdy. His bulging muscles made him look strong and fierce. The young man looked at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you Lady Nalan's fiancé?" Ye Guan nodded and asked, "And you are?" The young man stared deeply at Ye Guan before saying, "My name is Sun Xiong." Sun Xiong? Isn't he one of the top 3 talents of the academy? Ye Guan asked, "What's the matter?" Sun Xiong smiled at him and said, "Let's battle it out on the life or death stage." A battle on the life or death stage? A barely perceptible glint flashed across Ye Guan's eyes as he calmly responded, "Fine." Sun Xiong laughed and said, "At least you have the guts? Let's go." With that, he turned around and soared into the sky. Ye Guan kicked off of the ground and chased after Sun Xiong. What was the reason behind the sudden invitation? Ye Guan didn't have to ask. Why? It was simply because he didn't need to ask. Since Sun Xiong wanted to fight him, they would fight. Soon, they reached a particular mountain peak with a huge stage made out of limestone. The stage was massive, measuring a few thousand meters in width and height. The stage was surrounded by incredibly tall stone pillars, and there was an abyss next to it. The stage was none other than the life or death stage. In Guanxian Academy, students with irreconcilable grudges could choose to end everything by duking it out on the life or death stage. Upon getting onto the stage, their lives would be up to fate. The news about Ye Guan and Sun Xiong's agreement to duke it out on the life or death stage spread like wildfire throughout the entire academy. Soon, thousands of people arrived to spectate the upcoming battle. Fei Banking wordlessly stared at Ye Guan while standing on a high platform. She didn't dissuade Ye Guan. Why would she dissuade him? Ye Guan's principle was similar to Fei Banking's principle. They would not go out of their way to provoke people, but they would certainly fight back if people went out of their way to provoke them. On the contrary, if Ye Guan didn't dare to accept the challenge, Fei Banking would have looked down on him. All of a sudden, Lu Chen appeared next to Fei Banking. Lu Chen looked at Ye Guan and said, "There's a mastermind behind all this." Fei Banking remained calm as she replied, "I know." Lu Chen stared deeply at Fei Banking. Fei Banking added, "I know, and I don't care. The youngsters can fight for as many times as they like." Lu Chen nodded slightly. Guanxian Academy wasn't a sacred academy. It actually encouraged fighting between students. The academy believed that if fights weren't encouraged and allowed, the students of the academy would simply become bookworms. By then, the Guanxian Academy would be screwed. It also had to be mentioned that the past academy masters had all emerged victorious from every fight that they had to go through while they were still students of the academy. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly appeared next to Lu Chen and Fei Banking. The old man was none other than Song Xi, and he was staring at Ye Guan with a complicated expression. Ye Guan would have become Song Xi's disciple if the latter simply hadn't given up on the former. Unfortunately, Song Xi thought that Ye Guan no longer had any hope for a comeback, so he gave up on him and gave his disciple spot to Li Chuan of the Li clan. Song Xi truly didn't expect that the young man would still make it to Guanxian Academy. On the life or death stage, Sun Xiong gazed at Ye Guan and said, "Let's begin." Ye Guan nodded slightly before dashing toward Sun Xiong at breakneck speed. Sun Xiong's eyes narrowed. He opened his palm, and a flame manifested over it. He clenched his fist, and the flame enveloped his fist before he charged at Ye Guan and sent a punch flying toward the latter. A head-on collision? Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. Their fists were about to meet, but Ye Guan made a last-minute decision to turn his fist into a palm. His palm avoided Sun Xiong's fist and made its way over to Sun Xiong's neck. However, Sun Xiong's fist struck Ye Guan's chest as well. Crack! Bam! Sun Xiong and Ye Guan flew backward at the same time. Lu Chen's face was solemn as he asked, "You actually taught him such a risky maneuver?" Fei Banking shook her head, and she gazed at Ye Guan with a complicated gaze. That brat is risking his life. Blood was flowing out of Ye Guan's mouth, but he wasn't done just yet. He endured the pain and charged at Sun Xiong like a panther that was about to devour its prey. Sun Xiong's eyes widened. He used his right hand to cover his throat as blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. He didn't expect Ye Guan to do such a risky move from the get-go. Sun Xiong's attacks were explosive and powerful, but he wasn't as fast as Ye Guan. He reckoned that Ye Guan's speed was the reason the latter's palm reached him first. His throat ended up being injured, but before Sun Xiong could even compose himself, his eyes flashed in a sinister light. Ye Guan was already running toward him, so how could he not return the gesture in kind? Sun Xiong ignored the intense pain and charged at Ye Guan. He threw another punch, but a scorching flame enveloped his forearm as well rather than just his hand. Ye Guan saw the incoming punch, and he knew that there was no way that he could take that punch like what he had done to Sun Xiong's first punch. Ye Guan decided to change directions and rolled on the ground towards Sun Xiong's right flank. He immediately widened the distance between him and Sun Xiong. Boom! Sun Xiong's fist struck nothing but the air, causing a huge explosion as the air itself caught fire. However, Sun Xiong's expression changed upon realizing that Ye Guan had rolled over to his right flank. Sun Xiong wanted to send another punch, but Ye Guan swept Sun Xiong's foot. Sun Xiong lost his balance as Ye Guan pulled him down while Ye Guan himself used Sun Xiong's sturdy physique to pull himself up before stomping on Sun Xiong's chest. Crash! Sun Xiong crashed to the ground, and Ye Guan's stomp forced a mouthful of blood to emerge from Sun Xiong's mouth. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He appeared behind Sun Xiong and held him in a chokehold. Ye Guan! Song Ci shouted from above a high platform. Fei Banking gazed indifferently at Song Ci, while Lu Chen wordlessly stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked up at Song Ci. The killing intent in Ye Guan's eyes made Song Ci hesitate. Still, he decided to speak to save the life of his one and only direct disciple. Can you spare him? Asked Song Ci. Ye Guan calmly replied, sure. With that, he released Sun Xiong and casually stood up, astonishing everyone. Song Ci was astonished as well. He didn't expect that Ye Guan would let Sun Xiong go just like that. Ye Guan stood up and wiped the blood from the corners of his lips before walking over to one of the stone pillars. He stared at the white-robed young man on one of the stone pillars. The white-robed young man was none other than Nan Xian. Under everyone's gaze, Ye Guan stared deeply at Nan Xian. I know you're the mastermind behind all this. Since you want me to die, I'm giving you the chance to kill me. Come down and fight me on this life or death stage. Let's end everything between us, said Ye Guan. The spectators were shocked as they looked at Nan Xian. Fei Banking wordlessly stared at Nan Xian as well. Nan Xian was also taken aback. His gaze turned deep as he looked at Ye Guan, but he eventually smiled and said, Brother Ye, I have no idea what you're. Get your ass down here. Ye Guan bellowed, quit the bullshit? I'll end you today, so come down here and get ready to die. Nan Xian's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect that Ye Guan would make things difficult for him in front of everyone. He was aware that Ye Guan had been suspecting him, but he also knew that Ye Guan had no evidence against him. However, he didn't expect that Ye Guan would challenge him without even bothering to gather any evidence against him. Song Ci stared coldly at Nan Xian. He wasn't a fool, so he knew that someone had been manipulating his disciple. He wasn't aware of the mastermind's identity, but Ye Guan had revealed the mastermind just now. Nan Xian's smile deepened as he said, Brother Ye, I think there's a misunderstanding. Ye Guan interrupted. Are you a coward? The gazes of the students turned strange as they stared at Nan Xian. Nan Xian's eyes turned cold. He knew that he had to accept the challenge if he wanted to maintain his reputation. However, an old man appeared next to him before he could even accept the challenge. The old man was none other than Xiao Ji, one of the top 3 tutors at Guanxian Academy. Xiao Ji examined Ye Guan and said, a deathmatch isn't an issue, but you're clearly injured, and we're not going to take advantage of that. You should recover first. A month should be enough. Next month, the two of you can fight to the death on the life or death stage. With that, Tutor Xiao took Nan Xian with him and disappeared. Ye Guan's expression turned solemn, but he eventually sighed and walked away. Meanwhile, Sun Xiong finally woke up. He sounded hoarse as he asked, why did you spare me? Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Ye Xiong before pointing at the abyss on Sun Xiong's right. There's an abyss next to you. If you find it shameful to live on, then jump into the abyss. Sun Xiong wordlessly gazed at Ye Guan. Ye Guan calmly added, is defeat really that scary? I don't think so. You should think about why you lost to me rather than brooding over the feelings of shame. A man must know when to advance and retreat. Are you even a man if you can't take a defeat? Ye Guan turned around and started walking away while saying, you have to remember that you owe me your life. Don't just brute force your way through everything, use your brain as well. You shouldn't let others manipulate you into doing their bidding. Sun Xiong remained silent. He finally realized that he had been manipulated into taking action. The students watched as Ye Guan walked away, and their expressions were complicated. However, most of them clearly didn't expect that Nailanjia's fiancé would actually be so strong and handsome. The gazes of quite a few female students turned strange while they were staring at Ye Guan's departing figure. Fei Banking's lips curled up as she gazed at Ye Guan. Lu Chen smiled and exclaimed, what an interesting brat. Fei Banking nodded slightly. I also didn't expect him to spare Sun Xiong. Lu Chen nodded and said, yeah, anyway, I think Sun Xiong is a bit simple-minded. Nan Xian is too scheming, while Little Jia is too easygoing. I think none of them will become the chief student representative. Fei Banking turned to look at Lu Chen and asked, what about that one? Can my disciple compare to him? Lu Chen went silent. Actually, Guanxian Academy didn't just have 3 top talents, but 4. There was a mysterious student that the academy master was teaching personally. He's a courageous and smart young man. His personality is decent as well, but if I were to compare him to that one, Lu Chen trailed off. Fei Banking smiled and asked, do you really think that you've seen all there is to him? Lu Chen froze upon hearing that. Anyway, I'm off. I have to go and borrow money from the academy master, or I'll starve at this rate, exclaimed Fei Banking before turning around to leave. She left a speechless Lu Chen in her wake. Ye Guan returned to his palace and stumbled upon Fei Banking. Fei Banking said, "Lie down." Ye Guan froze, and he stood rooted on the spot. Fei Banking pushed him to the floor and tore his clothes open before he could even recover. Ye Guan immediately covered his crotch, and he seemed aggrieved as he muttered, "Tutor, don't use force." Fei Banking didn't know what to say. Slap! Fei Banking smacked Ye Guan's head. "What nonsense is in that head of yours?" Ye Guan was flustered. "Weren't you trying to dual cultivate with me?" Fei Banking glared at Ye Guan before tearing his shirt apart. There was a red fist mark on Ye Guan's chest, and the skin around the fist mark was torn. Fei Banking took out a white jade bottle. She opened it before gently tilting it toward the wound. Moments later, a dark green liquid poured out of the jade bottle and onto Ye Guan's chest. The liquid felt cool and comfortable. Ye Guan was slightly embarrassed. Indeed, could dual cultivation even heal injuries? Fei Banking glared at Ye Guan and said, "You better thank your lucky stars that he still hasn't mastered his profound fire fist. Otherwise, his fist would have punctured a hole in you and scorched your organs." "Why did you even take such a risky move?" asked Fei Banking. Ye Guan thought about it for a while before answering, "There are two reasons. Firstly, it was the simplest and most direct method. Secondly, he had been looking down on me. He's arrogant, so there is an extremely high chance of success. I would have gotten injured in exchange for his life." Fei Banking went silent. Ye Guan revealed a look of disappointment. "I had intended to kill him, what a pity." Fei Banking said, "You still have a chance." Ye Guan asked, "The academy doesn't restrict fighting between students." Fei Banking shook her head and replied, "Doing that would be tantamount to giving up on martial arts. Of course, there is a limit to the fighting. If it goes overboard, we will naturally intervene. However, he used Sun Xiong against you, but he did it so cleanly that there's nothing we can use against him. It is all Sun Xiong's fault for being too stupid." Ye Guan nodded. "I understand. You better cultivate once you're done taking care of your injury," said Fei Banking before standing up. She was about to turn around and leave, but she suddenly kicked Ye Guan's waist upon recalling his words earlier. "I'm your tutor, so don't even think about nonsensical ideas, do you understand?" Ye Guan was slightly embarrassed. He had truly misunderstood. Anyway, Fei Banking departed, and Ye Guan decided to set the matter aside and looked down at his stomach. It seemed that Fei Banking's medicine was extraordinary because the injury had more or less healed. Ye Guan took a deep breath before taking out a Skyrank cultivation manual. As soon as he opened it, the Skyrank cultivation manual turned into a white light that sunk into his glabella. Moments later, Ye Guan started cultivating and the spiritual energy in the air rushed toward him. Ye Guan smiled upon sensing the rush of spiritual energy. What an awesome Skyrank cultivation method! At this rate, it would take him less than a month to reach the Divine Path realm. Ye Guan seemed to have thought of something, and he decided to ask, "Master Pagoda, what do you think of my talent?" Little Pagoda sounded calm as it said, "It's not great." Ye Guan stiffened. He had no idea what to say. Little Pagoda exclaimed, "I have heard some rumor about how someone of your age has already become an Imperial Realm cultivator. For your information, an Imperial Realm cultivator is as strong as 100 Imperial rank demonic beasts." Ye Guan's expression changed. He seemed moved as he said, "It seems that I am still a frog in a well. I have to work even harder." With that, he stopped talking and focused on cultivating. Meanwhile, the mysterious voice in the pagoda asked, "He's very talented, so why did you say that?" Little Pagoda calmly replied, "Have you already forgotten how his father fell back then? He fell because he got too arrogant. Do you want that lad to become arrogant as well?" The mysterious voice went silent. Little Pagoda continued, "In this world, you should not always rely on external assistance." The mysterious voice replied, "I agree." Meanwhile, an old man and a young man stood face to face on a mountain peak. Tutor Xiao gazed at Nan Xian without saying anything, while Nan Xian was silent as well. Moments later, Tutor Xiao finally spoke. "There was only one reason why he dared to challenge you despite his injuries. He was probably confident in his chances of killing you." Nan Xian remained calm as he replied, "I'm also confident." Tutor Xiao replied, "Can you do what he did to Sun Xiong? Can you defeat Sun Xiong in a short amount of time?" Nan Xian went silent. Tutor Xiao shook his head slightly and said, "I've heard about what happened in Nanshan Mountain Range. It's not strange that you want to seek revenge. However, you're too impatient. In addition to blowing your cover, you also made an enemy out of Sun Xiong." Sigh. Nan Xian clenched his right fist without saying anything. Tutor Xiao flipped over his palm, and a scroll appeared in front of Nan Xian. Nan Xian was startled. "What is it?" Tutor Xiao calmly said, "Open it." Nan Xian's expression changed upon opening the scroll. "A Skyrank mysterious art," he gasped. Tutor Xiao nodded. Nan Xian immediately bowed. "Thank you, Tutor." Tutor Xiao replied, "Let me bring you to a place where you can cultivate in peace." With that, they disappeared from the mountain peak. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was still cultivating in the hall of his palace. Ye Guan. However, a shout from the outside startled him awake. Ye Guan looked out and saw a young woman smiling at him. The young woman was wearing a black dress, and she was standing outside with her hands on her back. Overall, she looked charming and elegant. Ye Guan immediately got up and ran toward her. He threw his arms around her and laughed boisterously. Sister Nan. The young woman was none other than Yanan Ye Xiao's daughter. Yanan glared at Ye Guan and said, I've heard that you arrived here several days ago, so why did you not look for me? Ye Guan chuckled hollowly. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Yanan didn't seem to mind as she stood on her toes and compared her height with Ye Guan's height. She smiled at the result and said, You're taller than me now. Ye Guan smiled and asked, Sister Nan, how have you been? I'm doing good, but I'm a bit homesick. After all, I can only go back home during the annual vacation, replied Yanan. Afterward, she stared deeply at Ye Guan and said with a smile, I'm really happy to see you here. Ye Guan examined Yanan and asked for confirmation, Truth Realm. Yanan nodded and confirmed. Yes. Ye Guan looked around before taking out a storage ring and handing it over to Yanan. Yanan gasped upon seeing what was inside. Gold spiritual crystals. There are about 2,000 of them here. They're yours, said Ye Guan. However, Yanan shook her head and refused. This is too much. Ye Guan smiled at her and explained, I'm sure it'll only be a matter of time until you reach the All-Truth realm with the gold spiritual crystals in there. The idea sounded great, but Yanan was still hesitating. At that, Ye Guan became slightly unhappy. Sister Nan, since when were we so distant? He asked, seemingly aggrieved. Yanan rolled her eyes at him and said, fine. She finally accepted the storage ring. Yanan looked around. She was happy as she said, I really didn't expect that you'll become Tutor Fei's disciple. You even have a palace for yourself. I'm so jealous of you. Ye Guan smiled at her and suggested, if you'd like, you can stay here. Yanan shook her head and said, no, that would be against the rules. However, it seemed that Ye Guan wasn't the only one who had a surprise for the other because Yanan also took out a basket and handed it over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan froze before asking, what is this? Open it and see. Yanan urged with a smile. Ye Guan opened it and found a fragrant roasted chicken in the box. Ye Guan was thrilled. Yanan smiled and exclaimed, surprise. It's your favorite. Ye Guan didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and started devouring the dish. Cultivators could fast for an extended period of time, but it was only truly applicable to powerful cultivators. A cultivator at Ye Guan's realm still had to eat. Fasting is nonsense. I have to eat, and I want to eat good food. If given the chance, I'll even eat dragon meat. Meanwhile, Ye Guan asked Little Pagoda, Master Pagoda, have you seen a dragon before? Little Pagoda replied, yes. Ye Guan sounded envious as he said, Master Pagoda, I really admire you. It seems like you've already seen everything that the world has to offer. You're really incredible. Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. Yanan arranged her skirt and sat next to Ye Guan before proceeding to stare at the latter while he was eating. Ye Guan was an adopted son, so most members of the Ye clan weren't really fond of him when he was still a child. However, Yanan had spent most of her time playing with Ye Guan when they were still children, so they grew extremely close. Yanan could still remember how Ye Guan often covered for her whenever she got into trouble because of her mischievousness as a child. She would then repay Ye Guan by cooking for him while he was in the middle of serving punishment on her behalf. All of a sudden, Ye Guan turned to look at Yanan and asked, Sister Nan, are you not going to eat? Yanan shook her head and replied, I got it for you. Ye Guan grinned and devoured a chicken leg. Yanan chuckled at the sight. Do you know how impressive you were on the life or death stage? Many of my female friends are infatuated with you right now. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. I was risking my life for a goal, and my goal wasn't to look cool. Yanan smiled at him and asked, how are things going between you and Nalinjia? Are you living under the same roof? Ye Guan was appalled, and he quickly retorted, excuse me, our relationship is wholesome, just so you know. Yanan rolled her eyes at him and said, what, pure? You have to be bolder. Let me tell you, every woman out there wants their men to be a bit cheeky toward them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ye Guan was rendered speechless. Yanan shook her head and laughed at Ye Guan's dumbfounded look. You're so dense, she said. With that, she lifted her basket and said, I'll bring you food when I'm free. I'm off. Ye Guan stared at Yanan's departing figure, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. Eventually, he stood up to look for Fei banking. I really have to be cautious. There's a chance that my enemy will go after those who are close to me and use them against me. It was bullshit that had to be avoided at all costs. It didn't take Ye Guan long to find Fei banking and he explained his concerns. Fei banking was rather calm as she said, don't worry. No one is daring enough to commit murder in the academy. Ye Guan went silent. He was unconvinced. But I had done it before. Fei banking seemed to have seen through Ye Guan's thoughts. She shook her head and said, I'll ask the other tutors in the academy to look after your sister. I'll also give her a sound transmission talisman. If anything happens to her, I'll personally head over. Ye Guan bowed deeply and said, thank you, tutor. However, it seemed that Fei banking wasn't done just yet as she said, I heard that Nan Xian and his tutor went to one of the training towers. Ye Guan frowned. Training towers. Fei banking nodded. There are 9 training towers in the academy. The towers are great places to cultivate because they have 9 levels of difficulty. There's apparently a mysterious reward upon reaching the 9th level of the towers. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued as he asked, what kind of reward? Fei banking shook her head at Ye Guan. I don't know. Ye Guan was confused. Fortunately, Fei banking quickly explained, only those under the age of 24 can enter those towers. Those towers were built by powerful cultivators from the main academy many years ago, so we don't know what the mysterious reward is. Ye Guan's curiosity intensified as he exclaimed, I'll go and try my luck. Entering a tower requires high-grade purple spiritual crystals, advised Fei Banking. It's fine, said Ye Guan with a nod. However, his expression soon turned complicated as he said hesitantly, Tutor, why did you sound like you're short of money? Am I right? I still have. Short your head. Fei Banking shoot him impatiently. I have a lot of money. Hurry up and get to a training tower. Ye Guan was dumbfounded by Fei Banking's excessive reaction. Wait. Fei Banking stopped Ye Guan. Ye Guan turned around. Fei Banking stared deeply at him for a moment before saying, You only have a month until your death match with Nan Xian. If you're going to kill him, I advise that you wait until the death match. Otherwise, you will be breaking the rules, and you'll be in deep trouble. Ye Guan remained silent, mildly surprised. He didn't expect that Fei Banking would see through his thoughts. He was actually planning on assassinating Nan Xian, and it was all because he had always preferred to settle his grudges as soon as possible. Fei Banking sighed and said, It's great that you're stubborn. I think powerful men should be stubborn, but you have to keep in mind that you're already a student of the Guanshan Academy, and you're not invincible as well. You have to stick to the rules, or you'll be suppressed by those who are more powerful than you. Ye Guan nodded. I understand. Fei Banking smiled at the sight and said, Go ahead. Ye Guan bowed before turning around to leave. Fei Banking shook her head. This disciple of mine is great, but he's too ruthless and decisive. He should think about the ramifications before doing something. Fei Banking seemed to be criticizing Ye Guan, but Ye Guan's principle of giving no quarter to his enemies and his decisiveness were precisely the reasons she quickly grew fond of the latter. Fei Banking grinned upon recalling Ye Guan's decisiveness, but she soon shook her head. She could finally understand her tutor's feelings back then. A hot-headed disciple is indeed troublesome. The trial peak was located on the southern side of the Guanshan Academy. The trial peak was actually a mountain range with 9 ridges between the mountains, and there was a trial tower on each of the ridges. The students of the Guanshan Academy could naturally train in the trial towers. Ye Guan skipped traveling through a ridge and arrived directly near one of the trial towers using a teleportation portal. He smiled slightly upon seeing one of the trial towers, and the intent to fight burned in his heart. He knew that he could only test his limits through fighting. His battle with Sun Xiong made him realize that Sun Xiong lacked combat experience, especially in life-or-death battles. Of course, it wasn't really strange that Sun Xiong was a greenhorn in that kind of battle. It was a common issue among disciples of grand clans. Their great family background gave them access to lots of resources, so this meant that they had never really experienced fighting for their lives in exchange for resources. Therefore, the disciples of grand clans would often struggle against vicious individuals who were more than willing to bet their lives in exchange for cultivation resources. It was only natural that the privileged disciples of those great clans were greenhorns when it came to life-or-death battles. After all, why would they risk their lives against barbarians? However, Ye Guan's many years of living in ancient desolate city made him realize one thing: a cultivator had to be vicious. He would die if he wasn't vicious enough. Soon, Ye Guan arrived at one of the trial towers. An old man was standing by the entrance of the trial tower. The old man glanced at Ye Guan before saying, 100 purple spiritual crystals for every 2 hours. Ye Guan nodded and paid 200 spiritual crystals. The old man stored the purple spiritual crystals in his storage ring. You have 4 hours, he said. Ye Guan bowed slightly and asked, Senior, am I allowed to go to any floor? The old man stared at Ye Guan and replied, Yes, but it depends on your strength. Ye Guan smiled and nodded. I understand. With that, Ye Guan walked into the tower and was immediately transported to an illusory realm. A sword-wielding phantom was standing in front of him. Ye Guan was slightly surprised at the sight. A swordsman? Without warning, the phantom dashed forward and thrust its sword at Ye Guan. The phantom was swift. Ye Guan sidestepped and avoided the thrust, but the sword still brushed past Ye Guan's head. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and he stumped with his left foot. Boom! The phantom staggered backward. Ye Guan rushed ahead and struck the chin of the phantom with his elbow. There was another loud noise as the phantom disintegrated from the impact. Ye Guan tidied his clothes and headed up to the second floor. As expected, another phantom was waiting for him there. This time, Ye Guan took the initiative and charged at the phantom. Ye Guan's fist struck the phantom before it could even react, and it was disintegrated by the flow. With that, Ye Guan headed up to the next floor. And just like that, Ye Guan reached the 7th floor. The sword-wielding phantom on the 7th floor stared silently at Ye Guan, and it was emitting an ominous aura. Ye Guan was about to attack the phantom, but it abruptly vanished and reappeared right in front of him. Ye Guan's pupils constricted in shock, and he sidestepped to avoid the incoming sword thrust. Unfortunately, the phantom was too fast, and its sword ended up piercing his left shoulder. Ye Guan's heart leaped into his throat, and he hurriedly jumped away to retreat. The blood gushing out of his wound dyed his robe red. Ye Guan managed to retreat to a corner. His expression turned both grim and somber as he glared at the phantom. What was that sword move? It was so fast. There weren't any wasted movements, and it was a decisive attack. Meanwhile, the phantom charged at Ye Guan and transformed into numerous specters that pounced on Ye Guan, interrupting the latter's train of thought. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed as he swept his gaze across the specters, but rather than slicing them apart, he decided to run away from them. However, it seemed that the phantom wasn't willing to let Ye Guan go, and it relentlessly chased after Ye Guan using its specters. Ye Guan couldn't do anything else other than run, and his accumulated fatigue was starting to rear its ugly head. At first, the phantom was still capable of leaving wounds on Ye Guan, but as time went on, Ye Guan eventually adapted to the phantom's attacks, speed, and techniques, allowing him to become even better at running away. By the third day, Ye Guan had completely acclimated to the phantom's speed, and he could finally see through the phantom's attacks and techniques. At this point, the phantom could no longer injure Ye Guan. The phantom thrust its sword at Ye Guan. Ye Guan would have sidestepped to avoid the sword thrust, but he had already gotten used to the phantom's attacks. Ye Guan ducked and charged at the phantom with his head lowered. Moments later, he arrived in front of the phantom and punched its chest. Boom! The phantom was torn apart. Ye Guan sighed deeply and sat down. He immediately meditated to heal himself. He was covered in blood, and it wasn't really strange when he had been fighting a phantom that was faster than Divine Path Realm cultivators for 3 days straight. The phantom's sword moves were decisive and direct as well. Ye Guan reckoned that an average cultivator wouldn't be able to dodge its attacks. However, the biggest issue Ye Guan faced while fighting the phantom was the fact that the phantom focused only on one characteristic: speed. Ye Guan looked a bit scared upon recalling the phantom's fastest speed. 2 hours later, Ye Guan stopped cultivating. He could feel that he had almost recovered, so he decided to just let his body take care of his remaining wounds. He changed into a clean set of clothes and stared at the teleportation portal. He just had to walk into that teleportation portal, and he would arrive on the 8th floor. Scared? Not at all. Ye Guan was excited. Ye Guan walked into the teleportation portal, and he was transported to another illusory realm in the proverbial blink of an eye. He was surrounded by nothingness, and there wasn't anyone else here aside from a phantom in the distance. It was another sword-wielding phantom. Ye Guan raised his guard and tightened his right fist. However, the phantom didn't charge toward Ye Guan. It lifted its sword and slashed out, sending a brilliant light flying toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's expression fell. Sword energy? Goodness, he can use sword energy. Ye Guan was a swordsman, but he could only wield the sword. He still couldn't wield sword energy. However, the phantom in front of him could do so. The sword energy was incredibly fast, and it reached Ye Guan in the blink of an eye. It seemed that the phantom on the 8th floor was at least a few times faster than the phantom on the 7th floor. Goodness! Ye Guan didn't dare to face the sword energy head-on. He sidestepped to avoid the attack. Fortunately, my sidesteps had gotten quicker thanks to the phantom on the 7th floor. He barely managed to avoid the sword energy, but before he could even compose himself, another sword energy flew toward him. The thick scent of death assaulted Ye Guan's nose, and his eyes narrowed. It was clear that he couldn't hide his strength anymore, so Ye Guan decisively took out the path sword. Slash! The path sword collided against the sword energy, disintegrating it. Ye Guan was stunned at the sight. It's that easy? Ye Guan's gaze turned toward the phantom, and he saw that the phantom's sword had departed the phantom's hand and was now floating in front of Ye Guan. The sword was trembling ever so slightly. Is it afraid? Is it submitting to me? Ye Guan was astonished, and the phantom seemed surprised as well. The two of them stared at the quivering sword in a daze. Moments later, Ye Guan discovered that the sword wasn't afraid of him. It was actually afraid of the path sword in his hand. Ahem. Ye Guan cleared his throat and asked, Master Pagoda, is my assumption correct? Is it really afraid of the path sword? Little Pagoda sounded uncertain as it replied, I think so. Ye Guan was even more confused. Why? He asked. Little Pagoda went silent, prompting Ye Guan to ask once more, why? Little Pagoda finally answered, I think it's tired, and it wants to rest. Ye Guan was annoyed by the uncertain response, and he snapped. Please be honest with me, Master Pagoda. With that, Little Pagoda added, your sword is special, and as far as I can remember, there are only 2 swords that are not afraid of your sword. Apart from those 2, the rest will submit to your sword. They won't even dare to showcase their abilities in front of your sword. Ye Guan blinked. Master Pagoda, are you saying that I will be invincible among swordsmen? Master Pagoda replied, I'm not sure about the swordsmen themselves, but your sword will definitely beat your enemy's sword. Ye Guan was delighted, and he exclaimed, that's incredible. Master Pagoda, I'm convinced that the plain-skirt sister I saw at the time is a Sword Immortal. Am I right? I've heard that there are no Sword Immortals, even in the upper realm. Little Pagoda was silent for a few moments, but it eventually replied, indeed. She's a great Sword Immortal. My master is actually a great Sword Immortal? I really didn't expect that. Wow, it feels great to have such a strong master, ha ha ha. Ye Guan boisterously laughed at the positive response. However, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind, and he hurriedly asked, Master Pagoda, can she split a mountain into 2 with a sword strike? I'm talking about a really high mountain. Little Pagoda thought about it for a while before answering, I believe she's capable of doing that if she puts in the effort. Whoa? Ye Guan jumped in excitement, but he quickly composed himself by muttering, calm down, I have to calm down. She's the amazing one, not me. I have to work harder so that I'll become a Sword Immortal one day. Little Pagoda smiled and exclaimed, that's right. With that, Ye Guan took in a deep breath of air as a new goal formed in his heart. A Sword Immortal? I must become a Sword Immortal. Once I become one, I'll go back to ancient desolate city and split a mountain into 2 with a sword strike in front of everyone. Honestly, I don't really like that mountain behind ancient desolate city. Meanwhile, the mysterious voice in the pagoda asked, "Aren't we going too far?" Little Pagoda sighed and said, "Just think about his father." The mysterious voice grew silent. Indeed, they had to raise an independent man this time. Meanwhile, Ye Guan grabbed the sword floating in front of him. He walked toward the phantom and handed the sword over to it. "Take this. We have to fight again," he said. The phantom was silent. Ye Guan carefully placed the sword in the phantom's hand. Afterward, he walked back to where he was earlier and lifted the path sword. Ye Guan covered the path sword with his profound energy. The phantom made a move just then, sending a sword energy toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan didn't back down. He sprinted toward the phantom with his eyes narrowed and thrust his sword toward the incoming sword energy. Ye Guan decided to face the sword energy head-on. Boom! The sword energy was forcibly dispersed, and Ye Guan used the backward momentum from the sword energy to retreat in a hurry. However, it seemed that the phantom had a different idea. It vanished and reappeared in front of Ye Guan, glaring coldly at him. Ye Guan's eyes flashed, but he started running away rather than confronting the phantom. He used the same tactic he used against the phantom on the 7th floor because Ye Guan knew that he couldn't possibly beat a sword-wielding opponent capable of wielding sword energy. To make matters worse, the phantom was faster than him. Ye Guan couldn't even find any opportunities to attack. He was helpless and could only dodge. However, Ye Guan was planning on getting used to the phantom's speed and movement, so he didn't really mind dodging. Unfortunately, he quickly found himself in a sad tragic plight. Ye Guan couldn't dodge all of the phantom's attacks, so it didn't take long for him to be riddled with wounds. "Wait!" Ye Guan exclaimed and raised the path sword high up. The phantom came to a halt. It had no choice but to stop moving because its sword surrendered once again. Ye Guan was covered in his own blood, and his voice was trembling as he said, "Let me recover. We'll fight again once I've recovered." Ye Guan then confiscated the phantom's sword. The phantom stood rooted and speechless. Ye Guan looked down at himself and was stunned by his injuries. He looked pitiful, and he knew that he had to heal himself. The speed of this phantom was ridiculously fast. It had to be in the legendary Divine Soul realm, at the very least. The realm above the Divine Path realm was the Divine Soul realm, and it could only be reached by the confluence of soul and physique. A Divine Soul realm cultivator could perform divine abilities, and they could raise a small city to the ground with a flick of their sleeve. The phantom didn't use any divine abilities, but its sword energy was powerful enough to destroy an entire city wall. It was also extremely fast. If Ye Guan hadn't somehow gotten used to the speed of the phantoms on the previous floors, and if he had challenged this floor directly from the start, he would have instantly died. The phantom on this floor was that strong he stood no chance at all. Ye Guan took a deep breath and brought the phantom's sword even closer to him before focusing on healing. The sight seemed to have rendered the phantom speechless. The majority of Ye Guan's wounds healed an hour later. He stood up and picked up the sword on the ground before handing it over to the phantom. "Let's do it again," he said. The phantom didn't bother saying anything. It rushed up and thrust its sword at Ye Guan's forehead in the proverbial blink of an eye. Ye Guan still didn't counterattack. He continued dodging to the best of his abilities. Soon, he was riddled with injuries, and he confiscated the phantom's sword once again to heal himself. Ye Guan repeated the cycle for 10 days, but it wasn't like Ye Guan hadn't been learning anything. In addition to getting used to the phantom's speed, he finally had a grasp of the phantom's techniques and attack patterns, as well as its responses to certain movements. Just like that, another 5 days passed. The swift phantom thrust its sword continuously at Ye Guan, and its attacks seemed like rain as they rained down on the latter. However, Ye Guan managed to dodge each and every attack by ducking, crouching, and sidestepping. Ye Guan lasted 30 minutes without sustaining any injuries. The phantom thrust its sword at Ye Guan, but this time, Ye Guan flipped his palm open, revealing a strand of sword energy. The phantom's attack failed, and it retracted its sword to unleash another attack. Unfortunately, Ye Guan took advantage of the brief gap to send the sword energy flying toward the phantom's throat. Squelch! A grotesque noise echoed as Ye Guan's sword energy pierced the phantom's throat. The phantom stood rooted and gradually disappeared. However, its sword dropped to the ground instead of disappearing with it. Ye Guan picked up the sword and examined it. He could see that it was an earth-rank sword at the very least, which wasn't a bad harvest at all. He put the sword away and sat cross-legged instead of going to the 9th floor. Ye Guan was confident that Sun Xiang was no longer capable of inflicting injuries on him. On the contrary, Sun Xiang was no longer his match. He could easily defeat the latter, and of course, he wasn't just bragging. However, Ye Guan knew that the reason he managed to defeat the phantom on the 8th floor was that the phantom was just an illusion. He was currently in a cultivation ground, so it was only natural that he couldn't die here. Unfortunately, there was no way Ye Guan could do the same tactic he had been using against the phantoms on a real battlefield. He took a deep breath and looked at the teleportation array leading to the 9th floor. His expression turned grim. The phantom on the 9th floor has to be really strong? I think its cultivation base is above Divine Soul. I don't think I stand a chance against such a strong opponent. Ye Guan shook his head, interrupting his train of thought. He smiled and muttered, "How can I leave without taking a look?" With that, he stepped into the teleportation array. He was inundated with a dazzling light, and he found himself in a different illusory realm upon opening his eyes. There was a shining door, and a boy was sitting cross-legged next to the door. The boy looked to be only about 16 or 17 years of age. He was wearing a green robe, and a spear lay next to him. The boy seemed bewildered upon seeing Ye Guan. He had been on the 9th floor for a very long time, and it was the first time that someone had made it up here. Ye Guan smiled at the boy and asked, "My name's Ye Guan. What's your name?" The boy examined Ye Guan from top to bottom. "My name's Xiao Ji," he answered. Ye Guan walked up to Xiao Ji while looking around with a confused look. "Brother Xiao, why isn't there a phantom here?" Xiao Ji pointed at the shining door and said, "Knock on that door, and that bastard will appear." Ye Guan blinked and asked, "Is it strong?" Xiao Ji said with a straight face, "No, I've defeated it many times before." Ye Guan merely stared at Xiao Ji. "As if I'll believe you?" Xiao Ji blinked and suggested. "Brother Ye, why don't you try it for yourself?" Ye Guan laughed and agreed. "Sure." With that, Ye Guan walked over to the shining door. The corners of Xiao Ji's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes shone maliciously. Ye Guan knocked on the door. Xiao Ji's smile widened, but his expression suddenly went stiff. He turned around to run, and he moved so fast that Ye Guan couldn't even see him anymore. Xiao Ji's expression changed. The shining door was flung open, and a massive axe emerged from the door at lightning speed. The target of the massive axe was none other than Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji's eyes narrowed. He knew that it was already too late for him to escape now that the axe was flying toward him. Xiao Ji could only face the axe head-on, so he pointed his spear at the flying axe and thrust. A strand of light shot out from the spearhead. Boom! The strand of light was shattered in an instant, and Xiao Ji flew around 30 meters away. His landing was rough, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Fortunately, the massive axe flew into the shining door. It didn't continue to attack Xiao Ji. Ye Guan walked over to Xiao Ji and asked, "Brother Xiao, are you okay?" Xiao Ji wordlessly stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan stared incredulously at the shining door. What was that axe? It was ridiculously strong. Ye Guan gasped. Honestly, he was terrified by the sudden turn of events. Damn it! If I were the target, I would have died or sustained severe injuries. It was just that strong. Xiao Ji wiped the blood at the corner of his lips while wordlessly staring at Ye Guan. He wasn't mad. He tricked Ye Guan into knocking on the door, but he ended up suffering from his deceit, so he couldn't really blame anyone. He could only admit that he wasn't that good at deceiving others. A real man knew to admit defeat. Sore losers were losers? "Brother Xiao, who's behind that shining door?" asked Ye Guan. Xiao Ji shook his head and said, "I don't know." Ye Guan frowned. "You still haven't met the individual behind the door. I can't even face that axe, so what makes you think that I've already met the individual behind that door?" Xiao Ji shook his head once more. He glanced at the shining door and continued. "The powerful cultivators from the main academy left this shining door here, so it is definitely extraordinary. It's a pity that no one has ever managed to get in the door since Nanzhou's Guanxian Academy was established. As far as I can remember, even the ridiculous talents only managed to come this far." Hearing that, Ye Guan suddenly suggested, "How about we work together?" Xiao Ji was stunned. "Work together?" he asked. Ye Guan nodded and explained, "The axe was too strong. There's no way we can face it head-on, but I think we can beat it if we're together." Xiao Ji made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan. "Are you sure?" he asked. Ye Guan nodded once again. "Yes, but we have to agree not to betray each other before we do anything else." "I won't betray you as long as you don't betray me first," muttered Xiao Ji. Ye Guan nodded and said, "You'll take the blow, and I'll destroy the axe from the side." Xiao Ji wordlessly gazed at Ye Guan for a moment before saying, "Why don't you take the blow, and I'll destroy the axe from the side?" Ye Guan responded, "Your spear was powerful, and the spear energy you have honed was majestic and strong. You even managed to comprehend spear light, so the difference between you and the massive axe from earlier isn't that huge. Of course, the axe is still stronger than you. You don't have to butter me up because I don't want to take the blow," said Xiao Ji, seemingly exasperated. He stretched out his right arm and said, "Look, it's bleeding." Ye Guan flipped his palm, and a sword energy manifested over his palm. He then waved his hand, and the sword energy flew like a wave at breakneck speed. Xiao Ji's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "A swordsman? Are you really a swordsman, brother Ye?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes, I'm a swordsman. Anyway, you're sturdier than me, so you should take the blow. I'm a swordsman, so I'm quick on my feet. I should have no issues ambushing the axe and destroying it from the side." Xiao Ji went silent. Ye Guan gazed at him and asked, "Don't you wish to see what's beyond that door?" Xiao Ji remained silent. However, he eventually gnashed his teeth and said, "Let's do this then." Ye Guan nodded. "All right. Go ahead and knock on the door." "Let me heal myself first," said Xiao Ji with a nod. He took a thumb-sized pill and popped it into his mouth. The pill was effective, and it healed Xiao Ji's wounds at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ye Guan was astonished at the sight, and he couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xiao, do you have more of that pill?" Xiao Ji hesitated, but he quickly gave in and said, "Yeah, but I only have a few." Ye Guan blinked a few times before asking, "Can you lend me two? I'm sure we'll have to give it our all later, and we'll definitely have a higher chance of succeeding with those pills on hand." Xiao Ji didn't say anything in response. He seemed to be hesitating, but he eventually agreed. "All right." He flipped his palm, and 2 pills floated over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, "Thank you." Xiao Ji nodded. He took a deep breath and said, "Brother Ye, I'm going over there to knock on the door. Get ready." Ye Guan's expression turned solemn at Xiao Ji's words. Xiao Ji walked up to the shining door and knocked on it before immediately running away without looking back at the door. In an instant, he was already 10 meters away from the door. Moments later, the shining door flung open and a massive axe flew toward Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji's expression changed slightly, but his eyes contained no fear. He took a step forward and thrust his spear fiercely at the massive axe. Connecting galaxies, he exclaimed, and innumerable strands of spear light poured out of the spearhead. Ye Guan was stupefied at the sight. That bastard is actually in the Divine Soul Realm? He's just a boy, but he's already a Divine Soul Realm cultivator. What a monstrous talent. Xiao Ji was unaware of Ye Guan's thoughts as he promptly thrust his spear once more. Boom! There was a loud explosion as Xiao Ji's spear struck the massive axe. A series of rumbling noises echoed as the spear light and spear shadows shattered from the collision. Xiao Ji staggered backward, but the massive axe was unlucky because Ye Guan had already arrived behind it. Ye Guan didn't hesitate. He swung his sword fiercely at the massive axe. Boom! A loud boom echoed as the axe crashed to the ground and was split into two. Tremble? Ye Guan and Xiao Ji thought that it was over, but the massive axe suddenly started trembling. At the sight, Ye Guan hurriedly shouted, "Come here. Hurry up." Xiao Ji rushed over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan explained, "Someone is trying to take the axe back, so let's hurry up and carry it away from the door." With that, Ye Guan and Xiao Ji carried the axe away before scampering away like rabbits. In the blink of an eye, they were already 300 meters away from the door, and the massive axe finally stopped trembling. Ye Guan and Xiao Ji heaved sighs of relief. "Wait!" Ye Guan exclaimed. He seemed to have come up with an idea as he said, "I think we should throw it into that teleportation array." Xiao Ji didn't object, and the two of them threw both halves of the axe into the teleportation array that led to the 8th floor. The teleportation array activated and engulfed the axe. They heaved another sigh of relief. Thud! A dull noise could be heard from the shining door. Ye Guan and Xiao Ji turned to look at the shining door with grim expressions, and they were stupefied to find a giant walking out of the door while holding another massive axe. Xiao Ji and Ye Guan froze. Ye Guan recovered first, and he gulped before saying, "Brother Xiao, let's do it again. Take the blow, and I'll attack." Xiao Ji turned to look at Ye Guan, and his voice was trembling as he asked, "Can someone really take a blow from that thing, brother?" "Yeah." Xiao Ji and Ye Guan's hearts sank upon seeing the giant walking out of the shining door with a massive axe. "Damn it! Another axe?" Ye Guan and Xiao Ji exchanged gazes. "Run!" The two of them dashed toward the teleportation array. Fui! A shrill noise could be heard as something flew toward them at incredible speed. A massive axe flew past Ye Guan and Xiao Ji, and it struck the teleportation array. Boom! The teleportation array crumbled, forcing Ye Guan and Xiao Ji to come to a halt. "We're dead," they inwardly exclaimed. Ye Guan composed himself. He stared deeply at the giant and said, "Brother Xiao, we have no other choice but to do it." Xiao Ji was silent. Their escape route was destroyed, so they had no choice but to fight for their lives. Xiao Ji nodded at Ye Guan and said, "I will hold him back. Go and look for an opportunity to strike." Xiao Ji took a stance with his spear and hurled it at the giant. Screech! The spear screeched as it carved a path in midair and flew toward the giant. The giant opened its right hand, and the massive axe returned to its hand. Moments later, the giant smacked the flying spear away. Boom! Xiao Ji's spear flew into the air from the impact. However, Xiao Ji soared into the sky as well and snatched his spear out of midair. He twisted and pointed the spearhead at the giant before plummeting. A burst of light erupted from the spearhead. The giant remained indifferent. It casually raised its axe and smacked the spear once more. Boom! A deafening noise echoed from the collision as both Xiao Ji and his spear were thrown backward. However, Ye Guan appeared behind the giant like a ghost, and he thrust his sword into the giant's head. Puchi! Ye Guan's sword pierced the giant's skin, but it got stuck after only a few inches. Ye Guan was flustered. He mustered his sword energy to retrieve his sword before immediately rolling away. Swoosh! The massive axe swept past his previous location, and the air shrieked as it shattered beneath the force behind the axe. Ye Guan had to retreat a few meters away. Upon recovering, he flipped over his palm and mustered his sword energy. The giant stared at Ye Guan, and it was about to attack when a shrill noise echoed behind the giant. It abruptly turned and saw a spear flying toward it. Ye Guan took advantage of the opening and rolled forward. The giant raised its axe and smacked the spear away, sending Xiao Ji and his weapon flying away. This time, however, the impact sent Xiao Ji flying over 100 meters away. He crashed to the ground, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Meanwhile, Ye Guan stabbed the giant's crotch with his sword. Was it a despicable move? Indeed. However, this was a life-or-death battle, so Ye Guan had more than enough reason to stab the giant's family jewels. Ye Guan's sword dug a few inches deeper than earlier, but it still ended up getting stuck. Ye Guan was dumbfounded by the sight. What the heck? How can it get stuck there? Ye Guan's train of thought was interrupted by a horrifying energy above him. Ye Guan let go of his sword and rolled away, dodging the giant's powerful attack. He flicked his finger and created a sword out of sword energy. Unfortunately, the sword energy could only create a few superficial scratches on the giant's neck before the giant shattered it with a smack. Ye Guan's expression grew solemn, and his thoughts were indecipherable as he stared at the giant's neck. The giant started moving toward Ye Guan, and the floor trembled with every step it took. At the sight, Ye Guan blurted out, "Brother Xiao, help me distract it for an hour." An hour. Xiao Ji's eyes widened. He immediately lay on the ground and shouted, I give up. Ye Guan hurriedly said, no, 30 minutes. Give me 30 minutes, and I'll kill it. 30 minutes. Xiao Ji was silent. Ye Guan could see Xiao Ji's hesitation, so he added, just give me 30 minutes, and I'll definitely kill it. Xiao Ji gnashed his teeth. However, he eventually stood up and rushed at the giant. He moved quickly, and he carried with him an imposing aura as he charged at the giant. The giant reacted and brought its axe down on Xiao Ji. Boom! Xiao Ji was sent flying away. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was busy controlling several sword energies. The sword energies hacked away at the giant's neck. Boom! 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 Loud noises echoed incessantly as the sword energies exploded upon every collision, but Ye Guan's tactic was working because the wound on the giant's neck got bigger and bigger as time went on. The giant suddenly took a stance with its axe and swung it in a circle. Boom! More than 10 sword energies were destroyed at once, but Ye Guan suddenly appeared in front of the giant and thrust his sword into the giant's throat. Crack! The wound in the giant's neck grew larger. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He spared no quarter as he attacked incessantly with his sword while unleashing creating swords out sword energy at the same time. Eventually, Ye Guan backflipped away from the giant and immediately turned around to run away upon landing. While running, Ye Guan flicked his finger and slice! The giant's wound deepened as Ye Guan's sword energy lacerated it. Crack! A grotesque noise echoed as the giant's neck split open. However, the giant was still standing, and it finally realized that Ye Guan was the biggest threat to its life. It turned its attention to the running Ye Guan and changed at the latter with its axe. Ye Guan's expression changed at the sight. Brother Xiao, help me, he hurriedly shouted. Swoosh! Ye Guan rolled to the side, dodging an attack that would have ended his life. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji was covered in his own blood. He growled and dashed at the giant upon hearing Ye Guan's shout. The giant turned and swung its axe toward Xiao Ji. Boom! There was another loud explosion as Xiao Ji was sent flying for over 150 meters with his spear broken in one section. He crashed to the ground, and he immediately started seizing as blood flowed incessantly out of his mouth. Meanwhile, several sword energies were attacking the giant's throat non-stop. Boom! 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 Several explosions reverberated, and a gaping wound finally appeared in the giant's neck. The giant staggered backward, and it seemed to have finally realized that it was in peril. Ye Guan was delighted by the sight, and he hurriedly cried out, Brother Xiao, distract him, I'm going to finish him. Xiao Ji's voice was trembling, and he barely managed to shout, I'm a spearman, not a physique cultivator. The giant was furious upon sustaining a severe wound, and it charged at Ye Guan. Ye Guan's expression changed. He turned around and ran. Fortunately, he had been running away and dodging the phantom's attacks on the lower floors, so he managed to dodge the crazed attacks of the crazed giant. Ye Guan knew that he was way weaker than the giant, so he chose to run away and dodge. If he were to take the brunt of even a single hit from the crazed giant, Ye Guan was sure that he would die outright or be immediately incapacitated. However, Ye Guan was also aware that he couldn't keep on running forever. He turned to look at Xiao Ji and cried out, Brother Xiao, hurry up. One last time, distract him one last time. Xiao Ji was on the ground, and he struggled to lift his head to look at the giant. He saw the gaping wound in the giant's neck, and a sinister light appeared in his eyes. He forced himself to stand up and charged at the giant once more. The giant turned sharply and swung its axe toward Xiao Ji. Boom! Xiao Ji's spear was broken, and Xiao Ji himself flew almost 300 meters away from the impact. He crashed to the floor, and he seized violently. Xiao Ji tried his best to squeeze words out of his throat. I can't. I really can't do it anymore. While the giant was distracted by Xiao Ji, Ye Guan approached the giant and stabbed the giant's neck with his sword. Squelch! A grotesque sound echoed as Ye Guan's sword coated with sword energy pierced the giant's neck. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. His eyes flashed sinisterly as he twisted and swung his sword. Swoosh! The giant's head flew into the air. Ye Guan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, the giant's hand moved autonomously and swung the axe in its hand toward Ye Guan. To make matters worse, the axe was enveloped by terrifying lightning energy. Ye Guan's expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! Ye Guan could only defend himself with his sword, but he was sent flying away upon impact. Coincidentally, he flew right into the severely injured Xiao Ji, and the two of them were sent flying for another 30 meters before stopping. Xiao Ji groaned, and blood spurted out of Ye Guan's mouth. However, he didn't bother wiping the blood at the corner of his lips as he hurriedly looked at the giant. The giant collapsed to the ground and disappeared. Ye Guan breathed another sigh of relief before lying next to Xiao Ji. Ye Guan glanced at Xiao Ji and said, Brother Xiao, that wasn't too bad, was it? What do you mean, it wasn't too bad? I almost died. Xiao Ji retorted in a trembling voice. Ye Guan grinned and exclaimed, we won. Xiao Ji nodded and said, if we lost, we would have had no choice but to see each other in our next lives. Ye Guan boisterously laughed. It felt great to fight in such a perilous fight. Meanwhile, the shining door started trembling. Ye Guan and Xiao Ji's faces changed as their gazes turned to the shining door. A woman walked out of the door, eliciting a frown from the two. The woman was an illusory figure, and she was wearing an emerald green dress. A sword sheath was on her back. A swordswoman? The woman walked over to the two. She gazed deeply at them before smiling. Did the two of you work together to complete this floor? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. The woman looked at Ye Guan and Xiao Ji before saying, you did great. I'll group you two into one, and you two are the second conqueror of the 9th floor. Second? Xiao Ji and Ye Guan stiffened. Xiao Ji stood up and asked, who was the first? The woman smiled and said, she's a woman called Ji Xian from Zongtu Divine Continent. And she cleared the 9th floor by herself? She was also about the same age as you two back then, roughly 17 years old. Ye Guan and Xiao Ji's faces fell. The delight they felt from clearing the 9th floor instantly evaporated. The woman seemed to have noticed that, and she smiled at them before saying, do not be discouraged. You two are outstanding as well? Come, let me give you a reward. She flipped her palm, and a box appeared in front of Ye Guan and Xiao Ji. Ye Guan blinked at the woman and muttered, just one. The woman nodded and replied, yes, just one. Ye Guan asked, there are two of us here, can you give us another one? The woman repeatedly blinked before saying, no. Ye Guan went silent. He opened the box to take a look and found a scroll in it. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. What is it? The woman smiled and replied, it's an immortal rank cultivation manual. That's definitely higher than sky rank. Ye Guan and Xiao Ji's expressions changed. They were certain that not even the Guanxian Academy had an immortal rank cultivation manual. They exchanged looks, and Ye Guan eventually said, we'll take a look at it together. Xiao Ji nodded in agreement. Ye Guan added, it'll belong to me once we're done memorizing it. Xiao Ji shook his head in disagreement. With that, Ye Guan turned to look at the woman. He hesitated for quite a while before asking, can you give us another one? No, the woman was about to speak, but she stopped speaking upon seemingly realizing something. Her expression changed, and she grabbed Ye Guan's hand with her right hand. Ye Guan stiffened and stood rooted. The woman stared at Ye Guan in disbelief before muttering, crazy devil. The woman abruptly cut herself off and stopped speaking. The confused Ye Guan stared at the woman. Moments later, the woman finally recovered from her trance. She looked deeply into Ye Guan's eyes, and her expression softened as she released Ye Guan's hand before saying with a smile, okay. She took out another box and gave it to Ye Guan. Ye Guan and Xiao Ji were overjoyed. The woman looked at Ye Guan with a warm but complex look. My projection is about to disappear. Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing the both of you in the main academy, she said. Ye Guan muttered, you're from the main academy. The woman smiled and replied, yes, I'm from the Guanxian Universe's Guanxian Academy. The main academy is a really fun place, so you better come here and visit. With that, the woman's illusory figure faded away. Meanwhile, Little Pagoda in the tiny pagoda spoke, I didn't expect to see you here and in that way, to boot. The mysterious voice in the tiny pagoda responded, was she really you? Little Pagoda replied, she was just a little girl back then. Anyway, I really didn't expect to see her like that. Ye Guan and Xiao Ji were delighted upon receiving an immortal rank cultivation manual. They reckoned that the entire Nanzhou probably didn't have even one immortal rank cultivation manual. In other words, an immortal rank cultivation manual was rare, and one would become a powerful cultivator by cultivating one. Ye Guan and Xiao Ji's looks of dissatisfaction were replaced by bright smiles. The teleportation array in the distance suddenly vibrated. Ye Guan turned to look at it and deduced that the Guanxian Academy was in the middle of fixing the array. Ye Guan turned to look at Xiao Ji and said, Brother Xiao, I want you to go down first and tell everyone that you conquered the tower by yourself. Xiao Ji was confused. Why? Ye Guan smiled and explained, I have enemies in the academy, and I want to keep a low profile. Xiao Ji blinked, but he quickly caught on and exclaimed, so you want to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ye Guan chuckled and nodded. That's right. Xiao Ji fell into contemplation before saying, I'm honestly not comfortable with what you want me to do. It makes me feel ashamed. Just think of it as doing me a favor, said Ye Guan. A talented man would attract jealous people. Ye Guan had to keep a low profile because he didn't want people to constantly take note of him. One has to make it big while maintaining a low profile? Fame? Ye Guan didn't care about fame. Xiao Ji was silent for a while before responding, okay. Ye Guan smiled and said, thank you. Xiao Ji stared deeply at Ye Guan before asking, did you just join the academy? Yes. Ye Guan nodded and said, I just enrolled. Xiao Ji smiled and said, I guess we'll meet soon. Your flying sword art was strong. You should look for me when you have time, and we can exchange pointers. Sure, said Ye Guan. The vibration of the teleportation array intensified. Ye Guan saw that and said, see you next time, Brother Xiao. With that, Ye Guan looked for a place to hide. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji started walking toward the vibrating teleportation array with a smile. An old man emerged from the teleportation array along with the three tutors and Lu Chen. The old man at the helm was none other than the Guanxian Academy's academy chief Song Fu. Xiao Ji hurriedly greeted them. Tutors. Song Fu patted Xiao Ji's shoulder and smiled. You did great. The expressions of the three tutors were complicated. It couldn't be helped because someone finally conquered the 9th floor. We should go, said Song Fu. With that, they turned around and walked into the teleportation array. Song Fu glanced at a corner of the floor before eventually walking into the array. Ye Guan waited for a while before coming out of hiding and walking into the teleportation array. He quietly left the tower. Xiao Ji's conquest of the 9th floor spread like wildfire throughout the entire Guanxian Academy. The fact that Guanxian Academy had no intentions of hiding Xiao Ji's feat also helped in the spread of the news. Xiao Ji quickly became famous. Meanwhile, Tutor Xiao visited the 7th floor of another trial tower. Nan Xian was cultivating like crazy in the tower, and it seemed that he had no intentions of slacking until the end of the month. Tutor Xiao said, "Someone conquered the 9th floor of the tower." Nan Xian froze. His face turned sour as he asked, "Was it Ye Guan?" Tutor Xiao smiled and replied, "Don't worry. It wasn't him. It was Xiao Ji." Xiao Ji. Nan Xian frowned. "I have never heard of that name." Tutor Xiao nodded and explained, "It's not strange that you haven't heard of him. He's a talent that the academy chief has been teaching personally. It was only when the news broke out did all of us finally hear of him." Nan Xian's voice turned solemn as he said, "Does that mean that he's going to become the chief student representative?" Tutor Xiao nodded. "That's right. We have more or less decided that he'll be the chief student representative. He might even become the next academy chief." Nan Xian was silent. Tutor Xiao didn't mind his silence and continued with a smile. "Now, you have 2 tasks. Firstly, you'll have to conquer this floor. Conquering this floor means you'll have an 80% chance of killing Ye Guan. Secondly, you should befriend Xiao Ji. You'll profit greatly from being his friend because he has relatives on the upper realm." Upper realm. Nan Xian frowned slightly. "He's not from Nanzhou." Tutor Xiao nodded and said, "He's definitely not from Nanzhou, but I'm not sure about his actual identity. Basically, you won't suffer a loss by befriending him. It would be great if you managed to create tension between him and Ye Guan because we will also be able to suppress his tutor." Nan Xian went silent before muttering, "I heard that Ye Guan has a sister in the academy." Tutor Xiao shook his head and rejected the idea. "Fei Banking is taking care of Yanan, and she's keeping tabs on the latter, so you better not think of any nonsense." Nan Xian nodded slightly and said, "It will take me at most 5 more days to finish this floor. I'll go and befriend Xiao Ji once I'm done here." "All right, focus on your cultivation, then." Tutor Xiao nodded before turning around to leave. Left alone, Nan Xian's eyes glimmered in a sinister light. Ye Guan returned to his palace and took out the immortal rank cultivation manual that he had received as a reward. He unfurled the scroll, and a ray of light shot from the scroll and into his glabella. A few words popped up in Ye Guan's mind: mysterious heart art. It was an immortal rank cultivation method. Ye Guan quickly sat down and began absorbing the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Moments later, every particle of spiritual energy on Mount Banking surged toward him. Ye Guan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stopped cultivating. The spiritual energy abruptly scattered. Ye Guan was stupefied, and he exclaimed, "What was that? That was so scary." Ye Guan was shocked upon realizing that the immortal rank cultivation method was 10 times more powerful at absorbing spiritual energy than the sky rank cultivation method he had been cultivating until now. "This is insane," Ye Guan inwardly exclaimed, but he seemed to have remembered something as he stood up and headed for Nailinjia's palace. He was about to knock on the door, but someone else opened the door for him. Nailinjia walked out of her palace sporting a light blue dress with her hair draping down her shoulders. Her skin was like jade, and her eyes glimmered like stars. Nailinjia smiled upon seeing Ye Guan. "What is it?" she asked. Ye Guan started, but he stopped to take a closer look at Nailinjia. "You've reached the Divine Soul Realm." Nailinjia nodded. "Yup. If my memories are serving me correctly, then wasn't Nailinjia just a Truth Realm cultivator while we were still in ancient Desolate City? Now, she's already a Divine Soul Realm cultivator." Ye Guan was startled. Did she really break through 3 realms, even though it hasn't been that long since we got here? Nailinjia saw the bewilderment on Ye Guan's face, and she explained, "My physique is unique, and Tutor told me that I won't face any bottlenecks while cultivating." Ye Guan shook his head in awe and smiled. "That's awesome." Nailinjia smiled without saying anything. Ye Guan quickly took out the immortal rank cultivation manual and handed it over to Nailinjia. "Give it back to me once you're done memorizing it," he said. Nailinjia unfurled the scroll and froze. An immortal rank cultivation manual. She made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan. Ye Guan hesitated beneath Nailinjia's gaze. Nailinjia reminded him, "You promised not to hide anything from me." Ye Guan nodded and told her what had happened in the trial tower. Nailinjia went silent after hearing Ye Guan's story. In the end, she muttered, "I thought I could easily beat you if we exchanged pointers, but it seems that I don't stand a chance against you." Ye Guan smiled without saying anything. Nailinjia looked down at the scroll in her hands. She didn't try to return the scroll to Ye Guan. She unfurled it once more and read it. It didn't take that long for her to memorize every word in the scroll, and she returned it to Ye Guan once she was done memorizing it. Ye Guan accepted the scroll. Nailinjia said, "There's only half a month until your death match with Nan Xian, right?" "Yes," said Ye Guan with a nod. Nailinjia stared deeply at Ye Guan before saying, "I'll be there and cheer you on." Ye Guan smiled at her and said, "Okay." Nailinjia grinned and said, "All right, I'll be cultivating until then." Ye Guan nodded and said, "Okay, see you there." With that, Ye Guan turned around to leave. However, Nailinjia exclaimed, "Wait." Ye Guan turned around and saw Nailinjia extending over a purple scented sachet. "This is yours," said Nailinjia. Ye Guan took the scented sachet and looked at it. "Did you make it by yourself?" he asked. Nailinjia nodded and smiled. "Yup. It has a few special ingredients that'll heighten your focus while you're carrying it with you." Ye Guan was overjoyed, and he said, "Thank you, I appreciate it." Nailanjia laughed. "You're welcome." Ye Guan hung the scented sachet by his waist. However, Nailanjia shook her head at the sight. "That's not how you carry it around," she said before walking over to Ye Guan. She reached out and tied the scented sachet to Ye Guan's clothes. Nailanjia was standing so close to Ye Guan that the latter caught a whiff of her alluring scent. Ye Guan's heart became filled with warmth as he stared at the beautiful lady in front of him. Meanwhile, Nailanjia was finally done tying the scented sachet. She looked at Ye Guan and said, "It's done. All right, I'm going to cultivate now." With that, she turned around and left for her palace. Ye Guan looked down at the scented sachet attached to his clothes, and he was all smiles as he returned to his palace. Ye Guan was unaware, but Nailanjia had walked out of her palace to watch him leave while smiling softly. Ye Guan's next destination was Fei Banking's palace. Ye Guan was about to knock on the door, but Fei Banking interrupted him. "Come in," she said from behind the door. Ye Guan carefully opened the door and walked into the palace. He approached Fei Banking and bowed in front of her. "Tutor." Fei Banking nodded and said, "Take a seat." Ye Guan obliged and sat in front of her. Fei Banking asked calmly, "Do you have any business with me?" Ye Guan nodded, and he wordlessly took out the Immortal Rank Cultivation Manual and placed it in front of Fei Banking. Fei Banking stared at the scroll for a few moments before looking at Ye Guan. She didn't say anything, but she could feel that Ye Guan truly cared about her. The thought made Fei Banking smile as she asked, "Is this the reward?" Ye Guan nodded and said, "Yes, and the two of us have our own manual." Fei Banking gazed deeply at Ye Guan. "You are giving it to me?" "Yes." Ye Guan exclaimed. Fei Banking smiled and asked, "Are you giving it to me because I gave you a sky rank cultivation manual? Is this your repayment?" Ye Guan didn't know what to say. However, Fei Banking remained calm as she said, "I know that you don't want to be indebted to me. Anyway, leave the manual here, and we're even." "Tutor, it's a misunderstanding," Ye Guan said. Fei Banking went silent and simply stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan knew that he had to be serious here, so his expression turned serious as he explained, "Tutor, I really appreciated your kindness, but I'm not here to give you this immortal rank cultivation for the sake of repaying my debt to you. I'm giving it to you because I feel that it suits you more than me, that's all." Fei Banking wordlessly gazed at Ye Guan. Ye Guan emphasized, "I'm serious." Fei Banking finally said, "Okay, I understand." At the positive answer, Ye Guan stood up and bowed slightly. "Thank you for accepting it, tutor. Anyway, I'll be going ahead to cultivate," he said. With that, Ye Guan turned around and left. All alone in her vast palace, Fei Banking stared at the Immortal Rank Cultivation Manual for a while. A smile eventually broke out on her lips. Ye Guan immediately started cultivating upon returning to his palace. He wanted to make a breakthrough into the Divine Path realm as soon as possible. The fight against the giant made him realize that he had a massive weakness: he didn't have enough profound energy for a long battle. The weakness had to be addressed because the royal sword art required a lot of profound energy to execute. The capacity of his Danshan in the Altruth realm could no longer support his level of royal sword arts, so he had to cultivate and make a breakthrough into the next cultivation realm. It shouldn't be an issue for him to make that breakthrough with an immortal rank cultivation method, and Ye Guan was right. He made a breakthrough into the Divine Path realm in just 2 days. He was rewarded for his efforts with the ability to fly even faster on his sword and the ability to keep using the royal sword art for an extended period of time. Ye Guan was in no hurry to make a breakthrough into the Divine Soul realm. He believed in a certain proverb: more haste, less speed. Men couldn't be quick, especially during that. After making a breakthrough, Ye Guan knew that he had to stabilize his cultivation, so he visited a trial tower and cultivated there every day. The giant had returned, and it seemed that it could be challenged once more. Of course, he couldn't clear the floor once again, and there would also be no rewards, even if he decided to defeat the giant once more. However, it didn't really matter because Ye Guan was here to challenge the giant for the sake of gaining combat experience. The giant swung his axe fiercely at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was already a Divine Path realm cultivation, but he still didn't dare to face the giant's axe. He decided to dodge the attacks. He wasn't planning on confronting the giant head-on, either. Ye Guan was well aware that if he wanted to defeat this giant, then he had to use and maximize his strengths. Ye Guan was agile, and he had to use his agility to his advantage. He sidestepped the giant's attacks. He was planning on familiarizing himself with the giant's movements, attack patterns, and tactics. Then, he would choose an appropriate moment to interrupt and stagger the giant. Ye Guan knew that the best defense was a good offense, but he was also well aware of his place. He was much weaker than the giant, so he had to fight in a devious way. The battle started, and the giant quickly cornered Ye Guan. Ye Guan was avoiding the giant's attacks by a hair's breadth, but he grew more familiar with the giant's movement and attack patterns as time went on. At the same time, he also made sure to know the giant's tactics to accurately grasp the best moment to attack. Ye Guan retreated and widened the distance between him and the giant, but the giant was relentless. It hurled the axe in its hand toward Ye Guan just to keep on attacking. Seeing that, Ye Guan knew that it was his opportunity to counterattack. Unfortunately, the giant's skin was tough. Ye Guan's royal sword art had become more powerful because the cultivation base that had been fueling it had become more vigorous. However, Ye Guan could only make scratches on the giant's skin. Ye Guan wasn't discouraged by his inability to deal significant damage to the giant, and he would attack the giant whenever it was possible. Soon, a gaping wound appeared in the giant's neck. Ye Guan didn't allow greed to take over him, and he would always retreat whenever the attack window had passed. Ye Guan continued the same routine for an entire day, and the gaping wound in the giant's neck had grown significantly larger compared to 24 hours ago. However, Ye Guan was under an incredible amount of pressure. The giant was allowed to make mistakes, but Ye Guan couldn't make even a single mistake because no one else was here to distract the giant for him. A single mistake was enough for him to sustain severe injuries or die outright. Soon, the second day of the battle arrived. Ye Guan was still dodging the giant's attacks, and he ran away after avoiding an attack. The giant saw that, and it hurled its axe toward Ye Guan, inadvertently revealing an opening. Ye Guan saw the opening, and he avoided the flying axe before turning around. He rushed toward the unarmed giant and cut its head off. Swing! The giant's head flew into the air, but Ye Guan didn't sigh in relief. He retreated as far away as he could, and as he expected, the giant flew and haphazardly swung itself while surrounded by arcs of terrifying lightning. Crackle! Crackling sounds filled the floor, but the axe eventually fell to the ground. The floor went silent, and Ye Guan could finally heave a sigh of relief. He slumped to the ground, gasping for air. The 2 days of intense battle had been a bit too much for him to bear, but it ended up being worth it. He could feel it. He had become much stronger after defeating the giant. Ye Guan wasn't too concerned with his cultivation base. Cultivation base was just a measurement of strength, so he cared much more about his combat experience and prowess. A more experienced cultivator could easily defeat a greenhorn cultivator in the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, he hadn't even used the path sword while fighting the giant. Ye Guan was sure that the giant would die with just one move from him if he used the path sword. The giant's skin was sturdy enough to withstand his sword energy, but it was definitely as fragile as a sheet of paper against the path sword. Ye Guan didn't want to rely heavily on his tools, so he decided that he would only use the path sword during life or death crises. Ye Guan rested for a while before standing up to leave. However, the teleportation array on the 9th floor trembled, and a man emerged. Ye Guan was surprised to see Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji was surprised to see him as well, but his surprise turned into shock when he saw the axe on the floor. Did you just kill the giant, brother Ye? Asked Xiao Ji. Ye Guan nodded in confirmation. Yeah. Xiao Ji gave a thumbs up and praised. Wow, you're strong, brother Ye. Ye Guan was all smiles as he asked, did you come here to challenge the giant? Xiao Ji nodded and replied, yes, I learned a lot the last time I fought it, so I came here to challenge it again. Ye Guan's smile deepened. He knew that one had to face their fear if one wanted to overcome it. The two of them had already defeated the giant, so they were no longer afraid of it. All right, good luck, brother Xiao. I'm off, said Ye Guan. Xiao Ji nodded and replied, see you next time. Ye Guan left, and the 9th floor was quickly filled with a cacophony of noises. Ye Guan's next destination was the library of the Guanxian Academy. There was a wide variety of books in the library. Back when he was still in the Ye clan, Ye Guan spent most of his time reading next to cultivating. It was a habit that broadened his knowledge and kept him humble. It would sometimes give him cultivation insights as well. Reading was also a form of relaxation for him, and it increased his self-awareness, too. There were only 10 days before his promised battle with Nan Xian. Ye Guan spent his time reading while he wasn't cultivating in a trial tower. 3 days before the promised battle, Nan Xian emerged from a trial tower. He sat cross-legged on a mountain peak, exuding a powerful aura. He was a divine path realm cultivator, and it seemed that he had grown significantly stronger during his time in a trial tower. Tutor Xiao stood next to Nan Xian and stared deeply at him. How's your progress? Nan Xian sounded confident as he answered, I have mastered it. Tutor Xiao smiled in satisfaction. Just then, Nan Xian asked, what has he been up to while I was cultivating? Tutor Xiao answered, he has been cultivating in a trial tower every day, and he has also been reading books in the library. Nan Xian frowned and asked, what floor has he reached? Tutor Xiao shook his head and answered, I don't know, but I'll go and check. It's fine. Nan Xian interrupted. He stared coolly at Tutor Xiao and declared, he only has 3 days left to live, so let him be. Tutor Xiao smiled. Indeed, confidence is the key. Nan Xian smiled and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Tutor Xiao headed to a trial tower. He was a more cautious man compared to Nan Xian, and he wanted to check which floor Ye Guan had been cultivating on. Just then, Ye Guan left the library and headed to a trial tower. Tutor Xiao kept his eyes on Ye Guan until the latter entered a trial tower. However, it seemed that Tutor Xiao still wasn't satisfied with that because he followed Ye Guan all the way up to the 7th floor. Tutor Xiao sighed in relief when Ye Guan entered the 7th floor. However, he was still unsatisfied, so he continued waiting. An hour later, a disheveled Ye Guan walked out of the 7th floor. Tutor Xiao took in the sight and left, feeling reassured. While Ye Guan was leaving the 7th floor, Little Pagoda suddenly spoke to him and asked, are you wary of Nan Xian? Ye Guan nodded. Little Pagoda was confused. Why? Ye Guan answered calmly, if I were him, I would be curious about which floor my life or death opponent has reached on the trial towers. Of course, there's also a chance that he's not curious, but his tutor will definitely be curious. Ye Guan's route to the 9th floor after clearing the 7th floor had been through the teleportation arrays on the floor themselves rather than directly entering a particular floor on the tower outside. Of course, he would exit the tower through the same route. He wasn't afraid of Nan Xian. Instead, he was worried that Nan Xian would give up on their deathmatch on the life or death stage after learning of his true strength. Little Pagoda replied, in that case, you should continue being cautious. Ye Guan didn't reply, but he mumbled to himself. There are still 3 days. Ye Guan really couldn't wait even a moment longer to end things, but he knew that he wasn't invincible. He also didn't want to trouble his tutor, Fei Banking. Therefore, he decided to continue waiting. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji walked out of the 9th floor. Xiao Ji smiled upon seeing Ye Guan. I finally defeated it, exclaimed Xiao Ji. He had been challenging the giant, and he had finally defeated the giant by himself today. Ye Guan smiled. Congratulations. Xiao Ji smiled and sat on a stone bench nearby. Brother Ye, let's talk. Ye Guan nodded and sat next to Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji explained, my greatest insight during my battle against that giant has been my take on fear. I couldn't feel anything other than fear when I first fought the giant, and there was this whisper in my heart that told me there was no way I could defeat it. It was a thought that pervaded my mind, and it prevented me from mustering the courage to fight. Xiao Ji made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and said, to be honest, I'm really grateful to you. If you hadn't invited me to challenge the giant together that day, I would have lived my life in fear, and I wouldn't have been able to escape from it. Ye Guan smiled and said, I felt the same. If it wasn't for you, I would have run away. Xiao Ji laughed boisterously and exclaimed, Brother Ye, you're really interesting? I feel like you're more suitable for the chief student representative role rather than me. I can only accept you as the chief student representative. I can't accept anyone else. Ye Guan stared deeply at Xiao Ji and said, I'm not sure if I'm correct, but aren't you the direct disciple of the academy chief? You're more suitable for the role, then. Xiao Ji shook his head. I'm not interested in that role. Ye Guan sounded confused as he asked, why not? Xiao Ji looked up at the sky and smiled before saying, my heart does not lie here. It lies above the upper realm on the Zongtu Divine Continent. Ye Guan frowned and muttered, Zongtu Divine Continent. Xiao Ji nodded. Above the upper realm is the Zongtu Divine Continent. It has a large number of small worlds. The ultimate goal of the top geniuses from those worlds is to reach the Zongtu Divine Continent. There are many noble families there, and large clans often contend for supremacy. It is a place filled with hidden talents. Xiao Ji turned to look at Ye Guan and said, we're considered exceptional talents in this tiny Nanzhou, but we're just ordinary people up there. Xiao Ji sighed. He was silent for a while before continuing. Actually, I know of a scarier place, and it's definitely the main academy of the Guanxian Academy. The ultimate goal of the talents from the Guanxian Academy branches is the main academy. Unfortunately, it's far too difficult for us to reach that place. I don't know, but I feel really inferior whenever I think of it. Ye Guan was silent. The world was huge, Nanzhou was just a tiny place in the vast world, and he was even smaller than it. Xiao Ji smiled. If you're the chief student representative. Ye Guan shook his head and interrupted. I'm not interested. His resolution stunned Xiao Ji. Ye Guan explained, I have to go to the Zongtu Divine Continent and become a famous figure there. I also want to fight the geniuses of the Guanxian Academy's main academy. Xiao Ji was stunned, but he eventually laughed boisterously and exclaimed, such ambition? My goodness! I want to become famous in Zongtu Divine Continent, too. I want to fight the geniuses of the main academy as well. Ye Guan smiled before standing up to leave. I'm off to the library. See you next time, said Ye Guan before leaving. Xiao Ji also stood up to leave. However, a man suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Ji was surprised. Who are you? He asked. Nan Xian cupped his hands and smiled politely. Brother Xiao, I'm Nan Xian of the Nan clan. Xiao Ji blinked. Are you the one who's going to fight on the life or death stage? Nan Xian nodded. Yes, that's me. Xiao Ji smiled and asked, what's your business with me? I heard that you cleared the 9th floor, and I truly admire you for that. I've come here to be your friend, said Nan Xian with a smile. He paused for a moment before continuing. Brother Xiao, were you talking to Ye Guan just now? Xiao Ji nodded. Yeah, Nan Guan warned in a deep voice. Brother Xiao, you have to be careful of him. Xiao Ji frowned. Why? Nan Xian's expression darkened. He's a vicious man with many tricks up his sleeves, and he also has the habit of framing the innocent for his benefit. More importantly, I heard that he doesn't really like you, and he probably wants to steal your role as the chief student representative. Boom! Nan Xian was sent flying. Nan Xian was stunned. It couldn't be helped because Xiao Ji had suddenly kicked him in the chest without any warning. Xiao Ji glared at Nan Xian. I don't hate those who play dirty tricks nor those who pretend like they're smart. However, I absolutely abhor people who think that they can trick me. I know that you want to pit me against Brother Ye. Do you really think that I'm dumb? Do I look stupid? I wanted to give you another beating, but it seems that you're not even worthy of it, said Xiao Ji while shaking his head. He dusted off his clothes before turning around to leave. Nan Xian stood frozen, and his expression turned extremely ugly. 2 days later, late at night, Ye Guan was lying on the stone steps in front of his palace's grand hall. He rested his head on his hands, and he looked up at the sky to see a full moon surrounded by countless stars. Ye Guan's heart became filled with longing as he stared at the starry sky. He truly wanted to soar through the galaxies using sword travel, but it was a pity that he still wasn't strong enough to do so. Ye Guan's nose twitched upon catching a whiff of a fragrance. Fei Banking walked over to Ye Guan and sat down next to him. She looked up at the sky as well and asked, "Are you confident about your match on the life or death stage tomorrow?" Ye Guan chuckled at the question. "Of course." Fei Banking said, "Do not underestimate your opponent." "Understood," said Ye Guan. There was a moment of silence before Fei Banking said, "After that match, we can start preparing to head for the upper realm." Ye Guan turned to look at Fei Banking. "Upper realm?" Fei Banking nodded. "The decennial martial contest will take place in 3 months, and we have to be at the upper realm before it starts." Ye Guan nodded. There was another moment of silence before Ye Guan muttered, "Tutor Fei, what do I have to do to be a student at the main Guanxian Academy?" Fei Banking shook her head and said, "It can be done, but it's extremely difficult." "Why?" Fei Banking smiled at him and explained, "The Guanxian Academy has countless branches throughout the vast universe, and every student of those branches aspires to become a student of the main Guanxian Academy. In other words, you have to defeat the heaven-defying talents of the other branches to become a student of the main Guanxian Academy." Ye Guan was silent. "That is indeed quite difficult." Fei Banking continued. "You're extraordinary, but don't even think about the main Guanxian Academy just yet. You just have to do your best and tackle every issue one by one." Ye Guan nodded. "Understood." Fei Banking flipped her palm open, and a golden armor appeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan was stunned. Fei Banking explained, "This is a sky-grade armor, and it's my one and only armor. I'll lend it to you for your match tomorrow." Ye Guan took a closer look at the armor and realized that it was still giving off a faint alluring scent. Ye Guan shook his head and muttered, "I don't need it, tutor." Fei Banking raised an eyebrow and stared at him. "Didn't I tell you not to underestimate the enemy?" she asked. Ye Guan chuckled hollowly. Fei Banking shoved the armor into Ye Guan's hands before she got up to leave. "I'm looking forward to your performance tomorrow," she said. Ye Guan blinked, and Fei Banking disappeared. Ye Guan looked down at the armor in his hands, and he eventually put it away. He lay down once more and continued looking at the starry sky. Ye Guan seemed to have thought of something as he muttered, "Master Pagoda, what was my mother like?" Little Pagoda's reply was a bit late. "She's very capable." "Really?" "Yes, and she was admirable as well." "Is she currently imprisoned at the Ye clan?" "Yes." Ye Guan went silent for a moment before asking, "How powerful must I become to rescue her?" Little Pagoda's reply was a bit late once more. "You'd have to become a great Sword Immortal at the very least." "A great Sword Immortal?" Ye Guan was startled, but he soon closed his eyes and said with determination, "In that case, I will become a great Sword Immortal, then." Little Pagoda hesitated for a while before saying, "Don't resent her. She had no choice but to let you go. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made me follow you around." "I knew it," Ye Guan nodded slightly. If his parents were truly heartless, they wouldn't have sent Master Pagoda to look after him, and they wouldn't have left a Sword Dao inheritance for him. Little Pagoda was relieved, and it reminded Ye Guan, "Focus on cultivating. When the time is right, I'll bring you to the inheritance cough. I'll bring you there so you can rescue your mother." Ye Guan nodded. "All right." Nan Xian was sitting cross-legged on a certain mountain peak when an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man bowed deeply toward Nan Xian and exclaimed, "Young master." The old man handed over a black box to Nan Xian and explained, "Master heard that you're going on to the life or death stage, so he ordered me to come here and give this to you." Nan Xian opened the box, and his eyes narrowed upon seeing the armor in the box. "Isn't this a sky-grade armor?" he muttered in shock. The old man explained, "This is a sky-grade black tortoise armor, and it's made from 108 pieces of black tortoise scales. A rune master engraved a defensive rune on it, and it can withstand a full-power attack from a divine soul realm cultivator." Nan Xian was thrilled upon hearing the old man's explanation. "Uncle Nanjing, I didn't know that our Nan clan has such a precious treasure." Nanjing chuckled. "There's a reason why our Nan clan is one of the top 3 clans in Nanzhou." Nan Xian looked down at the black tortoise armor in his hands and said coldly, "There's no way I'll lose to him with this." Nanjing nodded before taking out another small box and giving it to Nan Xian. Nan Xian looked confused as he asked, "What is this?" "Open it and see for yourself," said Nanjing with a chuckle. Nan Xian opened the box and saw 2 pills. They looked smooth and glossy, and they gave off a delicate, relaxing fragrance. Nan Xian's eyes narrowed while looking at the pills, but he soon exclaimed, "Are they sky-grade pills?" Nanjing nodded. "They're sky-grade rejuvenation pills. You just have to avoid instant death, and those pills will help you recover completely in a few moments. The Nan clan is influential and powerful, but even our clan only has a total of 5 sky-grade rejuvenation pills." Nan Xian sounded serious as he said, "Ye Guan will definitely die tomorrow. The clan leader believes in your abilities. Ye Guan's talent will be worthless once he's dead. Our Nan clan will be able to get rid of ancient desolate cities Ye clan by then," said Nanjing. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he continued. "We want others to know that those who are daring enough to mess with our Nan clan will die without a doubt." Nanjing put the 2 pills and the black tortoise armor away. "I was honestly only 70% confident, but now, I'm 100% confident in killing Ye Guan." In addition to the 2 sky-grade rejuvenation pills and sky-grade black tortoise armor, Nan Xian also had a sky-rank cultivation method. Nan Xian was well-equipped and powerful enough to kill any Divine Path Realm cultivator, and he also stood a chance against a Divine Soul Realm cultivator. Needless to say, the Sky-rank cultivation method and the Black Tortoise armor had truly empowered him. After all, fights between cultivators could easily tip in the favor of those with better equipment. However, decent equipment was expensive, and Ye Guan was from a small clan, so how could he have any decent equipment? Nan Xian's lips curled up. Nanjing said, "Young master, master also told me to remind you not to underestimate your opponent, even if you're confident in your chances of winning. Fei Banking decided to take him as her disciple, so he has to be an extraordinary individual. You must not underestimate him because there's a chance that he'll turn the tables around." Nan Xian nodded his head slightly. "I understand. Rest assured, I will not underestimate him. I will do my best in tomorrow's battle, and I won't give him any chance to retaliate." Nanjing boisterously laughed. "Great. I'm happy to hear that, young master." Nan Xian closed his eyes slowly. "I can't even wait for tomorrow to come." Nanjing nodded upon sensing Nan Xian's excitement. "The Nan clan can't wait for tomorrow to come as well. The moment Ye Guan dies, the cultivators of our clan will head toward ancient desolate city to eradicate the Ye clan." Nan Xian frowned slightly. "What about Tutor Fei?" Nanjing smiled. "Don't worry. Tutor Fei will not find trouble with us over a deceased talent. It's simply not worth it to do so." "You're right." Nan Xian agreed. He turned and smiled coldly while staring at Mount Banking. The next morning, the students of the Guanxian Academy rushed to the life or death stage. Daybreak had just arrived, but the seats around the life or death stage had already been occupied by tens of thousands of students. A white-robed young man descended on the life or death stage with his hands behind him. The white-robed young man was none other than Nan Xian, and his supporters in the crowd cheered upon seeing him. He was one of the top 3 talents of Guanxian Academy, so it wasn't strange that he had fans from both genders. Nan Xian closed his eyes and silently stood on the stage. Meanwhile, the stone pillars around the life or death stage were finally occupied by people. Fei Banking stood on one of the stone pillars as well. Her eyes were closed, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Not far away from Fei Banking was Nan Xian's tutor, Xiao Ji. He was staring deeply at Fei Banking. Song Xi was also present, and he was looking at Xiao Ji with hostility. Nan Xian's instigation almost led to Sun Xiong's death, and Song Xi vowed to never forget the matter. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly appeared in the midst. The tutors and staffers bowed politely toward him and exclaimed, "Greetings, Academy Chief." "Don't stand on ceremony," said Song Fu with a smile. He glanced at the stone pillar not too far away on his right and saw Xiao Ji standing on it. All of a sudden, there was a huge commotion as a young woman descended on a stone pillar. The young woman was none other than Nailinjia, and she immediately attracted the eyes of countless male students. Of course, it was only natural that she was capable of turning heads. After all, she was the top beauty of Guanxian Academy, and many students had a crush on her. She landed coolly on a stone pillar and looked at the stage with a placid demeanor. The crowd's focus was stolen away by a young man who descended on the stage and landed right in front of Nan Xian. The young man couldn't be anyone else but Ye Guan. The crowd boiled over upon seeing Ye Guan. They were excited to witness the upcoming battle. Nan Xian opened his eyes slowly upon sensing Ye Guan's arrival. He smiled coldly while staring at Ye Guan, but the latter remained calm. Song Fu suddenly appeared between the two of them. He looked at them and said, "Either of you can still back out. It's not too late yet." Nan Xian let out a sardonic laugh and said, "Won't I become the biggest joke throughout the Guanxian Academy's history if I were to back out at this point?" Nan Xian glanced at Ye Guan. Ye Guan bowed slightly toward Song Fu and said, "Academy Chief, allow us to begin." Song Fu nodded and said, "Since neither of you wishes to back out, then the two of you will fight to the death here. The heavens will decide your fate." With that, Song Fu vanished into thin air. Nan Xian stared deeply at Ye Guan and chortled. His hands were still clasped behind him as he said, "Ye Guan, today will be your death anniversary." A strand of sword energy flew at lightning speed. Ye Guan didn't bother talking or listening to what Nan Xian had to say as he immediately made a move. Squelch! Nan Xian tried to take on a stance upon seeing Ye Guan's attack, but it was too late. The strand of sword energy lacerated his throat, and fresh blood spurted out, staining the ground crimson. Nan Xian trembled, and his mouth fluttered open, but he couldn't make a sound. The sight was so sudden and shocking that everyone went silent and froze. What just happened? Fei Banking stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. She didn't expect that Ye Guan would attack immediately the moment the life or death battle started. Everyone was in a trance, including the tutors and even Academy Chief Song Fu. Song Fu's expression turned serious when he snapped out of his trance, while Tutor Xiao looked beyond pallid as he stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. Ye Guan shook his head and said, "Why do people always like to mock their opponents rather than just immediately duking it out? Does mocking your opponents increase your strength or something? Were you trying to kill me with words?" Nan Xian grabbed his throat with both his hands in an effort to stop himself from bleeding out. He stared incredulously at Ye Guan and muttered hoarsely, "You, swordsman. Sneak attack. Shameless." Squelch! A strand of sword energy pierced Nan Xian's forehead, and he collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. Ye Guan shook his head and said, "The esteemed Academy Chief has already announced the start of our battle, but you started spouting nonsense rather than fighting me, so why are you saying that I'm shameless?" In Ye Guan's eyes, talking in the middle of a fight was foolishness. Ye Guan walked over to Nan Xian's corpse and collected his spoils. Ye Guan's eyes lit up when he discovered the black tortoise armor and 2 sky-grade rejuvenation pills, and he didn't hesitate to put them away. Jackpot? Ye Guan chose not to fight a long, drawn-out battle against Nan Xian because there was no need to do so. If the battle could be decided by just one sword move, why would he waste his energy to fight a drawn-out battle? It would be an utter waste of time. It was better to be ruthless and decisive. Swordsman? He's a swordsman, someone exclaimed. The crowd snapped out of their trance and gasped in shock. A swordsman? The crowd exploded into a cacophony of murmurs and exclamations. The reveal was simply unbelievable and shocking. However, Ye Guan ignored everyone and jumped onto the stone pillar where Nailanjia was standing. He raised his right arm and shouted, "Sword, come." Whoosh! The path sword emerged from his glabella and drew a few arcs in the air before hovering next to Ye Guan's feet. Ye Guan stood on the path sword and extended his right arm over to Nailanjia. Nailanjia smiled lightly and placed her hand on his palm before stepping onto the path sword. Ye Guan wrapped his left arm gently around Nailanjia's waist. He pointed at the sky with his other arm and shouted, "Rise." Whoosh! The path sword turned into a beam of light that soared into the sky and pierced the clouds. The crowd looked up at the clouds. Envy was visible in the eyes of the female students while Xiao Ji chided Ye Guan under his breath. How pretentious. Nan Xian lay silently in the pool of his own blood. Everyone was silent. They thought that they would witness a fierce, drawn-out battle, so they were stunned to see it end so quickly and in one move at that. Nan Xian failed to defend himself against Ye Guan's sword move. The crowd was both shocked and delighted. A swordsman? There was a swordsman in Guanxian Academy? Song Fu made a sidelong glance at Fei Banking and smiled. "Junior sister, you've concealed it properly." Fei Banking was silent. She didn't expect that Ye Guan would reveal his identity here. What was he thinking? Fei Banking thought about it for a while before she came up with her own conclusion and muttered, "Did you want to show her and everyone else that you're outstanding?" Fei Banking shook her head and grinned. What a daring brat. Ye Guan definitely had his own reasons for revealing his identity, but it was also a warning to Nailanjia's suitors. Tutor Xiao descended on the life or death stage. He wordlessly carried away Nan Xian's corpse and left. Fei Banking stared deeply at Tutor Xiao's departing figure. Song Ci saw that and said, "Don't worry, he won't dare to act rashly." Fei Banking nodded and turned around to leave. The students departed as well. Ye Guan's status as a swordsman quickly spread throughout the entire Guanxian Academy. A swordsman? There had only been a few swordsmen throughout the entire Nanzhou, and the Guanxian Academy of Nanzhou never had any swordsman as a student until now. Ye Guan soon became the hottest topic throughout the Guanxian Academy. Ye Guan brought Nailanjia with him, and the two of them soared through the clouds on the path sword. The red sun could be seen on the horizon, and the two of them were surrounded by fluffy clouds. Nailanjia asked softly, "Why did you reveal that you're a swordsman?" Ye Guan smiled and replied, "I've been hiding my status as a swordsman because I was worried that people with ill intentions would target me, but now, I am no longer afraid of anyone." Nailanjia stared deeply at him. She gazed at him for quite a while before smiling sweetly. "Do you know what your most attractive trait is?" Ye Guan met Nailanjia's gaze. Nailanjia avoided his gaze and looked at the clouds before muttering, "Your confidence." Ye Guan was surprised. "Confidence?" Nailanjia nodded. "I really like your confidence. Actually, there's another reason why I decided to wield my sword." Ye Guan smiled. He turned to look at the clouds as well before continuing. "I wanted to show everyone that your fiancé is good enough." "I know," said Nailanjia with a nod. Ye Guan smiled gently without replying. The two of them stood on the path sword and admired the sea of clouds. Meanwhile, there was a meeting between the tutors and the academy chief of the Guanxian Academy. Song Fu looked at Fei Banking and smiled. "Junior sister, it must have been tough hiding his identity from us." Everyone looked at Fei Banking and shook their heads while smiling. Ye Guan's status as a swordsman had truly taken them aback. Tutor Xiao sat with his eyes closed without saying anything. Fei Banking responded calmly, "He's a cautious brat. He was afraid that people would start targeting him if they found out that he's a swordsman." Song Fu nodded in agreement and said, "Well, it's not strange that he thought that way. Don't worry, the academy is happy to know that he's a swordsman. We will not covet his sword inheritance. Our Nanzhou Guanxian Academy cannot compare to the academies on the upper realm. We won't harm our own students." Fei Banking nodded. "Yes, I know, Academy Chief." Song Fu nodded and made a sidelong glance at Tutor Xiao. "Tutor Xiao, let Nan Xian's death mark the end of your enmity." Song Fu sounded serious, and everyone could tell that it was an order rather than a request. The others looked at Tutor Xiao. They were only expecting one answer from Tutor Xiao. After all, they had to protect Ye Guan because of his incredible talent. "I understand. I agree because it is for the greater good." Tutor Xiao nodded. Of course, the biggest reason why Tutor Xiao agreed was that he knew that everyone would turn against him the moment he did something to Ye Guan. Song Fu nodded and changed the topic. "The students who will go to the upper realm to compete in the decennial martial contest have been decided, and they are Sun Xiong, Xiao Ji, Ye Guan, and Nailanjia. Aside from them, each of you may also bring a few talented students along." Everyone nodded. Song Fu swept his gaze across the people in the hall and smiled. "That's all." With that, everyone stood up and left. However, Fei Banking was still in her seat. Song Fu saw that and said, go ahead and tell Ye Guan that he doesn't have to worry about the Ye clan. From now on, the academy will be protecting the Ye clan. Fei Banking nodded. She then stood up and left. Left all alone in the huge hall, Song Fu shook his head and smiled. A swordsman? What a surprise. Xiao Ji walked into the huge hall and bowed towards Song Fu. Tutor. Song Fu stared at Xiao Ji without saying anything. Xiao Ji saw that and explained, brother Ye conquered the 9th floor with me, but he told me to keep his participation a secret, so. Song Fu interrupted with a smile. I understand. Xiao Ji nodded. Song Fu looked at Xiao Ji. Have you exchanged blows with him? Xiao Ji shook his head and said, no, but he's extremely strong. He's also fast, and his sword is terrifying. I'll surely be under a lot of pressure if I were to fight him, but I'm not afraid of fighting him. Song Fu nodded and smiled before saying, the two of you aren't interested in becoming the chief student representative, right? Yes, tutor, muttered Xiao Ji. Song Fu shook his head and smiled. I knew it. Anyway, do you know who I intended to nominate as the chief student representative? Xiao Ji shook his head. No. Song Fu replied, Nan Xian. Xiao Ji was stunned. Real talents will not stay in Nanzhou because they need a bigger stage to bloom. You, Ye Guan, and even Nailan Jia will eventually have to leave Nanzhou. All three of you have extreme talent and traits, and I'm sure that the Guanxian Academy on the upper realm won't let the three of you go once you're there, said Song Fu. Xiao Ji didn't know what to say. It's not necessarily a bad thing for the three of you to go to the upper realm. After all, the primary goal of the branches of the Guanxian Academy had always been to obtain more resources by securing victories during the decennial martial contest. The academy will not hold you back because the stronger you become, the better it will be for us, explained Song Fu with a smile. Xiao Ji lowered his head without saying anything. I know that you have always been worried about this, but you really don't have to worry about it. You're still young, so you should go out there and fight for what you want and let your name be known to everyone, added Song Fu. Xiao Ji bowed deeply. This academy will always be my home. Song Fu nodded and changed the topic. Nan Xian was the best candidate for the chief student representative role, but he has a critical flaw. He's too petty. A cultivator must be gracious. They can be petty, but they cannot be overly petty. We have been observing and guiding him, but it's a pity that he ended up clashing against Ye Guan while we were still trying to reform him. Song Fu shook his head and revealed a helpless smile. He's narrow-minded, and he's the type to bring others down because he cannot stand others being better than him. Perhaps it was for the greater good that he perished, lest he became the chief student representative. Song Fu nodded slightly. The martial contest starts in 3 months. We will have to head to the upper realm next month, so be prepared. I understand, said Xiao Ji. Song Fu smiled. Go ahead. Xiao Ji nodded, and he bowed before turning around to leave. After a moment of silence, Song Fu spoke loudly, pass down my orders. Yanan will be promoted to a student of the Inner Academy, and her cultivation resources will be tripled. The chief tutor of the Inner Academy, Tutor Mu, shall be her tutor. Understood, said an old man in a corner of the hall. The old man bowed before leaving. However, Song Fu stopped the old man by continuing. I also want you to prepare a huge gift for the Ye clan of the ancient desolate city. I want you to go there and let the Ye clan nominate 3 of their best disciples to come to the academy. Tell the Ye clan that we will admit one of their disciples every year into the academy starting next year. A guaranteed spot. It was a privilege that only belonged to prestigious clans. The old man glanced at Song Fu before bowing slightly and turning around to leave. Left alone, Song Fu closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Tutor Xiao was standing in the middle of the Nan clan's hall with Nan Xian's corpse lying on the floor in front of him. A beautiful woman sobbed while hugging Nan Xian's corpse. A middle-aged man stood next to the woman. The middle-aged man's expression was distorted in fury as he stared intently at Nan Xian's corpse. The beautiful woman and the middle-aged man were Nan Xian's parents. An old man was sitting in the hall. The old man was clad in a black robe, and he was staring at Nan Xian's corpse in silence. His thoughts and emotions couldn't be deduced from his expression. Tutor Xiao sighed. Clan leader Nan Mo, I underestimated Ye Guan. It's my fault. If I had known that he was a swordsman, I wouldn't have let Nan Xian fight him on the life or death stage. Nan Mo shook his head and said, how can we blame you? His arrogance was his downfall. Tutor Xiao sighed once more and said, does the Nan clan still have a suitable talent to be nurtured? I can bring them with me to the academy, and I'll teach them personally. Thank you, said Nan Mo with clenched fists. He stood up and called out. Little Fang. A young man who looked to be around 15 years old walked into the hall. He arrived in front of Tutor Xiao and bowed deeply. Greetings, Tutor Xiao. Tutor Xiao examined Nan Fang and nodded. He'll do? Nan Fang immediately kneeled and exclaimed, thank you, Tutor. Tutor Xiao nodded. He turned to look at Nan Fang and said, get ready to follow me to the academy tomorrow. With that, Tutor Xiao left the Nan clan's hall. Moments after Tutor Xiao's departure, the beautiful woman's expression turned fierce as she pleaded. Clan leader, you have to take revenge for Nan Xian. Ye Guan has to die. Otherwise, I'll. Shut up. Nan Mo shouted, interrupting the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was so shocked that she went silent. Nan Mo glared at the beautiful woman. Speak about taking revenge again, and I'll deal with you myself, he growled. The beautiful woman could only stare blankly at him. Nan Mo sighed softly and explained, he's a swordsman. In other words, he has a sword inheritance. A mysterious and powerful cultivator must be backing him, but even without a backer, a swordsman is strong enough to annihilate clans. In addition, the Guanxian Academy will definitely do its best to nurture him. If our clan does something to Ye Guan or the Ye clan, we will be in danger. The beautiful woman's voice was trembling as she asked, are you saying that we have no choice but to let everything go? We shouldn't be thinking about how to take revenge. We should be thinking about what we should do if he decides to come here and attack us, Nan Mo muttered with closed eyes. He soon opened his eyes to look at Nan Fang. You must not show any animosity to Ye Guan, not even a bit of animosity. Stay as far away as you can from him. I want you to ignore everything else aside from cultivating and studying. Do you understand? Nan Fang nodded. I understand. With that, Nan Mo looked at an old man in a corner and said, I want you to prepare a huge gift, and I want you to go to the Ye clan with it. Tell them that what happened on Nanshan Mountain had been a complete misunderstanding. Our Nan clan wronged young Master Ye Guan by misunderstanding him. Tell them that we investigated and found out that King Yu's death has nothing to do with forget it. I will go there personally and apologize. It'll be more sincere if I go there myself. Nan Mo's decision rendered everyone speechless. Ye Guan arrived at Fei Banking's palace on Mount Banking. Fei Banking smiled upon seeing him. Congrats. Ye Guan smiled as well, and he sat in front of Fei Banking. He took out a box and handed it over to her. The box contained the sky-grade armor that Fei Banking had lent him. Fei Banking stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, I've truly underestimated you. Ye Guan replied, Nan Xian underestimated me as well. Fei Banking's curiosity was piqued. What do you mean? She asked. Ye Guan muttered, he didn't really know me, so he ended up underestimating me. He was also extremely confident in his chances of defeating me because of his sky-grade armor and those 2 medicinal pills. However, his biggest mistake was the fact that he seemed to have forgotten that we were on the life or death stage. Either of us would have to die, so he shouldn't have decided to talk nonsense while the fight was ongoing. Fei Banking remained silent for a while before saying, do you know why he talked so much nonsense before the fight? Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, he's from a huge clan, so he has never fought someone of lower status. Those who are closer to the bottom of society are more brutal and decisive than those who are privileged. They are also more than willing to take risks. Fei Banking gazed at Ye Guan for a moment before smiling. I can see that. Ye Guan continued. Of course, he still wasn't my match, even if he had taken me seriously. His death was inevitable. I really like your confidence, you brat. Ha ha ha. Fei Banking chuckled. Ye Guan took out a medicinal pill and placed it in front of Fei Banking. Tutor, this is a sky-grade pill. Take it, and it may prove useful to you in the future. A sky-grade pill was extremely valuable. Fei Banking didn't reject the offer. Sure. Ye Guan got up and bowed. All right, I'm off now, tutor. I'll go back to my palace and cultivate. With that, he turned around and left. Fei Banking stared at the pill in front of her, and her heart became filled with warmth. At last, she finally understood just what kind of person Ye Guan was. He was the type of person who would treat someone the same way they treated him. Treat him well, and he would reciprocate. Fei Banking shook her head and smiled. It seems little Jia found her Mr. Right. Ye Guan sat cross-legged on the summit of Mount Banking. He put his hands parallel to each other in front of his chest and circulated the immortal rank cultivation method within him. The surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him. Ye Guan's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds thanks to the immortal rank cultivation method. What an incredible cultivation method. After a while, Ye Guan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled. He managed to push himself to the peak of the Divine Path realm. He only had just a tiny step left to make a breakthrough into the Divine Soul realm. However, he didn't attempt a breakthrough into the Divine Soul realm. Ye Guan had always made sure to become familiar with the next realm first before making a breakthrough. Therefore, Ye Guan started reading books that contained information about the Divine Soul realm in an effort to understand the realm. The Divine Soul realm could be reached after the confluence of one's physique and Divine Soul. The Divine Soul was one's soul and mental strength, and the confluence of the two meant breaking through into the Divine Soul realm. One would undergo a qualitative change upon reaching the Divine Soul realm, allowing one to shatter a city wall with a mere punch. The giant on the 9th floor of the Trial Towers was a Divine Soul realm cultivator, and its axe was strong enough to shatter a city wall. A Divine Soul realm cultivator was a force to be reckoned with anywhere in Nanzhou. Ye Guan read a few books, and he decided to attempt a breakthrough into the Divine Soul realm upon gauging that he understood the realm enough for a breakthrough. Ye Guan had to become even stronger because they would go to the upper realm in less than a month, and there would definitely be stronger cultivators there. He also had to be wary of the Ye clan there. If they find me, I'm done for. I have to become more powerful so I can protect myself and the people around me. Ye Guan didn't just cultivate. He also headed to the 9th floor of the Trial Towers to hone his skills by fighting the giant. He wanted to reach his limit, the limit of the Divine Path realm. He wanted to reach it before making a breakthrough into the Divine Soul realm. In addition to his combat prowess, fighting the giant also improved his mental strength and soul. I won't be able to relax at all. Ye Guan's daily routine was filled with cultivating, reading, and fighting the giant on the 9th floor of the Trial Towers. Just like that, half a month passed. Today, Ye Guan visited the 9th floor as usual. The giant appeared, and it immediately hurled its axe at Ye Guan. Boom! The axe carried a horrifying power with it as it tore through the air and flew toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan remained calm as he stared at the flying axe. Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly twisted and avoided the fatal blow half an inch away from his head. At the same time, he lowered his stance and sliced the giant's knee. Crack! The giant's knee was split open. The giant staggered to pick up its axe, and it immediately swung its axe toward Ye Guan. Shriek! A shrill noise echoed as the axe made its way toward Ye Guan's head. Ye Guan crouched and rolled backward, deftly dodging the axe. At the same time, his sword flew out and struck the giant's knee once more. Crack! The giant lost its right leg. It lunged toward Ye Guan in a last-ditch effort to kill the latter, but Ye Guan already knew what the giant would do. Ye Guan leaped and aimed for the giant's neck. However, it was clear that the giant wasn't willing to let things end here. It twisted and was about to send its most powerful attack toward Ye Guan. Unfortunately, Ye Guan seemed to have predicted the giant's next move as he twisted in midair and thrust his sword into the giant's wrist. Shwick! Slash! The giant's attack failed, and it couldn't avoid Ye Guan's next attack. Ye Guan picked up his sword and turned his back on the disappearing giant. VRRR! The shining door suddenly vibrated. Ye Guan came to a halt and stared at the shining door. A woman soon emerged from the door. Ye Guan instantly recognized her because she was none other than the woman who gave him the immortal rank cultivation method he was cultivating at the moment. Ye Guan was curious. Senior. The woman smiled and said, "Congratulations." Ye Guan was confused. "Congratulations?" he asked. The woman nodded and explained, "You're the fastest." Ye Guan was still confused. "The fastest?" The woman nodded slightly and said, "There are about 98,000 trial towers throughout the upper and lower realm. You're the fastest person under the age of 20 to have defeated this giant." Ye Guan blinked and muttered, "I could have been faster." He wasn't lying. He truly could have done it even faster. The woman smiled at him and exclaimed, "You've done it fast enough." Ye Guan nodded and changed the topic. "Senior, is there any reward for it?" "Of course, there is," said the woman. She flipped her palm, and a badge appeared in front of Ye Guan. 3 words emblazoned in bronze were on the badge: Trial Towers King. Ye Guan was silent. "Can't they give me something more useful? What the hell is Trial Towers King?" Ye Guan truly didn't care about being the king of the Trial Towers. The woman smiled and explained, "I think you should know that this badge is rarer than your immortal rank cultivation method." Ye Guan's curiosity was instantly piqued. "Why?" The woman's smile deepened. "It's a valuable badge because it allows you to enroll at any Guanxian Academy branch aside from the main academy." "Really?" Ye Guan gasped. He stared deeply at the woman and asked, "I know a place called Zonto Divine Continent, and it apparently contains thousands of worlds, so I'm sure it has a Guanxian Academy. Will this badge allow me to enroll at the academy there?" The woman nodded. "Of course." Ye Guan asked, "What if they won't acknowledge the badge?" The woman was stunned. She blinked a few times before saying, "They won't even dare to do that." Ye Guan was confused. "Why?" The woman smiled once more. She responded with a question of her own. "Do you know what my job is?" Ye Guan shook his head. The woman explained, "I'm the lead chief of the Guanxian Academy, and all branches are under my jurisdiction. I created the badge in front of you, and those capable enough of acquiring it are extremely talented. I don't think any Guanxian Academy branch out there will refuse to acknowledge an extreme talent." Ye Guan hesitated before adding, "Well, hypothetically speaking. I mean, what if they refuse to acknowledge me?" "There are no what-ifs," exclaimed the woman with a serious look. Ye Guan nodded. "I understand." The woman walked toward Ye Guan. She patted his head lightly before smiling. "Keep it up, I'm looking forward to the day you arrive at the main academy." The woman's illusory figure vanished. Ye Guan looked at the badge in his hands and smiled. What a pleasant surprise. However, Ye Guan seemed to have recalled something. "Master Pagoda, why do I feel like she knew me?" asked Ye Guan. Little Pagoda was silent for a while before it said, "I think you just imagined it." Ye Guan frowned. "I imagined it." Little Pagoda hurriedly explained, "Yup. She's the lead chief of the Guanxian Academy, so she's obviously an influential figure in the academy. How could she be familiar with a poor country boy like you?" Ye Guan thought about it for a moment before nodding. "Yes, that makes sense." Little Pagoda changed the topic. "Anyway, you can start cultivating sword intent." "Sword intent?" Ye Guan was delighted. "Sword intent?" Little Pagoda replied, "Yes. Sword intent is the sword's extension of your will. Your royal sword art will become 5 times more powerful with the help of sword intent, and a single move imbued with sword intent is enough to kill the giant you've been fighting in just 1 hit. Ye Guan was overjoyed. From the books he had read so far, only those who had cultivated sword intent could be considered true swordsmen. It was rumored that those who had comprehended sword intent were rare, even on the upper realm. Cultivators incapable of wielding sword intent weren't true swordsmen. Ye Guan hurriedly asked, "Master Pagoda, how do I start using sword intent?" Little Pagoda replied, "You comprehend it first through an epiphany." Ye Guan blinked in confusion. "Can you give me some guidance?" he asked. Little Pagoda was silent for a while before it spoke. "What do you think your sword does?" Ye Guan thought for a while. Eventually, he extended his hand, and the path sword appeared. He stared at the path sword for a while, and his eyes turned cold as he said, "A sword is a weapon for slaughter, and I am a swordsman who slaughters." BRRR. The path sword vibrated violently in his hand. Moments later, a soft red glow enveloped the path sword. The red glow lashed out, carving a deep crevice 30 meters away from Ye Guan. Ye Guan stiffened at the sight. In the world within the tiny pagoda, Little Pagoda exclaimed, "Goodness, is he cheating?" The mysterious voice replied, "No, he wasn't cheating. I can vouch for him." Little Pagoda's voice was solemn as it said, "It's more absurd than cheating." The Ye clan here refers to the clan that Little Pagoda has been tricking Ye Guan about, where he is the illegitimate son. It's sword intent, you know? Little Pagoda didn't expect that Ye Guan would comprehend sword intent so quickly. This is ridiculous. Actually, sword intent was nothing new to Little Pagoda. There was a large number of swordsmen in the past, so Little Pagoda was familiar with sword intent. However, swordsmen were rare in the current era, so it didn't make sense for Ye Guan to comprehend sword intent so quickly. His father had to spend many years just to comprehend sword intent. Just then, the mysterious voice in the pagoda exclaimed, "The heavens has chosen him." Little Pagoda was silent. Meanwhile, Ye Guan excitedly exclaimed, "Master Pagoda, is this the sword intent?" Little Pagoda confirmed. "Indeed, it is. Ha ha ha." Ye Guan laughed like a child who had just discovered a new toy. Ye Guan soon composed himself and asked, "Master Pagoda, how do I use it?" Little Pagoda instructed, "Execute the royal sword art with your sword intent." Ye Guan nodded gently and closed his eyes. He created a sword using sword energy. He didn't use the path sword because it was too strong, and he didn't really want to rely too much on tools. Over-reliance on a tool would make him arrogant and careless. Moments later, Ye Guan pointed, and the sword flew as fast as lightning. Boom! The ground was split open, and the sword even left a crevice in the ground in its wake. Ye Guan was dumbfounded. How terrifying! Ye Guan estimated that his royal sword art had become 5 times more powerful, and it had also become faster as well. Ye Guan was both thrilled and delighted at the revelation. He suddenly thought of something, and he quickly descended to the 8th floor before going back to the 9th floor. The 9th floor was refreshed, and the giant emerged from the shining door once more. It immediately threw its axe at Ye Guan. Ye Guan responded by pointing at the giant with his index finger. Slash! The sword made out of sword energy cleanly cut the giant's head off. Ye Guan instantly killed the giant. Ye Guan looked at the door, expecting to see the woman. Ye Guan waited for quite a while, but the woman didn't emerge. However, the badge on him changed, indicating that he had set a new record again. Ye Guan shook his head in disappointment, but there wasn't anything that he could do aside from practicing his royal sword art while it was imbued with sword intent. His moves became extremely terrifying while it was being driven by sword intent. 2 hours later, Ye Guan finally took a break. Just then, Little Pagoda said, "Don't get too happy now. There are very few swordsmen here, but there are quite a few of them out there. There are many geniuses all over the world as well, and it is especially true for the Ye clan. Even an imperial rank demonic beast must be obedient in front of the Ye clan." Little Pagoda thought that Ye Guan was getting a bit arrogant, and it thought that it had to bring Ye Guan back to reality. Ye Guan's smile disappeared upon hearing Little Pagoda's words. An imperial rank demonic beast must be obedient in front of the Ye clan. Little Pagoda confirmed. That's right. After some hesitation, Ye Guan asked, "Just how strong is the Ye clan?" Little Pagoda answered, "The Ye clan is extremely strong. You'll understand what I'm talking about once you get to the upper realm." Ye Guan went silent. Eventually, he asked, "Master Pagoda, are there any dragons in the Ye clan?" "Dragons? They're mythical creatures?" However, Little Pagoda replied, "Yes." Ye Guan asked once more, "Can they ride on dragons?" Little Pagoda answered, "Yes." What an extravagant way of life. Ye Guan muttered to himself before asking, "Aren't dragons prideful creatures? Why are they willing to become mounts?" Little Pagoda answered, "You're right, but their pride depends on their target audience. It's similar to how some women are prideful in front of others, but their attitudes are different toward others." Little Pagoda cut himself short. Ye Guan isn't like my previous master, and I cannot let him go down the wrong path. Ye Guan grew curious, so he probed even further. "What does that mean?" "I'm saying that you have to become even stronger. With enough strength, you can hunt a dragon down and force it to be your mount," explained Little Pagoda. Ye Guan nodded and said, "I understand. Master Pagoda, don't worry, I won't be arrogant, and I'll continue to work hard." Little Pagoda cheered him on. "All right, good luck." Ye Guan took a deep breath and turned around to leave. The sun hung high in the sky because it was noon, and Ye Guan stared at the horizon. He closed his eyes slowly and savored the warm sunlight. The warm feeling made him feel comfortable. Just then, an old man walked toward Ye Guan. "Young Lord Ye, there's a letter for you from your hometown," said the old man with a bow before handing over the letter to Ye Guan. "Thank you," said Ye Guan as he hurriedly accepted the letter. Ye Guan took out a few purple spiritual crystals and attempted to give them to the old man. "No, I cannot accept these, young Lord Ye," the old man refused. Ye Guan smiled and insisted, "I want to thank you for the trouble." The old man hesitated, but he eventually smiled and accepted it. "Thank you for your kindness, young Lord Ye," said the old man before leaving. Ye Guan hurriedly opened the letter and saw that it was written by Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao expressed his stupefaction at the Nan clan's visit to the Ye clan to apologize. Ye Xiao also said that the Guanxian Academy had promised to enroll 3 disciples from the Ye clan right away, and they would also give the Ye clan a guaranteed spot every year. The Guanxian Academy's offer of a guaranteed spot was a treatment that only prestigious clans would receive. The offer basically meant that the talented members of the Ye clan would have a connection with the Guanxian Academy. In other words, it was only a matter of time before the Ye clan became a major clan in ancient desolate city, and it could even become a major clan throughout Nanzhou. These changes were all thanks to the Guanxian Academy's recognition of Ye Guan's talent. Ye Guan thought about the matter while he was on his way to Mount Banking. Upon arriving at Mount Banking, Fei Banking appeared next to him and asked, "Have you heard?" Ye Guan nodded. "What do you think?" asked Fei Banking. Ye Guan answered, "I really have to thank the Academy." Fei Banking shook her head and smiled before asking, "I was asking about what you really think." Ye Guan smiled bitterly. "I was being honest. I'm very grateful to the Academy for treating me and the Ye clan so well." Fei Banking went silent. She stared directly into Ye Guan's eyes and shattered the ice. "The Academy's intentions are clear. They know that you have a bright future, so they're currying favor with you. Their intentions aren't bad, and their gifts are great, so it's great overall. Is that what you're thinking as well?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Fei Banking continued. "You're going to the upper realm soon, and we know that you're worried about the Ye clan. You don't have to be worried about them. The Guanxian Academy will protect the Ye clan, and I'm sure the Nan clan won't attack the Ye clan unless they aren't a bunch of idiots." Ye Guan nodded. "Yes, I agree." Fei Banking smiled at Ye Guan's response. "Anyway, let's talk about something else. How's your progress on the 9th floor?" Ye Guan didn't say anything. Fei Banking added, "You don't have to say anything if you want to remain silent. I'll respect your decision." Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Fei Banking. He seemed to be hesitating, but he eventually made up his mind and said, "I comprehended sword intent." Fei Banking's eyes narrowed upon hearing that. "Are you serious?" she asked. "Yes." Ye Guan nodded. He flipped over his palm, and a red glow enveloped his palm. Fei Banking was stupefied by the sight, but she soon recovered and started shouting in excitement, "Great! That's absolutely amazing." Fei Banking was truly happy for him. Sword intent? Ye Guan has become a true swordsman? The entire Nanzhou would definitely be shocked if they found out that a real swordsman had emerged in Nanzhou, and the swordsman had already comprehended sword intent despite his young age. Fei Banking was truly stupefied by the revelation. She knew that someone like Ye Guan was rare, even on the upper realm. Fei Banking shook her head and remarked, "It seems that I have greatly underestimated you." Ye Guan smiled. "I also didn't expect to comprehend sword intent so quickly, but this is just the beginning for me. I'll keep working hard." Fei Banking's expression turned complicated. She was sure that if someone else were in Ye Guan's shoes, they would have already become arrogant at the thought of comprehending sword intent, despite their young age. However, Ye Guan wasn't arrogant at all. It seemed that he would remain true to his goal. "What an unusual fellow," Fei Banking inwardly remarked before saying, "You should hide your sword intent in the meantime." Ye Guan nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." Fei Banking added, "It seems that the Academy actually has a chance of achieving something at the upcoming martial contest." Ye Guan smiled at her comment and said, "I'll do my best." Fei Banking laughed heartily and said, "I'm sure you have no idea, so let me tell you, little Jia has become really strong as well. She'll definitely surprise you." Ye Guan was pleasantly surprised, and he asked, "Tutor, what exactly is the Holy Spirit physique?" Fei Banking explained, "The only thing I can tell you is that her physique allows her to avoid any bottlenecks in her cultivation. For her, a breakthrough is as easy as eating her meals." Ye Guan muttered in shock, "What an incredible physique." Fei Banking nodded gently and added, "The Academy's resources aren't enough to nurture her. She would have achieved more than her current achievement if we were capable of giving her more resources. She's strong enough to join the martial contest. Otherwise, the Academy wouldn't have pampered her so much all this time." Ye Guan hesitated before asking, "Is it really okay for us to leave? I mean, I'm asking about what the Academy thinks about our departure." Fei Banking nodded and explained, "Of course, it's fine. The Academy knows that you, Little Jia, and Xiao Ji will all achieve great things once you've arrived on the upper realm. The Academy is also well aware that it cannot give you the resources you need to become even stronger, so the Academy knows that keeping you all here will do more harm than good. Of course, it's not like the Academy won't reap any profits from letting you leave. The students of the Academy will always end up helping the Academy one way or another down the road." Fei Banking ended her explanation with a smile. In other words, the Academy is quite open-minded. Ye Guan nodded. "I see." There was a moment of silence between the two. Fei Banking shattered the ice once more. "Can you promise me something?" Ye Guan was slightly taken aback, but he said, "Sure, what is it, tutor?" Fei Banking's voice sounded grim as she replied, "You'll definitely become a famous figure on the upper realm, which means that many powers will extend their hands toward you. You can join any of those powers, but I want you to promise me that you won't join the Profound Sky Clan." Ye Guan was stunned by the request, and he couldn't help but ask, "Why not?" Fei Banking replied, "Don't ask why, just promise me that you won't join them." Ye Guan nodded. "Sure." Fei Banking smiled sweetly and said, "Go ahead and get ready, we're about to depart for the upper realm." "All right," said Ye Guan before bowing and turning around to leave. Fei Banking was left alone, and her eyes shone coldly as she muttered, "Profound Sky Clan." Half a month passed. The students of Guanxian Academy gathered at Guanxian Hall. Today, the top talents of Guanshan Academy would head over to the upper realm to participate in the decennial martial contest. The students were here to send them off. Ye Guan, Xiaoji, Nailinjia, and Sun Xiong were here, and it was clear that they had been waiting for this day. Apart from the 4 of them, there were also 3 other students who would follow them to the upper realm. However, the 3 students would simply expand their world horizons rather than participate in the decennial martial contest. The other students looked at them with envy. They would bring honor not only to the Guanshan Academy but to the entire Nanzhou as well if they managed to make their way to a decent rank in the decennial martial contest. Song Fu walked out. He swept his gaze across the students and smiled before saying, "Don't be envious of them. Work hard, and you'll earn yourself a spot here in the future. These students are the Academy's beacons of hope, but you are the future of our Academy." The students bowed slightly towards Song Fu. Song Fu turned to face Ye Guan and the rest. "Tutor Fei and I will bring you all to the upper realm," Song Fu said with a chuckle. With that, he turned to look at Tutor Xiao and Tutor Song. "The 2 of you should stay here and look after the Academy." Tutor Xiao and Tutor Song nodded. Song Fu turned around and flicked his wrist. The clouds parted, and a cloud ship over 30 meters in length descended and stopped in front of Song Fu. Song Fu looked back at the others and smiled. "Let's go." The group boarded the cloud ship, and they soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Tutor Xiao stared at the clouds with a thoughtful expression. Song Si muttered, "I don't think we'll be at the bottom this time." In the previous 10 martial contests, Nanzhou had always been at the bottom of the rankings. The cold reality was the reason Song Fu decided to nurture Xiaoji. The former had been hoping that the latter would turn the tables. If Nanzhou remained at the bottom of the rankings, the Guanshan Academy of Nanzhou would completely lose the support of the upper realm. Without access to resources, the Guanshan Academy of Nanzhou would be doomed. The resources that the Guanshan Academy of Nanzhou had been receiving from the upper realm consisted of cultivation manuals, spiritual veins, martial skills, and spiritual crystals. The academy was entitled to such resources from the upper realm, but they had been getting fewer resources from the upper realm since 100 years ago. The upper realm started looking down on the Guanshan Academy of Nanzhou for its abysmal ranking in multiple martial contests, so the upper realm had been sending them fewer resources. The Guanshan Academy branches on the lower realm had to send their most talented students to the upper realm in exchange for resources. This was a tragedy that many academies in the lower realm had been facing for a long time, but there was no other way to go about it. The Guanshan Academy branches on the lower realm would have to close their doors from the lack of resources if they were to choose not to participate in the decennial martial contest. It was a miracle that the Guanshan Academy of Nanzhou managed to last this long. Tutor Xiao nodded at Tutor Song's words. "Indeed, they're strong." Tutor Song made a sidelong glance at Tutor Xiao. Tutor Xiao sounded calm as he said, "Rest assured, I'm not foolish enough to plot against Ye Guan at this point." With that, Tutor Xiao turned around to leave. Tutor Song stood still in silence for quite a while before leaving. The cloud ship flew at a steady pace through the clouds. Ye Guan stood at the bow of the ship and looked down. The Guanshan Academy shrunk as they flew further away. Soon, Nanzhou itself became a tiny dot. Ye Guan suddenly started missing the Ye clan. He had been living with the Ye clan for the past 17 years. Ye Guan closed his eyes slowly. He had promised the clan leader and he would keep his promise no matter what. Apart from that, he also had to find a pure grade spiritual vein for Master Pagoda's recovery. In other words, he had a long way ahead of him. A faint fragrance wafted over to Ye Guan. He turned and saw Nailinjia wearing a spotless white robe. Nailinjia smiled at Ye Guan and asked, "What are you thinking?" Ye Guan grinned and replied, "I'm starting to miss the Ye clan." "We'll be back," replied Nailinjia. Ye Guan nodded. Nailinjia stared at the setting sun and muttered, "Have you heard? Our Guanshan Academy has consistently ranked at the bottom in the decennial martial contest." Ye Guan was taken aback. "Really?" Nailinjia nodded and said, "Yes, and we have to rise up the ranks this time. Otherwise, our Guanshan Academy will lose the qualifications to join the decennial martial contest, and it'll spell doom for our Guanshan Academy. Without the support and protection of the upper realm, the academy will decline until it shuts down." Ye Guan was silent. He hadn't really thought of that. Nailinjia chuckled. "We're carrying quite the burden on our shoulders." Ye Guan nodded and exclaimed, "I'll try my best. What do you know about the upper realm?" "Not much." Nailinjia nodded and explained, "The upper realm is split into the north region and south region. There are a total of 360 states in both regions. A branch of the Guanshan Academy exists in every single state. This means that we have to compete with talents from those states for the top 10. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. Top 10. Yes, we have to reach the top 10 to secure the biggest benefits for our academy. What if I get first place? Nailinjia looked at Ye Guan for a moment. She chuckled and said, "The academy will build a statue for you." Oh, Ye Guan's expression stiffened. Nailinjia chuckled once more. "Are you aware of the reward for reaching first place?" Ye Guan shook his head. "I've heard that the first placer of the previous martial contest was awarded 2 sky-grade spiritual veins, 10 earth-grade spiritual veins, 50 pure-grade spiritual veins, 10 immortal rank cultivation manuals, and 30 sky-rank cultivation manuals. They would also receive an annual allowance of 1,000,000 gold crystals until the next martial contest," explained Nailinjia. Ye Guan was stupefied. However, it seemed that Nailanjia wasn't done just yet as she said, if you come in first place, the academy will definitely construct a statue in your honor. The academy will also take great care of the Ye clan. Ye Guan grinned. I guess I have to try even harder. Nailanjia stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, are you aiming for first place? Yeah, replied Ye Guan with a nod. Nailanjia stared at him for a while before smiling. What a confident man. Xiao Ji walked over. He seemed to have heard Ye Guan and Nailanjia's conversation as he smiled and remarked, Brother Ye, I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but first place is just too difficult to reach. Ye Guan asked, what do you mean? The consistent first placer for the past 100 years is the Guanxian Academy of Qingzhou, said Xiao Ji. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Qingzhou. Xiao Ji nodded. Have you heard of it? Ye Guan shook his head without saying anything. Xiao Ji explained, the founder of the Guanxian Academy, the Sword Master, was born in Qingzhou. The Sword Master? Ye Guan was moved. He's a legendary figure. The Sword Master had not only founded the Guanxian Academy, but he had also ushered in a new era. Xiao Ji added, the Sword Master was born in Qingzhou, so the Guanxian Academy there has been receiving a disproportionate amount of resources from the main academy. In addition, Qingzhou has always been the birthplace of many outstanding talents and geniuses. They had consistently claimed first place for themselves in the previous martial contests, and they had also consistently crushed anyone daring enough to challenge them. Ye Guan chuckled and teased. Why are you saying that? Are you not confident about getting first place? Xiao Ji shook his head and explained, it's not just a matter of confidence. The students from Qingzhou are just too terrifying. I'm already feeling hopeless just thinking about their strength. Ye Guan replied, you either fight for it, or you don't, that's it. However, if you choose to fight, you should aim for first place. Xiao Ji stared deeply at Ye Guan without saying anything. Moments later, he erupted into laughter and exclaimed, I'd expect nothing less from Brother Ye's personality. I really admire your boldness. Ye Guan only smiled. He wasn't joking when he said that one should aim for first place. Meanwhile, Song Fu chuckled at Ye Guan, Xiao Ji, and Nailanjia's interaction with each other. Banking, I really have to admit that you have a good eye for talent. I couldn't have known that you'd recruit 2 geniuses for our academy so quickly, said Song Fu. Fei Banking looked at Ye Guan and smiled. Well, it would be more accurate to say that the brat there was gifted to me. Song Fu boisterously laughed. 5 days later, a powerful shield abruptly enveloped the cloud ship. The cloud ship soared into the starry sky. Ye Guan's heart became filled with awe as he looked around while standing at the bow of the ship. A sky full of stars. Ye Guan had never felt smaller. Right now, even the entire lower realm seemed as insignificant as dust. Fei Banking walked over to him and asked, it's great, right? Ye Guan nodded. Yeah, it's really great. Fei Banking chuckled and said, we're just in a tiny star field, you know. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Fei Banking and asked, Tutor Fei, just how big is our universe? Fei Banking shook her head. I have no idea. Ye Guan looked away from Fei Banking and stared into the depths of the starry sky. He could see innumerable planets in the distance. Apart from awe, Ye Guan's eyes also shone in determination. I'm still young, so I have to explore the endless universe while I'm young. Rumble? All of a sudden, a loud rumble echoed from within the sea of stars. Boom! The starry sky trembled, and countless cracks appeared on the cloud ship's shield. The sudden turn of events stupefied everyone. Song Fu arrived at the bow of the ship, and his expression distorted in horror upon seeing what was happening in the distance. A colossal shockwave was in the distance, and the rumbling they heard evidently came from the shockwave. However, the most shocking fact was that the shockwave itself seemed to have come from somewhere that their naked eyes couldn't see. Song Fu and Fei Banking's expressions turned heavy. It seems that powerful cultivators are fighting somewhere in the distance, explained Song Fu. Ye Guan stared into the distance, seemingly deep in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Song Fu heaved a sigh of relief. It's a good thing that they're very, very far from us. Otherwise, we would have faced a disaster. Fei Banking muttered under her breath, just how strong are they? Swoosh! A terrifying aura suddenly surged from the depths of the starry sky. Song Fu and Fei Banking's expressions changed. They hurriedly raised the Guanxian Academy's banner. No cultivator would be gutsy enough to challenge the Guanxian Academy's reputation. After all, it was founded by the Sword Master. Therefore, Song Fu and Fei Banking's actions were enough to save them from a calamity. A black-robed old man appeared hundreds of kilometers away from the cloud ship. He came to a halt and turned around abruptly. A rift in space was made, and a woman walked out of the rift. The woman was wearing a long white gown, and she was giving off a graceful and elegant aura. She was also as beautiful as a fairy. The black-robed old man glared fiercely at the woman and said, Are you mad, Lady Jian? You've been chasing after me all the way from Zongtu Divine Continent. Ah, Little Pagoda suddenly spoke, it's her. The woman called Lady Jian didn't waste any words. She swung her hand, creating a powerful wave of energy that destroyed everything it touched. Song Fu's expression fell, and he immediately steered the cloud ship away. The black-robed old man was taken aback, and he curled his right hand into a fist. Space distorted and condensed into a sturdy wall, but it wasn't sturdy enough. The woman's attack struck the wall, and it immediately fractured. There was a flash, and the black-robed old man was sent flying away with a loud boom. The black-robed old man was severely injured, and he couldn't put up any resistance as the woman threw a powerful punch toward his head. Boom! The black-robed old man's head exploded, and blood erupted from the stump. The woman flicked her sleeve, and a flame engulfed the black-robed old man's corpse, annihilating the latter from existence. With that, the woman's job was done. She turned around and was about to leave when she noticed the swaying cloud ship carrying the banner of the Guanxian Academy. The cloud ship swayed violently and was on the verge of collapse. The woman's attack just now was simply too powerful that the cloud ship couldn't withstand even the shockwave that the attack had produced. The woman appeared on the cloud ship, and the cloud ship immediately stabilized. Song Fu bowed at the woman and explained, "Senior, we're from the Guanxian Academy of Nanzhou." The woman vanished and reappeared in front of Ye Guan. Song Fu's face fell. Fei Banking quickly stood in front of Ye Guan, and she stared intently at the woman. Fei Banking looked worried, but there wasn't a trace of fear in her eyes. The woman glanced at Fei Banking and said, "I have no ill intent." With that, she turned toward Ye Guan and said, "Come here, let me look at you." Ye Guan calmly walked over to the woman, but the path sword inside of him was anything but calm. It was vibrating, and it seemed to be gathering energy. The woman stared at Ye Guan with complicated eyes. Moments later, she asked, "What's your name?" Ye Guan answered, "Ye Guan." "Ye Guan?" The lady muttered to herself, "Guan." Everyone looked wary as they stared at the woman, but the woman didn't seem to mind their wary gazes. The woman's expression grew warm as she asked, "Are you going to Zongtu Divine Continent?" Ye Guan shook his head and said, "I'm headed for the upper realm." "The upper realm?" The woman's brows creased, but she smiled. "Remember to look for me once you've arrived at the Zongtu Divine Continent." She flipped her palm to reveal a jade pendant, and the jade pendant floated over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan was confused. "Senior, what is this?" The woman's smile deepened as she explained, "I'm from the Shen clan. Visit me with this jade pendant, and no one will stop you from visiting me." Ye Guan was still puzzled, so he asked, "Senior, do we know each other?" The woman blinked and said ambiguously, "No, we just met." Ye Guan was rendered speechless. "See you at the Zongtu Divine Continent," said the woman with a smile. Afterward, she turned around, and a rift in space appeared in front of her. The woman walked into the rift and disappeared. Ye Guan was still confused as he stared at the jade pendant in his hand. Everyone else was bewildered as well. Ye Guan asked, "Master Pagoda, I think she knows me. What do you think?" Little Pagoda shut him down. "You're mistaken." Ye Guan frowned. However, Little Pagoda continued, "Think about it, does it even make sense for her to know you when she's so powerful? I think she just took a fancy to you." Ye Guan was silent for quite a while before he nodded and said, "You're right, Master Pagoda. She's a powerful cultivator, so it won't make sense for her to know me. I think she knows my parents." Little Pagoda was stunned. "Goodness, this brat is too hard to trick." "Master Pagoda," Ye Guan called out. Little Pagoda emerged from its thoughts and decided to change the topic. "You should worry about becoming even stronger. She was very scary, right?" Ye Guan nodded and muttered, "Yes, she was terrifying." Little Pagoda said, "And that is why I've been telling you to work hard. Strength is the ultimate power, and everything else is worthless." Ye Guan nodded in agreement. He still had questions, but he didn't ask any more questions. However, he could feel that Little Pagoda was hiding something from him. Just then, Fei Banking asked, "Little Guan, do you know her?" Ye Guan shook his head. "No, I don't know her at all." Fei Banking frowned. She looked confused as she asked once more, "You really don't know her?" Ye Guan smiled bitterly and said, "I really don't know her." Fei Banking nodded and said, "In that case, I think she probably recognized your talent and wanted to establish a connection with you before anyone else." Ye Guan smiled. "Perhaps." Fei Banking glanced at Song Fu, but neither of them spoke. It was obvious that the reason wasn't that simple, but neither of them asked any more questions. The cloud ship continued on its journey. Nailanjia stood next to Ye Guan and asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" Ye Guan smiled awkwardly and asked, "Is this because of her?" Nailanjia nodded and said, "She definitely knows you, but I can see that you don't know her at all." Ye Guan remained silent. Nailanjia smiled and continued, "The Ye clan adopted you, right?" Ye Guan nodded. Nailanjia saw his response and asked softly, "Do you know who you are?" Ye Guan shook his head and explained, "I'm not sure about the specifics, but I know that I was born out of wedlock, and I also know that I'm an illegitimate child. My parents gave me to the Ye clan because they wanted to protect me." "An illegitimate child?" Nailanjia's eyebrows furrowed. She knew that illegitimate children were scorned as bastards in some large clans. However, Nailanjia's frown was soon replaced by a smile as she said, "Don't worry about your identity. I don't care if you're an illegitimate child, you'll always be Ye Guan in my heart." Ye Guan looked away and stared deep into the starry sky before muttering, "You'll get caught up in dangerous situations because of my identity, and I." Nailanjia interrupted Ye Guan by stepping closer to him. Then, she smiled and declared, "I'll face any danger with you." Surprised, Ye Guan turned toward her. Nailanjia was staring into the starry sky as well, and the way her hair swayed gently behind her made her look incredibly beautiful. Ye Guan was captivated. The two spent the night talking while sitting near the bow of the ship. The next day, the cloud ship arrived near a teleportation array in the galaxy. Song Fu put the cloud ship away and led everyone into the teleportation array. The array stirred into action and teleported the group. The group found themselves in an ancient city. The city was surrounded by tall walls, and the city gate also gave off a grand and majestic aura. There were many people walking into and out of the city, and the overall atmosphere was lively. Ye Guan marveled at the ancient city. What a grand city, he exclaimed. The rest of the group nodded. They were truly amazed. Xiao Ji chuckled. Brother Ye, we're in Xing City, and my clan is here. Later, we'll head to the Xiao estate to rest. Ye Guan looked at Xiao Ji in astonishment. Brother Xiao, you're from here. Xiao Ji nodded and confirmed. Yeah, I'm from here. Ye Guan smiled. Will the martial contest take place in Xing City? Xiao Ji shook his head and answered, no, it's going to take place in Yun City. Ye Guan frowned and asked, Yun City. Xiao Ji pointed and exclaimed, look. Ye Guan turned around, and he could vaguely make out the silhouette of a majestic city above the thick clouds. The rest of the group was stunned upon seeing the silhouette. Xiao Ji smiled and explained, there will be cloud projections across 360 states, and everyone will be able to watch the martial contest without going to Yun City. Ye Guan blinked and asked, cloud projections? What are those? Xiao Ji explained patiently, it's a special technology that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion has developed. I'm not sure about the specifics, but the Guanxian Academy branches throughout the 360 states will be watching the martial contest live. In other words, we'll be famous if we manage to reach the top 10. Ye Guan sighed and said, I appreciate the explanation. Xiao Ji chuckled. I've heard that the Zongtu Divine Continent is more interesting than the Upper Realm. Just then, an old man walked over briskly toward the group. He bowed at Song Fu and greeted him. Academy Chief Song, the clan leader has prepared a banquet for you and your group. Please, follow me. Song Fu smiled at the old man and said, sorry for the trouble. The old man bowed once again. It's no trouble at all, Academy Chief Song. Ha ha ha. A peal of boisterous laughter erupted and interrupted Song Fu, who was about to say something to the old man. Junior sister, aren't you being too disrespectful? Why did you not inform me of your arrival? Fei Banking's expression turned cold. Ye Guan saw the change in Fei Banking's expression, and he looked toward where the voice had come from. He saw a middle-aged man walking with a young woman in a green shirt. Fei Banking glared murderously at the middle-aged man. Song Fu hurriedly said, calm down. Fei Banking didn't say anything. The middle-aged man and the young woman in a green shirt walked toward the group. The middle-aged man didn't even glance at the others. He stared at Fei Banking and smiled. It's been a while, junior sister. Fei Banking's expression remained indifferent as she said, it seems that you've been waiting for me for quite a while now. The middle-aged man smiled. I knew that you would come this time. Unfortunately, this will be your last time coming here. Your Guanxian Academy of Nanzhou will definitely be at the bottom once again. The middle-aged man was quite loud, and it seemed that he was making sure that everyone would hear him. The gazes of the crowd turned strange upon hearing that Fei Banking's group was from the Guanxian Academy of Nanzhou. The crowd knew that the Guanxian Academy of Nanzhou's ranking had been at the bottom for the past 100 years. In fact, the academy had long earned the title Rock Bottom King. Fei Banking glared coldly at the middle-aged man. Just then, Song Fu whispered, don't give them the justification to target the students. Ignore them, and let's go. Song Fu's words were effective. Fei Banking calmed down and turned around. However, the young woman in a green shirt raised an eyebrow at Fei Banking and mocked her. She's a saintess of the profound Sky Clan? What a disappointment, she's just a pitiful dog. Nalan Jia's eyes narrowed, and she clenched her fists. Swoosh! A figure flashed past Nalan Jia, and the figure was none other than Ye Guan. Ye Guan was too fast. By the time the young woman in a green shirt realized what was going on, Ye Guan's hand had already clutched her throat, and he immediately slammed her to the ground. Bam! The ground shattered upon impact. The middle-aged man wanted to make a move, but Fei Banking blocked his way, while Song Fu teleported behind him. Ye Guan grabbed the young woman in a green shirt's hair and dragged her in front of Fei Banking. He glared at her and demanded, apologize to my tutor. The young woman in a green shirt started. I'm from the Profound Sky Clan. Slap! Ye Guan interrupted her by slapping her right cheek. The young woman in a green shirt's right cheek quickly became swollen and red. Ah! She exclaimed in pain, and she thrashed around wildly. How dare you humiliate me? I'm from the Profound Sky Clan. Slap! Ye Guan slapped her left cheek, and it immediately turned red and swollen. The young woman in a green shirt seemed to have lost her mind from the humiliation as she roared. Kill me if you dare. Ye Guan decisively whipped out a dagger. He placed the tip on her neck and slowly dragged it across. Ah! The young woman in a green shirt was terrified. She was so flustered that her voice even cracked as she hurriedly shouted, I'll apologize? I'm sorry? I'm so sorry. Ye Guan released her and walked toward Fei Banking. He coaxed the latter softly. She has already apologized, so please quell your anger. Fei Banking stared blankly at Ye Guan. She had no idea what to say. Fei Banking smiled. What's there to quell when I'm not even angry? Ye Guan nodded before turning to look at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was looking at him as well. He hadn't made a move because Fei Banking and Song Fu would have made a move as well if he had done so. The middle-aged man smiled. Junior sister, is he your disciple? He's gutsy? I hope he can stay that way. He's Fei Banking started. However, she was interrupted by over 10 powerful auras rushing over toward them. The crowd quickly made way for the incoming cultivators, but it was also because the incoming cultivators were from the Profound Sky Clan. 12 cultivators from the Profound Sky Clan descended, and at least 3 of them were Divine Soul Realm cultivators. The cultivator at the helm was a grey-robed elder. He gave off an extremely deep and profound aura that put those around him under immense pressure. Song Fu's expression fell upon seeing the grey-robed elder. The grey-robed elder's expression turned solemn upon seeing the disheveled state of the young woman in a green shirt. He extended his hand, and the space in front of Ye Guan distorted. A rift in space opened in front of Ye Guan, and the grey-robed elder's hand emerged from it. A space-time realm cultivator. Everyone's faces fell. The space-time realm was the realm after the Divine Soul Realm. A space-time realm cultivator would be capable of teleporting as well as manipulating time and space within a certain distance from them. They were capable of performing mysterious divine abilities as well. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. He was about to take out his sword when Fei Banking appeared in front of him and waved her sleeve. Slap! The grey-robed elder's hand was slapped back into the rift, and the former himself was sent flying a few meters away. The grey-robed elder recovered and looked at Fei Banking. I shouldn't have allowed you to leave back then. Fei Banking smirked and mocked. Wei Tong, you old ghost. Even a dog was better than you back then, and it seems that it's still the case. Wei Tong's eyes narrowed as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Song Fu decisively stepped in. What's going on? Profound Sky Clan, are you trying to trample on our Guanxian Academy? Do you really think that you're unstoppable? Wei Tong responded. Guanxian Academy? What a joke. Ask anyone around here. Ask them if your Guanxian Academy of Nanzhou is still worthy of being considered a part of the Guanxian Academy. Song Fu's face grew sullen. Wei Tong looked at Ye Guan and said firmly, this boy must be handed over to us. Otherwise, none of you can leave. The cultivators of the Profound Sky Clan immediately surrounded Ye Guan's group. Ye Guan wordlessly stared at Wei Tong. However, the path sword inside of him was trembling. It was ready to strike. A space-time realm cultivator? He wasn't afraid at all. Actually, he was thinking about how he could kill Wei Tong in one sword move. It'll be slightly difficult, but it should be possible as long as I catch him off guard. It's fine even if he survives the first attack. I can just attack him once again if that happens. A hand suddenly grabbed his arm, interrupting his train of thought. Ye Guan turned and saw that Fei Banking was staring at him. Fei Banking shook her head slightly, and Ye Guan remained silent. Ha ha ha. A boisterous laugh echoed from deep within the city. A plump middle-aged man descended. Xiao Ji breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the plump middle-aged man because he was none other than Xiao Ji's father as well as the clan leader of the Xiao clan Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan smiled. Elder Wei Tong, are you going to kill my son as well? Wei Tong frowned slightly and glanced at Xiao Ji. Clan leader Xiao, this is between them and my Profound Sky Clan. Are you going to interfere in our matters? Asked Wei Tong. Xiaoshan remained calm as he said, Elder Wei Tong, I simply came here to remind you that even though it's true that the Guanxian Academy of Nanzhou has fallen, there's still a Guanxian Academy branch. If you kill them here, do you really think that your clan will be able to avoid a disaster? Wei Tong's expression turned ugly. The middle-aged man next to Wei Tong smiled and said, Elder Wei, I don't think we need to rush things here. Wei Tong nodded upon recalling something. He turned to look at Ye Guan and said, I will let you live for a few more days. With that, he turned around to leave, and the cultivators of the Profound Sky Clan left with him. Ye Guan wordlessly stared at Wei Tong's departing figure. Fei Banking didn't loosen her grip on his arm. Xiao Shan gazed at Song Fu and smiled. Academy Chief Song, please come with me. Song Fu nodded slightly. Moments later, they arrived at the Xiao residence, and Xiao Shan welcomed them with a banquet. They had a few rounds of drinks, and the banquet ended late at night. Ye Guan was given his own room to stay for the night. However, Fei Banking suddenly appeared in front of him while he was walking over to his room. Ye Guan bowed. Tutor. Fei Banking spoke, follow me? Ye Guan hesitated before nodding. Okay. The two of them walked down the stone path next to the massive residence. Fei Banking broke the ice and asked, I felt that you wanted to attack Wei Tong earlier in front of the city gate, am I right? Ye Guan wordlessly nodded. Fei Banking asked, how confident were you? Ye Guan replied, I was 90% confident. Fei Banking stared deeply at him and asked, why not 100%? Ye Guan hesitated before responding, I don't want to sound too arrogant. Fei Banking was stunned. Moments later, she chuckled and shook her head. You little brat, said Fei Banking, sounding astonished. She lightly tucked a few strands of her hair behind her ears and asked, do you know why I stopped you? You don't want things to go out of hand, replied Ye Guan. Fei Banking shook her head. No. Ye Guan was confused. Fei Banking explained, the rules here are a bit different from the rules in Nanzhou. Murders must be justified. There must be a good enough reason behind a killing. Otherwise, things will go out of control, and the academy won't stand on our side. By then, you would have killed one of them, but everyone affiliated with you will suffer. Ye Guan was silent. Fei Banking continued. Killing him would have also been meaningless. Someone stronger will challenge you once you've dealt with him, and that cycle will repeat until you have disposed of the entire Profound Sky Clan. Can you even do that? Ye Guan remained silent. Fei Banking smiled at Ye Guan and said, as a man, you must learn self-control. Do not allow your emotions to take control of you. Do you understand? Ye Guan nodded. I understand. Fei Banking's smile deepened. All right, I'm going to call it a night. You should rest early as well. With that, Fei Banking turned right at the next fork in the road. However, she suddenly stopped walking after just a few steps. She turned to look at Ye Guan and grinned before saying, I appreciate what you've done for me today. You made me happy. Fei Banking didn't wait for Ye Guan's reply and left. Ye Guan pondered over things for quite a while in silence before heading over to his room. He extinguished the light in his room, and he soon emerged in a black outfit. After he entered his room, the light extinguished. Ye Guan looked around before jumping and disappearing into the night sky. The Profound Sky clan was here to join the decennial martial contest. Prestigious clans could also join the decennial martial contest along with the Guanxian Academy branches. It wasn't really strange because these prestigious clans wanted their members to enroll at the Guanxian Academy of the Upper Realm. There was only one Guanxian Academy on the vast Upper Realm, and it was a huge honor to become one of its students. The Profound Sky clan was considered a huge clan on the Upper Realm, so it didn't take Ye Guan that long to find out where they were. Ye Guan headed for the Ziwixian building, where the members of the Profound Sky clan would stay for the duration of the decennial martial contest. Little Pagoda suddenly spoke, did you already forget what your tutor said about self-control? Ye Guan replied, no, I still remember it. I'm very calm right now. I'm not acting on impulse. Little Pagoda was silent for quite a while before it spoke once more, you should control yourself. He threatened me, Master Pagoda. Ye Guan growled. He dared to threaten me. Little Pagoda hesitated before asking, is that it? Are you going to kill him because he threatened you? Ye Guan responded, I'm not going to kill him to satisfy myself. I just want to remove a risk factor. Little Pagoda muttered, what nonsense. Ye Guan ignored that and asked, Master Pagoda, can you hide my aura? Little Pagoda sounded hesitant as it said, I can, but it'll only last an hour. Ye Guan nodded. That's enough. Ye Guan finally arrived at the Ziwixian building. He was hanging next to the window of a particular room on the 9th floor. An old man was sitting on the bed with his eyes closed. The old man was none other than Wei Tong. Under Little Pagoda's influence, Wei Tong would never notice Ye Guan even if he was standing in front of the ladder. Ye Guan was in no rush. He calmly waited for an opportunity to strike. Ye Guan knew that he had to kill Wei Tong in one strike. Otherwise, Wei Tong could easily alert the members of the Profound Sky clan, and his assassination would fail. Wei Tong suddenly took out an old book and started reading it, but rather than a scholarly look, there was a wretched smile on his lips while he was reading the book. All of a sudden, the door opened, and a young woman sauntered into the room. The young lady smiled softly and started taking off her robe. Ye Guan frowned slightly. Master Pagoda, what is she doing? Little Pagoda was calm as it said, can't you see? She's taking off her clothes. I mean, why is she taking off her clothes? Asked Ye Guan in a solemn voice. I think she's here to play cards, replied Little Pagoda. Ye Guan was silent. The young woman was now completely naked, and she walked over to Wei Tong and stood in front of him. Wei Tong's eyes widened. He grabbed the young woman and lay her on the bed. Ye Guan's expression darkened. So that was why she was taking off her clothes? He's already so old, so how come he's still so energetic? Ye Guan stared intently at Wei Tong. Moments later, Wei Tong started jerking and exclaimed, there are many books worthy of reading in this world, and there are many skills worthy of learning. There are also many beautiful sights and sceneries to take in, but they are not as beautiful as you. Crash! Without any warning, a sword suddenly flew into the room through the window. Wei Tong's expression changed. He grabbed the young woman and lifted her up to use as a human shield. However, the sword twisted like a snake and buried itself into Wei Tong's neck. Shwick! The sword moved by itself and decapitated Wei Tong before flying away through the window. The young woman was shell-shocked. Moments later, her shriek echoed throughout the building. The cultivators of the Profound Sky clan and the guards of the Ziwixuan building rushed to the 9th floor. Their expressions darkened upon seeing Wei Tong's corpse. Ye Guan ran as fast as he could through the night. That felt great. Little Pagoda's voice echoed in Ye Guan's head, someone's following you. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and he came to a halt. He sounded hoarse as he said, you can come out now. There was no response. About 300 meters on the right. Little Pagoda pointed out. Ye Guan flicked his finger, and a beam of sword energy flew toward the right. However, it abruptly disappeared. A woman emerged from the darkness. The woman was beautiful. She had a gorgeous figure and an especially bountiful chest. She was wearing a bright red dress, and the dress seemed like it could barely contain her figure. The puddings on her chest jiggled, and they were breathtaking. The woman smiled at Ye Guan without saying anything. Ye Guan started, but the woman abruptly appeared right in front of him. Ye Guan was startled. However, the woman pulled down his mask and returned to her original position before Ye Guan could even react. Ye Guan's face fell. She's strong? The woman's smile deepened. You're very young for a swordsman, and you've comprehended sword intent as well. Which clan are you from? Ye Guan remained silent. The woman didn't mind Ye Guan's silence. Even if you don't speak, it's only a matter of time before I find out, she said. With that, Ye Guan finally spoke, I'm from the Guanxian Academy. The Guanxian Academy? Surprise flickered in the woman's eyes. Which Guanxian Academy? She asked. Ye Guan replied, the Guanxian Academy of Nanzhou. Nanzhou. The woman was stunned, and she couldn't help but ask, are you talking about that Nanzhou on the lower realm? Ye Guan nodded. The woman examined him from head to toe. Interesting, this is really interesting. Ye Guan stared deeply at the woman and asked, who are you? The corners of the woman's mouth pulled up, you don't recognize me. Ye Guan shook his head. The woman's smile deepened as she said, "Go ahead, you can leave." Ye Guan hesitated. However, he eventually turned around and disappeared into the night. Moments after Ye Guan's departure, an old man appeared behind the woman. The old man asked, "Academy Chief, he killed Elder Wei Tong of the Profound Sky Clan." The woman made a sidelong glance at the old man and said, "He's handsome, so does that really matter?" The old man stiffened. He sounded hesitant as he said, "We made the rules about prohibiting murder for the entire duration of the contest." The woman remained calm as she asked, "Well, I didn't see him kill anybody, did you?" "No, I didn't," said the old man. Ye Guan's expression was solemn as he made his way back to the Shao residence. "She was so scary, Master Pagoda," Ye Guan muttered with dread. Master Pagoda agreed. "Indeed." Ye Guan frowned, but he was curious as well. "Was she scary for you?" Master Pagoda replied, "Yeah, she was scary." Ye Guan doubted and pointed out, "I don't think you were afraid of that woman at all, Master Pagoda. Are you hiding something from me? If you are, you can tell me. I think I can handle it." Little Pagoda was silent for a while before it said, "Nope, I'm not hiding anything." Ye Guan chuckled bitterly. "Fine, you can just tell me at the right time." Little Pagoda breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, this punk is really difficult to deal with." The members of the Yang family have been getting smarter over the past 3 generations. Little Pagoda was finding it increasingly difficult to deceive Ye Guan. Ye Guan sighed. "Now that I'm on the upper realm, I can finally see that I'm really weak. I really have to work even harder." Little Pagoda hurriedly said, "Yes, that's right. You have to work even harder." Ye Guan still had a burning question, and he decided to ask Little Pagoda about it. "Master Pagoda, why do you think she let me go?" Little Pagoda responded, "I think she has a vested interest in you." Ye Guan was confused. "A vested interest? What does she stand to gain from me?" Little Pagoda didn't respond. Ye Guan didn't probe any further because he could tell that Master Pagoda didn't want to tell him anything. And there was no way he would find out what Master Pagoda was hiding unless the latter decided to tell him. He wasn't in a rush, and he was confident that Master Pagoda would soon talk to him about it. Master Pagoda was unreliable, but it knew something important, and Ye Guan simply had to coax Master Pagoda for it to speak. It wasn't that difficult to make Master Pagoda talk. He just had to flatter it, and it would give whatever answer Ye Guan wanted from it. Soon, Ye Guan arrived in front of his room. He opened the door and abruptly froze. A woman was sitting in his room, and it was none other than Fei Banking. Fei Banking wordlessly looked up at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was at a loss for words, but he quickly recovered and said, "I think I entered the wrong room." With that, he turned around to leave. However, Fei Banking called out to him, "Come here." Ye Guan could feel a headache coming as he turned around and walked into the room. He closed the door and took off his black clothes. "Did you kill Wei Tong?" asked Fei Banking. Ye Guan nodded. Fei Banking's expression was indifferent. Ye Guan couldn't tell whether she was happy or angry about it. "It seems that you've disregarded what I said," Fei Banking said. Ye Guan hurriedly spoke, "Tutor, no one saw me do it, and there's no way people will think that I'm the one who did it." Slam! Fei Banking slammed her hand on the table. "Have you forgotten where we are? We're on the upper realm? There are many hidden talents and extremely powerful people here. Have you ever thought about the consequences you will have to face if they find out that you're the assassin?" Ye Guan lowered his head without saying anything in the face of Fei Banking's harsh scolding. Fei Banking glared at him and continued, "There will always be someone stronger and more powerful than you out there. You're a swordsman, yes, but don't be arrogant enough to think that you're omnipotent." Ye Guan nodded. "Tutor, you're right. I won't do it again." Fei Banking was slightly troubled by Ye Guan's response. She initially wanted to vent her anger on him, but her fury was assuaged by Ye Guan's response. There was silence in the room until Fei Banking shattered it. "Did you get hurt?" she asked. Ye Guan shook his head. "Nope." Fei Banking's expression was complicated as she stared deeply at Ye Guan. "You should call it a night." She placed a white jade bottle on the table and stood up to leave. Ye Guan hurriedly asked, "Tutor, what is that?" "It contains a sky-grade pill. The pill will amplify your power by 3 times with minimal side effects, but the effect only lasts an hour." Ye Guan hesitated and was about to reject it, but Fei Banking had already left the room. Ye Guan picked up the jade bottle and chased after her. Ye Guan started. However, Fei Banking interrupted him. "I'll smack you if you return that to me." With that, Ye Guan could only smile. "I won't refuse it since it's from you. You and Little Jia really are similar to each other," muttered Fei Banking. "Call me teacher." Ye Guan hesitated, but it didn't take long for him to nod and say, "Teacher." Fei Banking nodded and asked, "How did it feel to kill a spacetime realm cultivator?" Ye Guan's expression was solemn as he responded, "I got lucky." He had indeed gotten lucky. His target was doing something, so his sneak attack ended up being successful. If Ye Guan were to face Wei Tong fairly, Ye Guan would have no confidence in defeating the latter. A spacetime realm cultivator was indeed incredible, and it was all because of their ability to manipulate space and time. They were indeed terrifying opponents to face. Fei Banking said, "If the Profound Sky Clan decides to interrogate you tomorrow, you must deny any involvement no matter what. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "I understand." Ye Guan nodded. "They can be suspicious of me, but I will never admit to doing anything." Fei Banking seemed doubtful as she stared at Ye Guan. "You told me that you understood earlier, but you still went ahead and killed him." Ye Guan chuckled awkwardly without saying anything. One had to avoid arguing with an angry woman, and the best way to assuage their fury was to nod to whatever they said. Soon enough, they would no longer be angry. Fei Banking shook her head. "Haa, you look gentle, but you're as prideful as a lion. You're not willing to suffer at all." Ye Guan smiled. "I won't bully people, but I won't allow myself to be bullied." Fei Banking gazed at Ye Guan and asked, "Why did you help me?" "I couldn't allow her to continue insulting you," replied Ye Guan. Fei Banking was silent. It was difficult to ascertain her thoughts, but she eventually broke the silence and muttered, "Sleep well. We still have to deal with the Profound Sky Clan tomorrow." Ye Guan nodded. "Okay." Fei Banking left, and Ye Guan returned to his room and lay on the bed. He closed his eyes and started talking to the pagoda. "Master Pagoda, I realized something when I killed Wei Tong." Ye Guan had discovered something about Absolute Strike. It was a sword move that Master Pagoda had taught him, but he still hadn't really understood the essence of the sword move, so he was hardly using it. Little Pagoda asked, "What do you mean?" Ye Guan said solemnly, "Killing. Was Absolute Strike made to kill?" "Tell me your thought process," asked Little Pagoda. Ye Guan nodded before saying, "The moment I decided to kill Wei Tong, I made it a goal that he had to die. The power and speed of my sword seemed to have increased after I made up my mind." Little Pagoda was silent. Ye Guan continued, "I don't believe that simply practicing Absolute Strike will be enough for me to master it. I need killing intent to master it." Little Pagoda was silent for a moment before asking, "Is that all?" "No." Ye Guan shook his head and added, "I think Absolute Strike's power depends largely on the strength of my killing intent. In other words, I can't hone it like I do with my other techniques and sword moves. Absolute Strike can only be honed through killing." Little Pagoda said, "You should follow your conjecture." Ye Guan hurriedly asked, "Does that mean that I'm right, Master Pagoda?" Little Pagoda neither confirmed nor denied it. "You shouldn't pay attention to the thoughts of others when it comes to honing your techniques and sword moves. Follow your own thoughts." Ye Guan nodded. "Okay." Killing. The mysterious voice in the tiny pagoda spoke, "His comprehension is frightening. We have to be careful, extra careful." Little Pagoda emphasized, "We can't allow him to go down the wrong path." "Indeed," replied the mysterious voice. The next morning, a group of people from the Profound Sky Clan arrived at the Shao residence. Song Fu and the others were standing in front of the residence to greet the visitors. The middle-aged man standing next to Wei Tong yesterday was at the helm of the group. Fei Banking greeted the middle-aged man. "Lu Lian, I heard that Wei Tong died. This calls for a celebration." Lu Lian glared at Fei Banking and said, "You were the ones who killed him." Fei Banking smiled at him. "Where is your proof?" Lu Lian smiled coldly and said, "Fei Banking, do you have any idea what you're doing? You're challenging our Profound Sky Clan." Fei Banking mocked loudly. "Oh, really? I'm so scared of the Profound Sky Clan." Lu Lian's expression turned cold and sinister. Xiao Shan intervened and said, "Lu Lian, Wei Tong is a spacetime realm cultivator. Do you really think that we can kill him without causing a commotion?" Lu Lian didn't respond. Xiao Shan continued, "His murderer is also a swordsman." Lu Lian's face turned ugly. The only ones who knew Ye Guan's identity as a swordsman were the people who had come with him from the lower realm. In addition, there was no way the Guanxian Academy would reveal his status as a swordsman. Xiao Shan gazed at Lu Lian and said, "There's something strange here. I recommend that you investigate this carefully." Lu Lian chuckled. "Our clan has never been in conflict with any other group aside from your Guanxian Academy of Nanzhou. We fought during the day, and Elder Wei Tong was killed on the same night. Who else could be the culprit other than the Guanxian Academy of Nanzhou?" Xiao Shan remained calm at the accusation. "Lu Lian, do you have any evidence?" Lu Lian stared intently at Xiao Shan and replied, "No, but I have my suspicions." Xiao Shan shook his head and said, "Lu Lian, you're an elder yourself, so how can you speak like that? Why did you even come here without any evidence?" Lu Lian gazed deeply at Fei Banking. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said ominously, "The wind on the upper realm is tempestuous. You better tell your students to be careful of the wind." With that, Lu Lian turned around and left. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan's eyes narrowed at Fei Banking and the rest. He was also confused. Did they really kill Wei Tong? Song Fu swept his gaze across Ye Guan and the rest of the students. "I want you all to stay in the Shao residence and cultivate. Don't go out of the residence unless it's an emergency." Ye Guan and the students nodded. Song Fu turned to look at Xiao Shan and said, "I'm sorry to trouble you, Brother Xiao." Xiao Shan shook his head and responded, "It's nothing." Song Fu's expression was solemn as he said, "The martial contest will start in 2 months. We have to lie low and wait until then." Xiao Shan nodded and said, "The students can stay and cultivate in the Shao residence. They can leave the residence, but they must never leave the city. No one will dare to kill in broad daylight in the city, but it's a different story outside." Song Fu nodded. Xiao Ji, Ye Guan, and Nalan Jiao were talented individuals, and they had to be protected at all costs. The group dismissed, and Ye Guan went over to the library of the Shao residence. He was unfamiliar with the upper realm, so he decided to visit the library to learn more about it. 2 hours later, Ye Guan now had a better understanding of the powers that existed in the upper realm. The upper realm was divided into 2 regions, north and south. The most powerful and most influential organization throughout the upper realm was the Guanxian Academy, followed by 2 big families and 3 major clans. The two big families were the Wang family and the Zhao family. The foundation of these two families was deep, and their history was at least a few thousand years. Meanwhile, the three major clans were the profound Sky clan, Xingyun clan, and Yun clan. The Yun clan and the Zhao family were located in the north, and they were more mysterious than the others. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion was influential on the upper realm as well, but they had the policy of avoiding power struggles. Of course, no one was really daring enough to offend them. And it was all because the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was filthy rich. Their pockets were so deep that even the Guanxian Academy had to respect them, and the same was true not just for the Guanxian Academy branches but in the Guanxian universe as well. It had to be known that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was the entity that provided the funding for the establishment of the Guanxian Academy. The owner of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion also had a unique relationship with the Sword Master of the Guanxian Academy. 360 states were going to participate in the martial contest of this decade. There were two states that were more powerful than the entire upper realm, Qingzhou and Yunzhou. Qingzhou was stronger than Yunzhou, as it was the birthplace of the Sword Master. Back then, they had received a lot of support and resources from the main academy of the Guanxian Academy. There was even a rumor about how the main academy almost got built in Qingzhou. Yunzhou was weaker than Qingzhou, but it was an extraordinary state. The three greats were born in Yunzhou, but it was a pity that they had been consistently losing against Qingzhou. Qingzhou was so powerful that facing them felt meaningless. Ye Guan finally walked out of the library and saw that it was already night. The sky was filled with stars tonight. Nailanjia appeared in the distance. She was wearing a long purple dress, and her hair fluttered in the night breeze. She was walking slowly but elegantly toward Ye Guan, and the demeanor she carried as she walked was enough to make people fall for her. Nailanjia finally arrived in front of Ye Guan. She smiled and asked, "Do you want to go on a stroll outside? Today's the Lantern Festival, and there are many festivities outside." Ye Guan blinked and asked, "Lantern Festival?" Nailanjia nodded. "Yes. A rendezvous between lovers." Ye Guan would be a fool if he were to reject the offer. Ye Guan smiled and responded, "Okay, let's go on a stroll." Nailanjia's smile deepened. "Let's go." The two of them left the Shao residence and headed to the city center. Every house on the street had red lanterns by their doors, and the streets were filled with people laughing and talking to each other. It was indeed a bustling night. Fireworks would also occasionally fill the sky with a kaleidoscope of colors. This Lantern Festival was founded by the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, and it became a popular annual festival. Ye Guan and Nailanjia walked down the busy street. Nailanjia looked around and smiled. "I have no idea why, but I really like the smell of fireworks." Ye Guan nodded and said, "Yeah, I like its smell, too. I've heard that cultivation gets lonelier the stronger a cultivator becomes," said Nailanjia in a solemn voice. "I don't want to be alone on my path to the summit." Ye Guan turned to look at her and said, "The path to the summit of cultivation is indeed lonely, so Little Jia, are you willing to go down the path with me?" Nailanjia gazed at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled at her and added, "I hope that you'll go down the path with me. I hope that we can reach the summit together. Let's climb the summit of cultivation together. Otherwise, we'll stay together and die together if we end up failing on our way to the summit. By then, we shall meet again in our next lives. What do you think? Stay together, die together, and we'll meet again in our next lives." Nailanjia was stunned. Eventually, she smiled and asked, "Do you love me?" Ye Guan returned the question to her. "Do you love me?" "I don't know." Nailanjia shook her head. She paused and continued. "I have never been in a relationship before, so I don't know what love feels and means, but I feel really happy whenever I'm with you. Is that love?" Ye Guan thought about it before shaking his head. "I have never been in a relationship before, but I feel the same way as you do. I feel really happy whenever I'm with you." The corners of Nailanjia's mouth curled up. Ye Guan smiled. "Maybe this is love, maybe it's not, who cares? As long as we're happy, then it's fine." Nailanjia nodded. "I agree." Ye Guan was about to speak, but a man in white appeared in front of Nailanjia. The man in white bowed slightly and smiled at her. "Greetings, my name is Wang Yuan, and I'm from the Wang family. This is our first time seeing each other, but love has already bloomed in my heart when I clapped my eyes on you. I truly think that you're a fairy that has descended to bless us mortals with your visage. I wonder if you..." Nailanjia grabbed Ye Guan's hand and held it up proudly. She glared at Wang Yuan and said, "Can't you say that we're together, or are your eyes on your butt?" Wang Yuan's expression stiffened. The Wang family was one of the two greatest families in the upper realm, and he was even the heir? Every woman he had chased had always accepted him. And why? It was all because he had money, power, prestige, and strength. The Lantern Festival was tonight, so he came out to look for targets and saw Nailanjia. He smiled upon seeing her. It was an unexpected boon from the heavens that he had stumbled upon such a beautiful woman. However, she actually rejected him. Unfortunately for Nailanjia, her rejection only stoked the fire of interest in Wang Yuan, because Wang Yuan was one of those men who enjoyed chasing women who were playing hard to get. Wang Yuan wasn't angry at all. He chuckled and said, "Miss, I don't have any other intentions, I just want to get to know you better, and I..." Pfft. Ye Guan laughed and interrupted. "She doesn't want to get to know you." Wang Yuan turned to look at Ye Guan. "May I know your name? How should I address you?" he asked. He was the heir of a big family, so he had to be careful about treating people with unknown origins. After all, if he ended up provoking someone powerful, he would implicate the Wang family behind him as well. The possibility was small, but Wang Yuan knew that he had to be careful. If he's from a decent clan, I'll befriend him. Otherwise, I'll stab him in the back. Ye Guan smiled and said, take a guess. Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed, but his smile remained. Ye Guan glared at him and said, we do not wish to be disturbed. With that, he pulled Nalinjia and walked away. Left alone, Wang Yuan chuckled to himself. Interesting, how interesting? He actually threatened me. I'll give you half an hour to investigate everything about that man just now. An old man quietly departed his side. A cold glint flashed in Wang Yuan's eyes. Meanwhile, Ye Guan and Nalinjia continued walking with their hands intertwined. Nalinjia didn't let go of Ye Guan's hand, so Ye Guan continued to hold her hand. Nalinjia giggled. I felt your killing intent just now. Ye Guan nodded slightly. He was really disrespectful. If I saw a man standing next to a woman, I wouldn't bother striking up a conversation with her. He definitely saw that we're together, but he still decided to talk to you. Nalinjia looked at him and asked, are you going to approach random women and talk to them? Ye Guan pondered over it before saying confidently, nope, I don't think so. Nalinjia was curious, and she asked, why not? Ye Guan remained calm as he replied, I'll just work hard to become stronger by myself, and I'll also strive to be a tycoon. By then, women will flock to me by themselves. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, remarked Nalinjia. The pair looked at each other and chuckled. Ye Guan suddenly said, I think he won't let us go that easily. Nalinjia nodded and said, I think so, too. Anyway, what do you think we should do next? I want to go shopping outside the city, do you want to come with me? Of course. The pair decided to go out of the city, and their hands were intertwined tightly as they walked over to the city gate. The way they walked down the streets made it seem as though they had long gotten used to holding each other's hands. Ye Guan suddenly came to a halt. He pulled Nalinjia aside to a small stall. He handed over a purple spiritual crystal to the shopkeeper before taking away a butterfly hairpin. The shopkeeper stared at the purple spiritual crystal in his hand and grinned. Jackpot? Ye Guan turned to face Nalinjia with a smile and said, I'll help you wear it. Nalinjia blinked and asked him, aren't you going to ask me if I like it? Ye Guan smiled sheepishly. This is my first time giving a girl a present, so I'm not really sure what to do. Anyway, ahem, do you like it? Nalinjia grinned. Yup. Help me wear it. Ye Guan nodded and got even closer to her. The two of them got close enough to feel and smell each other's breath. He inserted the hairpin into her hair, and it seemed fine. However, there was something off that Ye Guan couldn't quite grasp. Nalinjia said, that's good enough. Ye Guan hesitated for a few seconds before saying, okay. With that, they held hands once more and continued on their journey out of the city. The outskirts of the city were quite deserted and silent, but the silence was disturbed by panting noises from the nearby bushes. The panting noises belonged to a girl, and she sounded both anxious and excited at the same time. Yes, no, yes, yes, no, not there. No one could tell whether she was saying yes or no. Ye Guan and Nalinjia were silent. The atmosphere had turned weird in the blink of an eye. Ye Guan said, let's walk on the other side. With that, he pulled Nalinjia over to the right side, and they continued walking down the path. However, the noises they had heard just now rendered them too embarrassed to speak. Ye Guan glanced at Nalinjia and saw that she was incredibly beautiful, elegant, and seemingly ethereal beneath the moonlight. You're really beautiful, little Jia, he muttered unknowingly. Nalinjia seemed startled as she blinked a few times before responding. There are plenty of beautiful girls out there. Ye Guan chuckled. There are indeed many beautiful girls out there, but you're the only one who's beautiful in my heart. You're only allowed to say such mushy things 10 times. You're not allowed to say something like that anymore afterward, Nalinjia said shyly. Ye Guan's corniness rendered even Little Pagoda speechless. Ye Guan chuckled and held Nalinjia's hand tightly. All of a sudden, footsteps echoed behind them. The uninvited guests were none other than Wang Yuan and an old man. Wang Yuan smiled at them and said, how interesting. It appears that the two of you were trying to lure me out of the city. Ye Guan and Nalinjia turned to look at him. Nalinjia asked, do you think you're clever? Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm just trying to get to know you better, I have no other intentions, he said with a smile. Nalinjia shook her head. Well, I don't want to get to know you. Well, I want to get to know you better, anyway. Wang Yuan guffawed. He glanced at Ye Guan and said, I thought you're from a decent clan or family, but to think that you're from Nanzhou. Tisk, tisk. I have to say that I admire you quite a bit, you're courageous enough to threaten me. Ye Guan wordlessly stared at Wang Yuan. There was no need to talk to a dead man walking. Wang Yuan's smile turned sinister and cold. Have you thought about how you want to die yet? He asked. However, the old man behind him warned. Young master, there's something strange with these two. Wang Yuan frowned. He was about to say something when Nalinjia stretched her hand out. The space in front of Wang Yuan was torn open, and a hand emerged from the rift in space and grabbed him by the throat. Wang Yuan's expression changed instantly. Ye Guan was stunned. Spacetime realm? I had no idea that little Jia is already a spacetime realm cultivator. Her cultivation speed is outrageous. Nalinjia glared at the terrified Wang Yuan. There was clear disdain in her eyes as she said, you're too inferior to even be compared to my little Guan. Nalinjia squeezed Wang Yuan's throat. Crack! Wang Yuan's neck was shattered, causing blood to leak out of his orifices. The old man behind Wang Yuan turned around to run, but a rift in space abruptly opened in front of him. A hand emerged from the rift and grabbed him by the throat. Crack! Nailin-Jia squeezed, and the old man's horrified expression stiffened. He went limp and collapsed to the ground. Nailin-Jia opened her palms, and the storage rings of the two corpses flew into her palms. She took out 1,000 gold spiritual crystals from the storage rings and gave them to Ye Guan, saying, "Half for me, half for you?" Ye Guan put away the storage ring and asked, "Little Jia, you're already at the space-time realm." Nailin-Jia smiled. "Were you surprised?" Ye Guan nodded. "That's an understatement. I have to thank you for it," said Nailin-Jia. Ye Guan was visibly confused, so Nailin-Jia explained, "It's thanks to the immoral rank cultivation manual you gave me. If it hadn't been for it, I wouldn't have been able to reach this realm so quickly." An immortal rank cultivation manual. Ye Guan finally remembered what she was talking about. An immortal rank cultivation manual coupled with Nailin-Jia's special physique was basically a recipe for limitless growth. Nailin-Jia laughed and said, "We should go." Ye Guan nodded. "Let's go." With that, the two of them left the scene. Meanwhile, an old man appeared at the scene just a few minutes after Ye Guan and Nailin-Jia's departure. His expression turned solemn upon seeing the corpses of Wang Yuan and the old man. A middle-aged man appeared at the scene, and he was the family head of the Wang family, Wang Qi. Wang Qi stared deeply at Wang Yuan's corpse and said, "A space-time realm cultivator." "Indeed, the killer is a space-time realm cultivator," said the old man with a nod. He went silent for a few moments before continuing. "I will investigate this matter at once." "Wait!" Wang Qi cried out. The old man looked at Wang Qi, and the latter explained in a calm voice, "The martial contest is just around the corner. Things will be turbulent during the martial contest because talents from other states will flock here to participate. The murderer dared to kill someone from our Wang family, so they're definitely not afraid of us." "Clan leader, what are you trying to say?" Wang Qi said, "I want you to investigate, but don't act rashly once you've discovered the perpetrator." "I understand," replied the old man. However, he didn't turn around to leave. He remained standing in front of Wang Qi. He hesitated for quite a while before glancing at Wang Yuan and saying, "What should I do about the two of them?" Wang Qi remained calm as he said, "Bring them back to the Grand Elder?" This is a harsh lesson for him because he hasn't been teaching our descendants properly. If the Grand Elder sees them, he might insist on avenging them at all costs. Wang Qi glanced at the old man and said, "Let him be." With that, Wang Qi turned around and left. The old man was silent. Wang Qi was clearly thinking of avenging Wang Yuan with a borrowed knife. Ye Guan and Nailin-Jia returned to their own rooms in the Shao residence. Ye Guan sat cross-legged and retrieved the gold spiritual crystals he had received from Nailin-Jia. He closed his eyes and circulated the immortal rank cultivation method he had learned from the immortal rank cultivation manual. It was about time he sprinted toward the divine soul realm. He had already reached the peak of the divine path realm while he was still in Nanzhou, but he decided not to make a breakthrough into the divine soul realm just yet. It was all for the sake of reaching the absolute peak of the realm. Now, he had finally reached the absolute peak, so it was about time he made a breakthrough. Cultivation was expensive. It didn't take him that long to consume 1,000 gold spiritual crystals. The immortal rank cultivation method was incredible. Ye Guan's aura surged like crazy, and he could also feel his soul going through a qualitative change. An hour and 3,000 gold spiritual crystals later, Ye Guan's aura finally reached its peak. 30 minutes and 2,000 gold spiritual crystals later, Ye Guan's eyes abruptly opened as he exhaled a puff of haze. He was sweating profusely, but he had never felt better. He had finally reached the divine soul realm. His senses had sharpened to the extent that he could vividly sense the presence of every ant in the room. Ye Guan smiled. He was sure that his royal sword art had become more powerful along with his breakthrough. After all, the royal sword art's strength somewhat depended on the power of his soul. Ye Guan was confident that he could easily kill a space-time realm cultivator by using his sword intent along with the royal sword art. Ye Guan looked down and examined his storage ring upon recalling something. He chuckled bitterly upon seeing that he only had less than 2,000 gold spiritual crystals remaining. He couldn't help but admit that his breakthrough had been too expensive. However, Ye Guan knew that cultivation would become more expensive the higher his realm. It was the universal truth, and most people couldn't afford to cultivate to the divine soul realm. "Master Pagoda, are you there?" Ye Guan asked out of the blue. "What is it?" Ye Guan hesitated for quite a while before saying, "Well, I'd like to borrow some money from you." "I have no money," replied Little Pagoda. Ye Guan's expression was solemn as he said, "I promise to pay you back. I really have no money, and I'm still recovering from my injuries. Otherwise, I would have activated the world in here long ago." "Then, do you have any spiritual artifacts or spiritual treasures? I'll sell them to fund my cultivation." "I don't have any of those." Ye Guan was rendered speechless. "How about you go ahead and steal treasures for yourself?" Little Pagoda suggested. Ye Guan didn't know what to say. Little Pagoda added, "If it makes you feel guilty, then you should learn how to steal from someone who has mastered the famous entrapment technique. You can use that technique to steal anything without feeling guilty." Entrapment technique. Ye Guan was confused. He had never heard of that technique before. Little Pagoda replied, "Indeed. Would you like to learn it? Is it a technique used to rob others?" "Yes." Ye Guan shook his head. "No thanks. Robbing others was against his conscience, so he decided to refuse and call it a night." The next morning, an old man wearing the academy robe of the Guanxian Academy visited the Shao residence. Ye Guan had just gotten out of bed when Fei Banking suddenly appeared right in front of him. He was stunned and was right about to say something, but Fei Banking interrupted him. "Follow me," she said. She dragged Ye Guan to the administrative hall of the Shao residence. Song Fu and Xiao Shan were also in the administrative hall along with an old man dressed in the robe of the Guanxian Academy. Ye Guan was slightly baffled. The old man got up and smiled. "Are you perhaps Ye Guan?" Ye Guan nodded slightly. "Indeed, senior, you are." That old man laughed and replied, "I am the head of Guanxian Academy's Department of Ceremonies, Han Xiu. I'm here to invite you to the welcome banquet that will take place the day after tomorrow." "A welcome banquet?" Ye Guan froze. He directed a doubtful look at Fei Banking. Fei Banking smiled and explained, "It's a banquet that will be attended by the cream of the crop talents from all 360 states. It's held annually, and less than 100 people are invited every time." Ye Guan instantly understood what Fei Banking was trying to say. Song Fu looked incredibly happy as he stood next to Fei Banking. It seemed that the Guanxian Academy of Nanzhou had never been invited to the Guanxian Academy of the Upper Realms welcome banquet before, and that was why Ye Guan was even more puzzled. Why would they invite me to the welcome banquet? Song Fu could see that Ye Guan had a lot of questions. However, Ye Guan spoke up first and asked, "Senior, am I the only one who got invited from Nanzhou?" Han Xiu chuckled and said, "Indeed, you're the only one who got invited." Ye Guan went silent. He instantly lost interest in attending the welcome banquet. "I'd rather stay at home and focus on cultivating. This is just a useless social activity, so I'd rather avoid it if I can." Song Fu saw through Ye Guan's thoughts and hurriedly spoke, "Little Guan, this is a great opportunity to mingle with the young talents from the other states. You shouldn't refuse the offer." "Refuse?" Han Xiu was slightly taken aback. He finally saw Ye Guan's indifferent expression, and he suddenly recalled the orders he had received, so he hurriedly said, "F4. 4 talents from Nanzhou are allowed to attend." Song Fu and the others were stunned. 4? Really? It seemed that Han Xiu was still afraid of Ye Guan's refusal, so he quickly fished out 4 invitation letters from his storage ring and shoved them into Ye Guan's hands. "Young Lord Ye, the event starts in the evening on the day after tomorrow. Please don't be late." "I'm off, then," said Han Xiu before turning around to leave as if he were running away. The scene was so baffling that Song Fu had to ask, "Little Guan, do you know someone from the Guanxian Academy of the Upper Realm?" Ye Guan shook his head. He chuckled hollowly and said, "No." Song Fu frowned. "Then, why?" Ye Guan muttered, "I have no idea." Xiao Shan chuckled and remarked, "The reason doesn't matter, what's more important is that we got invited." Song Fu nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed." Ye Guan looked down at the 4 invitation letters in his hand and smiled slightly. It would be boring if he were to go there by himself, but it was a different story if Nailan Jiao was with him. Honestly, he only needed 2 invitation letters. Why would Sun Xiong and Xiao Ji go there, anyway? Still, Ye Guan decided to look for them to give them an invitation letter. Xiao Ji looked down at the invitation letter and asked, "A welcome banquet?" Ye Guan nodded and explained, "A representative of the Guanxian Academy came here and gave me invitation letters." Xiao Ji looked doubtful at Ye Guan's words. Nailan Jia asked, "Do you know someone from the Guanxian Academy of the Upper Realm?" Ye Guan shook his head. Nailan Jia frowned. "Perhaps someone else aside from us knows that you're a swordsman." Ye Guan was silent. There had to be a reason behind the invitation. Ye Guan pondered over it, but Xiao Ji pulled him from his train of thought. "I'm here to tell you guys something interesting." Ye Guan, Nailan Jia, and Sun Xiong turned to look at Xiao Ji. He chuckled and continued. "The representatives of Qingzhou and Yunzhou have already arrived at the city, and they're with the Guanxian Academy right now." Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. How many representatives did they send? Yunzhou only sent 1 representative. His name is Zoufu. His cultivation base and overall prowess are unknown. Sun Xiong frowned. "Just 1. Xiao Ji nodded. "Yes, he's the only one. It's either Yunzhou has declined massively over the past 10 years, or Zoufu is extremely talented." Nailan Jia pointed out. Xiao Ji muttered, "I'm convinced that it's the latter. Yunzhou has produced the 3 greats, so there is no way they'll allow themselves to be suppressed by Qingzhou over and over again. Zoufu must be extremely talented and powerful." Ye Guan nodded and asked, "How about Qingzhou?" Xiao Ji replied, "They sent 3 representatives. 2 men and a woman. One of the men is named Ao Han, while the woman's name is Mu Yunhan. How strong are they?" "I have no idea." Ye Guan frowned. Xiao Ji continued. "However, everyone knows that Qingzhou would always hold their own selection competition to decide their 3 representatives for the decennial martial contest. I've heard that the competition among the students there is incredibly fierce. They can only send 3 representatives?" asked Ye Guan. Xiao Ji nodded. "A state in the top 10 can only send 3 representatives, and it's all for the sake of giving the other states a chance. And that is why the selection competition in the top 10 states is incredibly fierce. I've heard that King's Hu's selection competition is even fiercer than any other state. I reckon that getting picked as one of King's Hu's 3 representatives for the decennial martial contest must be as difficult as ascending the heavens." "You said Qingzhou sent 2 men and a woman, right? How about the other man?" Xiao Ji shook his head and said, "I couldn't find any information about him. He's covered in a veil of secrecy that even I couldn't penetrate. I guess we'll know more about him once the martial contest begins. Yunzhou can send 3 representatives, but they only sent 1 person to represent them. That is odd, Nailanjia muttered. Xiao Ji nodded. It's strange, but I think Yunzhou is hiding something. Otherwise, their decision to send only 1 representative won't make sense. After all, Qingzhou has been suppressing them for more than 100 years now. Without a hidden ace up their sleeves, it'll be incredibly difficult for them to win the martial contest. However, I think it's unlikely that they'll give up the world #1 plaque without a fight. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. The world #1 plaque. Yeah, you'll get many different rewards for winning the martial contest, but you'll also receive a plaque emblazoned with the words world #1 on it. Take that plaque back to Nanzhou, and everyone will treat you like a deity. You'll also become a role model for the younger generation for the next 100 years, explained Xiao Ji. Ye Guan clenched his fists. His determination to take first place became even stronger than before. Xiao Ji continued. Actually, the decennial martial contest is just a battle of honor. Qingzhou is trying to defend its honor while other states are trying to prove their honor. In a nutshell, it's a battle between the cream of the crop youths from each and every state. Have you heard about the talents from the other states? Asked Sun Xiong. Xiao Ji said, there had always been dark horses every time the decennial martial contest was held, but in the end, Qingzhou had always taken the crown of first place for themselves. Qingzhou is indeed a powerful state that truly lives up to the reputation of being the birthplace of the sword master. Kings whose strength is so frightening that the other states feel hopeless facing them. The sword master? It was a name that filled everyone with awe. The sword master was the reason behind the peace that the universe was currently enjoying. I really didn't expect that we would be invited to the welcome banquet. We'll definitely meet the outstanding talents of Qingzhou and Yunzhou there. Right. Xiao Ji chuckled and said, we've been talking about the talents of Qingzhou and Yunzhou, but do you guys have any idea about the talents of the Guanxian Academy here? The 3 shook their heads. Xiao Ji continued. The chief student representative of the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy is a young woman named Luo Zhaokai, and she's famous for being the most beautiful woman throughout the Upper Realm. Most beautiful woman? Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Nailanjia. Nailanjia smiled and asked, why are you looking at me? Ye Guan smiled sheepishly without saying anything. Nailanjia turned to look at Xiao Ji and asked, is she going to attend the welcome banquet? Xiao Ji replied, of course, she's going to attend. She's the organizer, after all. Nailanjia looked at Ye Guan with a smirk. I guess you will see who's more beautiful between us at the welcome banquet. Ye Guan could only smile awkwardly. Xiao Ji chuckled at the sight and said, there's something else we have to remember. The talents of the Profound Sky Clan will also take part in the decennial martial contest. They have 4 representatives, and their leader is Lu Kei. I've heard that he's the most exceptional talent of the Profound Sky Clan in the last millennium. The Profound Sky Clan will definitely target us during the martial contest. We'll have to be careful of them, Xiao Ji said. The Profound Sky Clan. Ye Guan remained calm and said, it's fine, we'll just get rid of them first during the martial contest. Xiao Ji chuckled and said, that's right. We just have to deal with them first. He then stood up and added, anyway, have fun chatting. I'm off to cultivate. Xiao Ji turned around and left. Wait, I'm going with you. Sun Xiong hurriedly called out and ran to catch up to Xiao Ji. Meanwhile, Nailanjia finally noticed the change in Ye Guan's aura. You've made a breakthrough, she asked. Ye Guan nodded. Yeah. Nailanjia smiled and said, the martial contest is less than 2 months away. You must reach the space-time realm before the martial contest starts. Ye Guan nodded once again. He had to compete against many talents, and he couldn't afford to underestimate them. He was a swordsman, but he wasn't invincible. Confidence was great, but one couldn't be complacent. Nailanjia stood up and said, I'm going to go cultivate as well. I'll see you on the day of the welcome banquet. Ye Guan smiled upon seeing the butterfly hairpin in her hair. Okay, he said. With that, Nailanjia left. However, Ye Guan remained standing at the same spot, feeling slightly worried. He wanted to cultivate as well, but he only had less than 2,000 gold spiritual crystals left. He needed more than that to reach the space-time realm. He thought about asking his tutor, but he knew that Fei banking wasn't rich. Nailanjia suddenly came to a halt. She turned around to look at Ye Guan and asked, how many gold spiritual crystals do you have left? Ye Guan smiled sheepishly and replied, 2,000. That's not a lot. Well, Ye Guan started. However, Nailanjia interrupted him. Want to go and borrow some? Ye Guan was puzzled. Borrow. Nailanjia nodded and explained, you can borrow spiritual crystals from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, but there's an interest to pay. For example, borrowing 10,000 gold spiritual crystals means that you'll have to return 10,100 gold spiritual crystals next month. If you borrow 100,000 gold spiritual crystals, you'll have to pay about 130,000 gold spiritual crystals next month. Ye Guan's face fell, and he exclaimed, that's daylight robbery? Who came up with that? That's too much. Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. I had no idea they offer loans with such a scary interest rate. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. He truly had no idea that Immortal Treasures Pavilion was also a lending institution. Nailanjia grinned and asked, are we going to get a loan? It's daylight robbery, so there's no way we'll get a loan. Ye Guan shook his head, but he seemed to have come up with something as he fell into deep contemplation. He emerged from his thoughts moments later and continued. Do they buy treasures? Nalanjia asked. Are you going to sell that pill? Ye Guan nodded. Right now, he had an earth rank and a sky rank demonic beast internal pill. They weren't useful to him anymore, so he could sell them in exchange for gold spiritual crystals. He still had an earth vein, but there was no way he would sell that to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The earth vein is going to the Ye clan? Ye Guan was only going to give the Ye clan the earth vein once they became one of the strongest clans of Nanzhou. After all, an earth vein would bring disaster to a clan if they weren't strong enough to protect it. Since you're going to go down that route, then you can also sell the pills you gave me back then, said Nalanjia. She still hadn't used the 2 demonic beast internal pills that she had received from Ye Guan. Ye Guan nodded. Let's go. With that, the pair left the Shao residence and headed for the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion's branch in this city was located on the busiest street at the heart of the city, and the branch was so large that it took up 200 hectares of land. Ye Guan and Nalanjia were stunned upon arriving at the Immortal Treasures Pavilion branch. How luxurious. They were standing in front of an Immortal Treasures Pavilion branch, but the building in front of them wasn't like any other building. It was 9 stories high, and its doors were wide open. There was a constant stream of people entering and exiting the building. Ye Guan and Nalanjia entered, and a well-dressed woman walked toward them. How may I help you? The well-dressed woman asked with a smile. Nalanjia replied, we're here to sell treasures. Please follow me. The well-dressed woman led Ye Guan and Nalanjia somewhere. Soon, Ye Guan and Nalanjia found themselves in a hall filled with people. The people were standing in a queue in front of 12 counters. Ye Guan was surprised, and he asked, are they here to sell as well? The well-dressed woman confirmed. Yes, they're here to sell treasures. Ye Guan nodded. He seemed to be hesitating as he took out a sky-rank demonic beast internal pill and said, can you take a look at this? The well-dressed woman's eyes brightened, and she smiled brightly as well. I see. Please follow me, she said and led the pair over to a private room. An old man was in the private room, and he was currently examining what looked like a fragment of a scale. The well-dressed woman called out, Elder Fu, we got something good. The old man looked up and glanced at Ye Guan and Nalanjia. Let me see, he said. Ye Guan opened his palm and showed the sky-rank demonic beast internal pill. It's just a sky-rank demonic beast internal pill. Why did you bring that here? The old man said while shaking his head. Afterward, he looked away and continued examining the fragment of a scale in front of him. The well-dressed woman exclaimed, Elder Fu, take a closer look. The old man frowned. He looked at the demonic beast internal pill with narrowed eyes. He finally noticed something, and his eyes shone sharply before he gasped and exclaimed, it's the internal pill of a lightning engulfing beast. He snatched the pill from Ye Guan's hand. Ye Guan and Nalanjia glanced at each other, looking puzzled. They weren't that knowledgeable about demonic beasts, so they couldn't understand why the old man was so excited. The old man looked at Ye Guan and asked, how much are you going to sell this? Ye Guan replied, shouldn't you make an offer first? Elder Fu stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, where did you come from? Ye Guan's expression darkened. Damn it, it's this trick again. Ye Guan could already deduce that the old man would lowball him once the latter discovered that he had come from Nanzhou. After all, Ye Guan was well aware that one's background was everything in this day and age. Swoosh! Nalanjia suddenly emitted a special aura. The old man gasped, startled. The legendary Holy Spirit physique? My goodness, the old man stammered as he stared at Nalanjia with wide eyes. Moments later, he composed himself and hurriedly instructed the well-dressed woman. Little Xiu, hurry up and serve tea to our esteemed guests. The well-dressed woman scrambled away. Meanwhile, Elder Fu smiled and gestured. Miss, please take a seat. Nalanjia nodded and sat next to Ye Guan. The well-dressed woman returned with 2 cups of tea. Nalanjia gracefully sipped on her tea and casually asked, I heard that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion conducts their business fairly. That's why I came here. What is your offer? Elder Fu hesitated, but he soon raised his hand and spread out 5 fingers. Nalanjia asked, 5 million gold spiritual crystals. Elder Fu stiffened, and he chuckled awkwardly. Miss, you're scaring me here. My offer is 50,000 gold spiritual crystals. Nalanjia snapped. Can you be more sincere? The old man was at a loss for words. He was convinced that Nalanjia knew why he had to beat around the bush, so why was she getting mad? Nalanjia slammed her cup on the table and demanded, go higher. The old man was silent for quite a while before he said, I can't go any higher. Nalanjia opened her palm, and the sky-rank demonic beast internal pill flew into her hand. She looked at Ye Guan and said, let's go. Ye Guan nodded obediently, and they stood up to leave. Wait, the old man urgently cried out, hang on, we can still talk about it. Nalanjia whipped, looking annoyed. No, I have nothing to discuss with a devious old man. The old man was stunned speechless, but he didn't dare to show his anger. Nalanjia not only had the legendary Holy Spirit physique, but she was also arrogant. The old man deduced that she had a strong backer. The Immortal Treasures Pavilion was strong, but the power belonged to the Immortal Treasures Pavilion rather than to him. I might lose my life if I carelessly offend her. Nalanjia and Ye Guan turned around and were about to leave. Elder Fu cried out, 80,000. 80,000 gold spiritual crystals. Nalanjia frowned. Elder Fu chuckled bitterly in resignation. Miss, that's the best price I can offer you. Nailanjia stared deeply at Elder Fu and said, 90,000. All right. Elder Fu said, deal. He immediately took out a storage ring and handed it over to Nailanjia. There were 90,000 gold spiritual crystals in the storage ring. Nailanjia and Ye Guan were speechless. Damn, I had no idea that the Immortal Treasures Pavilion could concede. Nailanjia put away the storage ring and presented 2 more sky-rank demonic beast internal pills to Elder Fu. How much are these? Elder Fu stiffened and could only make another offer. Soon, Ye Guan and Nailanjia emerged victorious from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion with 300,000 gold spiritual crystals on hand. Nailanjia extended over the storage ring containing the gold spiritual crystals to Ye Guan. Ye Guan was about to object, but Nailanjia glared at him. Don't say anything, she said. He couldn't argue with her at all. I know you need them as well, little Jia, Ye Guan said with a sigh. Nailanjia shook her head and said, I don't need them anymore. Ye Guan started. Nailanjia calmly interrupted. I'm going to get angry. Ye Guan helplessly put away the storage ring. Nailanjia grinned upon seeing that. However, she suddenly recalled something and glared at him. Don't even think about selling your Imperial rank demonic beast internal pill. Ye Guan nodded. I know. Obviously, an Imperial rank demonic beast internal pill was more valuable than a sky rank demonic beast internal pill. Ye Guan would never sell it unless he was truly desperate. Nailanjia said, let's go. Ye Guan glanced at the Immortal Treasures Pavilion behind. Businessmen really are clever, he muttered. Nailanjia agreed. They really are clever. In fact, I heard that the founder of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion came from a place called Milky Way. It's a place filled with cunning and devious people, and hierarchy there is strongly enforced. Ye Guan asked, Milky Way. Nailanjia nodded and added, yes, and it's very far from where we are right now. While I was researching the founder of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, I stumbled upon some notes about how the founder came from Milky Way. All sorts of people are apparently living in Milky Way. It's a pity that it's too far for us to visit. Ye Guan nodded, and the pair continued on their journey to the Shao residence. Upon arriving, they returned to their rooms to cultivate. Ye Guan sighed while staring at the 300,000 gold spiritual crystals in front of him. I'm so poor. Little Pagoda asked, are you trying to make a breakthrough into the space-time realm? Ye Guan nodded and said, the martial contest is nigh, and I want to reach the space-time realm by then. Little Pagoda asked, your royal sword art is already extremely fast, but do you want to know how to make it even faster? Ye Guan's interest and excitement were piqued. I want to make my sword even faster, Master Pagoda. Can you please teach me? Little Pagoda explained, obviously, you'll be capable of manipulating space once you've reached the space-time realm. Your sword will be able to teleport in front of your enemies, and you can do the same as well. Ye Guan was stunned by the revelation. He had seen space-time realm cultivators in action before, but it was his first time hearing that his sword could teleport as well. Little Pagoda continued. That's right. Your sword can travel through rifts in space to appear in front of your enemies. It's like teleportation, but not quite. Anyway, I know of a sword technique that takes advantage of space to deal a lethal blow. It's called instant death strike, and it allows your sword to travel through space to kill your target in the proverbial blink of an eye. Ye Guan eagerly asked, what rank is it? Little Pagoda retorted, why does that matter? Ye Guan was taken aback. Little Pagoda explained, the destructiveness of a technique depends on the mastery of its wielder. Ye Guan pondered over it and admitted, I was too short-sighted. Little Pagoda didn't mind it and said, you'll be able to execute the instant death strike once you've become a space-time realm cultivator. Of course, it'll be up to you whether you're going to master it or not. Ye Guan nodded. All right. Little Pagoda continued with its lecture. The key to reaching the space-time realm is the understanding of space-time. The space-time realm cultivators whom you have stumbled upon so far have only scratched the surface of space-time. They're space-time realm cultivators, but it doesn't mean that they are truly capable of controlling space-time. Once you've made a breakthrough into the space-time realm, I want you to take a deep dive into space-time before you attempt to make a breakthrough into the next realm. Ye Guan nodded once more. I understand. Little Pagoda said, I happen to have a cultivation manual related to space-time. It contains insights that your predecessors have recorded about space-time. Take a look at it. Ye Guan was thrilled, and he hurriedly exclaimed, sure, I'll take a look at it. A stream of information inundated Ye Guan's mind like a deluge. Ye Guan's expression turned serious as he processed the knowledge that he had just received. He sat cross-legged and focused his attention on the space-time around him. Space-time was obviously both space and time. Space-time was a combination of the two, but both space and time were their own unique concept. Time was an abstract concept, and Ye Guan couldn't quite wrap his head around it, so Little Pagoda decided to give him insights into space in the meantime. Space was where matter took form. It sounded simple, but Ye Guan discovered that it was an endless quagmire. Ye Guan pondered deeply about it, and he slowly got engrossed in the concept of space. The cultivation manual that Little Pagoda shared with him had many notes about space-time. It taught him how to sense space, touch it and finally, control it. Ye Guan was deep in his own thoughts, but he soon detached from his train of thought and slowly raised his hand. The space in front of him distorted, and Ye Guan suddenly clenched his fist. Rip! A rift in space appeared a few meters away from him, and his fist emerged from it. He jumped for joy. I didn't expect that manipulating space would be so easy. Ye Guan started performing the royal sword art using what he had learned, and something strange occurred. The path sword blinked across the four corners of the room, and Ye Guan grinned from ear to ear at the sight. His sword could truly travel through tiny rifts in space. It was teleporting? Meanwhile, Little Pagoda was stupefied upon seeing Ye Guan's progress from inside the tiny pagoda. What an unbelievable talent. Whose talent did he inherit? Did he inherit Master's talent? No, Master's talent isn't as great, and his mother isn't very big on cultivating. She's more like an entrepreneur. The mysterious voice remarked, she's not very big on cultivating, but she has created many worlds throughout the universe. It's true that she doesn't enjoy cultivating, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she lacks talent. I almost forgot about that. Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. Just then, Ye Guan started scribbling something on a piece of paper. Little Pagoda was puzzled. Why are you writing down the cultivation manual that I shared with you? Ye Guan revealed a cheeky smile and said, I have to share it with Little Jia. It's an extremely valuable cultivation manual, chided Little Pagoda. She's my wife, and I'm her master pagoda. Do you not have a wife? Asked Ye Guan with a smile. Little Pagoda was rendered speechless. It didn't take Ye Guan that long to write down the cultivation manual that Little Pagoda had shared with him. He immediately rushed over to Nailan Jia's room. Little Pagoda's voice sounded solemn as it said, he's not the same as his father. The mysterious voice spoke, they are indeed not the same. Little Pagoda replied, his talent is too great, and he's improving by leaps and bounds. I don't think his growth rate is a good thing. I feel like we have to suppress his growth. I think you're being a worrywart. I think he's aware of the things that you're worried about as well. We should just focus on the big picture, said the mysterious voice. Little Pagoda replied, I agree. Ye Guan soon arrived at Nailan Jia's room. Nailan Jia was surprised to see him. However, Ye Guan handed a piece of paper over to Nailan Jia before the latter could even speak. What is that? Asked Nailan Jia. She was confused as she stared at the piece of paper. Ye Guan grinned. Read it. Nailan Jia received the piece of paper and read it. Her expression turned serious. Goodness. Ye Guan smiled and explained, a senior gave me a cultivation manual, and I wrote it down because I think it'll be helpful to you as well. Nailan Jia skimmed the piece of paper and muttered in shock, this is terrifying. The piece of paper contained phrases that overturned what she knew about the spacetime realm. Cultivate well, said Ye Guan before turning around to leave. Nailan Jia's expression was complicated as she looked at him leave. What a mysterious man, she muttered. Indeed, the more she got to know Ye Guan, the more mysterious he appeared. Nailan Jia seemed to have thought of something, but she quickly shook her head and smiled. Her heart felt warm. The piece of paper in her hand was precious, but his intentions were priceless. Ye Guan had fallen in love with the feeling of moving his sword through space. It couldn't be helped because attacks using space as a medium of travel were unpredictable. Ordinary cultivators could only hope to dodge them. If he knew how to use space as a medium of travel for his sword move, he wouldn't have had to sneak attack Wei Tong. Ye Guan was now practicing instant death strike, and it was harder to execute than he initially thought. Instant death strike was a fully concentrated strike. Needless to say, it would kill his target in an instant. In other words, mastering instant death strike meant that Ye Guan could easily reap anyone's life whenever he wanted to do so with his sword. It was late at night, and Ye Guan was on a hill within the Shao estate. Ye Guan's eyes were closed, and absolute silence surrounded him. All of a sudden, his eyes shot wide open, and a sword nailed a falling leaf into a tree trunk about 100 meters away from him. Ye Guan shook his head lightly. It's still not fast enough. He had just performed the so-called instant death strike. He had gathered all of his divine soul energy to move his sword through a rift in space so that it would instantly appear in front of his target and deliver a fully concentrated strike. However, Ye Guan felt that it was still not fast enough. I can be faster than that? Ye Guan trained extremely hard late into the night. He would rest whenever he got tired, and he would continue once he had slightly recovered. Ye Guan was working hard because he neither had powerful parents nor a powerful family as his backer. He knew that he could only count on himself. The world was like a boundless ocean with incredibly powerful currents. It was extremely hard to find stability amidst the waves, and riding those waves to shine even brighter than the rest was more difficult than ascending the heavens. However, Ye Guan remained undeterred, and he worked hard. He worked 1,000 times harder than anyone else. He was well aware that he could only shine brighter than anyone else through hard work. Time passed, and the day of the welcome banquet finally arrived. It was already afternoon, so Ye Guan went back to his room and got ready before heading toward Nailan Jia's room. Give me a moment, said Nailan Jia from her room. Ye Guan stepped aside and waited next to the door. He was wearing a white robe, and his tall figure made him look like a javelin. His complexion was fair and smooth, and his features were sharp and distinct. He was smiling faintly, which made him look cool and elegant. A scented sachet was hanging from his waist. The door finally opened, and Nailan Jia emerged. Ye Guan fell into a daze upon seeing her. Nailan Jia was wearing a snow-white dress. Her eyebrows were delicate yet sharp, while her features were exquisite and flawless. Nailan Jia resembled a fairy as she walked over to Ye Guan. Ye Guan was rendered speechless by her beauty, but he still noticed that she was wearing a butterfly hairpin. Nailan Jia walked up to Ye Guan and smiled at him. Let's go. Ye Guan smiled and complimented her. You look really beautiful today. Nailan Jia blinked and asked, really? Ye Guan nodded. Nailan Jia's lips curled up. Let's see if that will hold true once you've seen Lady Luo Zhaokai, she teased. Ye Guan froze. Nalan Jia grinned at the sight and chuckled before exclaiming, let's go. The pair walked over to the main gate of the Xiao residence. Sun Xiong and Xiao Ji were already waiting for them, along with Fei Banking and Song Fu. Be careful, said Fei Banking. Ye Guan nodded. Okay. Ye Guan, Nalan Jia, Sun Xiong, and Xiao Ji got into a carriage and headed to the Guanxian Hall of Ceremonies. Fei Banking stared at the departing carriage and muttered, I'm slightly worried. Are you worried about Ye Guan? Asked Song Fu with a smile. Fei Banking nodded. Song Fu smiled gently. Don't worry. He's a reasonable individual, and I don't think he's going to be at a disadvantage compared to the geniuses there. Fei Banking shook her head and smiled. You're right. Soon, the 4 talents of Nanzhou arrived at the Guanxian Hall of Ceremonies. It was an understatement to say that the hall was grand and luxurious because the front facade alone was decorated with all sorts of expensive decorations. There were many people heading into the hall, but it seemed that only 100 people were invited this time as well. Those who had been invited could be considered the cream of the crop among the talented individuals throughout the 360 states. The 4 talents of Nanzhou presented their invitations and entered the hall. The hall was spacious and could easily accommodate a few thousand people. There was a massive stone stage in the middle of the hall, and it seemed to be at least 30 meters in length and wide. There were round tables below the stone stage. Xiao Ji chuckled. I think I still haven't told you guys, but the tables of each invitee have been carefully decided and arranged. Ye Guan, Nalan Jia, and Sun Xiong looked at Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji smiled and explained, the farther you are from the stage, the lower your status is in the eyes of the Guanxian Academy. By default, King's Hu's table has always been the closest to the stage along with Yunzhou. Sun Xiong shook his head and remarked, we truly are living in a pragmatic world. Xiao Ji glanced at Sun Xiong and smiled. Indeed, we're living in a pragmatic world. The more benefits or value you bring, the more highly regarded you are. That is just how the world works. Sun Xiong nodded. Yeah. Xiao Ji turned to look at the others and said, let's find our table. The group looked around, but they couldn't find their table. Nalan Jia pointed at the table near the stage. Look over there. Xiao Ji turned to look at where Nalan Jia was pointing, and his expression abruptly froze over. It turned out that they were assigned a table on the same row as Yunzhou. The group was shocked, and they looked at each other in confusion. Xiao Ji asked, why are we assigned that table? Ye Guan shook his head and said, I don't know. Xiao Ji's expression turned solemn as he said, they have basically pushed us down into a pit of tigers. Who arranged the tables? Are they mad at us? Sun Xiong's voice was somber as he asked, are we going to go there? Xiao Ji glanced hesitantly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was calm as he said, of course, we're going there. They gave us that table, so it's our right to sit in front of that table. I'm afraid of creating enemies, Xiao Ji muttered. Ye Guan smiled at him and said, if a table is enough to frighten us, should we really aim for first place? With that, Ye Guan walked toward their table, seemingly unafraid. Ye Guan was well aware that against those arrogant but talented, one had to remain steadfast and unafraid. If I show them that I'm a pushover, they're definitely going to bully me. They're going to gang up on me? Nalan Jia smiled and followed behind Ye Guan. Xiao Ji chuckled before chasing after them. Sun Xiong couldn't sit on the floor, so he followed after the 3. All eyes were on Ye Guan and his group as they walked over to their table, and those eyes widened in shock upon seeing the plaque on the table. Nanzhou Guanxian Academy? Nanzhou? The faces of every invitee in the hall turned strange. Nanzhou has always been at the bottom of the rankings, right? Qingzhou is on the first row, and it's not strange that Yunzhou is on the second row, but why is Nanzhou on the same row as Yunzhou? What's going on? The invitees showed many different expressions. Some were confused, some were curious, and there were many who were unhappy. Xiao Ji looked around and smiled. They're looking at us. Ye Guan sipped on his cup. Let them? Xiao Ji smiled. My instincts are telling me that there's going to be trouble. Ye Guan remained calm as he said, don't create trouble but don't be scared of trouble. Xiao Ji laughed. Indeed. A man with his hair tied back into a ponytail walked into the hall. He was clad in a simple cotton shirt and pants, and he was wearing a pair of straw sandals. He looked very shabby for the occasion that several people in the hall even ridiculed him as he entered. However, the mocking smiles of those people soon froze over, and it was all because the man in a ponytail walked over to the table next to Ye Guan and his group. It was clear that the man in a ponytail was Zhou from Yunzhou, so bring everyone up. The reigning second place, that was how everyone evaluated Yunzhou. However, they weren't mocking Yunzhou for being the reigning second place. After all, it was incredibly difficult to maintain one's ranking every time the martial contest was held. Zhou sat and turned to a maidservant. A cup of water, please, he said. The maidservant hurriedly poured him a cup of water. Zhou retrieved a biscuit and started eating it, seemingly treating everyone else as air. Ye Guan's expression was solemn as he looked at Zhou. He couldn't feel Zhou's aura at all. However, Ye Guan wasn't alone. Everyone else was also trying to assess Zhou. Yunzhou had always sent 3 representatives, but they only sent 1 representative for this decade's martial contest, which was abnormal. Meanwhile, a woman and a man entered the hall. The man was tall and burly. The muscles on his chest and arms were bulging, and he looked impressive overall. The woman was wearing a simple cyan dress, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. She was holding a long saber in her slender hand. Her gaze was cold as the snowfields of winter, and they were completely devoid of emotions. The woman walked over to the first table with the man. Qingzhou? The entire hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Aohan and Mu Yunhan? Aohan glanced at Zoufu before making a sidelong glance at Ye Guan's group. However, Mu Yunhan was only looking at Nailin. Xiao Ji turned to Ye Guan and muttered, one of them is still missing. Ye Guan was about to say something when a woman slowly sauntered into the hall. Everyone's eyes lit up upon seeing the woman. The woman was wearing a red top with a purple shawl, and her chest was so bountiful that it seemed like it would burst out of her clothes anytime soon. The woman was wearing a light green skirt that accentuated her figure, and the way she walked was aesthetically pleasing. Her eyes were as clear as a placid lake, and her gaze was determined and steady. She was also giving off a noble and elegant aura. Overall, she had the figure of a devil but the visage of an angel. No other woman in the hall aside from Nailin could compare to her beauty. She was none other than Luo Zhaokai, the chief student representative of the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy. Nailin suddenly asked, am I more beautiful or is she more beautiful? Well, Ye Guan started. However, Nailin interrupted. Be honest. Ye Guan pondered over it seriously before responding, she's very beautiful. Her looks are comparable to yours, but her beauty has nothing to do with me. How about my beauty? Does it have anything to do with you? Asked Nailin. Ye Guan nodded. Of course, you're my lover, after all. Nailin stared blankly at the response, but she soon revealed a bright smile. She was so happy that she couldn't help but let out an angelic chuckle. The moment she chuckled, the hall seemed to have been dyed in her colors. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Zhaokai slowly walked onto the stage. She swept her gaze across everyone and smiled. On behalf of the Guanxian Academy, I would like to welcome all of you to the Upper Realm. A man suddenly stood up and bowed slightly toward Luo Zhaokai. He smiled and said, Student Representative Luo, my name is Liu Ke, and I'm from the Profound Sky Clan. I have something to say. Luo Zhaokai looked at Liu Ke and smiled. Please speak. King's Hu's table is on the first row, and it's fine. Yunzou's table is on the second row, and it's fine as well. Liu Ke's smile deepened, and he pointed at Ye Guan's group before continuing. However, I cannot accept seeing Nanzhou on the second row along with Yunzou. Luo Zhaokai's eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, Ye Guan placed his cup on the table and looked at Liu Ke. Don't like it? Let's fight, said Ye Guan. How straightforward and direct. Everyone was stunned. A challenge? Everyone was stunned. No one expected Nanzhou's Ye Guan to be so arrogant. To think that he would outright challenge him. Liu Ke's face soured. He also didn't expect Ye Guan to react that way. Damn it! Just how reckless can you be? Why are you challenging people just like that? He wasn't planning on fighting Ye Guan. He just wanted to stir up some trouble and make everyone Ye Guan and his group the public enemy. In addition, he wasn't the only one who was unhappy. Everyone else was unhappy as well. Why is Nanzhou seated in the second row? He decided to speak out and make everyone point their spears at Nanzhou. However, he didn't expect that Ye Guan would challenge him outright. It was such a ballsy move that threw Liu Ke's plan for a loop. Now, everyone was looking at him. If I don't like it, then we should fight. How can it be that easy? Luo Zhaokai stared at Ye Guan with interest. Nanzhou wasn't qualified to attend the welcome banquet. However, she suddenly received an order from above to invite Nanzhou and make them sit in the second row. Naturally, Luo Zhaokai was curious about Ye Guan and his group, and she grew even more curious when Ye Guan challenged Liu Ke outright. Ye Guan slowly walked toward Liu Ke under everyone's gaze. You don't like it? Let's fight. If it's not exciting enough for you, we can go for a death match. A death match? Everyone reeled in shock. He's risking it? Liu Ke's expression turned ugly. Liu Ke became uneasy upon witnessing Ye Guan's arrogance, but he knew that he couldn't back down. If I back down, what will they think of me? Ye Guan definitely has something up his sleeves, and that is why he's so arrogant. What should I do? Liu Ke looked up at Luo Zhaokai. At this point, only the chief student representative of the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy could put a stop to all this. Luo Zhaokai smiled and betrayed Liu Ke's expectations by saying, Our Guanxian Academy will provide the venue for free if you accept his challenge, Liu Ke. Liu Ke's expression worsened, and everyone's gaze fell on him. The others were unhappy as well, but they didn't dare to express it. There was a moment of silence. I was too hasty. The academy must have a reason for arranging the seats this way. Liu Ke shattered the silence with a smile. He turned to Ye Guan and clasped his hands. I have no ill intent, brother Ye. My apologies. Everyone looked at Liu Ke, but they stared at him in appreciation rather than mocking him. They acknowledged Liu Ke as someone who knew when to advance and when to retreat. They were convinced that he would achieve great things in the future. Ye Guan gazed at Liu Ke and responded, I forgive you. Be careful and don't repeat that mistake. Be a good boy from now on. With that, he turned around and returned to his seat. Liu Ke stared blankly at Ye Guan while everyone else struggled to contain their laughter. Xiao Ji said to Ye Guan, he's definitely going to try something. Ye Guan was calm as he replied, it's fine. Xiao Ji was stunned, but he eventually smiled and remarked, Brother Ye, you really are confident, ha ha ha. Ye Guan smiled and shook his head. Ye Guan was well aware that there would always be stronger people out there. In his eyes, people should be humble. However, Ye Guan's personality and principle had always been to beat people up if they dared to stir up trouble against him. The chances of winning didn't matter. It would be embarrassing if he didn't dare to fight those who were barking in his front yard. Life was difficult enough, so why would he put up with those who were trying to make his life even more difficult? Luo Zhaokai smiled. Starting tomorrow, my Guanxian Academy will be open for everyone to cultivate. My Guanxian Academy has 36 trial towers with unique trials. You can choose to cultivate in any of them, but you have to pay the corresponding fee. The people in the hall were thrilled to hear that the Guanxian Academy would open their cultivation grounds for outsiders like them. It had been one of their problems since they arrived in the city. The city had no suitable cultivation grounds for them, and they had been itching to cultivate properly. After all, the decennial martial contest was only about 2 months away. 2 months wouldn't seem like a long time to other people, but they were extraordinary talents who could improve by leaps and bounds in just 2 months. In addition, the cultivation grounds they could access from tomorrow onward were on the upper realm. It couldn't compare to the cultivation grounds that they had in their state. Ye Guan was delighted as well because the Shao residents didn't really have a decent cultivation ground. Luo Zhaokai's news was fantastic. Luo Zhaokai added, I'm not done yet. There's another piece of fantastic news that I'm sure everyone will like. The prizes for the top 3 cultivators have been made more bountiful, and the first placer will receive a mysterious prize. A mysterious prize? Everyone's interest was piqued. Luo Zhaokai swept her gaze across everyone and smiled. You have been training for decades, but the upcoming martial contest alone is enough for any of you to rise to fame. On behalf of the Guanxian Academy, I wish you all the best, and I hope that all of you will achieve your desired ranking. Let's make ourselves, our families, and our clans proud, she said. Soon, the hall was filled with music, and maidservants walked into the hall while carrying dishes of delicious food. Luo Zhaokai walked down the stage while a group of beautiful ladies walked onto the stage and started dancing. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. It seemed that the Guanxian Academy really knew how to have fun. Some of the men started inviting the ladies to dance. Xiao Ji also went to find and invite a lady to dance. The lady didn't reject him, and they started dancing. All of a sudden, a man appeared in front of Nailin Jia. He bowed and smiled. May I take? Nailin Jia shook her head and turned to look at Ye Guan. She smiled and rejected the man. I'm his fiancé. The man smiled. He looked like he didn't mind it as he said, it's just one dance. Ye Guan interrupted. Why don't I dance with you? The man's expression stiffened. Ye Guan stared at the man and said, is it because I'm a man that you don't want to dance with me? The man could only leave after being berated by Ye Guan. Ye Guan turned to look at Nailin Jia and asked, do you know how to dance? Nailin Jia shook her head. Ye Guan smiled and suggested, why don't we walk around? Nailin Jia nodded. All right. They stood up and were about to leave the hall, but their eyes captured a man approaching Mu Yunhan. Mu Yunhan merely glanced at the man before looking away. Get lost, she spat coldly. The man froze, but he quickly left without saying anything. Mu Yunhan was from Qingzhou, and he couldn't afford to offend Kingshu's representative. However, the man wasn't the only one who couldn't afford to offend Qingzhou. The entire upper realm also couldn't afford to offend Qingzhou, while the Zongtu Divine Continent had to be respectful to Qingzhou. After all, Qingzhou was the sword master's birthplace. Ye Guan and Nailin Jia exchanged glances before heading out. Lu Kei seemed to be deep in his thoughts as he stared at the two. It was already night outside, and the sky was filled with stars. The bright moon was also hanging overhead. The pair slowly strolled down a trail, and the light night breeze felt cool on their skin. Nailin Jia suddenly blurted out, that Zoufu isn't simple. Ye Guan nodded. He had been paying attention to Zoufu as well, and Ye Guan noticed that Zoufu never paid any attention to anyone. He was focused on eating his snack. Zoufu seemed like a recluse, and Ye Guan knew that people like him were the scariest type of people out there. Mu Yunhan is a saber cultivator. She's reserved, but her saber contains immense power. The appearance of her saber in her hand alone is enough to intimidate those with weaker hearts, said Nailin Jia. She paused for a few moments before emphasizing, she's very strong. Ye Guan nodded. I felt that as well. Aohan is a physique cultivator. Swordsmen and physique cultivators are extremely difficult to handle. Swordsmen possess powerful offensive prowess, far more powerful than others of the same realm, and their swords can pierce almost anything. On the other hand, physique cultivators are scarier than swordsmen if one wasn't strong enough to break their defenses. They're basically undefeatable as long as their defenses are up, said Nailin Jia. Ye Guan chuckled without saying anything. It seemed that Nailin Jia wasn't done just yet as she continued. Qingzhou still has a representative that we haven't seen yet, and it seems that he's more powerful than the 2 representatives we have seen so far. Nailin Jia turned to look at Ye Guan and asked, are you still aiming for first place? Ye Guan nodded. Nailin Jia didn't look away. She continued staring at him without saying anything. Ye Guan smiled softly and explained, if I'm not going to fight, then I won't aim for anything. However, I will be fighting in the contest, so I have to aim for first place. I've never thought that I'm invincible, but I don't think I'm worse than others. Nailin Jia grinned at him. I'll fight with you, then. Ye Guan smiled. Sure. The two of them continued walking in silence. Ye Guan eventually broke the ice and said, Little Jia, I have this burning question about your Holy Spirit physique. Is it true that you will never face any bottlenecks? Nailin Jia nodded. Yes. Ye Guan's voice turned solemn as he said, does that mean you can keep going high and higher without stopping? Nailin Jia smiled at him and replied, I decided to stop making any progress for now. Ye Guan was confused. Why? Nailanjia explained, the cultivation manual you gave me made me understand that I have to thoroughly understand each realm. Otherwise, my foundation will be shaky. My cultivation base is higher than yours, but I'm not confident that I can beat you. Ye Guan was silent. Nailanjia added, my foundation has to be strong. Ye Guan nodded. Indeed. A cultivator's foundation has to be strong, so I guess that's the drawback about multiple breakthroughs in a short period of time. Yup, and it's all thanks to the cultivation manual that you shared with me. If it hadn't been for it, I would still be engrossed in the thrill of breaking through realms. I would have naturally become even stronger than I am right now, but my foundation would have been considerably shaky, said Nailanjia with a smile. Ye Guan smiled as well and said, I guess we have to work hard together. Nailanjia's smile deepened. Yes, let's work hard together. The atmosphere between the pair was warm and peaceful as they walked slowly into the distance beneath the moonlight. Ye Guan. A voice echoed from behind them. Suddenly, Sun Xiong ran over. Ye Guan. Ye Guan and Nailanjia turned around and saw Sun Xiong running over toward them. Sun Xiong reached them and said in a solemn voice, you should go back to the Hall of Ceremonies. Xiao Ji is about to go on to the life or death stage with Lu Ke. Ye Guan was stunned. Why? Sun Xiong's expression turned ugly. Lu Ke stole Xiao Ji's dance partner right in front of him, and his dance partner chose Lu Ke over Xiao Ji to intentionally humiliate him. Damn it! It was clearly a trap by that trash, Lu Ke. Are they already on the life or death stage? Asked Ye Guan. Sun Xiong replied, no, but they're heading over right now. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. Let's go. With that, Ye Guan rushed over to the Hall of Ceremonies, and Nailanjia followed after him without saying anything. They arrived just in time to see Xiao Ji and Lu Ke walking toward the life or death stage. Xiao Ji's previous dance partner was standing next to Lu Ke. Lu Ke smiled at Ye Guan. Young Lord Ye, this is a fair challenge. Don't be a busybody. Ye Guan abruptly vanished. Lu Ke's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Ye Guan would attack him outright. He was caught off guard and could only try to defend himself. However, Ye Guan was much faster than him. Pack! A loud and crisp sound echoed. Ye Guan's slap sent Lu Ke flying. Everyone was stunned. Ye Guan. Lu Ke glared sinisterly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan stared coldly at Lu Ke and explained, there's no particular reason behind that slap. I just don't like you. Don't like it? Let's fight. Everyone was rendered speechless. The lady next to Lu Ke spat coldly. Ye Guan, who do you think you are? We're in the Hall of Ceremonies. You're disrespecting Lady Luo and the Guanxian Academy by making a move here. Are you? Nailanjia abruptly vanished. Pack! A loud and crisp noise reverberated throughout the hall, and the lady was sent flying away by Nailanjia's slap. Nailanjia stared indifferently at her and explained. There's no particular reason behind that slap. I just don't like you. Don't like it? Let's fight. The scene left everyone utterly flabbergasted. The people in the hall were looking at the commotion. They didn't expect that the two of them would have another argument. They were also caught off guard by the fact that Ye Guan and Nailanjia were strong, even though they were from Nanzhou. Lu Ke's expression turned hideous. He glared in fury at Ye Guan. He didn't bother saying anything as he reached out with his hand toward Ye Guan. The space in front of Ye Guan distorted, and a hand emerged from a rift in space. However, Ye Guan was nowhere to be seen by the time the hand emerged from the rift. Lu Ke's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly placed his left hand over his chest. Boom! There was a muffled bang as Lu Ke was sent flying by more than 30 meters. He crashed to the ground. He was about to stand up when Ye Guan suddenly appeared in front of him and stepped on his chest. Pa! Lu Ke coughed out blood. He glared at Ye Guan and taunted. Kill me. Everyone looked at Ye Guan. Kill? They were in the Hall of Ceremonies rather than on the life or death stage. It wouldn't be good if someone were to die here. Young Lord Ye. A voice echoed, and it came from Luo Zhaokai. She looked at Ye Guan with a smile and reminded him. Please don't break the rules. She sounded gentle, but it was clear that she was demanding Ye Guan to stop. After a few moments of silence, Ye Guan looked at Lu Ke. What did you say just now? He asked. Lu Ke smiled crookedly at Ye Guan and taunted. Kill me. Ye Guan lifted his leg and stomped Lu Ke's throat. Crack! Lu Ke's eyes widened as he took his last breath. The spectators' faces changed instantly. Ye Guan's murder of Lu Ke was a blatant disrespect to Luo Zhaokai and her status as the chief student representative. Luo Zhaokai was no longer smiling. Ye Guan turned to look at her and bowed slightly before saying, Student Representative Luo, I didn't mean to offend you and the academy, but, you saw it as well? He asked me to kill him, and I simply obliged. The crowd's faces stiffened. Luo Zhaokai wordlessly stared at Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan remained extremely calm beneath her gaze. She walked up to Ye Guan and smiled before saying, Indeed. I saw it myself as well, so let's forget about this matter then, young Lord Ye. She waved her sleeve, and Lu Ke's corpse was reduced to ashes before being swallowed by a tiny rift in space. Luo Zhaokai's movement looked casual, but she reduced Lu Ke's corpse into ashes in the proverbial blink of an eye and opened a tiny rift in space to dispose of his cremated remains. The display of might caused everyone's faces to change slightly. One thing was for sure, Luo Zhaokai was extremely powerful. They stared at her with awe. It seemed that the chief student representative of the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy wasn't just a mascot. Meanwhile, Ye Guan remained unperturbed. Luo Zhaokai swept her gaze across everyone else and smiled. Please have fun, everyone. If someone dares to stir up another trouble, then don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands, she warned. Luo Zhaokai glanced at the lady next to Liu Ke earlier and said, the Profound Sky Clan is disqualified from participating in this decade's martial contest, and they are also not allowed to participate in the next martial contest. The lady's face was beyond pallid. The crowd threw sorry gazes at her. The Profound Sky Clan was done for. They were doomed because the fact that they had been disqualified from participating in this decade's martial contest and banned from participating in the next meant that they would lose a ton of resources. Luo Zhaokai finally left. Ye Guan and his group lost all interest in the welcome banquet, and they decided to leave together. Meanwhile, Luo Zhaokai was seated in another hall and was taking a sip of tea. An old man was seated opposite her, and he was none other than the courtyard chief of the Hall of Ceremonies. Luo Zhaokai smiled at him and asked, Chief Li, was it the academy chief who told you to invite young Lord Ye? Chief Li nodded. Indeed. Luo Zhaokai remained smiling without saying anything. Chief Li asked, Little Chi, did you sense anything weird about him? Luo Zhaokai was quiet for a while before saying, he was hiding his strength. How much? At least 60%. 60%? Chief Li went silent. Ye Guan actually managed to kill Liu Ke, a spacetime realm cultivator, with just 40% of his true strength. In that case, he truly couldn't be underestimated. Luo Zhaokai added, I think I'm mistaken. There's no way the academy chief would give him preferential treatment if he were only hiding 60% of his strength. I think he was hiding at least 80%. 80%? Chief Li's pupils shrank. The idea that Ye Guan killed Liu Ke with just 20% of his entire strength was absurd. Luo Zhaokai revealed a contemptuous smile. I'm more concerned about Zoufu. Chief Li was slightly confused. Zoufu. Luo Zhaokai nodded and explained, I think he's the most mysterious out of everyone in the banquet. How is he compared to that individual from Qingzhou? I don't think it's fair to compare the two of them to each other because that individual from Qingzhou is rumored to be the third most talented individual in all of history. Chief Li asked, third? Who are the first and second? Luo Zhaokai picked up her teacup and took a sip before saying, the Sword Master and Nkuashi. Chief Li's expression stiffened. Luo Zhaokai chuckled and continued. I have to say that it's truly unfortunate to be born in the same generation as that individual from Qingzhou. Forces from the Zongtu Divine Continent are even keeping an eye on him. Really? Chief Li asked. Luo Zhaokai nodded. They even sent someone down to come and escort him. The moment he gets first place in the contest, I reckon that they'll immediately bring him over to the Zongtu Divine Continent. Why are they in such a rush? I've heard that it's somewhat related to the Destiny contest, but I'm not sure about the specifics. They decided to take that individual from Qingzhou with them. Chief Li shook his head and sighed. In that case, we can say that the results of the upcoming martial contest have already been decided. Luo Zhaokai remained calm as she said, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion has predicted that Qingzhou will come in first while Yunzhou will come in second. Chief Li asked, what about Nanzhou? Luo Zhaokai smirked and replied, from what I've seen today, I think they'll be in the top 10. That's a pretty good result. Nanzhou's ranking has always been rock bottom all these years. Chief Li nodded and paused before saying, what are your thoughts on Ye Guan? Luo Zhaohui was silent for a few moments before she responded, he's talented, but he's too impulsive. He also seems ignorant about when to hide his true feelings. I think it'll be difficult for him to achieve great things. Ye Guan and his group left the Hall of Ceremonies and made their way to the Shao residence. On the way, Ye Guan looked at the sulking Shao Ji and laughed. Are you still upset? He asked. I just didn't expect that she's from the Profound Sky Clan. Well, it has become clear that she had ulterior motives when she approached you, so I think you should stop sulking over it. It's not worth it to lose sleep over someone like that, said Ye Guan. Yeah, you're right. Shao Ji nodded. Ye Guan continued. The Profound Sky Clan has suffered a great loss, and I don't think that they'll let this matter slide. Shao Ji laughed and said, don't worry, they won't dare to do anything to us before the martial contest starts. Otherwise, they'll be making an enemy out of the Guanxian Academy. They'll never do something like that? Ye Guan nodded in agreement. We still have to be cautious. Shao Ji said, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to the Guanxian Academy tomorrow and cultivate in their trial tower. I'm sure the trial towers there are better than the trial towers we have on the lower realm. Sure, have fun. Ye Guan chuckled before asking, are you sure that both of you don't have anything else to do tonight? Shao Ji was stunned by the incomprehensible question, but his expression soon darkened. Damn it, this bastard is trying to chase us away. However, he could only glare at Ye Guan before turning to look at Sun Xiong. Sun Xiong, I need your help with something. Come with me, he said. Sun Xiong glanced at Ye Guan and Nailan Jia before nodding. He was a bit naive, but he wasn't ignorant. Soon, the two of them disappeared, leaving Ye Guan and Nailan Jia by themselves. Nailan Jia chuckled and broke the silence. My intuition is telling me that the reason you didn't care about offending Chief Student Representative Luo was that you've already offended her. Ye Guan remained calm and said, I don't really care. Is that so? Why would I care what she thinks of me? She's the Chief Student Representative of the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy. Ye Guan shook his head and said, her status does not matter to me. I will not beg for her attention, and I don't need her help as well. She looks amiable, but she's actually very prideful. I think she'll look down on me if I were to lick her boots. Nailan Jia smiled. She was about to say something when Ye Guan shook his head and interrupted. Let's not talk about her anymore? I don't want to talk about another woman while I'm with you. Nailanjia's smile deepened. The pair walked slowly toward the Shao residence while talking about trivial matters, and it was a heartwarming night overall. Upon arriving at the Shao residence, Nailanjia returned to her room, while Ye Guan left and went straight to one of the Guanxian Academy's trial peaks. He didn't want to waste even a second of his waking hour. He decided to go ahead and cultivate. He soon arrived at his destination. The Upper Realms Guanxian Academy had 36 trial peals, and each of them was unique. Ye Guan pondered over it for quite a while before he decided to choose a trial tower suitable for honing one's comprehension of spacetime. The trial tower allowed Ye Guan to not only comprehend spacetime but to comprehend spacetime manipulation, spacetime gravity, spacetime density, and spacetime power as well. Ye Guan chose to work on spacetime gravity. His goal was to train on his instant death strike under the influence of heavier gravity. Ye Guan soon arrived in front of the trial tower that he had chosen and saw that it was the same as the trial towers on the lower realm. It had 9 floors as well. The first floor had an additional layer of gravity acting on it, while the second floor had 2 additional layers of gravity acting on it and so on. The highest floor, the 9th floor, had 9 additional layers of gravity acting on it. Ye Guan handed over the gold spiritual crystals and entered the first floor. He instantly felt heavy as an invisible force bore down on him. He summoned a strand of sword energy with a thought and sent it flying. He immediately noticed that the strand of sword energy was flying slower than usual. It was definitely because of the difference in gravity. Ye Guan grimaced before practicing his sword techniques under these special conditions. He trained like a crazed madman. He executed his sword techniques over and over again until he was completely exhausted. Ye Guan repeated the same routine until he got used to the spacetime gravity on the first floor. His sword energy could now travel at the same speed outside, so Ye Guan decisively entered the second floor. Time passed by slowly, and on the 5th day, Ye Guan had already arrived at the 4th floor. However, his expression fell the moment he entered the 4th floor. The 4th floor had 4 additional layers of gravity compared to the outside world. If he had gone straight to the 4th floor, he wouldn't have been able to move even an inch. He took deep breaths and slowly mustered his sword energy. Ye Guan had recently discovered that cultivating under pressure also improved his concentration and mental power. In the beginning, it took a huge toll on him, and his sword energy had become much slower compared to the outside world. Today, it was still the case, but Ye Guan was adapting quite rapidly to the gravity in the tower. He was getting faster and faster, and he was improving slowly but surely. Little Pagoda's voice echoed in the tiny pagoda. This brat really reminds me of someone, it said. The mysterious voice guessed, his father. Little Pagoda said, no, his grandfather. The mysterious voice went silent. Little Pagoda continued. He's not as extreme as his grandfather, but his level of perseverance and determination is almost similar to his grandfather's. After a few moments of silence, the mysterious voice said, I feel like you shouldn't scare him too often and make him believe that he's truly an illegitimate child. I think he's going to be in danger at this rate. Just look at how hard he's trying to become stronger as soon as possible. My heart is aching just looking at him. Little Pagoda retorted, do you really think that what he's going to face in the future is more dangerous than making him think that he's an illegitimate child? Fine, then scare him even more. Scare him but don't scare him to death. Little Pagoda didn't know what to say. Cultivation was a lengthy process. It had already been a month since Ye Guan started training in the tower. He was currently on the 6th floor, and there were an additional 6 layers of gravity acting on the 6th floor. The 6th floor made Ye Guan feel as if he were carrying the entire weight of a mountain on his shoulder. His breathing grew ragged. He even found it difficult to breathe, but he persevered. No pain, no gain. Ye Guan cultivated with that mantra in mind. Without hard work, how could he expect a reward? The process was tough, but the sense of achievement he would feel whenever he managed to reach a goal despite the hardships was addicting. Ye Guan had to spend 3 full days before getting used to the gravity on the 6th floor, and he could finally start practicing his sword arts once more. He was focusing on speed, but Ye Guan knew that the power of his attacks would also improve if they became even faster. He was well aware of the time constraints, so he decided to become an expert in the field of speed. I'll become as fast as possible. 3 days later, Ye Guan completely acclimatized to the spacetime gravity on the 6th floor, and the speed of his sword was now equivalent to its speed in the outside world. Ye Guan sighed and sat down. He rested for 2 hours and decided to head to the 7th floor. The gravity on the 7th floor was only slightly stronger compared to the 6th floor, but the pressure was immense. Each breath of air made him feel like there were needles going through his lungs, and he almost collapsed. Ye Guan's expression soured. Goodness, it seems that it really becomes more absurd the higher I go. Just then, Little Pagoda's voice rang in his head, this is pretty much your limit with your cultivation base. I suggest you stop here. Ye Guan took as much air as he could into his lungs and asserted, I want to test my limits. A determined light flashed in Ye Guan's eyes as he pulled out his sword. As expected, his sword was significantly slower here compared to on the 6th floor and in the outside world. Ye Guan performed one move, and he broke out into a bucket of sweat once he was done performing it. However, he wiped the sweat off of his face and continued his training. The more sword moves he performed, the faster his sword moves became. Ye Guan wanted to go beyond his limits. 4 days later, Ye Guan had become noticeably faster than before, but there were only 20 days left before the martial contest. Ye Guan seemed like he had no intentions of leaving the tower anytime soon as he continued to train on the 7th floor. He achieved a commendable result. The speed of his sword move was slowly catching up to the speed of his sword moves in the outside world. Evidently, he was starting to get accustomed to the spacetime gravity on the 7th floor. Soon, Ye Guan's sword on the 7th floor was finally as fast as his sword in the outside world. He collapsed, utterly exhausted. Then, he burst out into a fit of hysterical laughter while on the ground. Success? I went beyond my limits? It feels great, right? Little Pagoda suddenly asked. Ye Guan grinned. It feels awesome. Little Pagoda asked, are you going to the 8th floor? Ye Guan asked back, why not? Afterward, Ye Guan took a good rest. 2 hours later, he stepped onto the 8th floor. As usual, the powerful spacetime gravity bore down on Ye Guan. However, his expression didn't turn ugly. He was excited to take on another challenge. Ye Guan trained like a madman once again, and he performed his sword moves one after another. His rate of progress was surprisingly faster here compared to his progress on the 7th floor, and on the 10th day, he had completely acclimatized to the spacetime gravity on the 8th floor. Ye Guan was stunned upon reaching the 9th floor, and it was because the spacetime gravity on the 9th floor was exactly the same as that on the 8th floor. What is going on? A shining door manifested in the distance, interrupting Ye Guan's train of thought. Ye Guan's heart started to beat even faster from the adrenaline. Perhaps there will be a sparring? The shining door opened, and a phantom emerged from the door. It was carrying a sword. A swordsman? A wave of exhilaration struck Ye Guan, and his eyes flashed in excitement. The phantom was a spacetime realm cultivator as well. The phantom pulled out its sword, and there was a flash of light. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively sidestepped. He managed to dodge the phantom's attack by a hair's breadth. Ye Guan quickly retaliated by creating a sword made out of sword energy and swiping it at the phantom. Shriek! The air shrieked as Ye Guan's sword energy tore through it, but the phantom could no longer be seen. It's fast? Ye Guan's heart tightened in disbelief. The phantom in the distance flickered and split into many afterimages. Ye Guan's pupils constricted, and he went beyond pallid. He didn't expect that the phantom would be extremely fast. Ye Guan thought about running away, but the phantom's sword was already in front of him before he could even move. The phantom's sharp sword dug half an inch into his skin. Fresh blood was drawn, but that wasn't the only wound Ye Guan ended up suffering. A few seconds later, tiny wounds appeared all over him, drenching him in his own blood. At the sight, the phantom stopped and slowly disappeared. The trial towers were meant to help the students cultivate and practice their techniques, so there was no way a phantom would kill a challenger. It would be weird if the Guanxian Academy allowed their students to die in the middle of training. Ye Guan stood rooted. Little Pagoda asked, were you surprised? Ye Guan shook his head and answered, no, I'm just regretful that I didn't immediately go all out and even beyond that. Ye Guan decided to go down to the 8th floor and sprint back up to the 9th floor. As expected, the phantom emerged to face him once again. Ye Guan didn't hesitate and decisively pointed with his finger. A sword suddenly manifested in front of the phantom, but the latter vanished before the sword could move. Swoosh! The sword ruthlessly sliced through the air. Meanwhile, the retreating phantom went on the offensive. It moved like water and approached Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan saw through the phantom's movement, and he sidestepped in time. Unfortunately, the phantom's sword abruptly changed directions in midair, and it drew a bloody line on Ye Guan's neck. He failed. Ye Guan was silent as the phantom vanished. Master Pagoda, why did it feel like it outsmarted my outsmarting? Exclaimed Ye Guan. Little Pagoda corrected him. No, it wasn't that complicated. It was just much faster than you. Once you get used to that phantom's speed, you'll be invincible against cultivators in the same cultivation realm as you. Ye Guan closed his eyes and pondered over it. What's the point of being invincible against those in the same cultivation realm as me? I want to be invincible against those above me as well. I want to be stronger than anyone else, said Ye Guan. There was a moment of silence, and Little Pagoda eventually said, fight it more. With that, Ye Guan went down to the 8th floor and sprinted back up to the 9th floor. The phantom emerged to face him, and Ye Guan immediately attacked the phantom. Ye Guan's attacks were truly fast, but his reaction speed was significantly slower than his attacks. His sword struck nothing but empty air once again, and the phantom practically teleported in front of him. Ye Guan successfully dodged the phantom's first attack, the second, and the third. Squelch! The phantom's sword dug half an inch into Ye Guan's chest. The phantom soon vanished after doing its job. Ye Guan stood unmoving for quite a while before he eventually turned around and went down to the 8th floor before going back up to the 9th floor. Let's do this again. Ye Guan repeated the routine multiple times, and he would always stand up to challenge the phantom once more every time he failed. Just like that, 10 days passed. The first time he stepped onto the 9th floor, Ye Guan couldn't even dodge the phantom's attacks, but now, he was capable of dodging at least a few dozen attacks. There were only 7 days left before the martial contest. Ye Guan was thrilled as he trained in the trial tower. His fights were a whirlwind of movements, and it was indeed exciting. After each fight, he would reflect on his mistakes and make sure to work on fixing them in the next fight. Ye Guan was practically a new and improved version of himself compared to his previous fights. 3 days passed, and Ye Guan could finally stand toe-to-toe against the phantom. Their swords would produce resounding clangs in every collision, and each of their movements was calculated with precision. The two cultivators were fighting without holding back. The tiniest mistake would decide the victor between the two. The two fought for 2 days straight, and the sound of metal clashing against metal had never ceased during the past 48 hours. Unbelievably, they were still at their peak despite the long hours of fighting. On the third day of their non-stop battle, the phantom made a mistake, and Ye Guan immediately took advantage of it. His sword drew a beautiful arc in the air, creating a mesmerizing display of art and brutality as it drew a long cut on the phantom's back. Thwack! The phantom abruptly stopped moving. Moments later, the phantom raised its sword to its forehead and bowed toward Ye Guan. It faded away shortly afterward, leaving Ye Guan in the desolate silence of the 9th floor. Ye Guan couldn't celebrate his victory at all, and there was a solemn atmosphere throughout the 9th floor. Just then, the shining door in the distance started vibrating, and a woman soon emerged from the door. Ye Guan was surprised because she could recognize the woman. She was the same woman who had emerged from the shining door on the 9th floor of the Guanshan Academy of Nanzhou's trial tower. The woman was the perfect example of grandeur as she walked over to Ye Guan with a sword sheath on her back. Ye Guan asked, "Senior." The lady woman smiled and said, "I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Congratulations, you surpassed yourself." Ye Guan asked quizzically, "I surpassed myself?" The woman replied, "That's right. I designed this floor myself, and the phantom you fought was you. It represents your limit, and defeating it means defeating yourself. You have surpassed yourself, so I guess you've become a Sword Emperor." A Sword Emperor? Ye Guan was stunned. The woman blinked in confusion and asked, "Are you not happy?" Ye Guan asked, "Senior, is there any reward?" "Sword Emperor? Can I eat that?" "It's just a title." If it were Sword Immortal rather than Sword Emperor, Ye Guan reckoned that he would be more excited. "A reward?" The woman shook her head and chuckled. "You brat." She flipped her palm over and revealed an emblem. Ye Guan's expression darkened, and he asked, "Can you give me some money instead of this?" The woman pondered over his question, but she ended up apologizing. "I'm sorry, but I can only give you an emblem. The emblem is the reward rather than cultivation manuals or even money. Anyway, I really didn't expect that you're poor enough to choose money rather than this emblem." Ye Guan stiffened. The woman continued, "This emblem is extraordinary. It represents the conqueror of a trial tower. It is an honor to possess this emblem." Ye Guan was silent. He didn't need the glory that came along with the emblem, he needed money. The woman felt helpless as she explained, "This emblem will prove useful to you in the future. Trust me, this emblem is priceless." Ye Guan could only sigh. He accepted the emblem and said, "Senior, can I make a suggestion? I suggest you change the rewards of your next towers to money or cultivation manuals. Emblems, they can't be exchanged for meals or cultivation resources." The woman was stunned. Ye Guan seemed dissatisfied, but he still expressed his gratitude. "Anyway, I would like to express my gratitude to you, Senior." The woman finally recovered, and she proceeded to smack his head before bursting into a peal of laughter. "Work hard, I'm looking forward to the day of your arrival at the main academy." With that, she disappeared. Ye Guan shook his head and sighed before turning around to leave. He was excited to head outside and find out how normal gravity felt compared to the gravity on the 9th floor. Ye Guan was also certain that he had grown tremendously stronger than before. "I'm so excited to go outside." Just then, Little Pagoda spoke, "You would have easily killed that phantom if you had used the path sword." Ye Guan shook his head and said, "I didn't want to use it." Little Pagoda asked, "Why?" Ye Guan said, "If I were to keep relying on external tools, I would eventually lose sight of my true identity. I'll lose confidence in my own prowess, and I'll eventually become afraid of fighting others without external tools." Little Pagoda didn't say anything in response. Ye Guan felt as light as a feather upon leaving the trial tower, and it took him quite a while to get used to the gravity in the outside world. He was also thrilled to discover that he could move 10 times faster in the outside world. His sword had also become 10 times faster than before. He could finally kill someone in an instant. He could kill them in the blink of an eye. Ye Guan closed his eyes. Was he already at his limits? No, Ye Guan felt that he could still become faster. Unfortunately, his current speed was the limit of his understanding of space-time. He turned around to look at the trial tower behind him, feeling slightly emotional. Little Pagoda asked, "What's wrong?" "I often feel like I've hit my limit, but when I put in the effort, I realize that I can still grow stronger by working even harder," said Ye Guan. He paused for a few moments before asking, "Master Pagoda, does someone's potential really have a limit?" "Some have limited potential while some are limitless," replied Little Pagoda. Ye Guan chuckled. "I see. I'm not trying to discourage you here, brat, but I've seen too many talented and hard-working people. I'm just trying to say that you must never become complacent. I want you to remember that there are always stronger people out there," said Little Pagoda. "I understand." Ye Guan nodded before asking, "Master Pagoda, were you once an extremely powerful existence?" Little Pagoda calmly replied, "I was okay." Ye Guan blinked. "Okay." Little Pagoda said, "Under 3 swords, I was invincible. Above 3 swords, it was 1 for 1. The mysterious voice didn't know what to say. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. 3 swords. Little Pagoda answered, "It's another story for another time." Ye Guan had more questions, but a woman was walking toward him. He was taken aback to see that the woman was Luo Zhaokai. Luo Zhaokai walked over to Ye Guan and smiled before asking, Young Lord Ye, did you just come out from the tower? Ye Guan nodded and asked, Lady Luo, did you come here to cultivate? Luo Zhaokai smiled and replied, yes. Ye Guan smiled as well and politely said, then, I shall not keep you busy. I'm taking my leave, goodbye. With that, he started walking away. Young Lord Ye, wait. Luo Zhaokai called out to him. Ye Guan turned around. Luo Zhaokai was still smiling as she asked, may I ask what floor you managed to reach? The 9th floor. Luo Zhaokai was stunned. She soon composed herself and shook her head. Since young Lord Ye doesn't wish to tell me the truth, forget I asked, she said. Ye Guan stared at her for quite a while before saying, goodbye, then. With that, he left the trial peak. Luo Zhaokai stared at his departing back and frowned slightly. 9th floor? Impossible? She had never been able to escape the clutches of the 8th floor, and she was aware of just how terrifying the gravity was on the 8th floor of the trial tower. In other words, acclimatizing to the gravity on the 9th floor was like ascending a towering, vertical mountain. It was an extremely difficult task. Luo Zhaokai was convinced that Ye Guan simply didn't want to tell her anything. With that thought in mind, she walked away and entered the trial tower. When Ye Guan returned to the Shao residence, Shao Ji, Sun Xiong, and Nailan Jio were still busy with their cultivation. It wasn't strange because there were still 3 days before the martial contest. Fei Banking suddenly appeared in front of Ye Guan. She examined him from top to bottom and asked, are you done cultivating in the tower? Yes. How much progress have you made? A lot. Fei Banking was taken aback. A lot. Yes, Ye Guan said with a nod. Great. Fei Banking nodded before asking, are you aiming for the top 10? Ye Guan blinked and said, I'm aiming for first place. Fei Banking shook her head and smiled, I wasn't serious, you brat. Don't be too pressured, getting into the top 10 is enough. You're going to break the record of our Guanxian Academy by getting into the top 10. Ye Guan smiled and replied, I'll do my best. Great. Fei Banking said. Do you know how the contest is going to be held? Ye Guan shook his head and replied, no, I don't. The martial contest will be split into 3 rounds. The first round will eliminate the majority of the participants. It is an endurance test, and those capable of lasting for an hour will enter the second round. The first round's goal is to eliminate 80% of the participants. Ye Guan frowned. 80%. Fei Banking nodded and said, yes. For most people, the martial contest is a ticket back to their hometowns. The second round is ruthless because you have to survive in the Endless Demon Domain, said Fei Banking. The Endless Demon Domain? Asked Ye Guan. Fei Banking nodded and explained, the Endless Demon Domain belongs to the demon realm, and it's a domain filled with many different powerful demonic beasts. 100 participants entered the domain in the previous martial contest, but less than 20 of them emerged at the end of the contest. The Endless Demon Domain is a ruthless and dangerous domain. There's a high chance that you'll die there. Ye Guan nodded slightly and asked, what about the third round? The third round is even more ruthless, and the objective is to capture a flag in a wasteland. The wasteland has 10 flags, and each flag represents a placing. The flag in the middle of the wasteland houses the first place flag. On the right and left of the first place flag are the second place and third place flags, respectively. A state can only capture 1 flag, explained Fei Banking. Retrieve the token that corresponds to the ranking that you want to achieve in the martial contest, said Fei Banking. Ye Guan nodded slightly. I understand. Fei Banking nodded and continued. The third round is ruthless because there are no holds barred. The participants can use any method to get what they want. You can use any spiritual artifacts. You can also summon powerful demonic beasts, but you need to have established a contract with those beasts before you are allowed to bring them with you? Really? Asked Ye Guan. He was surprised by the revelation. Fei Banking explained, the third round will test not only your strength as an individual but also your arsenal, your family background, and your backers. Ye Guan fell into silence. Wouldn't that be unfair for some people? He asked hesitantly. Do you really think that this world is fair? Retorted Fei Banking. Ye Guan went silent once more. Fei Banking saw that and continued. There's a quite popular saying from the Sword Master, spiritual artifacts and treasures, family background, and backers are also part of a cultivator's prowess. Ye Guan and Little Pagoda were rendered speechless. The mysterious voice couldn't help but ask, did he really say that? Little Pagoda replied, what do you think? The mysterious voice went silent. Meanwhile, Fei Banking added, this world is unfair, and your existence is unfair as well. It's unfair that you have a Sword Dao inheritance while they do not. Qingzhou has many trump cards up its sleeves, and it's unfair. Why do they have trump cards while you do not? Ye Guan nodded and muttered, I see. Fei Banking smiled and said, I was serious when I said that getting into the top 10 is good enough. Don't force yourself to go against Qingzhou. It's important to be alive more than anything. Ye Guan's heart became filled with warmth. Yes, I understand, he said, reassuring her. Just then, Nailan Jio walked over to them. Fei Banking smiled upon seeing her. Little Jia. Nailan Jia bowed slightly and said, Teacher. Fei Banking examined her as well and asked, how do you feel? I feel awesome. Great. Fei Banking smiled. She flipped her palm open, and 2 white jade bottles appeared in front of Ye Guan and Nailan Jia. Ye Guan asked, Tutor Fei, what are these? Fei Banking explained, they contain sky-grade pills. I'm sorry, but the academy's finances are tight. We can't afford to give you better pills or a spiritual artifact. Ye Guan peeked at the pills in the jade bottles. Tutor Fei, these pills are good enough, he said. With that, Ye Guan and Nalinjia stored the jade bottles away. Nalinjia smiled and said, Teacher, you should get ready. Our Guanxian Academy will become famous in the martial contest. Ye Guan and Nalinjia left. Song Fu appeared next to Fei Banking. He stared at the departing figures of the two students and muttered, they're extremely talented. It's a pity that our academy is too impoverished to give them better pills or even an artifact. Fei Banking replied, they'll step onto a much better stage for their growth once the martial contest is over. Song Fu nodded, but he was also unwilling to part with Ye Guan and Nalinjia. It had taken them many years for them to produce two heaven-defying talents. Unfortunately, Song Fu and Fei Banking were also aware that those two would only lose out if they were to stay in Nanzhou. Talent wasn't good enough in this world. Family background, backers, and an excellent stage to stand on were also necessary. Fei Banking was aware of that, so she said, their family backgrounds aren't that great, so we can only allow them to step onto a better stage. Song Fu nodded in agreement. Ye Guan and Nalinjia slowly walked through the garden. Nalinjia asked, how much progress have you made? A lot, replied Ye Guan. Nalinjia blinked and asked once more, how much? I've improved by leaps and bounds, said Ye Guan. Nalinjia shook her head and smiled. Ye Guan asked her, what about you? How much progress have you made? Nalinjia almost immediately replied, a lot. The two stared at each other for a moment before laughing at the same time. The pair continued their stroll while chatting and laughing together as the sun started to set above them. There was a warm and peaceful air between them. Time passed by, and the day of the martial contest finally arrived. On the daybreak of the martial contest, a loud noise echoed throughout Xing City. The talents from all 360 states took to the skies and headed for Yun City. Hundreds of people soared into the sky at the same time, creating a surreal view. The four representatives of Nanzhou's Guanxian Academy, Ye Guan, Nalinjia, Sun Xiong, and Xiao Ji were among the many people in the sky. Soon, more than 1,000 people pierced the clouds and arrived in front of Yun City. The walls of Yun City were more than 30 meters high and hundreds of meters wide. The gates were just as tall as the majestic walls, and they gave off a magnificent and imposing aura. Everyone excitedly gathered in front of the city gates. All of a sudden, a massive crystal orb rose and hovered over the city. Look, isn't that a cloud projection orb? At the same time, a massive curtain hovered in the skies above the Guanxian academies of the 360 states. It wouldn't take a genius to deduce that the martial contest would be broadcasted live to every Guanxian academy throughout the 360 states. Luo Zhaokai appeared in front of the city gates. She swept her gaze across everyone and smiled before saying, everyone, welcome to the Guanxian Academy. I am here to declare the start of the martial contest. Her words rang loud and clear, and the city gates behind her slowly creaked open. The city gates were finally opened, and the crowd rushed into the city. The entire city was empty, and there weren't any buildings. Ye Guan and the others were excited as well. The martial contest was held only once every decade, and it would be broadcasted live across all 360 states. Ye Guan lifted his head to look at the cloud projection orb. The Ye clan of Nanzhou had to be watching the martial contest as well. Luo Zhaokai appeared once more. She smiled at everyone and said, you have trained hard over the past 10 years, and it is about time you make your name known to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, fight for your family, fight for yourself, and fight for honor. All the best. Luo Zhaokai turned around and left. Fight for your family, fight for yourself, and fight for honor? Everyone's blood started to boil in excitement. What were they hoping to gain from cultivating for so many years? They wanted to become famous and profit from the martial contest, but they all had the same goals down the road. They all wanted to be free and live for a long time. The excitement of the crowd boiled over. They couldn't wait to achieve something in the martial contest and become a hero of their own states. Who wouldn't want to make a name for themselves? Who wouldn't want to be the subject of everyone's admiration? They all wanted to be famous, and today was the day they would become one of the most famous people in the world. The clouds above them parted, and a terrifying pressure bore down on them. Thud. 100 people were forced to their knees right there and then. Everyone's faces changed. The overwhelming pressure was like a bucket of cold water that extinguished everyone's excitement out of the blue. If they wanted to become famous, they would have to show people that they were worthy of admiration. Those who were forced to their knees couldn't get up at all. Out of the remaining people that were still standing, many of them looked like they were having difficulty resisting the pressure. Soon, more people collapsed to the ground. Ye Guan remained calm. He couldn't feel anything at all. Nalinjia and Xiao Ji looked calm as well, but Sun Xiong seemed to be having some trouble. However, it seemed that there was more where the pressure had come from because it got even heavier, demoralizing those who thought that they had a chance of surviving the first round. They despaired and collapsed to the ground. The weaker ones were pinned to the ground, and they forfeited upon realizing that they couldn't resist the pressure at all. Upon forfeiting, a mysterious force teleported them away to a safe location. The number of people who were still standing dwindled as time went by. Ye Guan glanced at Mu Yunhan and Ao Han. They were calm, seemingly unaffected by the pressure. A young man wearing a brocade robe was standing in front of them with his hands behind his back. His eyes were closed, and he looked like a meditating monk. Many people were looking at him, and it seemed that he was the mysterious talent of Qingzhou. Ye Guan looked away and observed Zoufu. Zoufu's eyes were shut. His hands were hidden in his sleeves, and he was chanting in an ancient language while giving off a mysterious aura. All of a sudden, Zoufu opened his eyes and looked at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was stunned. The mysterious young man from Qingzhou also opened his eyes to look at Ye Guan. Aohan also looked at Ye Guan and asked, "Mu, is there something wrong?" Mu closed his eyes once again and replied, "It's nothing." Meanwhile, the number of participants continued to dwindle. It hadn't even been half an hour since the first round started, but there were only less than 100 people remaining. The first round was truly ruthless but effective. The first round eliminated those who would definitely be eliminated down the road for being too weak, so it essentially saved everyone's time. Ye Guan closed his eyes, and he was still completely unaffected by the powerful pressure. He wasn't daring enough to say that his willpower was unmatched, but he was as sturdy as a boulder. It would take more than this pressure to disturb him. Xiao Ji and Nailan Jiao were still doing well, but Sun Xiong was visibly struggling. It wasn't strange because he was the weakest of Nanzhou's representatives. However, he was still trying his best because he didn't want to return to Nanzhou so soon. Time went by, and more people collapsed to the ground. Those who were still standing were pretty much the cream of the crop. To some people, every second felt like a year because the pressure was getting stronger as time went by. The faces of some participants turned pale, and their foreheads were soon covered with sweat. They were trying their best to hold out. This was a once-in-a-decade opportunity, so they weren't going to give it up so easily. Giving up meant abandoning the chance to become a student of the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy as well as abandoning the chance to go to Zongtu Divine Continent. If one wanted to go to the fabled Zongtu Divine Continent, one had to be a student of the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy before anything else. However, the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy would only accept the cream of the crop. One had to prove their worth to be enrolled. The participants were aware that this might be their one and only chance to prove their worth. The further they got into this martial contest, the higher their chances of being accepted by the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy. Time ruthlessly passed by, and the mysterious pressure finally disappeared. Those who were still standing let out sighs of relief, and they soon beamed in excitement because they clearly passed the first round. Ye Guan looked around and saw that there were only 82 participants remaining. There were more than 1,000 of them, but now, there were only 82 participants. He had to admit, the elimination rate was terrifying. Soon, Luo Zhaokai appeared once again. She was wearing a long red dress that made her look like an alluring scholar. She immediately attracted the eyes of the men who were watching the martial contest at the moment. She swept her gaze across everyone and smiled. "Congratulations on passing the first round. I believe that your loved ones in your hometowns are already celebrating your achievement." The participants looked up at the cloud projection orb. Their loved ones were definitely watching them right now. Ye Guan looked up and stared at the cloud projection orb as well. A group of students in Nanzhou's Guanxian Academy erupted into cheers. "Ye Guan? He's looking at us." Ye Xiao was also looking at Ye Guan. He couldn't help but start trembling when his gaze met Ye Guan's gaze. He held Yanan's hand tightly, and his voice was trembling as he muttered, "It's Little Guan. Look, it's Little Guan." Song Xiai had personally gone over to ancient desolate city to escort the Ye clan to the Guanxian Academy. Ye Guan, Xiao Ji, and Nailan Jiao were Nanzhou's greatest rays of hope, so their families were treated with the utmost respect. "Yes, I see it. It's Little Guan," Yanan exclaimed in excitement. The members of the Ye clan were also thrilled to see Ye Guan. The calm and reserved second elder was even grinning while staring at the projection above them. Ye Guan wasn't just representing Nanzhou's Guanxian Academy but the entire Ye clan as well. Meanwhile, Ye Guan looked away and smiled. He knew that the Ye clan was watching him right now. He took a deep breath and decided, I'll fight for first place. Why should the first place belong to Qingzhou? Are they entitled to it because Qingzhou is the birthplace of the Sword Master? So what? Ye Guan respected the Sword Master and even regarded him as his role model, but he believed that fear and respect were two different things. He could respect someone, but he didn't have to be afraid of that someone. Fear would make one treat a certain someone as if they were a god. Hero worshipping a certain someone would become an obstacle in one's own path because one would surely treat their god's words as gospel. Ye Guan's thoughts gave him a newfound understanding, and he started to relax. Moments later, the path sword within him quivered ever so slightly, and a strand of sword intent threatened to flow out of him. Ye Guan's expression abruptly changed. He hurriedly suppressed the sword intent, and it gradually calmed down. However, Ye Guan could vividly feel that the sword intent within him had become even stronger than before. Ye Guan was baffled, and he couldn't help but ask, "Master Pagoda, what happened just now?" Little Pagoda explained, "The strength of a swordsman's sword intent depends on their mental state. A mental breakthrough means that your sword intent will become even stronger, which will make you a stronger swordsman overall. Anyway, congratulations. You've become a more powerful swordsman. If I were to gauge you using the sword cultivation realms, I'd say that you're a half step away from becoming a sword saint." Ye Guan frowned and asked, "I'm a half step away from becoming a sword saint? What are the sword cultivation realms?" Swordsmen are given titles according to their sword cultivation realm: Sword Apprentice, Sword Cultivator, Sword Exalt, Sword Emperor, Sword Saint, Sword Immortal, Great Sword Immortal, and finally, Sword Sovereign. The Tianyun Sword Sovereign you've mentioned is a Sword Sovereign. Honestly, she's strong enough to be considered beyond a Sword Sovereign, but the peak of the sword cultivation realms is Sword Sovereign, explained Little Pagoda. Little Pagoda paused before continuing. Of course, a sword sovereign is just a title, and it doesn't mean that they're the strongest cultivators out there. There are a few powerful swordsmen that do not care about such titles at all. Ye Guan was agitated. Master Pagoda, since I'm already half a step away from Sword Saint, doesn't that mean that I'm progressing too quickly? Sword Immortal is the next one after Sword Saint, right? That means I just have to reach the next realm, and I'll become a Sword Immortal, a Sword Immortal. Little Pagoda was silent for quite a while before it said, it's just a title. Don't get carried away. However, Ye Guan was still agitated. Master Pagoda, I think I stand a chance at becoming a Sword Immortal. Little Pagoda immediately went silent. It wanted to say more, but the mysterious voice warned it. Stop talking? You should give him some hope to fuel his ambition, said the mysterious voice. Little Pagoda obliged and went silent. Ye Guan was thrilled. Sword Immortals were legendary figures, but he actually stood a chance to become a Sword Immortal? How could he not be excited about it? Xiao Ji glanced at Ye Guan and saw the latter's excitement. What is going on? We just passed the first round, so what's up with brother Ye? Why is he so excited? Meanwhile, Luo Zhaokai's voice echoed. After a short break, we will teleport all of you to the Endless Demon Domain. Your task is simple: cross the Endless Demon Domain and reach the endpoint to pass the second round. Luo Zhaokai swept her gaze across everyone and warned. A friendly reminder: the demonic beasts in the Endless Demon Domain have an appetite for humans. Be extra careful if you come across one. Everyone's expression turned grim. The ruthless first round made it clear to everyone that the difficulty of the martial contest couldn't be underestimated. The teleportation arrays spurred into action. Nailanjia pulled Ye Guan and said, come here. Ye Guan walked over to the teleportation array in front of Nailanjia. A teleportation array can only bring 2 people away, and it'll drop you off at a random location, Nailanjia explained. She turned to look at Xiao Ji and Sun Xiong before saying, let's find a way to group up later. Xiao Ji nodded and said, be careful. The teleportation arrays activated, teleporting everyone away. An unknown amount of time passed before Ye Guan finally opened his eyes. He felt slightly dizzy as he looked around. There was a lake in front of him, and there was a mountain range just behind the lake. A towering flagpole could be seen at the end of the mountain range, and at the end of the flagpole was the flag of the Guanxian Academy. It seemed that the flag was the endpoint, and reaching the endpoint was their task. Nailanjia next to Ye Guan said, this place isn't simple. Ye Guan looked at the flag and pondered over flying directly toward the flag. However, a shrill, miserable cry interrupted Ye Guan's train of thought. Ye Guan and Nailanjia looked toward where the voice had come from and saw a young man plummeting to the ground. A flying demonic beast seemed to have attacked him. The demonic beast's physique was like a hawk's, but it was as huge as a bull. It had 2 wings that let out bursts of air every time it flapped its wings. It was an Earth-rank demonic beast. However, the issue was that there wasn't just one Earth-rank demonic beast but hundreds of them. Ye Guan and Nailanjia looked at each other. They shook their heads and smiled. Flying toward the flag wasn't an option. Ye Guan was confident that he could shake off the demonic beasts if he were to use his sword, but it was still too early for him to reveal his trump card. I guess we can only walk, said Ye Guan. Nailanjia nodded in agreement. The pair soon arrived at a riverbank. They were about to jump over to the opposite side, but Ye Guan frowned and pulled Nailanjia back. Wait, he exclaimed. Nailanjia looked at the grim-looking Ye Guan. The latter pulled her behind him, and the ground in front of them suddenly burst open. Moments later, a black figure rushed toward them. The figure was so fast that it was basically invisible to the naked eye. Bang! Ye Guan's attack was incomparably swift as well, and he managed to hit the black figure, sending it flying away. Ye Guan and Nailanjia finally saw the black figure's appearance. It was a demonic beast that looked like a mouse. It was covered in tiny wings, and it only had 1 eye. Nailanjia muttered, it's a shadow mouse? It's an Earth-rank demonic beast, but it's even more terrifying than Sky-rank demonic beasts because it's extremely fast. Ye Guan stared intently at the shadow mouse, and the shadow mouse examined him as well. In the end, the shadow mouse turned around, leaving only its afterimage as it disappeared into the distance. The shadow mouse left after judging that it was no match for Ye Guan. Demonic beasts weren't idiots, and they wouldn't fight others to the death if they could afford to avoid such a battle. We really have to be careful, Ye Guan muttered. He initially thought that he was capable of easily traversing the Endless Demon Domain, but Ye Guan finally realized that his mindset was dangerous. Ye Guan would have underestimated the danger of the Endless Demon Domain if he hadn't realized that his mindset was dangerous. Even lions would use all their might while chasing a rabbit, so what right did he have to hold back? Nailanjia said, I'm afraid that the demonic beasts here are Earth-rank demonic beasts at the very least. Ye Guan agreed and said, I think there are plenty of Sky-rank demonic beasts here as well. The pair stared at each other. Ye Guan said, I wonder where Xiao Ji and Sun Xiong are right now. I think we should just explore for now and hope that we'll stumble upon them. Ye Guan nodded, and the pair continued on their journey. Soon, they entered the mountain range that they saw upon arriving at the Endless Demon Domain. They walked into a dense forest, and Ye Guan frowned. The forest was deathly quiet. It was so quiet that there was definitely something wrong with it. Ye Guan stopped in his tracks and looked around. A 30-meter-long green snake suddenly lunged toward him from above, but it abruptly stopped before reaching Ye Guan. A strand of sword energy pierced its head before it could get close enough. Rustle! The dense forest abruptly got noisy. Nalanjia looked around and saw green snakes everywhere. Ye Guan muttered, I think we entered a snake forest. The snakes slithered toward them while hissing menacingly. Nalanjia leaned on Ye Guan. Ye Guan turned to look at her and saw her pallid look. He blinked once and asked, You're scared of snakes? Nalanjia nodded in response. Ye Guan held her hand tightly and reassured her. It'll be fine. With that, Ye Guan swept his gaze across the countless snakes and saw a dark purple snake amidst the green snakes. The dark purple snake realized that Ye Guan was staring at it, so it let out a strange hiss. Moments later, the slithering snakes flew toward Ye Guan and Nalanjia. Ye Guan snapped a tree branch from the nearest tree, and a whistling sound echoed as the tree branch flew toward the dark purple snake's head. The dark purple snake hurriedly opened its mouth and shouted, Stop. Ye Guan was taken aback. It knows how to speak the human language? Could it be that it's a snake king? The snake king glared at Ye Guan and said, The two of you can pass. The snake king was aware that the human was being merciful. After all, the tree branch that the human had thrown toward it was capable of decapitating it. The snakes around Ye Guan and Nalanjia slithered away. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at the Snake King before turning around to leave. However, Ye Guan seemed to have recalled something. He stopped in his tracks and asked, Are there any dangerous places up ahead? The Snake King wordlessly stared at him. Ye Guan flipped his palm over, and a storage ring floated toward the Snake King. There were 1,000 gold spiritual crystals in the storage ring. The Snake King examined the storage ring and said, Give me another 1,000 gold spiritual crystals, and I'll let my subordinate guide you through this forest on a safe path. Ye Guan was silent for a few moments before asking, Are you really trying to bargain with me? The Snake King calmly replied, I would have defeated you if I were strong enough to do so. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough, so I decided to just earn some money. What? Is there something wrong with that? Ye Guan shook his head and said, No. It seemed that he truly couldn't think that demonic beasts were dumb just because they were beasts. Ye Guan decided to give another storage ring to the Snake King, and a tiny snake flew toward Ye Guan and Nalanjia. The Snake King instructed, Follow that snake. Ye Guan nodded. They followed the tiny snake deep into the forest. They managed to successfully avoid the territories of many demonic beasts, which saved them a lot of trouble. Demonic beasts were territorial creatures, and trespassing on their territory meant that one was challenging them. The tiny snake guided them faithfully on a safe path. Soon, the three arrived in front of a canyon. The canyon was between two majestic mountains that were thousands of meters tall. The tiny snake came to a halt. The pair turned to look at the tiny snake, and it explained, The territory up ahead belongs to the black bears. They have always been our arch-enemies, and they're definitely going to attack you if they catch a whiff of my scent with you. You'll have to continue down the canyon on your own. Ye Guan nodded slightly. He flipped his palm over, and a storage ring floated toward the tiny snake. Thank you, said Ye Guan. The tiny snake examined the storage ring and saw that there were 100 gold spiritual crystals inside of it. It blinked and said, The Bear King was once a student of the Guanxian Academy, and it is a huge fan of human decorum. Perhaps it won't give you a hard time if you're respectful enough. Ye Guan smiled and thanked the tiny snake once more. The tiny snake thanked him for the tip. It put the storage ring away before leaving. Ye Guan and Nalanjia looked at each other. They shook their heads and smiled. I suddenly feel like snakes aren't that scary anymore, said Nalanjia. Ye Guan laughed. Indeed. The pair soon entered the black bear's territory. Nalanjia muttered, The harmonious relationship between the demon race and mankind is all thanks to the Sword Master. He unified the entire universe during his era, and he restored peace before establishing a new order. If it hadn't been for him, I wonder just how chaotic our world would have been. Ye Guan nodded slightly. He had learned a lot about the Sword Master since he enrolled at the Guanxian Academy, and he also learned that the Sword Master was indeed the reason why mankind could live in harmony with the other clans. The Sword Master had unified all 100 clans under the same banner by himself. The clans had to follow the Guanxian law. Conflicts could never be avoided, so there were still some skirmishes between clan leaders. However, a large-scale war had never happened since the Sword Master united the clans. Ye Guan seemed to have thought of something, and he decided to ask, Master Pagoda, are you familiar with the Sword Master? I mean, are you acquainted with him? Little Pagoda replied, Yes. Ye Guan was thrilled. Master Pagoda, you must have been extremely strong when you were in your prime? I didn't expect that you'd be acquainted with the Sword Master. Little Pagoda was rendered speechless. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet as he asked, Master Pagoda, may I ask why you told me not to take him as my role model? Little Pagoda replied, I didn't mean it that way. I was trying to say that you should take it slow. Don't bite off more than you can chew, do you understand? Ye Guan nodded, I understand. Rumble? The ground suddenly trembled, and a massive black bear appeared in front of Ye Guan and Nalanjia. The black bear was so huge that it seemed bigger than 3 bulls combined. It was giving off an imposing aura as it stood in front of the pair. It was a sky-rank demonic beast. Ye Guan's expression turned grim upon realizing that there were hundreds of black bears. Hundreds. A few black bears weren't sky-rank black bears, but there was no way Ye Guan could handle them all at once. However, demonic beasts always travel in groups, so it wasn't really strange that hundreds of black bears had emerged to stand in front of them. Ye Guan erased his unnecessary thoughts and bowed toward the biggest black bear. We have mistakenly trespassed on your precious land. Please forgive us, Bear King, said Ye Guan. A black bear next to the Bear King roared at Ye Guan. Humans. The Bear King turned around and slapped the black bear. Huh? The black bear flew away, rendering the other black bears speechless. The Bear King coldly scolded, "What are you yelling for? Haven't I taught all of you before? Have some manners, have some manners." Afterward, the Bear King turned to look at Ye Guan. It bowed slightly and said, "Young lord, we're pleased to have you here in our humble abode." Ye Guan was rendered speechless, while Nailanjia's shoulders trembled ever so slightly as she stopped herself from laughing. Ye Guan smiled slightly and said, "I've heard that the Bear King is well-read and well-mannered, and it seems that the rumors are true." The Bear King blinked and asked, "The people outside, they know me?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." The Bear King boisterously laughed and said, "They speak too highly of me." Ye Guan took out an ancient book and extended it over to the Bear King. "Bear King, this book belongs to the Guanxian Academy. It's not a book on martial arts, but the sword master himself wrote the contents of this book. I learned a lot from it, and I have decided to give this book to you because it seems that we have quite an affinity with each other," said Ye Guan. The Bear King hurriedly accepted the ancient book and said, "Humans, young lord, you're too kind." It took out a sky-grade demonic beast internal pill and extended it over to Ye Guan before saying, "A kind gesture must be returned. Please accept this sky-grade demonic beast internal pill from me." Ye Guan and the black bears were rendered speechless. Ye Guan was silent as he stared at the sky-grade demonic beast internal pill in front of him. "It's too precious. How can I accept a sky-grade demonic beast internal pill for a book?" Ye Guan shook his head slightly and said, "Bear King, this pill is too precious." The Bear King smiled. "You don't want it?" Ye Guan shook his head and explained, "I gave you the book because I wanted to do so. A sky-grade demonic beast internal pill is simply too valuable to be exchanged for a book. It would be immoral of me to keep it." Ye Guan was moved by the offer because a sky-grade demonic beast internal pill was still quite valuable. However, Ye Guan had never been the type to take advantage of the kindness of others. The Bear King looked at Ye Guan for a moment before smiling. "Human, you're different? You don't treat me like a fool like other humans do." Ye Guan froze. "I will be keeping this book, then." The Bear King chuckled. It raised its paw and said to the other black bears, "Let them go." The black bears made a path for the pair. "Thank you," said Ye Guan with his hands cupped in front of him before taking Nailanjia away. The Bear King called out to Ye Guan. "Human." Ye Guan turned to look at the Bear King. The Bear King smiled and said, "The territory of the Heavenly Wolf clan is up ahead. You should go around and avoid them." Ye Guan smiled. "Thank you." Nailanjia surreptitiously glanced at the black bears and saw a boulder. Nailanjia's brows furrowed when she saw several human corpses behind the boulder. Meanwhile, a black bear next to the Bear King asked, "Bear King, why did you let them go?" The Bear King was staring into the distance. It didn't bother to turn and look at the black bear before saying, "He's also attempting to cross the canyon like the others, but he is different from them. He didn't treat me like a fool." "Is it really just because of that?" asked the black bear, seemingly unconvinced. The Bear King calmly explained, "He didn't get scared, even though he was standing in front of our entire clan. He spoke respectfully and calmly. People like them tend to have trump cards up their sleeves. So I decided to approach him differently and create good karma between us rather than risk mutual destruction. Who knows? Perhaps the good karma we have established will prove useful in the future." With that, the Bear King looked down at the black bear and continued, "Humans, bears, it doesn't matter. We must know how to adapt and read the air. We cannot act rashly and do things without thinking." The black bear nodded in response and said, "In other words, if they can be beaten, fight them. If not, befriend them. Did I get it right?" The Bear King boisterously laughed. "You got it." Ye Guan and Nailanjia left the canyon and listened to the Bear King's advice to go around. "That Bear King was extraordinary," said Nailanjia. Ye Guan smiled and said, "An ordinary being cannot become the king of a clan." Nailanjia smiled as well and said, "I thought you would accept the internal pill." Actually, Nailanjia wanted to accept it, but Ye Guan beat her to the chase and rejected the offer. Ye Guan shook his head and explained, "Those who chase petty gains tend to lose even more. I also don't think that it's a good thing to exploit others." Nailanjia nodded slightly. "I agree." Ye Guan looked around and muttered, "I wonder how Xiao Ji and Sun Xiong are right now." He was slightly worried about them. The endless demon domain seemed like it truly had an endless amount of sky-rank demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were gathered in clans as well. An encounter with an entire demonic beast clan was enough to bring despair to anyone, and even Ye Guan would have no choice but to retreat if hundreds of bears were to surround him. "I'm not afraid of one-on-one battles but against a group of demonic beasts? I'm honestly a bit scared." Just then, Nailanjia spoke, sounding serious, "I'm afraid that not many of us can pass this round." Ye Guan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this round is a bit too difficult." Nailanjia shook her head and said, "I've heard that the Zongtu Divine Continent is even more ruthless." Ye Guan was curious. "What do you mean?" Nailanjia turned to look at Ye Guan and asked, "Do you know how many people they'll accept from the upper realm after this contest?" Ye Guan shook his head. Nailanjia exclaimed, "One." Ye Guan was shocked. "They'll only accept one person." Nailanjia nodded. "Rumor has it that they're going to accept only the champion of this martial contest." Ye Guan fell silent. The Zongtu Divine Continent would only accept the champion of the martial contest. Ye Guan had to admit that it was too extreme. However, it seemed that Nailin wasn't done dropping bombshells as she said eagerly, that's nothing. I've heard that the acceptance rate of the main academy is even more abysmal than the acceptance rate of the Zongtu Divine Continent itself. It's extremely difficult and even nigh impossible for people at the bottom to climb up the ranks, Nailin said and shook her head. Ye Guan smiled softly at her and said, and that is why we have to work even harder. After all, we don't have a strong family background to support us. Yup. Nailin smiled and exclaimed, let's work hard together. Ye Guan nodded, and the pair picked up the pace. Soon, the two had made it around the Heavenly Wolf clan's territory. They were getting closer and closer to the Guanxian Academy's flag. Ye Guan looked up at the mountain and smiled. We'll be there once we cross that mountain, he said. Nailin nodded, and they started moving even faster. The pair were worried about Xiao Ji and Sun Xiong, but they had no choice but to keep on traveling toward the flag. Finding the two within the vast mountain range was like finding a needle in a haystack. Soon, the pair arrived at the summit of the mountain, and they were only a few kilometers away from the flag. They were all smiles as they continued on their journey toward the flag. However, a boisterous peal of laughter forced them to stop in their tracks. Ha ha ha, there are two more. Ye Guan and Nailin turned and saw a tall bearded man clad in a black robe walking toward them with a vulgar look. The crazed glint in his eyes made it obvious that he wasn't approaching the pair with good intentions. The bearded man's eyes lit up when he clapped eyes on Nailin. He grinned and exclaimed, what a beautiful woman. I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Ye Guan stared deeply at the bearded man. The bearded man was a demon rather than a human being, and he was a sky-rank demon at that. The bearded man stared at Nailin while grinning. You two should be Ye Guan and Nailin. Someone paid me a lot to get rid of you two, but I didn't expect that Lady Nailin here would be so gorgeous. I think even an eunuch will be attracted to her. Swoosh! The bearded man's pupils constricted upon seeing Ye Guan charging at him. What a frightening speed! He could only raise his arms to protect his head. However, Ye Guan's target was his family jewels. Pack? Arg. The bearded man's miserable cry filled the air, and no one could blame the bearded man for letting out such a miserable cry. After all, Ye Guan's attack was so powerful that even a child could deduce that at least an egg had cracked. The bearded man inadvertently reached out for his family jewels. Ye Guan immediately took advantage of that opening to punch the bearded man's throat. Boom! The bearded man should have been sent flying by the attack, but Ye Guan grabbed the bearded man's ankle and slammed him to the ground. Boom! The impact was so powerful that it created a human-shaped crater in the ground. Ye Guan loomed over the bearded man and said, I thought that demons like you would have basic decency, but it seems that I was mistaken. The bearded man glared hatefully at Ye Guan and roared. Look around you. A group of demons had unknowingly surrounded Ye Guan and Nailin. Ye Guan glanced at them once and deduced that there had to be hundreds of demons in the group. The bearded man smiled sinisterly and said, kill me, and my barbarian clan will tear the woman you love into pieces. Ye Guan grinned at the bearded man. Is that so? Then, I'll wipe the barbarian clan off the face of the earth today. Boom! There was a loud noise and a grotesque sound as Ye Guan's punch shattered every bone in the bearded man's body. The bearded man roared furiously, kill him? Kill him? Leave the woman behind. The barbarians rushed to attack Ye Guan. Ye Guan glared murderously at the demons charging toward him, and a faint red color dyed the corners of his eyes. Ye Guan dashed like a hurricane, and a dagger appeared in his hands. The 2 months that Ye Guan had spent in the trial tower had increased his speed dramatically, and even sky-rank demons were no longer his match in the speed department. Ye Guan dashed and decapitated one of the barbarians, sending the latter's head rolling on the ground. However, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He charged at another barbarian, and another head was soon rolling on the ground. Ye Guan seemed like he was possessed, and the barbarians could hardly track him with their eyes. Miserable cries continued to echo, and the bearded man on the ground stared blankly at the sight. Damn it! The bearded man realized that he had been fooled. The information he had received about Ye Guan wasn't accurate at all. He's not an ordinary space-time realm cultivator? The bearded man's heart started to ache. Meanwhile, another barbarian collapsed to the ground. The bearded man hurriedly shouted, stop. This is a misunderstanding. Shut up. Nailin stepped on his mouth and said, don't interrupt him. Let him enjoy his killing spree. I like seeing him kill. The bearded man was rendered speechless. More barbarians had fallen while Nailin and the bearded man were talking. In the blink of an eye, there were already over 100 corpses. The barbarians were terrified at the realization that so many of their clansmen had perished. The fact that they hadn't caught even a glimpse of the culprit made the scene even more terrifying. The members of the barbarian clan were powerful, and their attacks were impactful. Unfortunately, speed had never been their forte. The king is dead. Run! We have to live, a barbarian roared upon seeing the bearded man on the ground. With that, the barbarian turned around and fled the scene. What? Damn it, I'm still alive, the bearded man roared with wide eyes. However, the barbarians ignored him and fled. Ye Guan finally came to a halt. He felt hot, and he finally noticed that the dagger in his hand was emitting a faint red glow. Ye Guan was nervous. Master Pagoda, why does it feel like my blood is boiling? Asked Ye Guan. Little Pagoda said, I think you're just intoxicated from the slaughter. Ye Guan's expression froze. Little Pagoda continued. Your blood isn't boiling, but it's normal to be agitated the first time you conduct a slaughter like this. You'll be fine after some rest. Ye Guan hesitated, but he still nodded in the end. Little Pagoda breathed a sigh of relief. Its voice echoed throughout the tiny pagoda as it said, it's a good thing that his bloodline didn't awaken here. Things would have gotten dangerous. I don't think that even the two of us can suppress him. Guide him. Make sure that he becomes a good person, said the mysterious voice. Good person, your head. Little Pagoda retorted. If he hadn't made a move, I would have given up on him. We're not here to guide a softie. However, if his grandfather were here rather than him, the demons in this mountain range would have been annihilated. What if his father were here? Asked the mysterious voice. Little Pagoda seemed like it was hesitating as it said, it depends on the situation. At the very least, he would act like Ye Guan and kill those demons before stopping at some point. However, he could also wipe out all life on the upper realm. The mysterious voice was dumbfounded by the revelation. Meanwhile, Ye Guan walked over to the bearded man. The bearded man was terrified of Ye Guan. He was about to speak, but Ye Guan beat him to the chase. Was it the profound Sky Clan? Did they send you to kill me and little Jia? He asked. The bearded man stared with wide eyes at Ye Guan and asked, how did you know? Ye Guan remained calm as he explained, the profound Sky Clan is our only enemy on the upper realm, so who else could it be other than them? The bearded man's voice turned solemn as he said, I have spiritual treasures. Spare me, and I will give. Ye Guan abruptly slit the bearded man's throat. Splash! The bearded man's blood spurted and stained the ground crimson. He stared at Ye Guan with eyes dyed in despair. Ye Guan took the bearded man's storage ring and said, I can just kill you, and your treasures will belong to me. The bearded man couldn't speak anymore. Ye Guan examined the storage ring and was stunned by the sight. The bearded man's storage ring contained 2 sky-grade demonic beast internal pills, 60,000 gold spiritual crystals, and a few lower-grade demonic beast internal pills. Ye Guan was delighted. The 2 sky-grade demonic beast internal pills could be sold for over 200,000 gold spiritual crystals. In other words, the combined market value of the items in the storage ring was a whopping 300,000 gold spiritual crystals. 300,000. What a great profit. Ye Guan hurriedly spoke, Master Pagoda, can you teach me the entrapment technique? Little Pagoda was speechless. Meanwhile, Nalan Jia walked over to Ye Guan and took out a handkerchief before gently wiping the blood off Ye Guan's face. Ye Guan froze right there and then. The two of them were standing so close to each other that Ye Guan was basking in Nalan Jia's fragrance. Ye Guan fell into a daze while staring at the beautiful Nalan Jia. Nalan Jia muttered, you don't have to get angry the next time someone says something like that. I don't really care about what they say. Ye Guan shook his head and explained, they can insult me, but I will not let them go if they insult you. Nalan Jia smiled. What if someone stronger than you insulted me? What will you do? Ye Guan went silent. However, it didn't take him long to answer, if I can't beat them, so be it. It doesn't matter even if they beat me to a pulp, I'll fight those who will insult you. Can you just take a step back? Endure it, and things will soon return to normal, said Nalan Jia. However, Ye Guan shook his head and said, if I have to put up with someone who has insulted the person I like, then why am I even cultivating? I didn't become a swordsman to be like a tortoise. Nalan Jia stared deeply at Ye Guan. Someone you like? Do you like me? She asked, seemingly startled. Ye Guan saw Nalan Jia's astonishment, and he hesitated before asking, is it not okay? Nalan Jia froze. She shook her head and explained, I was just surprised. She then held Ye Guan's hand before continuing to wipe the blood off Ye Guan's face. Is this your first time doing this to a man? Asked Ye Guan. This is the second time, replied Nalan Jia. Ye Guan froze over. Nalan Jia noticed that and explained, my father was beaten to a pulp, and I helped him wipe the blood off of his face. Why? Is there something wrong with that? Ye Guan grinned. No, of course not. You did the right thing. Nalan Jia shook her head and smiled. You Dumbo. Ye Guan smiled. He took out half of the items he had obtained from the bearded man's storage ring and handed them to Nalan Jia. You should keep them for yourself, said Nalan Jia. Ye Guan was a cultivation maniac, and he needed a ton of resources to support his cultivation. Ye Guan shook his head and explained, your physique is unique. I'm sure you need a lot of cultivation resources. It's not. Nalan Jia started. However, Ye Guan interrupted her by shoving the items into her arms. We'll take half. That's it, said Ye Guan. Okay. Nalan Jia smiled. She could only accept the items and store them in her storage ring. Rumble! The ground suddenly trembled, stopping Ye Guan and Nalan Jia in their tracks. The pair turned and saw a 30-meter-tall demonic beast running in their direction. The demonic beast was a few kilometers away from them, but the pair could already feel the demon's powerful aura. Nalan Jia sounded solemn as she said, I think that's a half-step imperial rank demonic beast. Ye Guan's expression fell, and he shouted. Nalan Jia nodded. The pair were about to run away, but Nalan Jia noticed something and pointed. Look. Ye Guan turned and saw a man running in front of the demonic beast. The man was none other than Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji was ecstatic to see them, and he started shouting like crazy, Brother Ye, help me, damn it, come here and save me. However, Ye Guan grabbed Nalan Jia's arm and turned around to run. Xiao Ji was stunned. His voice was trembling as he shouted, Brother Ye, my beloved brother? It's me, brother. It's me, your brother Xiao Ji. Run! They had no choice but to run. Who could stop a half-step imperial rank demonic beast with a demonic beast horde behind it? Ye Guan, Jia, and Xiaoji ran as fast as they could. Fortunately, the demonic beast and the demonic beast horde weren't as fast as the three. They were also getting closer to the endpoint. However, it seemed that the demonic beast horde had no intentions of slowing down. Ye Guan's face fell. What did Xiaoji do? Why is a half-step imperial rank demonic beast chasing him down along with a demonic beast horde? Soon, the three reached the stone platform where the flagpole of the Guanxian Academy was located. There were already 5 people on the stone platform, the 3 representatives of Qingzhou, Zhoufu, and a grey-robed man with a straw in his mouth. The 5 people looked up and saw Ye Guan, Jia, and Xiaoji. They frowned upon seeing the demonic beast horde chasing after the 3. Ye Guan glanced at the demonic beast horde. His expression turned grim upon realizing that the demonic beast horde had no intention of stopping. He made a sidelong glance at the pallid Xiaoji and asked, "What did you do?" Xiaoji's voice was trembling as he said, "Come on, man. What can I do? Even I have no idea what I did. They suddenly started chasing me." Ye Guan wasn't convinced. He sounded somber as he asked once more, "You must have done something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to chase you this far, and look, they look like they're not going to stop until they catch you." Xiaoji hesitated, but he eventually took out an egg and said, "I picked this up." "Does this egg belong to that demon?" asked Xiaoji. Ye Guan was dumbstruck as he asked, "What do you think?" Ye Guan decided to take the egg away from Xiaoji. Then, he raised it up high and made sure that the half-step imperial rank demonic beast would see it. "Take another step, and I'll smash your egg," shouted Ye Guan. Everyone's faces turned strange. They were obviously thinking about a different egg. The half-step imperial rank demonic beast came to a halt and glared at Ye Guan. The demonic beast horde stopped as well. Ye Guan stared at the demon and shouted, "There's a misunderstanding here." The demonic beast sneered and said, "You took my egg away from me, and now, you're using it to threaten me. How can there be a misunderstanding here?" Ye Guan thought about it for a moment before saying, "How about we settle this with a fight?" The demonic beast stared at Ye Guan. "What if you lose the fight?" Ye Guan smiled. "I'm dead if I lose. I'm one of the kings of this domain, so I have to accept your challenge. Human, I will let the matter rest if you win, but if you lose, you will die along with your friends," said the demonic beast. "All right," said Ye Guan with a nod. The demonic beast told the demonic beast horde to stand back. "Brother Ye, how about you let me fight him? I've made the bed, so I should lie in it," said Xiaoji. Ye Guan smiled at Xiaoji. "I believe in your abilities, but I have been looking for an opportunity to fight a powerful opponent. I just made a breakthrough, you see? I hope you will let me take this opportunity." Xiaoji hesitated, but he eventually nodded and said, "Okay." With that, Ye Guan started walking toward the demonic beast. Xiaoji's expression was complicated as he stared at Ye Guan. Xiaoji was well aware that Ye Guan's words earlier were to save his face. After all, Xiaoji wasn't really confident that he could face the demonic beast, not to mention defeat it. Ye Guan was about to face a half-step imperial rank demonic beast. A half-step imperial rank demonic beast was as strong as a spacetime realm cultivator. Even worse, demonic beasts were innately stronger than humans. Their defense was not to be underestimated as well. Everyone watched as Ye Guan walked in front of the demonic beast. "Your Honor, you are extremely powerful, so please pardon me if I resort to unscrupulous means," said Ye Guan. The demonic beast remained calm as it said, "Do what you want." Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly disappeared. He reappeared like a ghost in front of the demonic beast, and he sent a kick toward the demonic beast's family jewels. Everyone was stupefied by the sight. Ye Guan's kick landed before the demonic beast could even react. Boom! The demonic beast's eyes shot wide open, and it rapidly widened the distance between it and Ye Guan. However, it threw a punch at Ye Guan while retreating. Boom! The demonic beast's punch made a deep crater in the ground, but it missed Ye Guan, who had already reappeared behind the demonic beast. Ye Guan sent another kick toward the demonic beast's family jewels. Boom! The demon beast's pupils constricted. It groaned and covered its crotch. Swoosh! Ye Guan vanished and reappeared above the demonic beast. He placed his dagger next to the demonic beast's throat, effectively ending the fight. Everyone's expression was solemn. Ye Guan's speed had taken them by surprise. The grey-robed man stared meaningfully at Ye Guan. Zhoufu closed his eyes and scolded Ye Guan under his breath. "How devious!" Mu Yunhan exclaimed, "What a scoundrel!" Aohan shook his head and said, "He chose the most effective method when dealing with a demonic beast that possesses such an incredible defense." "His speed is intriguing," added Aohan. He turned to look at Mu Yunhan and asked, "Is your saber faster than him?" Mu Yunhan was silent for quite a while before she replied, "I have to kill him in one strike. Otherwise, I will lose." Aohan's expression turned grave as he confessed, "He's too fast. I'll find it hard to defeat him if he uses the same fighting style he used against that demonic beast against me. I didn't expect that Nanzo would produce a genius like him," added Aohan. Meanwhile, Ye Guan decided not to kill the demonic beast. He landed next to the demonic beast and placed the egg on the ground. "Your Honor, here's your egg," said Ye Guan. The demonic beast stared at Ye Guan and said, "Your speed is abnormal." Ye Guan smiled and remained silent. The demonic beast didn't say anything for a long time. Eventually, it picked up the egg and said, "It's your win. The score between us has been settled." With that, it turned around to leave with the demonic beast horde. Ye Guan remained silent as he pondered over the battle. It seems that one can truly become impossible to beat as long as one is fast enough. It's a pity that the demonic beast wasn't strong enough for me to test my limits. Ye Guan had yet to meet an opponent that made him feel threatened since he fought that phantom on the 9th floor of the Guanxian Academy's trial tower. Ye Guan seemed to have thought of something, and he turned to look at Anmu from Qingzhou. Ao Han smiled. He turned to the grey-robed Anmu next to him and said, "He's looking at you. I think that brat wants to challenge you. Haha." Anmu glanced at Ye Guan before closing his eyes. "This isn't my battlefield." Ao Han smiled knowingly and said, "I know that the Zongtu Divine Continent is your battlefield. That brat is strong, but he's far from worthy of challenging you." Anmu shook his head slightly at the remark and said, "Zofu is targeting me as well, which means that they're confident. I will not underestimate them. Only a fool will underestimate their opponent. If you were in the demonic beast's shoes, Ye Guan would have crushed you before you even realized it." The reason the half-step imperial rank demonic beast lost so quickly was that it underestimated Ye Guan. Ao Han nodded. "I understand. I will protect Kings Hu's 1,000-year-old glory. Those who will stand in my way will die," Anmu declared with his eyes shut. Ye Guan, Nailanjia, and Xiao Ji sat next to each other and stared into the distance. They were waiting for Sun Xiong. However, their expressions turned grave because Sun Xiong was still nowhere to be seen 2 hours later. "Don't worry. If he forfeits, the academy will escort him back. He should be fine," said Xiao Ji. Ye Guan nodded. He looked at the fields that stretched into the distance. He hadn't really interacted with Sun Xiong, but he still wished that Sun Xiong would pass this round. They were all from Nanzhou, after all. Dusk soon descended, and Sun Xiong was still nowhere to be found. There were already more than 20 people on the stone platform, and there was only an hour left before the round ended. Xiao Ji glanced at the grey-robed Anmu and said, "Have you heard of him? He's Anmu from Qingzhou." Ye Guan glanced at Anmu as well. The latter had reached the stone platform before them. Anmu seemed to have sensed Ye Guan's gaze. He turned to look at Ye Guan and grinned. Ye Guan smiled slightly as well. Xiao Ji continued. "There are about 19 people representing their own states here, and they're definitely going to be in the rankings." Ye Guan nodded slightly. He looked into the distance and saw no one. Meanwhile, Luo Zhaokai appeared in the midst of the participants. Her arrival meant the end of the second round. All of a sudden, Xiao Ji pointed somewhere. "Look." Ye Guan turned and saw a man running frantically toward them. The man seemed to be struggling. His face was pale, and his right hand was pressing on his stomach. Blood was dripping from between his fingertips. The participants wordlessly watched as the man hopped onto the stone platform. Luo Zhaokai didn't say anything as well. Amidst everyone's gazes, the man ran up to Luo Zhaokai. He smiled weakly and asked, I'm not late, right?" Luo Zhaokai calmly replied, "You're late." The man froze and smiled bitterly. However, Luo Zhaokai said, "But I can make an exception." "An exception?" Everyone froze over to process her words. It seemed that Luo Zhaokai had the authority to decide whether a participant was late or not, and it seemed that she had decided to give the man a chance. The man bowed deeply. "Thank you, Chief Student Representative Luo." Luo Zhaokai smiled before turning around to look at everyone else. "The third round is different from the past 2 rounds. The third round will be a fight against each other. I'll give you a friendly hint, please choose your flag carefully. There will be no second chances if you end up choosing a powerful opponent." Luo Zhaokai lifted a finger and continued. "1 night. Everyone here will have 1 night to recuperate. Tomorrow morning, you will be transported to a wasteland. The battles will be broadcasted live throughout the 360 states. Aside from the elders of the academy and the grand elder of the Shenge clan, a representative of the 6 great clans will be present as well," concluded Luo Zhaokai with a charming smile. "The 6 great clans?" Those who knew the 6 great clans were shocked. Luo Zhaokai smiled and explained, "It's not strange that most of you haven't heard of them. All I can say is that the 6 great clans are ancient clans that have existed for millions of years. Their foundations are extremely deep, and they're second only to the Guanxian universe when it comes to the number of powerhouses. Being chosen by the 6 great clans would be an amazing opportunity." Luo Zhaokai couldn't help but glance at Nailanjia. The Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy would only choose the champion of the martial contest. In other words, the participants could only settle for the Great 6 clans. It wasn't really an issue because being chosen by the Great 6 clans was still a one-in-a-lifetime fortuitous opportunity. The resources from above were incomparable to the resources that those below could enjoy below. The participants were aware of that, so they were thrilled by the news. Luo Zhaokai smiled before turning around to leave. The participants sat on the ground with excited faces because the fact that they had managed to pass the second round was finally starting to sink in. Those who managed to qualify for the third round were impressive cultivators in their own right. The martial contest had over 1,000 participants, but now, there were only about 30 people remaining. It was remarkable that they made it to the third round. Ye Guan and the 2 others sat together around a campfire. Ye Guan decided to roast a chicken, even though they weren't really hungry. Ye Guan tore a chicken leg and handed it to Nailanjia. Nailanjia looked stunning beneath the red hue of the campfire. Nailanjia accepted the chicken leg and asked, "What place were you aiming for again?" Xiao Ji turned to look at Ye Guan. Honestly, aiming for first place meant that one would have to shoulder immense pressure. After all, they would have to fight Qingzhou to secure first place. Zofu would try for first place as well. Ye Guan smiled and replied, First place, of course. First place? Nailanjia stared deeply at Ye Guan. However, her face soon broke out into a grin as she said, I'll be with you. Xiao Ji cheered and exclaimed, you can do it. The group eventually finished their meal and dispersed to rest. Ye Guan lay on a boulder with his hands behind his head, and he was looking up at the moon, seemingly in deep thought. A fragrance wafted over to him. He turned and saw that Nailanjia was lying next to him. Ye Guan smiled. Nailanjia smiled as well and asked, why are you smiling? Nothing. I'm just happy, said Ye Guan. Nailanjia muttered, me, too. The pair lay silently on the boulder, but they eventually started talking about mundane topics such as their families, lives, and what they wanted to do in the future. The hours went by, and the stone platform became enveloped in silence. The moon was still hanging overhead, and the sky was filled with stars as usual. Ye Guan glanced at Nailanjia and saw that she had fallen asleep next to him. Ye Guan took off his robe and placed it on her. Then, he lay down next to her. Nailanjia leaned closer to him and used his arm as a pillow. Ye Guan was startled, but he soon composed himself and gently placed his right hand on Nailanjia's cheek. Ye Guan smiled gently at her sleeping visage, and his heart became filled with nothing else but warmth. Ye Guan closed his eyes and spoke to Little Pagoda, Master Pagoda, are you asleep? Little Pagoda's reply came a few moments later. No, said Little Pagoda. There was a moment of silence before it added, I don't need to sleep. Ye Guan was perplexed. Why not? Little Pagoda said, just tell me what you want. Ye Guan seemed to be hesitating as he asked, Master Pagoda, is the Ye clan one of the 6 great clans? Little Pagoda replied, no. Ye Guan was surprised. Really? Little Pagoda explained, they're even stronger than the 6 great clans. Ye Guan asked, is that so? Little Pagoda said, it's not just the Ye clan. Everyone in the Guanxian universe is strong as well, so you have to work hard. Do you understand? Ye Guan was silent for quite a while before saying, if I become as powerful as that plain-skirt sister, do I still have to be afraid of them? It was Little Pagoda's turn to go silent. Little Pagoda was silent for quite a while before it replied, I think the Ye clan will give you some face by then. Ye Guan nodded and said, she's a great Sword Immortal, right? Master Pagoda, I'll work hard to become a great Sword Immortal as soon as possible. Little Pagoda didn't say anything in response. One referring to his origin clan. A pale hue emerged on the horizon as sunlight vanquished the darkness of the night. It was daybreak, and it was time to wake up. Nailanjia's eyes opened. She turned and saw Ye Guan's face inches away from her. His well-crafted face and sharp features set a standard that only a few could match. Nailanjia smiled. She stood up and started stretching. Ye Guan's eyes opened. He stared at the beauty in front of him and smiled brightly. Luo Zhaokai appeared once more, and she was sporting a wide-cut red skirt that captured everyone's attention. It's time, she announced. There was a burst of light as the teleportation array beneath everyone's feet shone and teleported everyone away. The dazzling light temporarily blinded everyone, but they soon recovered and found themselves standing on a wasteland. There wasn't anything else aside from 10 flags that were peeking at them on the horizon. The flags were a few thousand meters apart, and bright gold words were emblazoned intricately on the flag in the middle first place. The participants were all staring at the flag, but the emotions within them were different from each other. Just then, a cloud projection orb appeared in the sky. It was clear that every state was watching them. A stone platform emerged on the right-hand side of the participants. The stone platform was hundreds of meters wide, and rows of chairs were on the stone platform. The stone platform was obviously for the live audience of the third ground, and the audience members were mostly composed of students from the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy, along with a few tutors. There were also elders from many different clans. Their origins were different, but they all had one thing in common: they were privileged enough to spectate the martial contest live. Academy Chief, please, a voice reverberated throughout the wasteland. A woman appeared from out of nowhere in front of the chairs on the stone platform. The woman's deep purple skirt swayed gently in the wind, and she felt like a flickering flame in a sea of monotony. Her outfit made her stick out, and she commanded both attention and respect. A slight smile graced her lips, and she radiated both strength and confidence. She was the Academy Chief of the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy, Zhaosu. Ye Guan froze over upon seeing her. He had stumbled upon her while he was escaping after assassinating an elder of the Profound Sky Clan. She's actually the Academy Chief of the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy? Just then, the woman stared right into Ye Guan's eyes and winked coquettishly. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. He couldn't have imagined that she held such a lofty position, but it explained why she didn't reveal her identity back then. An old man and a woman appeared next to Zhaosu. There was a golden badge on the old man's left chest, and Guan was carved on the badge. The old man's name was Yuangu, and he was a high-ranking elder of the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. He was an elder of the academy, so he was obviously influential. It seemed that Yuangu was interested in Anmu because he was only staring at the latter since he showed himself to the participants. The woman beside him was an elder of the Shenge clan, and her eyes were fixed on Nailanjia. Of course, it wasn't like she wasn't interested in Anmu. However, she was well aware that she would never be able to compete with the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. The audience members took their seats. Zhaosu smiled and said, Elder Yuan, the champion of this martial contest will have to enter my academy to cultivate for a certain period of time before they go to the Zongtu Divine Continent. However, you seem to be in a hurry to bring them away. Yuan Gu nodded and said, Academy Chief Zhao, I am truly in a hurry. Zhao Su frowned briefly before asking, why are you in a hurry? Yuan Gu sounded solemn as he answered, the destiny contest. Zhao Su's eyes narrowed. It has begun. Yuan Gu nodded with a grim look. Yes. Zhao Su asked, and you're under a lot of pressure. Yuan Gu chuckled bitterly and said, indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to bring Anmu away. Yuan Gu made a sidelong glance at Anmu and continued. He's the only one who can compete with those people. Tell me about them, urged Zhao Su. There was a moment of silence before Yuan Gu explained. A talented individual appeared not too long ago, and it seemed like he was born to cultivate. I also heard that he will inherit Mu Tiandao's legacy. In other words, Mu Tiandao is his Dao protector. Mu Tiandao? Zhao Su's eyes narrowed before asking, Mu Tiandao, are you talking about the fourth strongest person? Yuan Gu nodded. Indeed. Zhao Su's expression turned heavy. Just how talented was that man that Mu Tiandao was willing to become his Dao protector? A talent with the Undying Bloodline also emerged, and it is rumored that they had completely awakened the Undying Bloodline. However, they also awakened the Sword Master's Mad Demon Bloodline. They're second only to the Sword Master when it comes to talent throughout the long history of the Undying Clan, said Yuan Gu. The Undying Clan? Zhao Su's expression turned gloomy. The Undying Clan was ranked first among the 6 great clans. Aside from the extraordinary clans from Guanxian Universe, the Undying Clan was the #1 clan. The great clans from Guanxian Universe respected them a lot because the Sword Master's mother was from the Undying Clan. Zhao Su asked, who is their Dao protector? Yuan Gu's voice sounded grim as he answered, I heard it's Boundless Master. I'm sure you've heard of him because he once went with the Sword Master to the Void World. Boundless Master? Zhao Su was shocked speechless. Boundless Master was another master on the same level as the Sword Master. However, Yuan Gu wasn't done just yet as he said, a talent has also appeared in the demon realm. His birth startled the demon clan because he was born with the ancient desolate physique with a pair of holy eyes. This is unconfirmed, but I heard that department head area went to the demon realm to become that talent's Dao protector. Yuan Gu paused for a while before adding, they are exceptional talents with incredibly powerful Dao protectors. There was also that individual from Milky Way. Zhao Su frowned and asked, Milky Way? Yuan Gu nodded, and his chin trembled as he said, I heard that they're the chosen one of this generation. The chosen one? The previous generation's chosen one was the Sword Master. Zhao Su was stunned. The chosen one's talent was definitely beyond comprehension, and they were surely capable of suppressing the other talents of their generation. So the chosen one has appeared. Yuan Gu smiled bitterly and said, I'm sure you finally understand why I'm in such a hurry. Zhao Su made a sidelong glance at Anmu and asked, who is his Dao protector? Yuan Gu replied, we think it's Martial Goddess An. Martial Goddess An? A solemn veil was cast over Zhao Su's face. She suddenly recalled something, which made her glance at Ye Guan in the distance. She found Ye Guan pitiful because he had no Dao protector. The current generation had more talents than the previous generation, and without a Dao protector, there was no way a young cultivator could go far, even if they were extremely talented. The road of cultivation was endless, and one would inevitably face countless hardships to comprehend destiny and karma. How far could someone go without a Dao protector? Zhao Su's eyes became dyed with a tinge of sorrow. She initially had a lot of expectations for Ye Guan, but even she felt hopeless upon hearing that Ye Guan's peers had incredibly strong Dao protectors. Ye Guan's eyes were tightly shut. He was planning on fighting others for first place. He was oblivious to the fact that the entire Nanzhou was rooting for him. It had been ages since someone managed to qualify for the 3rd round in the decennial martial contest, so Ye Guan was already a hero in the eyes of Nanzhou. Zhou was also eyeing the first place flag. He also wanted first place in this contest. Yunzhou had been second for many years, and at this point, second place was no longer an honor but shameful for Yunzhou. The sobriquet second forever was terrible. For many years, the cultivators from Yunzhou only had one goal to be the #1 state. However, they had all failed to become the #1 state for many years now. Zhou clenched his right fist. The participants took only one glance at the first place flag before shifting their gaze away. Not everyone could fight for that flag. Yunzhou and Qingzhou were simply too powerful to contend against. Meanwhile, the Immortal Treasures Pavilion created a temporary betting house dedicated to the martial contest in Xing City. The betting odds for Qingzhou were 1%. In other words, if Qingzhou won the martial contest, a gambler would earn 1 gold spiritual crystal for every 100 gold spiritual crystals they had decided to gamble in favor of Qingzhou. However, one could bet more than 1,000 gold spiritual crystals on Qingzhou. Yunzhou's betting odds were 1 to 10. One would earn 10 gold spiritual crystals for each gold spiritual crystal. The odds for the rest of the states were even higher, 1 to 1,000. In other words, one would earn 1,000 gold spiritual crystals for every gold spiritual crystal one had decided to gamble in favor of every other state. The most important part was that there wasn't any limit on the amount that one could bet on the other states. In a way, everyone was looking down on the other states, but one had to understand that Qingzhou had been dominating the martial contest for a long time. Just then, Fei Banking walked into the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. She weaved through the crowd and placed her bet. 50,000 gold spiritual crystals on Nanzhou, she shouted. A deafening silence descended upon the betting house as all eyes turned to Fei Banking. However, she ignored everyone's baffled looks and turned around to leave. 50,000 gold spiritual crystals, the amount was her life savings. In addition, she had even borrowed a sizable amount from Song Ci, but why? It was entirely because Ye Guan had told her that he was aiming for first place. Meanwhile, Luo Zhaokai was standing in front of the participants in the wasteland. She smiled and cheerfully announced, "I hereby declare the start of the third and final round of the martial contest." With that, she walked away to become a part of the audience members. The representatives of Qingzhou immediately made their move. They ignored the participants and headed for the first place flag with confidence and arrogance. Zhou Fu made his move as well. His goal was the first place flag as well, but no one was really surprised about his decision. After all, Yunzhou had always been the one and only state qualified to fight against Qingzhou. However, the participants and the audience members were startled by a shocking scene that unfolded in front of them. What was Nanzhou doing? Are they going for first place as well? The spectators from all 360 states also tensed up. However, the spectators burst out into boisterous laughter once they recovered from the initial shock. How ridiculous! How absurd! They were definitely caught off guard. There was a deafening silence in Nanzhou's Guanxian Academy as soon as Ye Guan and the others started making their way toward the first place flag. Time seemed to have stopped as the tension bore down on them like a heavy mountain. In their opinion, it would already be incredible if their Guanxian Academy could be in the top 10. Why are they fighting for first place? Fuck, someone cursed loudly, and it started a cacophony of shouts and cries. Zhao Se smiled upon seeing Ye Guan walking toward the first place flag. She knew that Ye Guan's aim was first place. Yuan Gu next to her remained silent, while Luo Zhaokai's surprise turned into interest. Just then, the three representatives of Qingzhou came to a halt. Mu Yunhan turned toward Nailanjia and asked, "Is it true that you have the legendary Holy Spirit physique?" Nailanjia nodded. "Indeed." Mu Yunhan stared deeply at Nailanjia and remarked, "You're beautiful. It would be a shame for you to die." Nailanjia scoffed and taunted, "I dare you to kill me, then." Swoosh! Mu Yunhan abruptly thrust her saber at lightning speed toward Nailanjia. The majority of the spectators only saw a flash of light. They didn't manage to catch even a glimpse of Mu Yunhan's saber. A shrill noise echoed as the saber tore the air apart. However, the saber struck nothing but air because Nailanjia had already teleported away. Yuan Gu's voice had a hint of curiosity in it as he remarked, "Her space-time comprehension is incredible." Zhao Se was equally surprised. "Interesting," Mu Yunhan muttered. Moments later, she abruptly vanished and reappeared in front of Nailanjia to unleash a flurry of strikes. Saber lights pervaded Nailanjia's surroundings, but Nailanjia vanished as well and counterattacked. Sparks and space itself distorted as the ladies exchanged blows. Meanwhile, Ao Han glanced at Ye Guan and Zhou Fu before asking, "Which one of you will fight me?" Ye Guan and Zhou Fu shook their heads and gestured at Mu with their chins. "You guys aren't giving me any face at all." Ao Han's face darkened. He pointed at Zhou Fu and said, "You will be my opponent." Zhou Fu frowned and asked, "Why?" Ao Han looked at Ye Guan and remarked, "He has a penchant for kicking balls." Ye Guan's expression froze. Zhou Fu spoke, "Is that so? You're not looking down on me, right? Anyway, don't worry, I'm not as despicable as him." Ye Guan was gloomy. Zhou Fu's words were like rubbing salt in his wounds. However, Ao Han remained calm as he explained, "I want to fight you rather than that scoundrel from Nanzhou. I want to see if Yunzhou has improved." Ao Han didn't wait for Zhou Fu's reply. He dashed and threw a punch at Zhou Fu. Boom! An explosion tore through the air as Ao Han's punch flew toward Zhou Fu. It turned out that Ao Han was a physique cultivator. Zhou Fu placed his palms together and chanted. Boom! A cosmic light descended and sent Ao Han flying a few meters away. A large crater was made in the ground where Ao Han had been standing earlier. The spectators were stunned. Ao Han looked down to check his condition and saw that he was covered in ashes from the heat of the beam that struck him. He looked at Zhou Fu and cried out, "You're a sorcerer." A sorcerer? Sorcerers were mysterious people with ancient origins, and it was rumored that sorcerers could easily manipulate the natural energies of the world. The strongest of them could manipulate even the laws of the world. The spectators were surprised by the revelation, as no one had expected a sorcerer to appear in Yunzhou. Ye Guan stared at Zhou Fu in bewilderment, and he seemed to have thought of something as his eyes landed on Zhou Fu's crotch. "I'm not going to fight you," Zhou Fu hurriedly said. However, he froze for a few seconds and urgently added, "It's not because you're strong or I'm scared of you. I just don't want to get anyway. I don't want to fight you for now." Ye Guan didn't know what to say. Ye Guan's signature move of kicking someone's balls was a huge source of headache. He could fail countless times, but succeeding even once meant that Ye Guan's target would be incapacitated. Even demonic beasts wouldn't be able to withstand a kick in the family jewels, not to mention humans. Mu suddenly said, "Both of you stop fighting. You'd best attack me all at once." There was an uproar among the spectators. 1 versus 2. The viewers from Qingzhou also broke out into a huge commotion upon hearing Mu's words. How domineering! Qingzhou was indeed the eternal powerhouse. Yuan Gu stroked his beard and said, "Great, great, this is great. A cultivator had to be domineering." Zhao Se smirked while looking at Mu and said, "He's domineering." Ye Guan glanced at Mu and then at Zhou Fu. "I'll give you 50,000 gold spiritual crystals, let me fight him first," he offered. Zoufu shook his head and replied, I'll give you 100,000 gold spiritual crystals if you let me fight him first. Ye Guan nodded. Okay, wait, what? Zoufu looked at Ye Guan, stunned. Ye Guan stretched his right hand toward Zoufu and said, give me the gold spiritual crystals to me, and I'll let you fight him first. After a few moments of silence, Zoufu retrieved a storage ring and passed it to Ye Guan. The storage ring truly contained 100,000 gold spiritual crystals. Ye Guan put the storage ring away. He looked at Zoufu and said, thanks, I didn't expect that you'd be this rich. At the sight, Zoufu hesitated. Eventually, he asked, young Lord Ye, do you really have 50,000 gold spiritual crystals? Ye Guan shook his head and replied, nope. He truly didn't have 50,000 gold spiritual crystals, but Ye Guan was confident that he could easily get that many gold spiritual crystals if he decided to sell that internal pill. However, he was still considered poor because cultivation at his current realm required a ton of resources that 50,000 gold spiritual crystals were just a drop in the bucket. Zoufu made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and remarked, young Lord Ye, you're really crafty. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly. Brother Zhou, all the best. With that, he walked away and stood in one corner to observe the upcoming battle. If Anmu fought them at once and won, it wouldn't be as entertaining as fighting them one by one. In addition, Ye Guan didn't really need to do something like that. Anmu glanced at Ye Guan before turning to look at Zoufu. Make your move, he said. Zoufu put his palms and started chanting. A whirlwind manifested, and it quickly turned into thousands of wind blades that flew toward Anmu. Shriek! A shrill noise echoed throughout the wasteland, and it was generated by the whirlwind churning out wind blades toward Anmu. Anmu took a stance with his left arm behind him, and he clenched his right fist before sending a punch. Boom! A burst of light was seen as the punch flew and collided with the wind blades. It looked like the wind blades were made out of pieces of paper as they instantly collapsed after being struck by Anmu's fist. Fist intent? The spectators' expressions grew heavy at the sight. Anmu looked at Zoufu and said, I'll let you attack me once more. Use your most powerful move, don't waste my time. Zoufu nodded. All right. He put his palms together and recited an ancient incantation. Crackle! A rift in space opened overhead, and one could see an endless starry sky from beyond the right. A terrifying and majestic aura descended upon the wasteland. Time and space started trembling, and the ground started to split apart. Yuangu unknowingly stood up and glared at Zoufu in disbelief. God rank divine magic. God rank? Everyone's expression abruptly changed. Divine magic had always been powerful, and a God rank divine magic meant that the spell would be undoubtedly terrifying. No one had ever been able to use God rank divine magic until now. Since the martial Dao's collapse, divine magic became an exceedingly rare sight. It had to be known that God-rank divine magic was rare even throughout the entirety of Zongtu Divine Continent, but they were witnessing it for themselves right now. Time and space continued to tremble, and the ground was sundered beneath the inexplicable power of a God-rank divine magic. Anmu looked up at the rift in space, but not even a hint of nervousness could be seen in his expression. Zoufu shouted, Starfall. Boom! Beams of starlight shot out from the depths of the endless starry sky to form a meteor shower that emerged from the rift in space. The meteor shower descended upon Anmu like a cataclysmic event. Crackle! Multiple rifts in space manifested throughout the wasteland. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Yuangu lifted his right hand to interfere. Zhao So called out, Elder Yuan. Yuangu returned to his senses. He realized that he couldn't interfere because this was a fair battle between the young generation. He retracted his right hand and stared intently at Anmu. Ye Guan's expression was heavy as he stared at the meteor shower. He had to admit that Zoufu's divine magic was extremely powerful, and he possessed enough prowess to raise an entire city to the ground. Meanwhile, the meteor shower finally descended. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, and a huge mushroom cloud bloomed in the wasteland and surged at least thousands of meters into the air to reach the clouds. The earth was sundered as the shockwave of the explosion swept past the wasteland, causing those who were fighting for the other flags to retreat and take shelter temporarily. The dust settled a minute later, and Anmu's previous location had been decimated, leaving nothing but a huge crater that seemed to be at least 30 meters deep. It was a sight that stunned the spectators. However, the spectators went from stunned to stupefied upon seeing someone standing up in the crater. It was none other than Anmu, and he seemed completely fine. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes. Did he just withstand a god-rank divine magic without suffering any injuries? Is he really human? Yuangu heaved a sigh of relief. He sat down with a smile and exclaimed, Great, this is great. Zhao So stared at Anmu for a long time. The shock was palpable in her voice as she muttered, What a monster. Zoufu smiled bitterly upon seeing the unscathed Anmu. He clasped his hands together and said, I admit defeat. It's your victory. Zoufu decided to surrender because if Anmu could withstand even his god-rank divine magic without suffering any injuries, he had zero chance of defeating the latter. Anmu was indeed more talented than any other talents who were born in Qingzhou over the past 1,000 years. Zoufu had never seen anyone withstand his god-rank divine magic without suffering even the tiniest injury. Qingzhou truly deserved its reputation. Zoufu turned around and walked away. He was convinced that he would claim second place. Meanwhile, Anmu started walking toward the first place flag. He didn't look happy at all, but it wasn't really strange because Anmu had never considered anyone here to be his match. His eyes were set on Zongtu Divine Continent. However, he wasn't being arrogant. He was simply confident. Everyone stared with complicated emotions at Enmu. It was clear that Qingzhou would be the champion of the martial contest once again. Wait. Enmu came to a halt upon being interrupted by a shout. Everyone turned and saw that the voice had come from Ye Guan. The spectators froze. Enmu turned to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled and said, "It's my turn." There was an uproar among the spectators. He still wants to fight him? What's wrong with this guy? Can he not see the difference between him and Enmu? Enmu stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, "Do we still have to fight?" Ye Guan nodded and said, "Of course." Enmu's gaze remained fixed on Ye Guan as he said, "All right, I will let you attack me once. Once I make my move, that will be the end of it, so I'll let you attack me once." "I'll let you attack me once?" No one doubted Enmu's words or thought that he was bragging. After all, he had just withstood Zhoufu's god-rank divine magic and emerged from it unscathed. The spectators' eyes were all on Ye Guan, and they all thought that Ye Guan was just asking for trouble. Zhao chuckled. He truly is an interesting brat. Ye Guan's challenge caught Zhao off guard. She didn't expect that Ye Guan would still have the guts to challenge Enmu after seeing Enmu withstand Zhoufu's god-rank divine magic. Enmu hadn't really attacked Zhoufu, but even a child could deduce Enmu's strength from how the former had used fist intent and withstood Zhoufu's god-rank divine magic. Was it confidence, or was it arrogance? The spectators would soon find out. Amidst everyone's gaze, Ye Guan slowly walked toward Enmu. He smiled slightly and asked, "Can we start?" Enmu nodded. "Sure." Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly disappeared. Enmu's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly lifted his right arm in front of his throat. Thump! A dull noise echoed as Enmu blocked Ye Guan's attack toward his throat. Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He swung his leg toward Enmu's crotch, but his kick struck nothing but air because Enmu had already retreated. Meanwhile, Enmu had just retreated, but Ye Guan was already in front of him once more. Enmu raised his hand and punched Ye Guan in front of him. Boom! Enmu's fist shattered space itself, but it failed to hit Ye Guan. Enmu's pupils constricted. Ye Guan was already on his flank, and the latter's punch was already flying toward his temple. Boom! Enmu was sent flying, but Ye Guan caught up to the flying Enmu and punched the former's throat. Boom! Enmu continued flying, and Ye Guan caught up to him once more before sending another punch. A strange scene unfolded on the wasteland. Enmu was surrounded by Ye Guan's afterimages, and he looked like he was stuck in midair as Ye Guan kept on sending him flying with punches. It was a strange but terrifying scene. The spectators were stunned upon realizing that Enmu had already flown more than 30 meters, but he still hadn't landed on the ground. Ye Guan was keeping him stuck in midair using nothing but speed. The scene was so unreal that the spectators had to pick their jaws up from the floor. Wasn't he from Nanzhou? Why was he so strong? Yuan Gu stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. What a terrifying speed. Zhao Su nodded slightly. She was taken aback as well. Ye Guan's speed had increased by many times compared to the first time she met him. It seemed that the little brat had trained as hard as he could for the martial contest. Boom! A terrifying power erupted from Enmu. Ye Guan had already retreated somewhere far away before Enmu could even do anything. His evasive prowess dumbfounded everyone. However, the spectators were more surprised to see that Enmu was still alive despite Ye Guan's relentless attacks. In fact, he was unscathed. Was he a physique cultivator? The spectators stared at Enmu in shock. Enmu stretched his neck and cracked his bones. He stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, "You have surprised me. I have to admit that you are superior to me in terms of speed." Ye Guan was silent. He had unleashed many powerful attacks, but he didn't manage to deal any substantial damage to Enmu at all. Is he really a physique cultivator? Ye Guan was slightly puzzled. "You're quick, but it's a pity that you're not strong enough to break my defenses," Enmu remarked. He opened his right palm and slammed it on the ground. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and the power in the depths of the earth flowed into Enmu's palm. "Great earth force," exclaimed someone from the audience stand. Ye Guan abruptly vanished. Enmu's eyes flashed with cold light. He swung his right arm fiercely and roared, "Earth rupture." Boom! The surrounding earth shattered and flew into the air. At the same time, a domineering wave of energy resembling what Enmu had absorbed from the depths of the earth made a beeline for Ye Guan. Enmu was trying to suppress Ye Guan's speed forcefully. Enmu's attack seemed to be as powerful as Zhoufu's god-rank divine magic. Zhao Su and a few audience members stood up. They were the only ones who could track Ye Guan's movement, so they were on the edge of their seats. Ye Guan sent a few punches. At first glance, his punches seemed random, but they were actually aiming at the weakness of Enmu's attack. It only took Ye Guan 3 punches to shatter Enmu's attack, and he reappeared in front of Enmu like a ghost. Enmu's pupils constricted in disbelief as he stared at Ye Guan in front of him. Boom! Enmu was sent flying once more, and the same strange scene happened once again. Most of the spectators could only see Ye Guan's afterimages as he suspended Enmu in the air by sending him flying away and catching up to him to send him flying once more. Ye Guan's attacks were so fast that Enmu seemed like he couldn't even retaliate. The spectators' jaws dropped to the floor. Yuan Gu's expression turned ugly, and he couldn't help but ask, "He's a space-time realm cultivator, right? Why is he so fast?" Zhao Su was puzzled as well. Ye Guan's speed was abnormal. Luo Zhaokai chimed in, "I saw him train in our trial tower. He was training in a tower that specializes in space-time gravity." Zhao Su looked at her and asked, "Did he say which floor he managed to reach?" Luo Zhaokai muttered. He said he reached the 9th floor. The 9th floor? Zhao Su and Yuan Gu froze, and they looked at each other in shock. Zhao Su muttered, that explains his speed, and I think he even conquered the 9th floor. Luo Zhaokai's expression was complicated. She chuckled hollowly while staring at Ye Guan's after-images. She could still remember how she had mocked Ye Guan, not knowing that he had simply answered honestly. She had truly made a fool of herself. Luo Zhaokai was both ashamed and angry. Why did he not even bother to correct me? Meanwhile, Ye Guan was still attacking Anmu. He even took out his dagger to attack Anmu, but it was no use. Anmu's physique was so strong that he couldn't inflict substantial damage on the latter. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Anmu. Rumble? Ye Guan's pupils constricted. He moved away, but he was a beat too late. Boom! Ye Guan was sent flying. The spectators were dumbfounded to see the illusory figure of a golden dragon hovering above Anmu. A dragon? The spectators couldn't make heads or tails of what they were seeing. A true dragon. Yuan Gu abruptly stood up. He was giddy with excitement as he stared at Anmu and said, a true dragon. It's definitely a true dragon from the True Dragon clan on Zongtu Divine Continent. He has actually been acknowledged by the True Dragon clan? Ha ha ha. Yuan Gu laughed without any reservation. A deafening silence descended on the wasteland, and it was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. They were talking about dragons here, and Anmu had actually been acknowledged by the most powerful dragons in existence, the True Dragons? The spectators finally understood why Anmu's physique was so sturdy, and it was all because a true dragon was protecting him? Ye Guan was stunned as he stared at the illusory golden dragon hovering above Anmu. He was truly caught off guard. He had never expected that Anmu was under the protection of a true dragon. A true dragon? The books I've read in Nanzhou stated that a dragon is a creature that only exists in myths. Therefore, Ye Guan had never expected that he would see a dragon one day. Ye Guan inwardly exclaimed, Master Pagoda? It's a dragon. Little Pagoda was speechless. Meanwhile, Anmu glared at Ye Guan with a hideous expression. I have to admit, I did not expect that I would end up using one of my trump cards here, he said. He had been trying his best to hide his trump cards, but he discovered that Ye Guan's speed was simply too terrifying. He felt that he had no choice but to use one of his trump cards. Otherwise, he could only take a beating. Ye Guan wasn't strong enough to beat him to death, but he still had a reputation to uphold as King's Hu's representative. Ye Guan's eyes were fixed on the illusory true dragon above Anmu. The true dragon was a mere illusory figure because its true body existed within Anmu. Ye Guan had to admit that he was slightly afraid of a dragon, but he wasn't afraid of an illusory figure. So what if there was a true dragon? Its main body was missing, so Ye Guan was prepared to give it a shot? Ye Guan clenched his right fist. He would finally go all out. Anmu started walking toward Ye Guan. He glared at the latter and said fiercely, feel the power of the true dragon bloodline. Roar! Anmu roared, and the illusory true dragon roared as well. Boom! The domineering aura of a true dragon swept across the wasteland. The spectators and the participants collapsed to the ground while trembling. Bloodline suppression? How could the bloodline of ordinary humans withstand the domineering aura of the true dragon bloodline? Some of the elders of the Upper Realms Guanshan Academy even leaned forward, and they were trembling as they tried their best to avoid falling to the ground. Zhao Su and Yuan Gu turned pale. They were powerful, but the bloodline suppression of the true dragon's bloodline was simply too strong for them to endure without any suffering. They were just humans, so it wasn't strange that they found it difficult to resist the bloodline suppression of the true dragon's bloodline despite their high cultivation bases. However, the spectators were shocked to discover that Ye Guan was still standing straight despite taking the brunt of the bloodline suppression. He looked unperturbed and completely unaffected. Why is he unaffected? The spectators were frozen, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Zhao Su's eyes were also filled with astonishment as she stared at Ye Guan. How could he remain fine in front of a dragon's wrath? However, Anmu was more shocked than anyone else. How can this be? He stammered. Ye Guan didn't know what to say. He truly had no idea why he was unaffected, but he could see that the true dragon's bloodline couldn't suppress him. Master Pagoda, what's going on? Why am I unaffected? He asked Master Pagoda. Little Pagoda's reply came a bit late. Perhaps it's a fake dragon. Ye Guan's expression froze. A fake dragon? He looked up at the illusory golden dragon. Its domineering aura was suppressing everyone. The participants couldn't move under its presence, so it didn't seem fake. However, it was an undeniable fact that the true dragon's domineering aura couldn't suppress him, which could only mean one thing. Master Pagoda must be hiding something from me. Roar! Just then, Anmu roared, and the illusory golden dragon roared as well. There was a burst of energy as the terrifying aura of a true dragon swept across the wasteland. The weaker spectators felt awful as they suffered internal injuries, and some of them even started bleeding from their noses. The others saw that, and they started running away as far as they could from where Anmu was located. No one dared to remain close to the one with a true dragon bloodline. Ye Guan was sure that Anmu had let out a stronger roar than earlier, so why was it that he was still completely fine? He remained standing as the nearby participants ran away from them. Ye Guan realized that there was something wrong. How am I completely fine? Anmu glared at Ye Guan, and he knew that he was in trouble. It was absurd that Ye Guan was immune to the true dragon's aura. 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind, but he still couldn't find any explanation. Ye Guan glanced at Anmu, and he abruptly vanished. Anmu's expression stiffened. He was about to step back, but Ye Guan's dagger had already slashed his neck. Clang! Sparks flew from the friction, but Enmu was uninjured. However, Ye Guan wasn't done yet. An ear-splitting noise pierced Enmu's ears as Ye Guan repeatedly slashed and stabbed Enmu in a masterful display of swordsmanship. Enmu could still counterattack, but he couldn't hit Ye Guan at all. Enmu felt like he was suffocating in the face of Ye Guan's relentless assault. The spectators were dumbfounded. Ye Guan's speed was divine, but Enmu's defense was even more frightening than Ye Guan's speed. Moments later, Ye Guan stopped attacking to look down at the dagger in his hand. The dagger had shattered, but Enmu was still unscathed. The latter's defense was truly abnormal. Enmu widened the distance between them and said, "A true dragon is protecting me. You will not be able to kill me even if you are 2 cultivation realms above me." Ye Guan wordlessly stared at Enmu. Just then, Enmu raised his right hand and clenched it tightly. The illusory golden dragon illusion raised its claws high into the sky and slammed them down on the ground. The attack was powerful and destructive, causing the earth to tremble violently. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and he trembled before retreating. Boom! The ground was sundered, and a massive crater was formed in the ground where he was standing earlier. A powerful shockwave also swept across the wasteland. Swoosh! Ye Guan reappeared in front of Enmu, and he abruptly thrust his dagger at Enmu's eyes. Sparks flew as a result of the attack, but Enmu remained unscathed. Ye Guan immediately decided to retreat, but Enmu's eyes shot wide open. A dazzling golden beam of light shot from his eyes and made a beeline for Ye Guan. Ye Guan's retreat was swift, but he was a beat too late. Ye Guan took the brunt of the attack and was sent flying a few meters away. Once he recovered, he looked down at his right hand and saw that Enmu's attack had charred it black. Nailanjia's eyebrows knitted in worry at the sight. Ye Guan examined Enmu and saw that there was a golden sheen on the latter's skin. A true dragon was indeed protecting him, and it was an unprecedented sight for everyone, including Ye Guan. Enmu seemed invincible under the protection of a true dragon. Yuangu stared at Ye Guan and remarked, "He's strong, but the battle is over." A true dragon's protection was absolute. Not to mention Ye Guan, even Yuangu wasn't confident that he could kill Enmu despite his powerful cultivation base. Enmu was indeed worthy of being chosen by Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. Enmu stared into Ye Guan's eyes and said, "You managed to force me to use my trump card. I hate to admit this, but you are indeed." Shriek! The shrill cry of a sword echoed throughout the wasteland, and the spectators were startled to find a sword sticking out of Enmu's neck. Enmu was sent flying by the attack. All eyes landed on Ye Guan, and the spectators were stunned upon realizing that the sword had come from Ye Guan. A swordsman? Yuangu stood up. He was about to make a move just now, but Zhao stopped him in time. Zhao had to stop Yuangu from interfering because the reputation of the Guanxian Academy would plummet if an outsider were to intervene in the ongoing battle. All 360 states were watching the battle. After all, Yuangu came back to his senses and relaxed his clenched fists. He stared intently at the ongoing battle. Ye Guan strolled toward Enmu, and a flying sword would cut Enmu with every step he took toward the ladder. The majority of the spectators could only see flashes of light. They couldn't actually track Ye Guan's flying swords because they were too fast for their eyes. Enmu staggered backward from the relentless attack, but the golden hue on his skin suddenly erupted into flames. Boom! Ye Guan's flying swords were incinerated, and the illusory golden dragon above Enmu started to become tangible. The true dragon's true body was about to manifest. Enmu survived Ye Guan's relentless attacks because of the illusory golden dragon's protection. The spectators stared in awe as Enmu's true dragon started to manifest, while a few spectators stared solemnly at the true dragon. A true dragon was a fearsome creature even in Zongtu Divine Continent. The true dragon stared contemptuously at Ye Guan, and it seemed to be looking at Ye Guan as if he were an ant. Ye Guan suddenly turned toward the audience stand. He pointed at the true dragon and asked, "Am I fighting that or Enmu?" The spectators were silenced by his words. It was indeed absurd to face the true body of a true dragon. However, Enmu's thoughts were different as he explained, "I have signed a contract with it, and our lives are shared. It can be considered my companion. If you have a companion, you can summon it as well." Zhao Su's expression was complicated, but she had no choice but to speak up for Enmu. "He's right. The third round is a no-holds-barred round. You may use whatever means necessary to secure your victory." Zhao Su sounded like she was hesitating as she added, "The battle will end once you admit defeat." She honestly treasured Ye Guan as a talent. Enmu would definitely be taken away by Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy, but the Upper Realm's Guanxian Academy wouldn't definitely lose out if Ye Guan stayed with them. However, Ye Guan remained silent, and his reaction troubled Zhao Su. She could see that Ye Guan wasn't willing to give up. She could see it in his eyes. What a shame. Zhao Su sighed to herself. "Roar!" The true dragon roared at Ye Guan. Boom! The space trembled under the sheer force of the roar, and the earth was ravaged once more. Ye Guan looked up at the true dragon and clenched his right fist. Just then, a hand wrapped around him from behind. Nailanjia smiled sweetly at him and said, "I'm with you." She could tell that Ye Guan didn't want to admit defeat, so she decided to fight with him. She was also willing to live and die together with him. Ye Guan smiled as well before turning to look at the true dragon with a grim expression. The dragon swooped toward him, and its domineering aura swept across the wasteland. It felt as if even the earth itself was shivering in fright. The true dragon's attack was strong enough to kill Ye Guan and Nailanjia. However, Jia remained steadfast, and she even glared at it. She was not the least afraid of it. Ye Guan stomped, and a dazzling sword light illuminated the skies. Ye Guan had pulled out the path sword, and he was about to execute the instant death strike with it. Buzz! The path sword let out a resonant hum as it flew toward the true dragon. The spectators watched in horror as the sword light pierced the true dragon's head. Ye Guan abruptly vanished and reappeared above the true dragon. He lifted his sword well above his head and slashed down. Ah! The shrill cry of the true dragon contained a mixture of pain and fury. A large gash appeared on its head and blood rained down like a downpour. The spectators and Enmu were in disbelief. How is it possible that he managed to injure a true dragon? He pierced the true body of a true dragon? Enmu reeled in disbelief, and he stared blankly at the plummeting true dragon. Meanwhile, Ye Guan wasn't done just yet. He raised his sword once more and slashed down. He didn't dare to hold back against a true dragon. He had to beat it up until it lost the will to fight. The spectators' eyes popped out of their sockets, and their jaws fell to the floor because they immediately realized what Ye Guan wanted to do. He wanted to kill the true dragon? Just then, the true dragon let out a pitiful wail as if it was summoning something. Crackle! A rift in space opened behind Ye Guan, and a middle-aged man emerged from it. Look out! Jia shouted anxiously. Ye Guan's heart jumped in fright. He turned around to face the ambush, but Jia was standing in front of him with her arms wide open. Boom! A destructive wave of energy sent both Ye Guan and Jia flying. The pair crashed to the ground. Ye Guan hurriedly looked up and saw that Jia was burning. She was turning into ashes in front of him. Jia gazed longingly at Ye Guan. The color drained from Ye Guan's face as a tidal wave of emotions inundated him. Jia desperately stretched her arm toward him, but her arm was also disintegrating into ashes. It seems that I can only marry you in my next life, she muttered weakly. The plot twist stupefied everyone. Zhao Su's face grew ashen. Someone actually dared to interfere with the Guanxian Academy's martial contest. She was about to take action, but Yuan Gu stopped her. Yuan Gu shook his head slightly and explained, he's the Grand Elder of the True Dragon Clan, Ao Xiao. The Guanxian Academy will be fine, but you will most likely die if you stop him. The True Dragon Clan. The True Dragon Clan was located within the Zongtu Divine Continent's Demon Realm along with the Ancient Monkey Clan. They were the two rulers of the Zongtu Divine Continent's Demon Realm. Even the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy had to be wary of them because the mother clan of the True Dragon Clan, the Ancient Heavenly Dragon Clan, had important positions in the main academy of the Guanxian Academy. If backers were to be compared, then the Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy could only hope to compare to them. Zhao Su was aware that she couldn't resist the True Dragon Clan. If she took action, there was a high chance that her outcome would be what Yuan Gu had said. The True Dragon Clan wouldn't dare to go all out against the Guanxian Academy, but they could still kill her. They could even do it without anyone noticing it. Zhao Su was silent for quite a while before asking, am I supposed to just ignore it? Yuan Gu nodded. Bear with it, or you will die. Zhao Su wordlessly clenched her fists. She eventually closed her eyes. She felt helpless because she knew that she couldn't possibly beat such a powerful being from Zongtu Divine Continent. She could try and contact the main academy, but transmissions could easily be intercepted. Zhao Su sighed internally and loosened her fists. She could only give up. She was furious, but the cold reality was that she could only bow in front of a stronger being. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was on the ground with Jia. Jia's body and soul were turning into ashes at horrifying speeds. Soon, she would cease to exist. Ye Guan could only stare blankly at Jia. Ao Xiao glared at Ye Guan. How can the likes of you be worthy of killing a dragon of my True Dragon Clan? He had come here to save Enmu's dragon. Enmu was a young master of the True Dragon Clan, so he couldn't allow him to die. If he died here and at the hands of Ye Guan, the True Dragon Clan would surely become Zongtu Divine Continent's laughingstock. Ao Xiao wouldn't have dared to do something like this if he were on Zongtu Divine Continent, but he was on the upper realm. He couldn't care less about the rules. Who would dare to go against me? Who? Ao Xiao glared murderously at Ye Guan. Ye Guan's sword was sharp enough to shatter the defenses of a true dragon, and he was a swordsman as well. He would definitely be a huge threat to the True Dragon Clan in the future, so Ao Xiao was determined to kill him. He clenched his right fist, and a horrifying energy gathered in his palm. Ao Xiao's killing intent was palpable. The spectators from the 360 states watched the scene unfold in shock. How did things end up like this? Wasn't this supposed to be a fair fight? This is clearly just bullying. What's up with the Guanxian Academy? Why are they not doing anything? Just why? The spectators were confused. Xiao Ji suddenly shouted, wasn't this supposed to be a fair fight? How is this a fair fight? The spectators on the audience stand were silent. Zhao Su was silent as well. They were aware that all this was unfair, but they didn't do anything other than watch. Xiao Ji was stupefied by their silence. How is this fair? Where is the justice? He cried out. Zhao Su and the other spectators remained silent. What was fairness and justice in the face of absolute power? No one was daring enough to go against the True Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, Ao Xiao was about to attack Ye Guan when a mysterious power suddenly wrapped around Jia's waning soul. An irritated voice echoed. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. A golden beam of light shot out of Ye Guan and soared into the sky. The illusory figure of a tiny pagoda appeared before coalescing into a golden illusory figure. There was no mistaking it. The illusory figure was none other than Master Pagoda. Ao Xiao's eyes narrowed. Who the hell are you? Master Pagoda roared, I am your bloody ancestor, you rotten lizard. Master Pagoda abruptly disappeared. Ao Xiao's pupils constricted, and he punched out with his right hand. Swoosh! Ao Xiao's punch collided with a golden beam of light. Boom! The golden beam of light shattered, and Ao Xiao was sent flying. The spectators were dumbstruck. However, Master Pagoda wasn't done just yet as he grabbed Ao Xiao by the head and slammed him to the ground. Boom! The ground shattered on impact, and the sight made the spectators reel in shock. They had never imagined, even in their wildest dreams, that they would one day witness a true dragon being beaten up to a pulp. Ao Xiao growled and transformed into his true form, a kilometer-long giant dragon. He took to the sky to widen the distance between him and Master Pagoda. Master Pagoda's illusory figure appeared above Ao Xiao, and he stomped on the ladder. Thump! Ao Xiao plummeted like a meteor, and everyone could barely hear his miserable shriek as blood poured out of his mouth. It was a one-sided beatdown. Ao Xiao crashed to the ground, and Master Pagoda reappeared on his stomach. Rip! Master Pagoda tore a hole in Ao Xiao's stomach, and he started gouging Ao Xiao's innards and tendons. The spectators were horrified. Master Pagoda's action of gouging out Ao Xiao's tendons was trampling on the dignity of the true dragon clan. The intense pain made Ao Xiao wail, but Master Pagoda wasn't done just yet as he gouged out every single tendon in Ao Xiao's body. The wasteland was soon drenched with dragon blood. Ao Xiao was barely alive. Master Pagoda, shouted Ye Guan. Master Pagoda stopped and turned to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan's voice was trembling as he asked, Little Jia, can you save her? Master Pagoda walked toward Ye Guan. He briefly examined Nalan Jia before saying, yes. Please save her. Ye Guan begged. Master Pagoda's voice was solemn as he said, I can't save her for now. I can only protect her soul. Her soul is severely injured. We need a sword. You need to find a sword that will help her recover. If I save her with an injured soul, she will never be the same. Ye Guan hurriedly asked, what sword is it? Master Pagoda responded, Qingxian sword. Qingxian sword? Ye Guan's pupils constricted. The sword master's sword. Master Pagoda nodded. Yes. Ye Guan asked, where is it? Master Pagoda replied, Zongtu Divine Continent. It is in the hands of the Undying Clan. The Undying Clan. Ye Guan clenched his fists. Master Pagoda added, for now, I'll store her soul in your sword. Ye Guan felt like he was suffocating as he stared at Nalan Jia's soul, which looked exactly like Nalan Jia. He reached out to touch her face gently before whispering, Little Jia, wait for me. With that, he sucked Nalan Jia's soul into his path sword. He wiped the blood off of his lips and stood up before walking toward Ao Xiao. Ao Xiao was on the brink of death. The spectators watched as Ye Guan walked over to Ao Xiao's dragon head. Li Wan's voice echoed from the audience stand, you'll become an enemy of the true dragon clan for eternity if you kill him. You'll definitely die once the true dragon clan places a bounty on your head. You should think twice. Ye Guan lifted his sword and swung it downward. Thud! There was a dull thud as Ao Xiao's head fell to the ground, and blood spurted out like a fountain from the bloody stump. The spectators went silent. Ye Guan turned around and started walking toward Enmu. Yuangu saw that, and he hurriedly shouted, no. Ye Guan stopped and glanced at Yuangu. Yuangu stared at Ye Guan and explained, the Yin clan has 2 martial goddesses, and his Dao protector is one of those 2 martial goddesses. He belongs to the Yin clan. If you kill him, you will be an enemy of those 2 martial goddesses as well as the Guanxian Academy, so you should. Ye Guan abruptly vanished. Shunk! Ye Guan's path sword pierced Enmu's forehead, immobilizing him. Rumble! A horrifying power descended, and it seemed to have come from a distant galaxy. Rumbling noises echoed throughout the entire upper realm as it trembled beneath the terrifying power. The entire upper realm was trembling. Yuangu's voice trembled as he cried out, this horrifying power must be from an ancestor of the Yin clan. The Yin clan's history spanned millions of years, and they had produced many powerful cultivators aside from their 2 martial goddesses. It seemed that an incredibly powerful ancestor of the Yin clan spurred into action. Ye Guan looked up. The power was terrifying, and the true dragon's bloodline suppression couldn't be compared to the horrifying pressure that was currently bearing down on him. Ye Guan snickered and closed his eyes. He wasn't born at the same time as Little Jia, but he could die at the same time as her. Buzz! The path sword in Ye Guan's hands vibrated. We weren't really sure about the pronouns until now, but Master Pagoda's pronouns are now he/him/his. Everyone looked up and waited for the Yin clan's ancestor. Get lost, an indifferent voice said from the depths of the galaxy where none could be heard nor seen. How impudent! A roar echoed throughout the galaxy. How dare you look down on me, you! A miserable and pitiful voice echoed from another part of the endless galaxy, and a head was cut off somewhere in the depths of the galaxy. Silence returned to the galaxy, and everything was peaceful again. Everyone looked up and was waiting for the Yin clan's ancestor, but the horrifying power suddenly receded like a wave. The spectators were stupefied. Are they not going to come here? Yuangu was in disbelief. What? Zhaosu was shocked as well. What's going on? Where are they? It seems that even the heavens want you to live. You should live on, said Master Pagoda. Ye Guan fell silent before nodding slightly. Okay. With that, he turned around to look at Enmu. Enmu was dying, so Ye Guan decided to finish him off. Ugh! Enmu groaned and died. Today, 2 dragons had met their demise on the upper realm. Silence blanketed the wasteland, and the spectators were in disbelief. Kings whose greatest talent, Anmu, is dead, so Nanzo is the champion? Ye Guan took Anmu's storage ring and stored the 2 dragon corpses in it. Everyone watched as Ye Guan walked over to the first place flag. Ye Guan grabbed the flag and glanced at Zhao Su. I'll be taking this, he said. Nanzo was the champion. The people of Nanzo went crazy, and they started shouting Ye Guan's name as if they had gone mad. Ye Guan. Ye Guan had become the most popular individual in Nanzo. Meanwhile, Zhao Su wordlessly stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan suddenly declared, I will always be a student of Nanzo's Guanxian Academy. I will not become a student of the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy. Zhao Su's eyes widened, and she clenched her fists. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Zhao Su and explained, I do not want to be a student of an academy who only knows how to bully the weak but is afraid of the strong. I do not want to be a student of an academy that cannot uphold justice for its students. With that, he turned around and left. The students and elders of the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy felt like they had been slapped by a searing hot palm as they sat in their seats in a daze. The 360 states of the Upper Realm had seen everything, so the Upper Realms Guanxian Academy would never be able to recover its reputation. Zhao Su's face was beyond pallid as her nails dug into her palms. She had betrayed her conscience by not making a move earlier, and Ye Guan's words were like thorns in her heart. She felt even worse because she knew that she had failed to uphold the Guanxian Academy rule as well. It had been her first time facing absolute power, and she felt helpless as well as afraid to uphold the morals that a cultivator should uphold on the path of cultivation. Courage? Courage is saying no to an absolute power while looking them in the eye. Yuangu's face was beyond pallid as well. Anmu is dead. What should I do? Anmu was dead, so Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy no longer had a participant to represent and help them win the destiny contest. Yuangu was also aware that Ye Guan disliked him because of his earlier actions. In other words, it was impossible to convince Ye Guan to join Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. Li Wan sighed in regret as well. She had come here to recruit Nalinjia, but she couldn't do that anymore. Everyone was silent, and they all knew that this decade's martial contest would definitely go down in history as the strangest martial contest. Ye Guan and Xiao Ji wordlessly walked down the streets toward the Xiao residence. Xiao Ji's expression was complicated as he looked at Ye Guan. Soon, they arrived at the Xiao residence. Ye Guan looked at Xiao Ji and said, Thank you. Xiao Ji was confused. Why? Ye Guan replied, Thank you for stepping out when everyone else remained silent. Xiao Ji shook his head and said, We're friends. You don't have to thank me. Ye Guan wordlessly nodded. Xiao Shan, Songfu, and Fei Banking walked out to meet them. Ye Guan saw their complicated expressions. It couldn't be helped because they had also seen what had happened in the third round of the martial contest. Fei Banking walked over to Ye Guan and asked, Is Little Jia, is she still alive? Ye Guan nodded. Yes. Fei Banking relaxed and exclaimed, Good, that's good. Let's go, come here. She pulled Ye Guan into the Xiao residence. Xiao Shan walked over to Xiao Ji with a smile. I was proud of you when you stood up for him. You have done what a true man should do. Xiao Ji shook his head slightly and said, Father, I'm too weak. I'm going to go out and experience the world. Xiao Shan hesitated, but he eventually nodded and said firmly, I understand. Song Fu sighed at the sight. This world is truly. Ye Guan locked himself in his room, and he only came out at midnight. He sat in front of a flight of steps and looked up at the sky. He stared wordlessly at the moon while holding the scented sachet that Nalinjia gave to him. Fei Banking walked and sat next to him. Luo Zhaokai visited us earlier and brought Nanzo's prizes with her. The prizes are 10 sky-grade spiritual veins, 20 earth-grade spiritual veins, 3 immortal-rank cultivation manuals, and 10 earth-rank cultivation manuals. She also gave us many different spiritual treasures, and we will also receive 100,000 gold spiritual crystals every year. Fei Banking hesitantly added, the prizes are a lot more bountiful compared to the previous martial contests. Ye Guan remained silent. Fei Banking didn't mind his silence and continued. As the champion, you will receive 300,000 gold spiritual crystals and the one and only special enrollment slot in Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. In other words, you'll immediately become a student of Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy. If you join them, they'll report the True Dragon Clan to the main academy of the Guanxian Academy. I'm sure they'll help you seek justice. Fei Banking breathed a sigh of relief after she was done speaking. It was clear that Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy had judged that Ye Guan was worthy of their care, and they were willing to go against the True Dragon Clan for his sake. The world was a pragmatic place. People would take care of anyone they deemed valuable, but they would not give a rat's shit to someone they deemed useless. Teacher, please return those 300,000 gold spiritual crystals to them. Fei Banking made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and asked, Are you not going to Zongtu Divine Continent's Guanxian Academy? I'm going to Zongtu Divine Continent tomorrow, but I will not join the academy, replied Ye Guan. Fei Banking went silent for quite a while before saying, Without the Guanxian Academy's deterrence, the True Dragon Clan will definitely chase after you the moment you appear on the Zongtu Divine Continent. You should. Ye Guan interrupted with a mutter, My life will be up to fate. If they can't kill me, then I will revive Little Jia and wipe the True Dragon Clan off the face of the earth one day. If I die, then it's fine. I'll be dying with Little Jia. With that, Ye Guan stood up and walked away. However, he came to a halt after recalling something. He turned around and bowed slightly toward Fei Banking. I'm going to Zong to Divine Continent now. Teacher, please take care of yourself. Ye Guan turned around and continued walking. He was going to leave today rather than tomorrow. Little Guan. Fei Banking cried out. Ye Guan turned around and looked at her. Fei Banking forced a smile, and her voice trembled as she asked, will you come back? Ye Guan was silent for quite a while before he responded, I don't know. With that, he finally walked away. Fei Banking watched as Ye Guan's figure dissolved into the night. You have to come back. I'll be waiting for you, she muttered. The moon was bright, but the night was cold. Fei Banking was left all alone in the coldness of the night.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.